This man was originally an authoritative master of mathematics in the mortal world. He was honored by the world as an undefeated champion of the academic realm. However, through some stroke of bad luck, the moment Ninfem opened his eyes, he found himself in the middle of a completely unfamiliar classroom. At that moment, at the back of the room, two mischievous boys were loudly shouting mocking words toward the front. Sleeping during class. There's no professional dignity at all. Sir, in this Tinsat Academy Class D is the worst, since even the school has abandoned us. What's the point of you coming here to teach? Ninfem felt utterly bewildered. What on earth was this Tinsat Academy? Could it be that he had transmigrated? It wasn't until he looked down. Staring at the employee ID hanging on his chest, he saw only the words Tinsat Academy, Ningfem low-level teacher. Ningfem was suddenly speechless, not knowing what to say. The current situation proved that he was now a teacher, and those rebellious brats were his students. Before he could even adjust to reality, several boys with arrogant expressions burst into the classroom, ignoring Ningfem as if he were invisible and shouting loudly. Hey, Truong Thien Truong, I'm all out of cigarettes. If you know what's good for you, go buy some for me right now. A's for the money, you cover it first, and I'll pay you back later. Ha ha ha! These arrogant boys were clearly students from another class. Yet they dared to brazenly barge into Ninfem's territory to bully his student. Witnessing this scene with his own eyes, the two delinquent students at the back whispered to each other about their fellow student being harassed. Being a teacher but staying silent without daring to speak up, being assigned to this class is truly the height of bad luck. This was indeed a completely alien world compared to the Earth he once lived on. In this place there were individuals who possessed extraordinary supernatural powers. In order to control and utilize the resources of those with special abilities, the government established a specialized school to train them, where the principal must be the strongest person in power. In this world, Ningfem was originally one of the 6 grandsons of the Tinsat Academy director and the fiancée of the principal's prestigious daughter. Unfortunately, his family faced an unexpected catastrophe. His entire family was framed by villains and Ningfem himself was left with severe injuries. Suffering from a massive psychological shock, he gradually became weak and spent his days drowning his sorrows in bitter alcohol. At school, he was demoted to the lowest ranking class, and even his engagement to the principal's daughter was summarily cancelled by the man. The feeling of falling from the peak into the abyss was truly too humiliating. Perhaps that was why he chose to end it all, and by chance, the soul of the Ninfem from Earth took over. Thinking of the debt of gratitude to the previous owner for relinquishing this body, Ninfem resolved to seek vengeance for him, starting with handling the bullying of young Truong Thien Truong. At that time, the 3 arrogant brats continued to chatter incessantly, treating Ninfem like a straw man, so he suddenly shouted out, "Hey, if you want to set foot in this classroom, you must know how to ask for permission. Do you not even understand such a basic rule of etiquette?" The moment that punk turned around at Ninfem's call, his fist had already shot forth, grazing his face. Consequently, his blow directly sent that kid flying out of the classroom door. "Get out of my classroom immediately," Ningfem declared coldly, leaving everyone present stunned and bewildered. This reckless act unintentionally awakened a system called Berserk Master. As soon as the system's decoding process was complete, Ninfem was immediately transported into a fantastical dimension. He was dazed for a few seconds as he hadn't yet grasped anything about the Berserk Master system. Could this be the golden finger for protagonists in transmigration stories that he had always dreamed of? Since Ningfem was still a novice, the system generously gave him an inaugural gift named Sage's Eye. This tool allowed him to perceive every detail, including the strengths and weaknesses of opponents. If he wanted to unlock more advanced features, Ninfem needed to accumulate enough advancement points. These points were gained based on the admiration and recognition from his students and colleagues. For instance, Ninfem's disciplining of the thug just now helped him earn his first batch of advancement points from the students. Specifically, Li Kuang contributed 1 point, Shufeng also contributed 1 point, while Zhang Tiancheng generously gave 3 points. Ninfem was slightly surprised. Just one punch brought in 5 advancement points. As he calculated that, the corner of his mouth curved into a mischievous smile. It seemed Ninfem had grasped the secret to farming these points. Following that, to quickly integrate into this new world, Ninfem began scrutinizing the profiles of each student in the class. Like Zhang Tiancheng, for example, each person's background was clearly revealed through their self-discipline index. The self-discipline of students in Class D was barely under 10%, while the kids in Elite Class S were all above 40%. Zhang Tiancheng was originally a talented student from Class S, but for some unknown reason his self-discipline index plummeted uncontrollably to 6.8%, causing him to be sent down to this class. While Ninfem was absorbed in analyzing the situation, Zhang Tiancheng suddenly approached, bowing his head to thank him for his help. Ninfem chuckled, saying it was just a small matter not worth bothering about. "I'm sorry, teacher, all the mistakes are mine." Zhang Tiancheng still had his head bowed low while Li Nai spoke up. "You don't need to be afraid at all. If there's any problem, I'll keep your secret for you." As soon as she finished speaking, Ninfem seized this opportunity to activate his Sage's Eye to assess Zhang Tiancheng's abilities. It turned out that this young man originally possessed quite stable talent in all fields. only because the after effects of an injury to his right hand caused a psychological barrier that led to a decline in his performance, and after being transferred to this class, he continued to be bullied by thugs, making the situation increasingly dark. Observing closely that the boy always kept a distance to protect his right hand, Ningfem was convinced that the data provided by Sage's eye was absolutely accurate. Therefore, he decided to get straight to the point by asking the other person if the injury on his right arm had gotten better. Truong Thien Truong stared in astonishment, eyes wide. How did the teacher know his right arm had been injured? He hadn't told anyone about this. Ningfem, of course, could not reveal the secret of his system, so he skillfully deflected. If I couldn't even recognize such basic things, how could I be worthy of standing here and teaching you? But before Truong Thien Truong could say another word, their ears were nearly deafened by a loud, thunderous barrage of insults from outside the classroom door.
Ningfem, get out here right now! How dare you lay a hand on my student!
Who else could it be but Tan Hung, the teacher of the elementary C class? He was the very same precious mentor of the bully Ningfem, had just taught a lesson. Ningfem thought to himself, watching that kid's resentful expression was truly irritating. He had clearly come over to start trouble first, and after getting beaten to a pulp, he had gone running to tattle. Have you lost your mind? Can't you see I'm in the middle of a lecture? Ningfem irritably covered his ears, responding with an annoyed expression. Tan Hung clearly wanted to blow things out of proportion. The moment he showed his face, he hurriedly attacked Ningfem's background. He reminded him that he was no longer the powerful young master of the Nin family, so he had two choices: either bow his head and apologize to him and his student, or get out of the Tin Sat Academy immediately. The students below, witnessing this commotion, could only watch in silence. Most of them believed that the recent display of force from someone as timid as Ningfem was surely just a fluke. Now that he was in big trouble with someone like Tan Hung, he would surely have to bow and apologize immediately. Who would have thought that right after? He would loudly declare, "I'm sorry, but I can't do that." You want me, Ningfem, to bow and apologize? The person who can make me do that has likely yet to be born into this world. Witnessing his powerful demeanor, the students' approval rating for Ningfem spiked once again. As for Tan Hung, seeing him act so arrogantly drove him mad with rage, and he immediately unleashed another barrage of insults. Ningfem, you no longer have the status to be arrogant here. In this world, strength is everything, and power is the only truth. Do you hear me? Ningfem let out a cold, scornful scoff, then wrapped his arm around Truong Thien Truong's shoulder, pulling the boy close, and calmly replied, "Strength? In terms of strength, Truong Thien Truong here is far superior to your student, so why exactly would we need to apologize?" As soon as he finished speaking, Tan Hung burst into laughter. "Ha ha. Do you think he's still the star student of the S class from years ago?" Ningfem knew that empty words wouldn't convince the other party, so he suggested that Tan Hung have his student and Truong Thien Truong compete in a match. At first, Tan Hung didn't intend to accept because he thought doing so would be like sending Truong Thien Truong to his death. However, Ningfem only needed to use a familiar provocation. "Are you afraid?" And Tan Hung's temper flared up instantly. Tan Hung agreed immediately.
A fight it is!
"Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" That was exactly what he was waiting for. Ningfem then called Su Fong and Lai Kuang over, telling them to lay out the practice mat for him. Seeing him act so decisively, a female student who had been quietly observing everything couldn't hide her contempt. She thought to herself, he really is shameless. He's actually sending his own student out to take the hit. As for Truong Thien Truong, he was terrified, whispering to Ningfem that he could never defeat that bully. But Ningfem only responded with a look full of confidence, gently reassuring him, "It's okay, your teacher is here to help you." Immediately after, Ningfem suddenly turned to Su Fong and asked him to take off his belt for him. Su Fong was usually a shameless troublemaker, but faced with this unexpected request from Ningfem, he couldn't help but be flustered. "Teacher, if you tell me to take it off, I will."
But you're doing this way too fast.
Ningfem decisively grabbed Su Fong's belt and used it to tightly secure Truong Thien Truong's right arm. He did this because he knew very well that Truong Thien Truong was constantly worried about his right arm being hit. Thus, this action, which seemed unreasonable at first, was actually extremely convincing. Once finished, Ningfem said, "Truong Thien Truong, against an inferior person like him, one arm is more than enough for you to defeat him." While the teacher and student were whispering, Tan Hung sneered, mocking that the teaching style of the D-class teacher was truly different. His student boastfully declared that he would definitely beat Truong Thien Truong so badly, he wouldn't even have a dog hole to crawl into. Despite the unpleasant attacks, Ningfem focused entirely on his student from beginning to end. He sincerely encouraged Truong Thien Truong, "Now that your right arm is securely fixed, you don't need to feel pressured anymore. Just go for it. He was never your match to begin with." "Teacher Nin, can I really do it?" Truong Thien Truong asked, his eyes welling up with emotion. In response to him, Ningfem nodded sharply and decisively. No sooner had he finished speaking than the thug rushed forward to attack, swinging his arm to deliver a devastating blow to Truong Thien Truong, but Truong Thien Truong's left hand swiftly caught it. Having easily neutralized the opponent's attack, Truong Thien Truong's mindset suddenly changed completely. "It turns out your punch doesn't have any power at all, ha." With those words, he put all his strength into a powerful counterattack. The powerful punch sent the thug's brawny body flying several meters away. Witnessing that scene, Ninfem looked satisfied, thinking Trong Thien Trong should have fought back a long time ago instead of enduring the torment of those scoundrels. With just a single punch, Truong Thien Truong sent the bully into a coma, foaming at the mouth. The classmates couldn't help but exclaim in admiration and surprise, because Truong Thien Truong was clearly still tied with one arm, yet could still deliver such a powerful blow. This showed that Ninfem's method was extremely effective. As for Tan Hung, his face darkened because he couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. Seeing the opponent standing dazed, Ninfem then taunted him, saying, "Don't stand there looking stupid, quickly carry this trash away, or if I invite the whole school to witness it, you'll be very humiliated." Tan Hung didn't dare wait for a second reminder, so he ordered 2 of his subordinates to drag that useless fellow out of the classroom. He also sullenly turned his back and walked towards the classroom door. But before leaving, he didn't forget to look back and utter a threat. "Ningfem, just you wait." It wasn't until Tan Hung was completely out of sight. Lai Kuang and Su Fong then began to applaud enthusiastically, breaking the dead silent atmosphere of Class D. The scene just now was truly satisfying. They had overwhelmingly defeated Class C, and Truong Thien Truong and Ninfem had helped Class D vent its long-held anger. And so, the students' trust in Ninfem soared again. He himself also felt extremely excited upon receiving recognition from the children. Truong Thien Truong was probably the happiest person. His eyes were red from emotion as he profusely thanked, saying, "Teacher Ning, I sincerely thank you for enlightening me." Ninfem waved his hand, saying it was just a small matter. "Don't be so polite. Wait until I heal your arm, then it won't be too late to thank me. By that time, Truong Thien Truong's strength will surely advance much further than it is now. Teacher Ning, I also have a psychological problem here. Please help me treat it." "That's right, should you break my arm too." At this moment, Li Kuang and Su Fong also began to fawn and flatter. Before Ninfem could answer, the cold girl interrupted, saying,
You two, shut up right now.
"Truong Thien Truong already had potential, which is why that method worked. Do you think you're qualified to compare yourselves to him? Furthermore, Teacher Nin, are you sure you can cure all ailments for everyone?" Although this girl's tone was very aggressive, but Ninfem realized that deep down, she also longed to receive guidance from him. Once more, he activated the Master's Eye to scan his opponent. As expected, this girl possessed summoning power within her. However, the flow of spiritual energy was clogged in her blood. Instead, her hair was where the abundant energy was concentrated. It sounded absurd, but it was the perfect explanation for why her strength had remained at a standstill. Unaware that Ninfem was using the Master's Eye and seeing him staring at her chest, she flared up and shouted, "Have you seen enough? What are you looking at?" Seeing Ningpam quickly avert his gaze, he then reassured her that he had identified her problem. However, instead of revealing it immediately, he told the girl to follow him to the training room. Perhaps wanting to find her own weakness, despite being full of suspicion, she reluctantly agreed to go with him. Ninfem told all the students to follow him to the training room, because in a moment they would witness a miracle with their own eyes. But just as the group arrived at the entrance, 2 strangers jumped out to block their path. These 2 had clearly arrived later. Yet their attitude was incredibly arrogant, their condescending words annoying everyone. "Stop right there, we must use this training room first." Looking closely, it turned out to be Lai Fong, another teacher from Class C. Ninfem found them an eyesore. These people were truly experts at causing trouble. He immediately retorted sharply, "Do you not know how to queue? Did your mothers not teach you basic manners, or are you all orphans? How pitiful. So what if you came first?" Lai Fong replied in a contemptuous tone, "If you can't even perform a simple summon, what right do you have to use the gym?" This remark was aimed directly at the arrogant female student, deeply wounding her self-esteem. Meanwhile, Lai Fong's students had all mastered basic summoning skills, and Tong Duong was one of the most elite among them. This made Lai Fong certain that his students were more deserving of the gym. "An expert?" Ninfem laughed. "Then you don't know how formidable Lan Tin Ngayat from my class is." Lan Tin Ngayat was the student whose energy was in her hair. He had planned to help her improve, but the Class C team had interfered. Thus, Ninfem was forced to let her seek justice herself, but Lan Tin Ngayat, who was worried about her weakness, reacted fiercely. "What are you saying? What expert?" "That's right, we know her strength best. Teacher Nin is overestimating her." Li Kuang and Sifong eagerly chimed in. Though they weren't wrong, those words were like salt in a wound, making Lan Tin Ngayat explode. "You 2 bastards, shut your mouths." Faced with the fury of the ogress, Li Kuang and Su Fong hurriedly knelt to apologize. As for Lai Fong, after witnessing that comical scene, he burst out laughing with delight. In his typical sarcastic voice, he said, "Ninfem, have you lost all shame for a training room? You truly will say anything. Lan Tin Ngayat from your class is nothing more than garbage." As before, facing his opponent's contempt, Ninfem suggested a match to settle who was superior. Tong Duong immediately stepped forward to accept. He wanted to personally teach Lan Tin Ngayat a lesson so that Class D would never dare lift their heads again. But this time, instead of fighting with fists as before, Ninfem proposed a summoning match. Lai Fong laughed even harder upon hearing that, then voiced a sarcastic warning. "Ninfem, don't blame me for not saving face for you in front of your students. Certainly, by all means do your absolute best. Only then will you be willing to admit defeat when you lose. Ningfem quickly retorted. Lifong did not believe that Ningfem and his student had any chance of winning, which made their arrogant display of confidence all the more irritating. He urged Tong Duong forward, instructing the brat to pull out all the stops so Ningfem would be truly enlightened. Tong Duong nodded readily. He then stretched his limbs a few times and strolled casually to the center of the yard. He began to perform a basic summoning ritual. In an instant, 2 stone warriors materialized before the eyes of everyone present. Lan Tinungayat's face darkened at the sight. She had not forgotten the limits of her own abilities, but Liquang and Sufong could not resist making a few sarcastic remarks. Hey, if I remember correctly, the first time our big sister summoned, she only managed to call up a single stone soldier, if you can even call it that. Her best attempt was just a lone pebble. I told you to shut your mouths, Lan Tinungayat shouted, both embarrassed and furious. Her voice was truly loud enough to strike fear into others. After Tong Duong finished his performance, it was Lan Tinungayat's turn to take the stage. However, just before she acted, Ningfem spoke up to advise her. Using blood as a catalyst is just bullying the others. Try using a strand of hair instead. That alone will be enough to crush them. Upon hearing this, Lifong burst into laughter as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Using hair to summon was utterly ridiculous, as even the biggest fool knew that blood was the only valid catalyst, and Tong Duong sneered, feeling that Ningfem was just putting on a circus act. Yet, despite their verbal attacks, Ningfem remained firm. Don't pay attention to what they say. Just do as I told you. Lan Tinungayat bit her lip tightly in tension. This was a battle of honor, so she dared not act recklessly, but knowing Sufong and Liquang were right, that her previous attempts with blood had only produced a useless stone, she ultimately decided to take a gamble on Ningfem's advice, plucking a single hair to use as a catalyst. A true miracle happened. What she summoned was also a stone soldier. Yet its appearance was significantly more muscular and imposing than anything Tong Duong had managed to create. Standing before the entity that Lan Tinungayat had just created, Tong Duong's little toy seemed like it wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. Lan Tinungayat herself was unimaginably shocked. She never expected to summon such a powerful entity. Sufong and Liquang were left wide-eyed and open-mouthed, unable to believe that their big sister could reach such a level of proficiency. As for the look on Lifong's face, it was no different from Tan Heng's expression earlier. Lan Tinungayat's summoned creature left this teacher wide-eyed with utter astonishment. Regardless of whether he believed it or not, the fact that Lan Tinungayat had just summoned this was undeniable, so Ningfem hinted to her, "Teacher, Lai doesn't seem convinced yet. Why don't you let him feel it for himself?" Lan Tinungayat understood immediately. A cunning smile involuntarily appeared on her face. Immediately after, Lan Tinungayat commanded her stone warrior to perform a wild display right in front of Tong Duong and Lifong, so that they would be completely submissive and believe that everything was orchestrated by Lan Tinungayat. "Do you want anything else? I don't mind making you lose face once more," Ningfem calmly said to Lifong. He was simply stunned, partly out of shame, and partly because he could not believe that hair could also be used as a catalyst when performing a summoning. As for Lan Tinungayat, who initially maintained an attitude of rejection and contempt toward Ningfem after this incident, even though she still tried to act indifferent and defiant in her heart, she had silently added 5 trust points for him. Lifong still refused to stop. After failing to target Ningfem's students, he turned to attack him. "So what if your students have made a bit of progress? Even if they get slightly better, it means nothing. As for you, I'm afraid you can't even perform the most basic summoning ritual right now. Can you even do it yourself?" Ningfem leisurely replied. Lifong didn't bother to argue further. He immediately pulled out a small dagger. He made a cut on his thumb. Red blood flowed out, creating a summoning catalyst. Lifong used an elementary summoning spell, but was still more than capable of creating an entire legion of sturdy stone soldiers. "Ningfem, take a good look at my skill." Lifong laughed triumphantly, deliberately taking the opportunity to show off in front of Lan Tinungayat to pull her over to his team. As for Ningfem, witnessing what Lifong had just summoned, he could only sigh. "You rambled for so long, yet you only have this tiny amount of power. It really was such a waste of my time waiting." After he finished speaking, Ningfem's summoned entity also appeared, even though it was only a single stone soldier. It was nothing like the massive army Lifong had. However, under his control, it was still more than capable of smashing that army into a heap of useless stone rubble. Ningfem sat leisurely perched atop one of Lifong's stone blocks with a calm expression. The entire legion was now nothing but fragments under his power. Ningfem recalled the scene of Lifong screaming for revenge and thought to himself, "How strange, these lines sound surprisingly familiar." At that moment, Sufong and Liquang ran over with looks of admiration. "Master Ning, please accept the respect of your juniors." As both knelt and bowed their heads, the system sound rang out. "Sufong trust points Thelem, Liquang trust points Tunbus 1. Trust level has exceeded 100. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new skilled homage to the Great Master." Ningfem was surprised. A new ability. The system explained homage to the Great Master's skill causes the designated target to automatically kneel and bow irresistibly. He was speechless after hearing that. What kind of weird ability is this? The system announced again. Lan Tinungayat for 11 trust points. However, she still stubbornly scolded Sufong and Lai Kuang bought over so easily. You two really have no future. Ninfem thought to himself, she's quite stubborn, why don't I try the new skill on her? Just as he cast it, the system spoke again. The homage to the great master skill has been activated on Lan Tin Ungayat. Tin Ungayat was turning her back to leave. You two just stay there and kneel, I'm going back first. But her body suddenly turned toward Ningfem involuntarily. His new ability left Tin Ungayat unable to resist, causing her to kowtow with a thud on the ground. The other two stared at her, thinking, she clearly said she wouldn't kneel, yet her form in turning and kneeling is even more skillful than ours. Big Sis is indeed a hidden master. Seeing the effect of the skill, Nimefam thought contentedly, she really knelt, I wonder if the success rate is 100%? Seeing this, Thientrong smiled and stepped forward saying, everyone, there's no need to kneel anymore, Master Neen isn't the type of person to harbor petty grudges. As soon as the next white rat voluntarily stepped forward, Ninfiem used his abilities and activated the pay respects to a master skill on Truong Thien Dong. Unexpectedly, Thientrong's foot tripped on a rock from the petrified soldiers blocking the path. His body swayed, losing balance and lunging forward uncontrollably. Despite trying to lower his center of gravity, Thientrong slid a considerable distance on the ground. So, he ended up kneeling down in front of everyone's astonished gazes. The two men, Li Kuang and Sufong, were utterly panicked by Thientrong's peculiar posture. This technique looked so flamboyant, and the brilliant halo blinded them so much they couldn't see clearly. At this moment, Nin Plich Kim looked up and saw only Tayat Wai standing alone. Sensing her isolation, and seeing her friends unconsciously kneeling before him one after another, she couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat of anxiety. Quick-witted, she lay flat on the floor herself. Sufong was even more surprised seeing this. She'd rather lie flat on the ground than kneel, it seemed she had more guts than the big sister. Ninfem focused his energy and immediately unleashed the pay respects to a master move aimed directly at Dung Toyat Wai. Toyat Wai's body was no different from the previous two, she completely lost control and began to move. After a few twists and turns, she was in the correct kneeling posture. Sufong and Li Kuang had their eyes opened, so proactively lying down was to increase the difficulty of the kneeling action. Nin Plich Kim stood up and waved his hand, telling them, don't be so formal, everyone. You really don't need to do this. Just follow me with peace of mind. I guarantee I won't deceive you. Tan Hung returned to classroom C's room in a bitter mood because his beloved students were humiliated by the boy. He angrily slammed his hand down on the table, leaving a deep indentation in the wood. He screamed in anguish, Ning Fishkum, I swear I won't let this go. Just then Lai Fong, who was standing outside the door witnessing the entire incident, froze. He thought to himself, could it be that Tan Hung was also taught a lesson by Nin Fitkum? He quickly spoke up, suggesting, Tan Hung, how about we join forces? Meanwhile, in classroom C, a secret meeting between two allies was taking place to deal with Ning Hishkum. Tan Hung began by criticizing, that guy Nin Fitkum is truly too arrogant. Lai Fong agreed, replying, that's right. He's only been the teacher of classroom D, yet he's already acting so aggressive. Seeing that the other party was on his side, he added, Teacher Lai, can you swallow this humiliation? Tan Hung declared indignantly, how could I? I will definitely get this debt back. But as soon as he finished speaking, Lai Fong appeared hesitant. It's just that his strength seems to have recovered a bit. It looks like he won't be easy to deal with. Tan Hung reassured him, it's okay. It's not easy to fully recover. The two sinister men began to discuss their plan. You mean tonight we... Tan Hung and Lai Fong were so engrossed that they forgot Ngok Toyet was secretly standing outside eavesdropping. Let's proceed with that plan. Hearing the schemes of those two villains, her expression became extremely worried. Time flew by until late at night. Neem Pleshm strolled leisurely on the deserted road without the slightest hint of fear. He thought to himself, the master cultivation system is truly terrifying. In just one day it has completely changed the students. If only my own strength could improve this quickly. Suddenly, Tan Hung and Lai Fong blocked his path. Nin Plim, you've finally appeared. We've been waiting for a long time. However, he calmly asked back, what do you two want me for? Are you inviting me for a meal? The other man then shouted, at this hour, who has the time to invite you for a meal? Tan Hung cracked his knuckles with a threatening expression. You're right, we actually want to invite you to eat something. Li Fong wickedly chuckled in agreement. We're inviting you to eat a full punch. Nin Fim, unfazed and calm, said, I can understand your anger, but aren't you afraid of the consequences of publicly ambushing me like this? Tan Hung shouted loudly, pointing directly at his face. What is there to be afraid of? No one in this entire school wants you here. You'd best pack your bags and leave. Don't make us resort to force. Lai Fong, seeing his comrade speak, chimed in, don't blame us for being cruel, blame yourself for being clueless. Nine Fem completely ignored the two in front of him. Because he already had them where he wanted them. He smiled defiantly and wondered to himself if the two of them really thought they could take him down. Tan Hung was so furious that he transformed, tearing his clothes, and shouted, Ning Fem, don't you dare be so arrogant. Lai Fong commanded his summoned beast to charge as fast as lightning, yelling, defeating a few of my low-level monsters is nothing, behold the true power of my natal beast. While Nin Fame suddenly had an idea, would that master skill work on these guys? The two of them joined forces and charged toward him, both shouting at the same time, "Give up your life, kid!" A mechanical system notification interrupted. The user has successfully cast the skill on Tan Hung and Lai Fong. Immediately, both of them and their summoned beasts tripped and fell flat on their faces before switching to a kneeling position. All three collapsed at his feet in an orderly manner, unable to resist. Both Lai Fong and Tan Hung were stunned, then shouted in a panic, "What on earth is this?" Ningok Toyet hurriedly ran over and hid behind a wall, gasping for breath, thinking to herself that she really couldn't rest easy and hoping she wasn't too late. The scene of those two and their summoned beasts kneeling before Ninfem appeared, Ngok Toyet breathed a sigh of relief, realizing her worries had been in vain. Ninfem stroked his chin sarcastically and asked, "Is there anyone else who wants to continue the fight?" Tan Hung was so livid that the veins on his face bulged. "Ninfem, I will definitely take your life no matter what." While the two sides were in a standoff, Lai Fong quietly activated a secret seal, his blood turning into a pink aura that enveloped his body as he swore, "If I can't take you down, I swear I will no longer be human." Their fighting spirit made Ninfem feel quite satisfied. "That's right, keeping up such will is the only way this will be fun." Lai Fong shouted a challenge, "Come on, summon your giant stone soldier," while Tan Hung added, "Let's see if your beast can withstand the two of us brothers." Ninfem showed his disdain and said, "I never had any intention of using that low-level summoning technique," then calmly continued, "I will use your own specialty to defeat you so convincingly that you'll have to accept it." Ninfem suddenly emitted a brilliant golden aura that surrounded him, forcing his two opponents to quickly shield their eyes. The radiant aura from him created immense pressure, making Tan Hung lose his balance and stumble. He looked up with a face dripping with sweat and stammered, "What is this?" As Ninfem continued to gather his strength to summon his spirit beast, "It's time for my natal beast." Ninfem calmly gave a simple reason. "It's just that when I summon, I don't need to sacrifice anything at all." Suddenly, from within the cracked ground, a thin and skeletal arm emerged. Immediately, a grim reaper with overwhelming murderous intent materialized. Lai Fong was so terrified that his face turned deathly pale, wondering, "What is this? What is this bone-chilling feeling?" Then, Nangfem looked at them with cold eyes and snapped his fingers, signaling, "Finish them off." Lai Fong's spirit beast charged straight at his grim reaper without any hesitation whatsoever. Instantly, Ninfem's spirit beast delivered a clean slash that split the monster in two. Tan Hung watched with his mouth agape in terror and began to feel afraid. Taking advantage of Tan Hung's dazed state, Ninfem seized the opportunity. "Hey, where are you looking? Your opponent is right here!" As soon as the words were out, he delivered a straight punch directly into the middle of Tan Hung's body. Ninfem's strike was so powerful that it knocked the breath out of him, leaving him only able to let out a painful gasp. He maintained his arrogant smile and finished, "It is me." The scene shifts to early the next morning at the school. Inside the classroom, a crowd of students was buzzing as they told each other the latest news. Images of Tan Hung and Li Fong wrapped in bandages appeared. Li Kuang recounted the whole story from the previous night, while Su Fong laughed gleefully. "Have you guys heard? Those two were beaten so badly they were hospitalized. Apparently they were ambushed, so no one even knows what the perpetrator looks like." Ninfem had just walked into the classroom, hands in his pockets, letting out a long yawn before greeting the whole class with a "Good morning." Two students who were chatting animatedly suddenly turned to look at him with excitement, eagerly returning teacher Nin's greeting. Thien Trong gently raised his head and smiled back, while Tin Ungayat didn't even bother to look, just closing her eyes and grumbling about why they had to waste energy on greetings. In the corner of the classroom, Toyet Wai appeared visibly distressed. She was breaking out in a cold sweat, her face flushed, and her hands twisted together as if hiding something difficult to talk about. Ninfem maintained his calm demeanor, opened his attendance book, and told the class to settle down, saying he had to take attendance before beginning the lesson. Each name was called out, followed by a clear response, starting from Su Fong, Li Kuang, Lan Tin Ungayat, Truong Thien Truong, and ending with Dung Tiat Wai. After taking attendance, he noticed Su Fong's absence. Thien Truong explained anxiously that he had been absent for the past month for unknown reasons. Brushing that matter aside, Nangfem returned to the main point. "Let's begin today's lesson. Let's see if anyone has made any new progress." Toyet Wai suddenly raised her hand, trembling uncontrollably, and whispered a request to speak. Seeing his student suddenly being so bold, Ninfem responded enthusiastically, "Very good, Dung Toyet Wai, do you want to be the first volunteer?" However, Toyet Wai hesitated, saying she felt a bit unwell and would like to ask permission to go to the infirmary. Hearing this, Nangfem was suddenly disappointed. He sighed and told her to go, then raised his hand to stroke his chin in thought. Su Fong and Li Kung saw their chance and immediately stepped forward to beg teacher Ning to continue the training, because they were very hungry to become stronger. Ninfem lethargically walked out of the classroom, instructing the group to study on their own while he had some personal business to attend to. The two of them, who had been falsely excited about training, had to let out a frustrated sigh as the scene shifted to the sign for the school infirmary. It turned out Ninfem had skipped class to sneak down to the infirmary to look for Toyet Wai, wondering to himself if this was really the place. Just as he peeked inside, he was stunned by the sight of Toyet Wai undressing behind the curtain. She suddenly called out that she had taken off her outer clothes and invited him in, causing Ninfem to blush bright red, and start bleeding from his nose in his excitement. He wondered to himself if she should really be that overly polite. She turned sideways, urging him to hurry up, or else she would change her mind right now. With blood streaming down to his chin, Ninfem told himself he wasn't a bad person. He was just using his master's gaze to check his student's aptitude. As his hand reached for the curtain to pull it back, he thought to himself that he would only take a quick look. But just then, Cao Cao suddenly questioned him from behind, asking what he was planning to do. Her eyes narrowed suspiciously as she asked what he was planning to do to her little student. The sound of a camera clicking continuously echoed, and a bewildered Ninfem asked if this was some secret cosplay session. It turned out Toyet Y had asked Cao Cao to help her take photos. He annoyingly scolded her for secretly asking someone else, but soon forgave her because the outfit suited her well, while Cao Cao, with blood pouring from her nose, gave a thumbs up to signal she was done, and said it was time for a break. Ninfem, standing nearby, chimed in that she should remember to call him next time, and he would buy her a few more outfits, making her blush.
Get out!
Toyet Y pulled the curtain shut and told teacher Nin that she was fine and they should go back to class. Cao Cao turned to criticize him, saying if he couldn't teach her, he should let her come to him, as her low aptitude only suited healing magic. Ninfem immediately retorted that no one said he couldn't teach her, and he would prove it to her. Finishing his sentence, he raised his hand to his eyes to activate the system, officially initiating his master's gaze on Toyet Y. The system responded that Toyet Y possessed a special constitution and her magic consumption was only 1/10 that of a normal person. She recited incantations extremely quickly, making her very suitable for offensive magic. The notes also revealed that Toyet Y was a double agent for the Divine Superpower Alliance they were looking for. Ninfem took the piece of paper, expressing skepticism upon seeing that the Esper Alliance's slogan was World Domination, wondering if it was a place that taught such bizarre things. Xiao Xiao had already begun to lose all patience. She pressed him to find out if he had discovered any clues. He calmly retorted, "How could that be possible?" stating that Toyet Y was naturally a magical genius, causing the young girl to look up with a blush and wonder if she really was that talented. Xiao Xiao immediately dismissed it. What genius? She doesn't even know the most basic level of healing magic. She's the poorest student I've ever dealt with. Ninfem remained calm, saying she didn't understand her true potential because Toyet Y was actually a genius in the field of offensive magic. She argued in frustration, "You're talking nonsense. Offensive magic consumes 10 times more energy than healing magic. With her meager magical reserves, she could never use it." Ignoring her words, he gently asked Toyet Y if she had ever tried offensive magic. "Yes, sir." Ninfem patted the girl's head affectionately. "Congratulations, from now on you are a mage specializing in offensive magic." Xiao Xiao pushed between the two of them angrily. "Stop your little show. I've seen through you, you're completely unqualified to guide her." The young girl placed her hand on her chest hesitantly. "Ms. Lin, I want to place my trust in teacher Nin," causing her teacher's eyes to lower with concern and anxiety. Right then, Zhang Ying appeared awkwardly at the doorway, shyly apologizing for the inconvenience. Shishao rushed over in a panic. "Another fever. This is the 5th time already. My healing magic clearly cleared up the illness." Ninfem was full of doubt. It was strange that healing magic couldn't break the fever. He activated his master's insight toward Zhang Ying while Xiao Xiao stepped forward to use a benevolent light for a re-examination. Ninfem spoke up calmly, "Stop right there. You will never be able to cure this illness of hers." Xiao Xiao turned around and questioned him irritably. "What gives you the right to assert that I'm incapable of treating her?" He replied casually, "It's simple because she isn't actually sick." Zhang Ying asked in bewilderment if she really wasn't sick. Xiao Xiao flew into a rage and shouted back, "Whether she's sick or not,
I'm a rank B healer!
How could I possibly fail to diagnose such a simple illness?" Ningfem's expression remained calm. "There are some truths that you simply cannot see through." After saying that, he turned to Zhang Ying with a smile. "Lately, you've hit a bottleneck that's stalling your awakening level, haven't you?" The girl nodded shyly in confirmation. He snapped his fingers decisively. "That's exactly why her body is burning up like this." Donning his white lab coat, he explained confidently, "It's because the fire attribute magical power inside your body is surging." Ninfem added further, "In fact, your healing treatments are unintentionally preventing her natural awakening process." All three of them stood frozen in shock, exclaiming in unison with disbelief. Zhang Ying looked up and asked timidly what she should do next. He replied in a soothing tone, "Don't worry, just leave everything to me." Zhang Ying begged him to help through her tears. He patted her head reassuringly. "This is no trouble at all." Xiao Xiao stood to the side with her arms crossed, unable to hide her curiosity about what he was planning to do. Ninfem glanced at her confidently. "I'll give you a free lesson to broaden your horizons." He took out a package of aromatic hot pot seasoning and fresh ingredients. Soon, a lavish hot pot spread was ready on the table. Everyone enjoyed the delicious meal together, constantly praising its wonderful flavor. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao realized something was wrong and shouted in surprise, "Why are we just sitting here eating hot pot?" He invited her with a smile, "Please, help yourself." Toyet Y cleverly explained that teacher Nin was using this method to stimulate the fire magic within Zhang Ying, leaving Xiao Xiao to skeptically ask if the girl even understood those words. She pointed towards Chu Din while speaking, her voice revealing clear confusion. Wait a minute, could it be that this one hot pot meal alone was enough to awaken her? Engrossed in devouring the delicious food, Chudin suddenly turned around, sensing that something was wrong. The girl leaned back, her whole body pulsating as if enveloped by a magical force, her expression dazed and incredulous. What is this? Chudin also stared in amazement at the flames erupting on her hands, thinking joyfully that her power had truly leveled up. Ninfem scratched his head with regret. Sadly, I only helped increase your awakening value by a mere 5%. Despite the modest number, the girl replied radiantly.
That is more than enough.
Chudin ran off excitedly. Thank you, teacher. I must use this method to achieve a breakthrough quickly. Xiao Xiao was still puzzled. How could that be? Has upgrading become that easy? He glanced at her and smirked. Are you convinced now? Xiao Xiao stubbornly retorted. You just used some unorthodox tricks to get lucky. Ninfem didn't bother to care. He placed his hand on Tayat Y's shoulder and said, Doesn't matter whether you believe it or not, it is enough that my student believes. Ninfem continued to provoke. Let me show you what my true strength is like. Finishing his sentence, he turned his back and called out, Let's go. Let me take you to discover a whole new horizon. Toyat Y bowed her head shyly and replied yes. Faint streaks of sunlight crept through the training ground, casting a fresh golden hue. Ninfem and Toyat Y stood in the middle of the grounds, and the atmosphere around them suddenly became strangely quiet. Dongloi approached, folding his arms and looking on with a disdainful gaze. Oh, isn't this teacher Ning? Did you come here for a sightseeing tour? He turned to ask Toyat Y, Do you hear a dog barking somewhere? Causing Dongloi's face to change color as he felt heavily insulted.
He shouted, Get out of here right now!
This is the training area for offensive mages. We don't welcome your kind. Ninfem tenderly patted Toyat Y's head and said firmly, How do you feel? He glanced at Dongloi and continued, Are you afraid I'll ruin this place of yours? He burst into sarcastic laughter, considering it the most ridiculous thing he had ever heard. The students around them began to whisper, That girl Toyat Y can't even master basic healing spells, yet she wants to switch to the offensive track. How ridiculous. The teacher is crazy, so the students have caught the disease too. Unable to endure those grating words any longer, Ninfem gritted his teeth. You can insult me, but you must absolutely not look down on my students. The other kids hugged each other, pretending to cry. Oh, I'm so scared. Toyat Y also felt worried and asked softly, Teacher, can I really do it? He turned to look at the girl with a resolute gaze. Put your trust in me. Afterward, Ninfem called the girl closer, lowering his voice to whisper in her ear. After the discussion, he asked seriously, Did you remember everything? Toyat Y nodded. Yes, teacher, just trust me. Dongloi smirked. Fine, let this girl make her move first. He sneered. The probability of her being able to use intermediate magic is lower than the odds of me being struck by lightning. However, Dongloi suddenly froze, his eyes widening in astonishment as he looked at the girl in front of him. Toyat Y closed her eyes to concentrate, the energy gradually blending into her body. She opened her eyes with a determined gaze directed straight ahead. Then Toyat Y shouted loudly, the energy swirling and gathering in her palms. Thunder bomb. Bolts of lightning crisscrossed the sky and crashed down with a deafening roar. As dust and smoke billowed, Dongloi's face changed color, his eyes bulging in shock. He stammered, unable to form a word. Dongloi stood frozen before the scattered ruins at his feet. This was completely unbelievable. He was skeptical. Its awakening level hadn't even reached 10%, so how could it be capable of casting a third-tier spell? Ninfem crossed his arms over his chest and replied gently, As your kind only capable of judging based on those soulless numbers. He stroked Toyat Yi's hair and asserted with pride, My student's caliber isn't decided by such dry benchmarks. Toyat Yi smiled softly, her clear eyes filled with sincere admiration. Dongloi flew into a rage, pointing his finger directly at him and shouting, Ningfem, your status was decided long ago. Both you and those worthless students of yours aren't worth a single cent. Ninfem glanced at him with contempt. What right does someone I've trampled under my heel have to speak? Have you no shame? Dongloi screamed again. Ningfem, I gave you a chance to save face. He declared arrogantly. Even if I have to face punishment, today I will definitely teach you some manners. Ninfem didn't back down, his tone full of defiance. If you're so confident, then go ahead and make your move. His eyes radiated extreme provocation, while Toyat Yi stood beside him, clutching his hem as if trying to stop him. The young girl spoke up timidly, Teacher Nin, let's just go back. Don't get involved in any more trouble. Ninfem reached out and patted her head, a gesture that was both kind and familiar. He cast a glance at Donglai. When a student is insulted, the teacher must demand justice. Ningfem smiled, his firm tone reassuring her. It's all right, don't worry. He looked at his palm and thought to himself, the Gu Master system is supporting my level up. I've also regained a bit of my power. Ninfem felt a bit uncertain and muttered, It should be enough to handle this guy. He beckoned with a finger, challengingly inviting his opponent. Ninfem continued to provoke him. Don't blame me for bullying you. Go ahead and strike first. He was furious, gathering purple energy between his palms. I'll make you regret those words you just uttered. As soon as he finished speaking, Donglai unleashed a blade-shaped lightning bolt, roaring 5th-tier lightning magic thunderstrike. He smirked, his fiery eyes intently watching every move. Ninfem raised his hand, enveloped in golden energy, and spoke, Is that all? A sphere of energy immediately surrounded him, completely blocking the opponent's attack. Dong Lei's jaw dropped as he realized his opponent was not as ordinary as he had thought.
What?
Ninfem thought to himself, I overestimated him and underestimated the system. My strength doesn't stop there. Intense lightning surge covering his body. Now it's my turn. Ninfem reached his hand toward the sky like a lightning rod, dark clouds gathered rapidly, and thunder roared. Without a hint of hesitation, he displayed his ultimate skill 8th tier lightning magic. Ninfem loudly chanted the name, the wrath of Xenos the thunder god. Dong Lei's eyes widened in shock. How can this be? Toyat Yi watched from the side, crying out anxiously, Teacher. Ninfem pointed his hand directly at him, drawing down the fury of the lightning. Lightning discharge. Dong Lei stood frozen in place, looking up at the sky in sheer terror. The lightning struck the ground, its brilliant light tearing through the heavens. Dong Lei was struck by the lightning, his body covered in wounds, his spirit shaken to the core. Ninfem smiled smugly. Excellent, my strength is almost fully restored. From now on, I'll just use the system to level up. With everything settled, he glanced at the other students and signaled, Get this guy out of my sight. 3 or 4 of them hurriedly gathered to carry Dong Lai away, responding in unison, Understood, we're on it. Ninfem turned back to look at the young girl behind him, gently reassuring her that from now on, with me here, no one will be allowed to bully you again. Toyat Y hesitantly placed her hand on her chest and asked, Teacher Ning. He turned his head and answered the young girl with a resolute gaze, What is it? Toyat Y gathered all her courage and asked, Teacher Nin, can I become as formidable as you? He quickly replied, Of course that's impossible. Having said that, Ninfem reached out to encourage her, My students should actually surpass me. As soon as she heard that, the girl immediately turned away, leaving him bewildered, not understanding what he had done wrong. Toyat Y slowly removed her glasses from her face and rubbed her eyes as the system notified, Received 24 trust points from Dung Toyat Y. Ninfem silently approached from behind as the girl sobbed, Teacher Nin, this is the first time someone has recognized me like this. He chuckled and casually said, I have one more thing I want to give you. Ninfem changed his demeanor, his heart-shaped eyes full of delight. You look very cute when you're not wearing glasses. At Class D, spiderwebs had covered the sign. Inside, Li Kuang shouted, It's been this long, why hasn't Teacher Nin returned yet? Su Fong, standing nearby, chimed in, That's right, he didn't go to visit Dung Toyat Y, did he? He added, Dung Toyat Y always looks so sullen, it's annoying to even look at her. The two looked toward Tin Ungayat and whispered, Come to think of it, when it comes to looks, we have to talk about our eldest sister. Tin Ungayat pretended not to care on the outside, saying, Don't talk nonsense, but inside she was blooming with joy thinking, At least those two have good taste. Just then, Ninfem returned with Toyat Y following behind, I'm back. Lai Kuang and Su Fong hurriedly ran out to welcome him. We are glad you are back, teacher. The girl stood close to Ninfem, her clear eyes welling up with tears. The other two felt their hearts pounding, eyes turning into hearts, and drool dripping. So cute. I think I'm in love. Do you two want to die? Looking back at the figure behind them, Lai Kuang and Su Fong smirked. Dare you? Tin Ngayat flew into a rage, clenching her fists and yelling, Do you two want to die? To the surprise of the whole class, Tiet Y slowly walked toward Thien Trong. The girl hesitated and said, Hello, and Thien Trong shyly replied, Hello. Ninfem stood by watching the two interact intimately and offered a meaningful smile. At this moment, in the headmaster's office, a familiar voice rang out, Headmaster Ma, you must seek justice for me. Dong Loi's face was covered in injuries, and he clutched his face in pain, complaining, Teacher, look at what Ninfem has done to me. Kai Sun placed his hand on his chin, pondering, Ninfem again. Has this guy's strength recovered? Besides, he wasn't that strong before. He screamed, This is bullying people too much. Headmaster Ma, you must not let him get away with it. After listening to Dong Loi's complaints, he turned and replied, Rest assured, even if he has recovered his strength, he won't have any chance to rise again. Kai Sun snapped his pen in half, his face darkening. He stated firmly, Hey, and those students must get out of Tin Sat Academy soon. The scene changed, clear blue sky, gentle breezes blowing across the large schoolyard. The students gathered around the notice board discussing excitedly. Everyone curiously read the notice from the administration regarding the use of facilities. From now until next week, if any class has fewer than 7 students, it must be dissolved. June 12, 2019 Administration Office. Thien Trong said indignantly, Out of this whole Tin Sat Academy, our class is probably the only one that doesn't meet the requirements. Tin Ungayat agreed, they clearly want to wipe out Class D. Just then, a hand decisively tore down the notice. Ninfem tore the paper to shreds and said calmly, So what? Isn't it good to thwart their schemes? Ninfem turned to the class and asked, Counting Su Fong who is absent, we have 6 students in total, meaning we are still missing 1 member. Toyat Y spoke up. They probably thought no one would want to join our class, so they made this requirement. Tearing the paper into pieces, he turned and walked away. Wait for me to return, then we'll decide. I'm going to Su Fong's house. You all should study on your own. Lai Kuang and Su Fong sighed in frustration. Self-study again? Teacher, couldn't you wait until class is actually over before leaving? He turned his head and replied, Off-duty hours are for resting, my young friends. Toyat Y blushed and approached Thien Trong to ask, Hey, I want to go to the practice field to practice the magic Mr. Ning just taught us. Do you want to come along? Seeing a sweet deal, Thien Trong nodded, Sure, Let's go. As for Tin and Gayat, she invited the remaining two. I want to practice as well. You two come with me. However, Liquang and Sofong were captivated by Toyat Y and immediately refused. No way, we want to go with Dung Toyat Y. But those two had no say in the matter. Tin and Gayat gave them a sound beating, then summoned the first 9 thunder to drag them both away. As for Ninfem, he was standing in front of a high-rise apartment building. Following the address, he stood in front of an apartment, thinking to himself, this must be Sofong's home. Ninfem reached out to ring the bell and waited patiently. The door slowly opened, revealing a figure inside. Tin Thian, covered in talismans with an anxious look on her face, asked, Who are you? Ninfem replied gently, I am Sofong's teacher. I've come for a short visit. Hearing that, she was overjoyed. You're finally here? Please come in and see my son. Ninfem was a bit confused, but he nodded and asked, Shall we head inside? He stepped into the room, and all he saw was a single cardboard box. A faint light cast onto the desk and the surrounding atmosphere became incredibly silent. Ninfem spoke up, This is Sofong, right? Standing next to him, Tin Thian frowned and confirmed, That's right. He looked at the cardboard box in front of him. It had 2 small holes poked in it, so the person inside could see out. Tin Thian explained, Last month, after coming home from school, he just hid in that box and refused to say a word. She asked worriedly, Could he be possessed? Ninfem waved his hand to reassure her, No, I'm sure of it. Please rest assured, ma'am, let me talk to him. After saying that, Ninfem stepped into the room and firmly closed the door. Standing in front of the box, he spoke, It's Mr. Ninfem here. Come out, let's talk. However, Sofong remained stubborn and refused to show himself. Ninfem lost his temper and threatened loudly, Are you trying to force me to use drastic measures? Ninfem grew increasingly impatient, his voice rising, Do you really want me to take action? At that moment, he suddenly paused because he noticed the box next to him remained strangely undisturbed. Ninfem frantically overturned the cardboard boxes one after another, gritting his teeth as he demanded, What kind of trick are you playing? A moment later, Ninfem sighed helplessly, Forget it. Seeing you like this, I don't know what else to say. Let me see for myself then. Just as he finished speaking, the system suddenly announced, Activating probe on Sofong. The system reported Sofong, naturally gifted in speed magic, loves flying objects. Due to secret flight practice, his magic has become disordered, making him prone to tripping while running. His lack of determination prevents him from breaking through to the final level. Ninfem fell into deep thought. He loves flying objects. Then the cause is clear, but how should I solve the issue of his lack of determination? He looked around and questioned himself, Do I really have to go to that extent? At that same moment, seeing Sofong about to move, Ninfem quickly pulled off his mask and asked, Where do you think you're going? Sofong bashfully told Teacher Nine not to worry about him, saying that a student who falls flat on his face while running is a lost cause, and the teacher should just leave him alone. After hearing those words, Ninfem's eyebrows rose slightly with a hint of hidden meaning. Without a word, Ninfem slowly approached him, lowered his voice, and asked if he was determined not to go no matter what. Sofong firmly replied that he wasn't going. He added that even if the teacher beat him, hauled him up, or threw him out the window, he would never agree to go to school. As soon as the words were out, Sofong saw Ninfem suddenly reach out and grab his belt. He smirked and asked how he knew he was planning to throw him out the window, leaving him stunned for a few seconds, only able to utter a confused, Ha! Sofong yelled for Teacher Ning to wait, saying it wasn't that he couldn't go to school. However, Ninfem didn't want to drag it out any longer and decisively said it was too late. Before he could react, he felt himself merging with the wind. The sensation of floating made Sofong scream in terror. Sofong looked down and saw that there was barely any distance left between him and the ground. A moment later, Ninfem suddenly spoke up and told him to open his eyes. Hearing this, he slowly opened his eyes and asked what. The other explained that his flying magic had actually reached its final stage. The only thing he lacked was being pushed to the brink. Sofong realized the truth and asked if that was why the teacher had made him merge with the wind. Ninfem nodded in admission, nonchalantly saying that if he tried to run in the future, he would only end up falling. Just half a second later, Ninfem added that in return, he was fully capable of flying. His tablet was currently playing a dramatic boxing match. Ninfem leisurely sat on Sofong's back while enjoying the show, looking at the surroundings and remarking on how beautiful life was. At the same time, Ninfem's gaze swept across the distance and spotted the school. So he said they were almost there. He put away the tablet and ordered him to go down. Right now, at the school's soccer field, Luong Fai was instructing Lai Chan to take the opportunity to break Class C's record. He told him to run well. Look An replied that he should rest assured because he still had plenty of stamina. Seeing his enthusiastic expression, Luong Fai smiled and told him to get ready. Less than half a second later, he shouted the order to run. Look An thought to himself, let's see who has the guts to break his record this time. Just as he was feeling smug, the figures of Ninfem and Sofong flashed past him in the blink of an eye. They dashed off so fast they vanished from sight, leaving Look An momentarily stunned. Look An stood there dazed, staring ahead. By the time he regained his senses, he realized his entire body was a mess. Meanwhile, at the main gate of the city's most prestigious Tin Sat Academy, the car door slowly opened, followed by the footsteps of Thean K. He looked around and asked if this was Tin Sat Academy. Inside, Li Kuang was singing loudly, "Please come home soon. Don't make me cry. Please come home soon." Tin Ungayat, stop it. You two quit the act. If the master is absent, just train on your own. It's nothing world-shattering. Theansa casually strolled inside and immediately ran into the group. He tilted his chin up and said, "Hey, which way is the faculty office?" She stared at him and frowned. "Are you going to ask others with an attitude like that? Aren't you afraid of getting a beating?" Theansa heard that and curled his lips disdainfully. "You want to hit me? Just the likes of you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Li Kuang suddenly lunged forward like lightning, so bold as to talk back to the big sis. "Are you tired of living or something?" Theansa observed, his lips curving slightly. The moment that kid swung his arm to throw a punch, he was stopped dead in mid-air. Li Kuang's entire body was then flung backward quite a long distance. His small body scraped against the cold ground, causing his skin to chafe slightly. Thean Kai approached and said coldly, "I've already warned you, you basically can't touch me." Tin Ungayat, sensing the tension, immediately asked, "Are you trying to pick a fight?" She stood still, looked straight at him, and declared, "Let me have a go at you." Seeing Tin Ungayat begin to make a move, Theansa immediately shifted his attention to her. She maintained a sharp gaze and added, "Don't worry, I promise I won't beat you to death." He showed disdain. "You think those rocks can penetrate my defenses?" Tin Ungayat waved her hand forcefully. "Just wait a little longer, and you'll understand completely." The stone guards moved under her guidance and advanced straight towards the target. They simultaneously rushed to attack Theansa but were ineffective. Just a few seconds later, he had shattered the stone guards into pieces. Tin Ungayat, witnessing that scene directly, stood dumbfounded. "What is this?" Theanka calmly stood in place, observing the shattered debris scattered all over the ground. After that, he cleanly finished off the stone guards, then brought a hand to his mouth and yawned widely. "What's wrong? Is that all your skill amounts to? It seems your master isn't much either." Thean Truong heard those words, his face flushing red, and he yelled, "What did you just babble about?" Theansa lowered his tone. "What's wrong? Annoyed because I touched upon your master. Then bring everything he taught you here and show it off." Toyat Y immediately reached out to summon a stream of spiritual energy without hesitation. She controlled several lightning orbs, sending them directly towards him. Yet, Toyat Y only managed to catch a faint curl of her opponent's lips. Thean Truong saw that scene, frowned, and let out a low growl from his throat. He lunged forward at an extremely fast speed out of anger, then continuously swung powerful punches towards Thean Kai. Thean Truong fought while calculating, what exactly is this guy's defense made of? Just a moment later, he stopped his hands, and his entire body froze in place. Thean Truong stepped back, but his eyes remained fixed on Thean Kai. He clapped his hands in applause. "You guys quite surprised me. Kudos to the courage of all of you." Noticing Thean Kai's disdainful attitude, Tin Ungayat pursed her lips in anger. "You are truly too much," Theansa said. "If you're not convinced, then just call your master out here to fight." She asked back, "Who exactly are you, and how do you know our master?" At that moment, Ningfem suddenly appeared. "It seems I just heard someone calling me," he thought. Seeing the chaotic scene before his eyes, he gaped, "What is this?" He didn't pay any attention to Thean Kai's gaze and calmly made a safe landing. However, Sofong's landing was so clumsy that it made Ninfem cough uncontrollably. "Next time, I'll have to teach you how to land properly." He smirked and sneered. "I will force you to take back the words you just uttered." Toyat Y spoke up, "Sorry teacher, we really can't defeat him." While Thean Truong added, "This guy's defensive ability is too formidable." Ninfem calmly reassured them, "There is no such thing as an impenetrable defense. You just haven't figured out how to break through it yet." Hearing that, Thean Ka burst into laughter. "If you're so good, then why don't you show them the method?" He replied, full of spirit. "What a coincidence, I was just about to do exactly that." Immediately, the system was activated and began scanning Thean Ka's data. It quickly returned the information. Thean Sa possesses the ability to create magical shields with an awakening rate of 4 to 8%. He is quite aggressive and is currently at the center of the defensive zone. Anyone with an awakening level above 25% is capable of defeating him. After reading the data, Ningfem gave a thin smile. "Kid, your time is up." Li Kuang quickly complained, "Teacher Nin, look at what that guy did to me." And So Fong added, "Teacher, you definitely can't let him off the hook." Seeing that scene, Theansa burst out laughing. "Just look at your pathetic students." Ninfem raised an eyebrow. "Pathetic? I think you're the pitiful one, a competitive person who only knows how to hide behind a cowardly defensive shell." Those piercing words made Theansa furious. "What did you just say?" Ninfem rolled his eyes and said, "You two, come here, I'll show you how to handle this." He stepped forward and spoke solemnly. "When you are bullied by others, you must stand up and fight back yourselves." Simultaneously, the system was activated to begin investigating Sofong and Li Kuang. It issued a notification. Sofong has mind-eroding magic but cannot negatively affect the opponent's spirit. What a joke, the system continued. Li Kuang possesses physical techniques but his strength is too weak, and only when he loses consciousness does his power erupt manifold. He was shocked. Power surges when losing consciousness. How can someone who has fainted even fight? These two are truly beyond saving. After pondering for a long time, Ninfem suddenly realized something. Wait a minute, he ordered. You two, come a bit closer, let me check one more time. The system began scanning Li Kuang and Sofong's data simultaneously. Ninfem looked at the results and muttered, just as I suspected. Both spoke in unison. Teacher Nin, is it possible that we can become stronger too? Upon hearing that, he responded quickly, that is most certainly the case. Then, Ninfem pointed directly at Tianse and calmly declared, next, give that guy a lesson he'll never forget. Ninfem called everyone to huddle in a circle to explain the combat plan. Does everyone understand? After hearing Ninfem's instructions, the whole group shouted in unison.
Yes, sir.
At this moment, he stood up straight with a smile on his face, gesturing toward Li Kuang and Sofong. You two will go into this battle. Hearing this, both of their faces suddenly turned pale. Li Kuang showed clear anxiety. Teacher Nin, don't you know our strength yet? And Sofong frowned in agreement. That's right, even if we know his weakness, we still couldn't possibly win. Ninfem stepped forward and put his arms around their shoulders. Of course, individually neither of you could beat him, but if you know how to cooperate, it's a different story. Having said that, he spoke in a serious tone to convey the strategy. Sofong, use your erosion magic to control Li Kuang's mind. Tin Ungayat, standing nearby, frowned in deep thought, using erosion magic on his own teammate. I don't know what kind of weird trick this teacher is planning now. After hearing Ninfem's plan, Li Kuang spread his arms wide and shouted with an air of resignation. If Teacher Nin has decided so,
then just do it! Don't go easy on me!
On the other side, Sofong began concentrating on casting his magic.
All right, I'm starting now.
With those words, he swung both hands forward, releasing waves of eerie, pitch-black smoke. The streams of smoke enveloped Li Kuang, causing his eyes to roll back and his body to collapse backward like a soulless corpse. Controlled and staggering back and forth, Li Kuang lost his sense of direction like a soulless puppet. With vacant eyes and arms flailing wildly, Ninfem suddenly spoke to command, control Li Kuang and attack. To which Sofong replied simply, understood. Seeing this scene, Tianse stood inside his magic shield with a look of defiance, declaring that so he wouldn't be accused of bullying the weak, he would stand still and let them attack him freely. No sooner had he finished speaking than Li Kuang, under Shifeng's manipulation, flew into a rage, swinging his fist to attack while Tianse stood grinning and motionless. The boy kept raining blows on the shield tirelessly because he was being controlled. Observing Li Ku's frenzied attack, he appeared unconcerned on the outside, claiming the opponent couldn't break his defense. But deep down, he was extremely bewildered as to why this guy's strength had surged so much. Outside, Shifeng smiled calmly and explained that it was just a warm-up, and the real attack was only now officially beginning. After speaking, Shifeng increased his mana to direct Li Kuang to charge straight at the target. The boy swung his hand to land an incredibly powerful blow on the shield, causing Tianse to mockingly remark once again that no one could break this protective layer. Yet, at that very moment, the shield suddenly developed a series of cracks as if about to shatter, leaving Tianse stunned and gasping in surprise. Before he could regain his composure, Li Kuang had punched through the defensive barrier and landed a heavy blow right in the middle of Tian Kai's face. The punch sent him flying out of the safe zone and skidding a long distance backward. Tianse lay sprawled on the ground with a dazed look, wondering why this group had been as weak as snails a moment ago, but were so strong now. Monitoring the battle's progress, Ninfem gave a challenging smile and reminded his opponent not to give up just yet, because the fun was yet to come. Opposite him, as soon as Tianse heard this, he sprang up immediately, his eyes widening in disbelief. Before he could recover, Tiantrong lunged forward and delivered a blow to his stomach that made Tianse see stars from the pain, followed immediately by Tinungait's massive 1,000-pound stone blocks crashing down. It still wasn't over, as Tiatwai added a bolt of terrifyingly powerful lightning that struck Tianka directly, nearly turning him into a scorched skeleton. The relentless barrage of attacks caught Tiancha off guard, and as a result, he collapsed and fainted right on the spot. A moment later, looking at the lifeless body, Tianchuang shoved his hands into his pockets and muttered that they might have gone a bit too far. Ninfem beside him replied dismissively that it was nothing, while Tiatwai used a small stick to curiously poke the defeated soldier. Tin and Gaiet appeared very serious, reminding them that being lenient toward an enemy is being cruel to oneself, and furthermore, the urgent issue now was that the class was about to be abolished. Seeing that the fight had ended in victory, Ninfem waved his hand to signal a dispersal, saying that everything would work out and urging everyone to go home so they could be done with it. As he was walking, he suddenly felt that something was off, as if he had overlooked something important. Meanwhile, at the office, Kai-sun was triumphantly holding a form because he had managed to save face this time. Just then, Thinsha, with a bruised and swollen face, walked into the room and asked if the person before him was indeed Director Kai-sun. Seeing the young man's insolent attitude, he immediately flew into a rage and shouted, asking for his identity while reminding him about addressing him by his name so bluntly. Despite facing the anger, Thienka calmly introduced himself as the newly transferred student named Thien Che. Hearing this, the director stared at the file on the table to verify it. Just a few seconds later, Kai-sun's attitude changed rapidly. He broke into a radiant smile and kindly asked how the precious student had sustained the injuries on his face. When asked, Thienka avoided eye contact and replied indifferently that he had just accidentally fallen down the stairs. Without a hint of suspicion, he eagerly stood up, intending to lead him on a tour of the school, but he didn't care at all and turned away, demanding to choose his own class. Kai-sun smiled and agreed instantly, allowing him to choose any class he liked. His enthusiasm was met only with a cold "fine" from Thienka. Having said that, he turned his back and walked away, slamming the door shut without waiting for any further response. As soon as Thienka disappeared from sight, Kai-sun excitedly called to announce that the genius of Class S had arrived and instructed them to let him choose his class as he pleased. He hung up and sighed in relief, overjoyed that a gifted student was coming and that he could get rid of the incompetent teacher. In another area, the door to the admissions office was still ajar with the sign hanging loosely above. Inside the room, LeChu handed a stack of files to Nainfem, who was yawning incessantly, and reminded him that the class was about to be dissolved, so he should hurry and prepare the withdrawal forms for those students. Taking the stack of papers from the old man's hand, he nonchalantly tore them in half and stated firmly that his class would never be cancelled, making the old man furious and sarcastic, claiming that apart from idiots, no one would want to join that class anyway. Just as the criticism ended, Thiensa suddenly walked into the room, as if slapping LeChu in the face, and declared his desire to join Ninfem's class, leaving the old man stunned and asking in disbelief if this was really the transferred genius to Thienka. LeChu thought Thienka was new and ignorant of how the world worked, so he kindly advised him, "You're a new student, so you don't know yet. This teacher is famous for being the most useless person at the Tin Sat Academy. His class is always at the bottom, so you should transfer to the SD class." He stood next to them, completely unbothered by the old man's words, and replied with a wary expression, "Didn't we agree that I have the right to choose my class? I am determined to join his class." Ninfem smirked, "You think you can just join if you want? When did I agree to accept you?" LeChu was stunned upon hearing this, mouth agape. "You're refusing him that bluntly." Thienche, seeing him reject him, replied irritably, "I heard your class is short on personnel, and if you don't have enough people, it'll be dissolved, won't it?" Ninfem replied nonchalantly, "Sorry, even if the class is wiped out, that's not for you to worry about." He smiled mockingly and signaled for the other person to continue. "However, only my class is capable of fusing your abilities this afternoon to create a perfect offensive and defensive combination. Let's just say we aren't fated to be." Thiensa began asking testily, "What must I do for you to accept me?" Ninfem smirked coldly and said, "It's simple. Say this sentence again, Teacher Nin, please let me into your class." With no other choice, Thiencha had to swallow his anger and repeat, "Teacher Nin, please let me into your class." He acted smug and kept raising the stakes, "Great Teacher Nin, please allow a lowly person like me to enter your class." Despite being extremely frustrated, he still had to comply, "Great Teacher Nin, please allow a lowly person like me to enter your class." Ninfem pushed his luck further. "Great and benevolent Teacher Nin, please allow a clumsy, lowly person like me to enter your class." Thienka was shaking with rage. "Great and benevolent Teacher Nin, please allow a clumsy, lowly person like me to enter your class." He still wouldn't stop. "Great, benevolent, and the world's most handsome Teacher Nin." LeChu stood nearby watching and couldn't believe his eyes. He stood there agape, speechless. Time flew by, and the fresh morning atmosphere began a new day full of excitement. At this moment, Ninfem was leisurely enjoying a delicious breakfast when he suddenly saw Thian Truong, Tin and Gayet, and Lequang looking sad and frightened. Ningfem, seeing his strange students, asked skeptically, "It's early in the morning, why are you so listless and lifeless?" Tin and Gayet tremblingly pointed to the right. "Teacher, just look for yourself and you'll know." Looking in the direction pointed, Kai-sun was wearing a cryptic smile, leaning against the edge of the table, and reminded him, "Nimfem, it seems your class roster still hasn't met the minimum requirements." Having heard this, he didn't care at all and turned back to continue eating. After finishing, Ningfem leisurely walked into the classroom and headed straight for the podium. He stopped, leaned both hands on the desk, and spoke calmly. "All right, let's start the lesson." In the classroom, Kai-sun, feeling completely ignored, angrily pointed at Ningfem's face and shouted, "Ningfem, the class is wiped out. What are you still teaching? Hurry up and pack your bags to go handle the paperwork, you bastard." Seeing this scene, Lequang hesitated anxiously. "Is everything ending here?" Sufong stood nearby and said sadly, "It was so hard to find a good teacher like Mr. Nain." Tuyet Wai, standing next to them, couldn't hide her heartbreak and frowned. Hearing Kai-sun's shouting, Ningfem picked at his ear and said, "I've already recruited enough people. What are you talking about? Dissolved." He responded with disdain, "Recruited enough people? Are you crazy? Who would be desperate enough to throw themselves into your pathetic class?" Facing the sarcasm, Ningfem remained calm without a trace of anger. "I think that student's name is Tathian Kai." Kai-sun heard this and laughed wildly. "Are you trying to laugh me to death?" Just then, Thien Ka was walking into the classroom. He beamed and shook his head in disbelief. "NS, rank student like Tathian Sa actually agreed to come to your class." As soon as he finished speaking, Kai-sun suddenly widened his eyes in surprise, looking at the door, and exclaimed, "Tathian Ka?" Tin and Gayet, standing nearby, also looked over silently. "It really is him." Ninfam chided him sternly. "You're late, yet you dare to walk in so boldly. Get out to the door and report to me." He wasn't angry at all but obediently left his seat, went to the door, and stood at attention, Teacher, I am reporting. Seeing this with his own eyes left Kai-sun shocked beyond belief. Seeing this, Nainfem nodded slightly in satisfaction and continued walking. He approached Thean Tae and went on and on. Tae, this is the most wretched class at the Tin Sat Academy. Just wait patiently, I will move you to the S class soon. He didn't care and gently refused. No need, I just want to stay in this class. At that exact moment, Lechu entered from outside holding a card. Tathianka, your student ID is ready. Kai-sun angrily rushed toward Lechu and grabbed his collar, shaking him hard. Why did Tathianka join Ninfem's class without reporting to me? Lechu, nearly shaken to the point of foaming at the mouth, tried to explain. Didn't you say it was his right to choose which class to join? Why would it need to be reported? Ignoring their argument, Ningfem reminded them. If you want to argue, go outside. I still have to lecture. Finally, Kai-sun let go of Lechu, turned around with a hateful glare, and said, Ningfem, I won't let you off that easily. He smiled indifferently, ignoring the threat. I'm always ready to take you on whenever. Leaving the classroom, Lechu said with a worried expression, Department Head Ma, what should we do now? Kai-sun walked alongside with a calculating gaze. Hurry up and call the person in charge of ritual affairs here for me. Just as they returned to class, Ningfem led the way with the children following behind. Tina Ngayat frowned in annoyance, pointed at Thiensa, and asked why someone like him was admitted, suggesting it would be better to replace him. He looked at her with a smirk and said she should thank him instead, as it was thanks to him that the entire class escaped being disbanded. Lai Kuang stood nearby making a face, sticking out his tongue and teasing that a loser is only good at posturing but has no real talent, and Sufong joined in, agreeing that it was absolutely true. Thien Trong quickly intervened, saying that since they are now classmates they should help each other, and Toyat Y also looked flustered, sincerely agreeing that he was right. After moving for a while, Nin Fem stopped and turned around with a smile to look at the class, asking if anyone remembered this place. Thien Sa shook his head, saying he had completely forgotten. At that moment, Nin Fem spread his arms wide, standing tall and proud, saying, You were once defeated right here. Wherever you fall, I will let you stand up from that very spot. Seeing Nin Fem's silly behavior, both he and Tin Ngayat broke into a cold sweat, standing frozen in place. Seeing that he was still immersed in his own narcissism, Thiensa said with a cold face, I don't understand what you're talking about. Just hurry up and start teaching. Hearing this, Nainfem turned to tease him, saying, Great teacher Nainfem, please guide me. So Thiensa had no choice but to repeat it gloomily. Nainfem pulled out a pair of glasses from somewhere and put them on to look professional. Seeing your sincerity, I will reveal how to resolve your old weaknesses. After saying that, he smiled during the instruction, saying, Your defense is too fragile. If an opponent focuses their attack there, the defense system will crumble instantly. Next, Ningfem held up 2 fingers, smilingly suggesting a solution where he could fully activate 2 layers of protection at the same time. He put his hands in his pockets and added that one layer would shield himself while the other specifically protected remaining vulnerabilities. Hearing this, Thien Trong's eyes lit up with admiration, thinking it was truly worthy of teacher Ning to come up with such a brilliant move. Thien Ka listened while wondering if he could manage to transform the defensive barrier. Ningfem looked at him and gave a firm thumbs up, telling him to rest assured because he could definitely do it. After hearing that confirmation, he clenched his fist with determination and said,
Yes, let me try.
Thien Ka closed his eyes and focused intensely, coordinating his energy while recalling Nin Fem's instruction. A bright shield gradually began to surround his body, looking very solid. A few minutes later, although Thien Ka was exhausted and drenched in sweat, his expression was very excited. Finally, he had succeeded. Standing outside, Sofong flew over to Tin Ngayat and suggested she try attacking. She clenched her fist and said he wasn't on her level yet. With those words, Tin Ngayat activated her power, and a massive silhouette appeared behind her, which she controlled to dash forward like lightning with a giant drill aimed directly at Thien Ka's defense. The drill surged forward and collided heavily with his golden shield wall. In less than a minute, the drill shattered against the sturdy defense, while Thien Ka remained unharmed inside. Tin Ngayat stared in shock, while on the other side, Nemfem chuckled to himself, pleased that his solution had worked perfectly. Tin Ngayat was exhausted, supporting herself with her hands on the ground, gasping for air. Meanwhile, Thiensha took a boastful stance, saying that he had now become the best student in the class. He looked down at her mockingly, saying that even defeating her wasn't anything to be proud of. Tin Ngayat was so furious she let out a loud scream, her face darkening as she growled, Do you want to die? So Thiensa then turned to ask Nainfem if the teacher could help him get even stronger, wanting to defeat everyone in school, even those in Class S. He heard that, chuckled, and shook his head, saying that there is no end to the path of learning, and there are still many things for him to master. At that point, Nainfem looked across the whole class and declared firmly that since everyone has their own unique traits, he would train them based on their individual talents. He continued, saying that they had now completed the first step to reaching the level of Class A students. Nainfem confidently crossed his arms, promising that in the next step, he would help them break through once more. The surrounding students looked at him with the utmost admiration. The system announced that the player had just received 55 more trust points from the students due to their reverence for him. Then, Ningfem excitedly pointed at Thien Truong and said they would start with him, He smiled proudly and calmly explained that he originally had the strength of a Class S student, but his power had declined due to an injury, which he would now fully heal. Finishing his words, Nimfem turned around, stretched, and smiled, saying he would stop talking now as class was over, and told Thien Trong he would look for him early tomorrow morning. In contrast to the lively atmosphere of Nimfem's class, the space in front of Class B's office was strangely quiet. In the silent room, everyone had settled into their seats with their own thoughts. Van Long rested his chin on his hands and asked seriously if everyone had caught the news about Nin Pame yet. Tang Min immediately chimed in, saying he heard that guy just picked a fight with some Class C teachers. And Kwai Chan added that head teacher Ma had been humiliated by him many times. Nat Thui wore a seductive smile and asked softly if the reason he summoned them there was to discuss Ninfem. The boss calmly replied that was correct, and since Ninfem had offended head teacher Ma, he would surely face retaliation. This was a golden opportunity to win him over, but Tang Min hurriedly interrupted, asking if it was too late to intervene since head teacher Ma had already sought help from the academic affairs department. Van Long sneered dismissively, reassuring everyone not to worry about the useless people in the academic affairs department as he had his own plans. Looking around the room, he added that the students under that guy's command were not worth worrying about either. Outside, white clouds drifted lazily across the sunny sky, while Ninfem rested on his bed with a satisfied smile, feeling very comfortable until he realized something was wrong. Suddenly remembering something, he jumped up immediately, thinking that if he had put effort into guiding the kids, he should make progress himself. He had been slacking off on his research into the ancient master system lately. Ninfem went into the bathroom and looked at himself in the mirror, unable to hide his narcissism. He told himself he was truly a top-tier specimen and had to admire himself carefully. He stared intently at the mirror, his eyes wide as he examined himself thoroughly. Nangfam stood motionless in front of the mirror for a long time. At that moment, the system began displaying blue parameters in his mind, ranging from his stable physical condition to his frozen awakening level, along with skills like the Master's Eye and Master's Greeting. His trust point balance was 80, and the user had consumed a certain amount according to each level: 5 for basic, 10 for intermediate, and 20 for advanced, all aimed at restoring the user's awakening level. Looking at the stats table, Ningfem rested his chin on his hand and thought. It turned out he didn't recover on his own, but had to use trust points to activate the skill, so he tested it by consuming 80 points, which increased his awakening level to 8%. Ningfem nodded, his suspicion confirmed. He sighed and placed his hand on his forehead, realizing that if he wanted to fully recover, he would have to continue diligently teaching those students. Suddenly, he was startled into realization, his mouth agape with an expression of astonishment. Could it be that he had lost the ability to use his skills? To confirm his suspicion, Ningfem raised his hand to cast the Netherworld Summoning Blade, but he was met only with a terrifying silence, leaving him completely frozen. Back on campus, the bright sunlight blanketed the area, accompanied by the busy, bustling atmosphere of the students. Ninfem walked leisurely with his hands behind his head, telling himself that even if he ran out of trust points, it didn't matter because he still had his lovely students as his support. Suddenly, whispering reached his ears. He stopped to look and saw Class D students causing trouble with teachers and top students from Class B at the competition arena, and Ninfem frowned slightly when he heard them mention his student's name. At the arena, a crowd had gathered, and Tianhui was observing the situation with visible anxiety on her face. Nuoc Thui crossed her arms and smiled, coaxing her to go back to her Class B, because Ninfem was a loser who couldn't teach anything. Liu Man, standing nearby, chimed in that if she were him, she would have no face left to stay at school. From a distance, Ninfem slowly approached with a challenging smile, saying that the person who spoke like that last time was still in the hospital. The atmosphere became thick with tension as his and Nuoc Thui's gazes met. She mockingly retorted that he hadn't recovered yet, adding that she had thought he was actually formidable. Nuoc Thui was smug, thinking the one who attacked Ningfem the other day was a legendary expert. Ningfem broke into a cold sweat, wondering how she had seen through his condition so quickly. Toyat Wai stood nearby, clenching her fists with a fierce look in her eyes, and replied that they had improved because of their teacher, and she would not allow them to insult him. Liu Man stood with her hands on her hips, and threw out a challenge, asking if he thought he was so good, would he dare to have a match. He ruffled the girl's hair as if to encourage her and smiled, saying that if they wanted a match, then so be it. Who was afraid of whom? Ninfem kept his eyes on Liu Man to analyze her, thinking to himself that this student seemed quite capable. A few seconds later, Ningfem covered his mouth with his hand, leaned closer to Toyat Wai, and whispered into her ear. A moment later, the young girl and Liao Min stood facing each other on the arena floor. The surrounding crowd held their breath as they watched their every move. Liao Min took the initiative and began to channel her power, joining her palms together. But before she could strike, Toyat Wai unleashed a bolt of electricity that zipped past, aimed straight at her opponent. The girl took the full force of the attack, and her body was thrown from the arena amidst a rising cloud of dust. Witnessing Liao Min being hurled away, Nat Thay was so shocked that her jaw dropped, unable to believe her eyes. She hit the ground with her eyes spinning, mumbling about the overwhelming speed, while Toyat Wai stood there in a stunned daze. She refused to accept defeat and immediately demonstrated her power, declaring that she had underestimated the students he had trained. Seeing this, Nanfem's face darkened, sweat broke out, and he clenched his teeth tightly. Natthoy rushed forward, shouting a challenge since she was unaware of her opponent's current strength. Ninfam smirked, thinking that this woman was determined to play until the bitter end. Toyet marveled at how truly powerful the speed attack magic her teacher had taught her was. System notifications popped up continuously. Trust points had just been increased by 10. His gaze became sharp. Bring it on. A single strike would be enough. Nanfam swung his hand and shouted, 6 realms fire art, causing her to panic instantly. Before she could recover, he unleashed the heavenly prairie fire, palm strike. Natthoy froze, her face charred black and her entire body emitting a scorched smell. Ninfem leisurely put his hands in his pockets and said, nothing is impossible. If you think it is, it's only because your vision is too narrow. Seething with resentment, she tore at her hair. Natthoy snarled and brandished her claws, saying, go ahead and be confident, let's see who is still standing at the very end. A flaming red fireball immediately shot from her hand directly toward the young girl. He quickly stepped forward to shield Toyet, scolding the lunatic while noting his trust points were almost exhausted. A loud explosion sounded along with a thick cloud of dust. From within the haze, 2 figures gradually appeared as Ninfem breathed a sigh of relief because the trust points had increased just in time. Natthoy's pupils constricted in shock, her mouth stammering in disbelief at what had just happened. He spoke haughtily, daring to touch my student. You must be tired of living. Ninfem began the summons: high-level summoning Demon Realm Crimson Fire, high-level summoning Ronin, and high-level combat magic Crimson Heavens Divine Thunder, leaving her utterly terrified by such incredible power. A fierce battle broke out, and cries of pain echoed everywhere. The girl looked at him with eyes full of admiration and gratitude, saying, thank you, master. Ninfem patted her head and said, the person who dares to bully my student hasn't even been born yet. Suddenly a call came from afar as Thian Truong rushed over frantically. Toyet, are you okay? The young girl lowered her head and whispered in reply that she was fine. Liao Min supported Natthoy with a worried expression, constantly calling out for her teacher. She was helped away but still turned back to growl, Ninfem, you just wait. He turned and called out, Truong Thian Truong, give me your hand so I can heal you. He stepped forward excitedly, his eyes lighting up as he asked, Master, can it really be healed? Hearing this, Ninfem calmly replied, if I have made a promise, I will certainly fulfill it. The 3 stood in silence as the area became strangely quiet. A circle of light appeared on their wrists, and Thian Truong asked in surprise, Master, what is this? He crossed his arms and answered, it's to force you to use your right hand. Of course, you need to exercise your joints to work effectively. Ninfem whispered into Toyet's ear, use an ice element skill to attack him. Remember, you must force him to use his right arm no matter what. The girl got into position and signaled the start. Immediately from within the dense smoke, sharp blocks of ice shot forward in quick succession. They zoomed rapidly, aiming straight at the spot where Thian Truong was standing firmly. Those ice shards exploded in mid-air before they could even touch him. Bits of crushed ice rained down to the ground, leaving Thian Truong and Ninfem bewildered. Nanfem looked at Toyet, puzzled, and asked, what are you doing? The girl shyly explained, I really don't want to hurt him. Hearing this, Ninfem blushed at this display of affection, feeling utterly helpless inside. Ninfem turned back with a serious look and said, this is an exercise to rehabilitate Thian Truong's right arm. Doing this won't help at all. You must land a real attack for it to be effective for him. He stepped forward and added, thanks Toyet, I'm fine, let's continue. The girl stood opposite Thian Truong and shouted, are you ready? With a determined look, he stared straight ahead and replied with high resolve, bring it on. Toyet put aside her shyness and focused on launching her attack, as a series of sharp ice blocks whistled toward Thian Truong's back. He tensed up and clenched his fist, waiting to counterattack, but due to his lingering mental tension, his movements were still not decisive. Because his reaction was a beat slow, Thian Truong was struck by the ice shards. The force of the impact sent him flying, causing the girl to scream his name in a panic. He fell sprawled on the ground with a pitiful, swollen face. Toyet rushed over in a panic to hug Thian Truong and reproached him. Why do you still refuse to use your arm? Ninfem held his head and sighed warily. It looks like we need to change our strategy. A loud shout from the office echoed through the hallway as Van Long slammed the table and roared, what did you say? That jinx Ninfem hasn't recovered but can still use his skills. Tang Bin and Kwai Chan replied in unison, how could that be? No Thui casually painted her nails and replied, if you don't believe it, just try it and you'll find out immediately. The old man glanced at the remaining 2, seeing both of them with their eyes tightly shut and their expressions darkened by anxiety. In Van Long's hand was a file containing the inspection of Class D. His eyes showed a sinister look. It seems this is the only way left. Ninfem, let's see how you handle this. Van Long threw the pile of documents toward him and ordered, you handle this paperwork directly. The old man laid out a vicious plan. If just one fails the exam and gets expelled, Class D will be dissolved due to insufficient headcount. In the school infirmary, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Cao Cao grumbled, are you kidding me? A grade S healer and you're saying you can't treat him? Hearing this, Ninfem asked, confused and suspicious, grade S. She blushed and corrected herself. It's grade B. Didn't you people want me to examine this kid? What are you standing there blankly for? He raised an eyebrow, wondering, why does this girl always brag about being grade S? Xiao Xiao began to channel magic. The system reported her as a grade S healing mage, specializing in healing and mental erosion magic. Her special constitution allowed her to use both types of magic simultaneously without losing accuracy or draining her energy. This is a rare ability within the league. Nenfem frowned again, always ranting about those with powers who have thoughts of conquering the world. Thian Truong thoughtfully looked at the blue light on her hands. This is definitely the holy light healing skill. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao stopped her magic completely. She glared at him and the boy in front of her with a furious expression. Before Thian Truong could regain his composure, Ninfem quickly brushed her hand away with a crafty attitude. This brat's senses are fine. Are you so bored that you brought some little brat here to bother me? He smirked and said, I need you to cooperate and act in a play with me. She frowned sternly. As a prestigious grade B healer, how could I help you deceive a child? Ninfem immediately questioned her, noting how confidently she claimed to be B grade instead of S grade. Xiao Xiao asked suspiciously, what is your intention? He continued leisurely, an S grade expert healer from the Holy Spirit Alliance can both erode minds and heal. Changing someone's short-term memory shouldn't be too difficult, right? Do you want me to continue? She waved her hand, using magic to obscure Thian Truong's sight. The surrounding air suddenly grew oppressive as Xiao Xiao threatened through gritted teeth. What other secrets do you know? Ninfem responded calmly, I know everything I need to know without missing a single detail. Angrily summoning a purple flame, her expression shifted rapidly. How on earth could you know this? With a simple snap of his fingers, he neutralized the magic, acting mysterious. A secret is a secret. Moreover, never think about touching my student. Bursting with murderous intent, Xiao Xiao summoned a bright red light. Since you've caught me, I can't let you leave here today. Nenfem merely tilted his head slightly to easily dodge the attack. He gently raised his hand to block it, and the flames turned into 2 columns of white smoke. We can just talk it out, why resort to physical violence? Xiao Xiao bowed her head in fury. Let's see if you can still open your mouth later. As soon as she finished speaking, she lunged at him with a sequence of rapid strikes. Ninfem narrowed his eyes in concentration, seeing through his opponent's weaknesses in just a few short seconds. Seizing the right moment, he grabbed Xiao Xiao's hands and held them firmly. Ninfem looked at her smugly. You're no match for me. He tightened his grip on her trembling hands. As long as you cooperate with me, I will surely keep your secret. Xiao Xiao immediately changed her attitude. We're all friends here? I will definitely help you with this small matter. But in her mind, she cursed angrily, you bastard, just you wait. Ninfem's voice rang in her ears, release the seal first. Hearing the call, Thian Truong hurriedly woke up. He stood next to him and gave a serious analysis. We've decided to transplant a new arm for you. Xiao Xiao quickly added, don't worry, the surgery will be very fast. You can go back to class right after. Before fully waking up, Thian Truong received this shocking news, feeling completely panicked. Ninfem looked at Thian Truong lying on the bed and said thoughtfully, whether or not to replace the arm depends on his will. Xiao Xiao interjected, but he's currently under anesthesia and partially paralyzed. He replied indifferently, then we'll just consider it as his implicit consent. Hearing that, tears almost welled up in his eyes. Ninfem held Thian Truong's arm. This arm is already useless. Let me remove it for you, keeping it will only stress you out. He teared up as Ninfem continued to rattle on. This replacement arm isn't bad at all. Once it's on, you'll definitely have a superhuman punch. Not to mention, this is the arm of the former King of Fists, unbeatable in 100 battles. Thian Truong sat blankly on the bed, intently observing his strange new arm. In the blink of an eye, he could feel and summon a new surge of power. Thian Truong's eyes gleamed as he focused on sensing the energy. Thousands of sparks of electricity flashed. He tried clenching his fist and then swung a powerful punch. A deafening sound echoed from the hospital room, making Xiao Xiao, who was standing outside the door, nearly jump out of her skin. Panicked, she pushed the door open and burst in. What on earth are you doing? Are you trying to destroy this place? Seeing the scene before her, Xiao Xiao couldn't believe her eyes. Ninfem looked at her and smiled. It seems the surgery was a complete success, wasn't it? The hospital wall had been punctured with a massive hole, leaving passersby shocked and terrified. Thian Truong looked at his vibrant new arm. Teacher, the arm you transplanted for me is truly powerful. He no longer hit it either. Actually, your arm healed long ago. There was no need to replace it. I just wanted you to find your confidence again. Touched, he teared up. Is that really true? Ninfem smiled encouragingly. Try your best in the future. You will definitely become stronger and stronger. Hearing that, he excitedly replied, Sir, I will definitely do my best. After speaking, he turned around and walked away, ignoring the angry Xiao Xiao. All right, follow me back to class. Don't disturb Ms. Lam's rest any longer. Suddenly remembering something, Ninfem turned his head. All right, about that word. Ms. Lam is naturally forgiving toward her students, so I'm sure she won't take it to heart, right? She gave a forced smile. That's not the case. What strange things are you saying? I'm more than happy that my student has recovered. Before the two could retreat, Xiao Xiao irritably turned around and left without even bothering to reply. Kai Sun pensively observed Hui Quan standing before him. So, you've arrived. This man was the head of finance. As soon as they met, Hoai-kwan eagerly said, "That worthless Nenpam actually dared to offend you. Please look into it and deal with him once and for all." The door of the academic office creaked open and his voice sounded sinister. "As long as you make it impossible for him to live peacefully in this school, I will definitely not let you suffer any loss." Ningok Toyat hid in the corner of the door to eavesdrop. Why does Neem keep causing trouble everywhere? This time he even crossed paths with Director Ma. Could it be because of the pressure to force him into breaking the engagement? At that thought, she hurried away. This isn't good. I have to help Neem this time, otherwise. Suddenly, Nuokthoy appeared, blocking Ningok Toyat's path. She smirked triumphantly. "Miss Toyat, is there something important you need from Director Mai?" Sufong sighed sadly. "It's exam season again." Li Kuang chimed in. "If we don't pass, our class will be demoted. Our class D is already at the bottom. If we go any lower, we'll just be expelled." Both stared at the exam notice for Class D with gloomy faces. "Why are we so unlucky?" Sufong sighed. "Cramming at the last minute is truly exhausting." Tiansa saw their weak expressions and laughed. "You cowards, it's just one exam. Don't overreact." Tinungayat sat nearby listening to the argument, speechless. "You over there, do you want a beating? If you're so capable, then hit back. You only know a single defense spell but act so superior. Yet neither of you could even break through my shield." She frowned and muttered to herself, "I don't know why the school keeps targeting Ningfem. When is that dawdler ever going to come back?" Just as she finished her sentence, Ningfem roughly pulled open the classroom door, making Tinungayat jump in surprise. He entered the room and excitedly announced, "Is everyone here? I'm quite thrilled." Nenfem quickly walked toward the podium. "In that case, let's get down to business today." Suddenly, his gaze swept over something strange on the board. Ninfem's voice was clearly surprised. "A Class B teacher." Tinungayat explained while laughing, "Didn't you just defeat the Class C teacher? So now a Class B teacher has to come replace them to teach us." She then snapped, "See for yourself if you aren't the one who caused all this." Nuokthoy's voice rang out again. "Are you also looking for Director Mai?" At the same time, the two outside the academic office were approaching Nungok Toyat with calculating gazes. She stammered nervously, It's nothing, I was just passing by." Nuokthoy stroked her chin and asked with a seemingly friendly but scheming smile, "By the way, I wonder when the principal will finally return from Lakan Academy." Nengok Toyat replied with a forced smile, "My father cares deeply about this year's tournament, so he'll probably be busy for a while longer." Suddenly, the door to the office flew open, startling them both. Hokwon was also shocked to see Nuokthoy and Nengok Toyat outside. "Them." He casually remarked, "What a coincidence." Nengok Toyat waved her hand dismissively. "I have something to do, so please excuse me, I'll head out first." Nuokthoy also turned and left the office, leaving Hoakwon dazed. He watched the two girls who had hurriedly run off as soon as they saw him, his mind filled with questions. At that moment in the academic office, Nuokthoy sat down leisurely and chatted with Kai-san. "I tested Ninfem this morning. It seems he hasn't recovered in the slightest." Hearing that, he questioned her skeptically. Didn't he still manage to activate his skills? Plus, the Class C teacher was easily defeated by him in a single match. Feeling doubted, she froze and rubbed her eyes. Nuokthoy's gaze suddenly turned cold, and she sternly cross-examined Kai-san. "I confirmed this with my own eyes. Now it's your turn to doubt me." Her intensity made him stammer in fear. "I wouldn't dare, absolutely not. So, what should we do next?" Nuokthoy replied deviously, "I've already sent Tri Vanlong to scout the situation. Just leave everything for me to decide." Ninfem led his students into the specialized training area. Hokwon clasped his hands and smiled falsely. "Teacher Nin, long time no see." "What a coincidence, isn't it?" he awkwardly replied. "It's been a few days." In his heart, Ninfem secretly thought, "This guy's smile is so obvious, he must be plotting something malicious." He casually walked over to strike up a conversation. "Teacher Nin, are you planning to bring your students to use some of the machines here?" Finishing his words, Hoai-kwan smirked cunningly. "These pieces of equipment are undergoing routine maintenance, so you all can't use them." Tinungayat, losing patience, immediately rushed forward and shoved him away, making him yelp in surprise. Tinungayat loudly questioned, "Why are those other people still able to use the machines?" Hoai-kwan put his hand up, his tone still full of defiance. "All the good ones have been borrowed by other students, and the rest are all broken." He scowled and warned, "Teacher Nin, you'd better keep your students in line. Your monthly salary is barely enough to eat. If you break the equipment, you won't be able to pay for it. The training room is under renovation, so you all should pack up and leave soon." In his heart, he smugly thought, "Dare to offend Dean Mai and still demand to use the equipment. Dream on!" With that, he slammed the door shut, leaving the entire group dumbfounded in the hallway. Ningfem gnashed his teeth. If it weren't for the need to accumulate trust points, he would have taught this guy a lesson he'd never forget a long time ago. Sufong ambled over and suggested, "How about we switch to studying theory first while we wait for the machines to be repaired, teacher?" Hearing that, Ningfem was startled. "What? A theory exam? Isn't it just about fighting?" Seeing his teacher's blank expression, Sufong sighed and chided, "You really don't know, teacher?
You should be a bit more reliable."
Li Kuang chimed in, "There are both theory and practical exams. Fail one subject and you're expelled. Incompetent students like us really suffer in countless ways." Tinungayat covered her mouth and giggled. Teacher Ninfem is such a great and noble person. Surely he's not an incompetent student too, is he? Ninfem awkwardly tried to save face. Of course not, I've planned everything. Suddenly, a gentle voice called out his name. Nengok Toyet appeared like a muse, gently asking, "Are you alright?" She moved closer to comfort him. "Don't worry, I'll find a way to help you get a training ground and equipment to use." As soon as Ningfem saw Ngok Toyet, he was stunned. "Isn't this the original owner's fiancée? I heard she's a true academic genius." Lai Huang looked with envious eyes. Could this be the legendary master's wife? Sufang immediately nudged him with his elbow, reminding him, "Why are you bothering with irrelevant matters?" Tin and Gayet showed her annoyance. At a time like this, and they're still here exchanging flirtatious glances. Nengok Toyet still smiled sweetly. "If you need any help, just tell me." Hearing that, Nengfem had an idea full of hidden meaning. He unexpectedly moved closer, acting intimately as he invited, "Come to my place tonight, okay?" Nengok Toyet blushed beet red in embarrassment, her sparkling eyes looking at him shyly. Nenfem winked and continued, "Come help my students tutor their knowledge a bit." Ningok Toyet, slightly disappointed, agreed. "Alright." Hearing her agreement, Ninfem immediately turned and walked away. "Tonight you all come to my house for extra study. Tomorrow we'll have special training behind the mountain." All the students protested simultaneously.
Tomorrow is the we teacher. You're violating labor laws. He showed no coddly, no refusing. Everyone must be present.
The argument left Ngok Toyet standing there bewildered. Left behind by him, Ngok Toyet pursed her lips, looking both disappointed and puzzled. As night fell, Ningfem looked in the mirror to check his progress, to see how many trust points he had gained that day. Looking at the system panel, his health was stable, his awakening state was still frozen, and his skills included Master's Eyes and Master's Salutation. Total trust points 1. He calculated for a moment, then mumbled, "Restoring the awakening state first is the priority." Ningfem pressed the button, consuming 100 points. The system announced a 1% increase in his state. He felt a surge of power. "Let's see the effect of this 8% awakening," he thought. Without further hesitation, Ningfem raised his hand towards the sky and cast the skill, Heaven Fire Flow Origin. On his fingertip, a tiny speck of fire flickered weakly. "But it's still better than last time," Ningfem frowned, assessing. "There's progress. It's acceptable for now." Amidst the undulating mountain range, plumes of white smoke billowed up to the blue sky. Ninfem strode towards the back of the mountain, telling himself, "The kids must have arrived." Suddenly, he stopped dead in his tracks, his eyes wide with surprise as he looked ahead. He loudly questioned, "What did you kids drive here? Did you think today was a picnic or something?" Tianji casually replied, "This is this year's limited edition. There are only 10 of them worldwide." Tin and Gayet's eyes momentarily glinted with light, and she excitedly came up with the idea of a camping picnic. She summoned a sheep beast to serve as an instant grill, causing Ninfem to stiffen and exclaim, "Are you really planning to turn this training session into a picnic?" Lai Huang deftly sliced cucumbers with his knife, his vigor like that of someone going into battle. He arranged the food very appealingly. The slices were perfectly even and skillfully cut. Nenfem could only shake his head warily at these two children. He still held out some hope that Deng Toyet Wai and Thian Truong were diligently practicing. Turning his gaze towards his two students, Thian Truong casually invited his master to have a bowl of soup. Ningfem was truly speechless when he saw the boy use magic to freeze it to maintain its temperature. Ninfem decided to rein in the whole group, demanding everyone stop and begin their lesson. Just then, a voice called out his name. Ningok Toyet slowly approached, then softly apologized for being late. She gave him a radiant smile and handed him the freshly bought milk tea. Ninfem's attitude changed rapidly from strict to lenient. He said a picnic was actually a good idea and that training could be dealt with later in the afternoon. While drinking milk tea and enjoying the atmosphere, Ninfem suddenly heard Ningok Toyet call his name. Her eyes thoughtful, she brought up the matter of their cancelled engagement. When Ninfem instinctively asked for clarification, she quickly smiled gently and said there was nothing to worry about. Ningok Toyet hesitantly advised him to restrain himself more and avoid causing unnecessary trouble. Ninfem's voice lowered, his eyes evasively looking away. Then he softly mumbled, "Ooh." Ninfem rested his chin on his hand, pondering self-restraint. He reassured himself, then announced the schedule, which included self-practice and evening theory, promising to provide individual tutoring for each person. As it turned to afternoon, Thiensei excitedly showed off what he claimed was a device making waves in the market. He stomped his foot on the box, then continued to babble endlessly about its ability to fire extremely powerful magical attacks. After putting the strange circlet on his head, Thienka laughed loudly, explaining that the device would automatically pursue targets, thereby making his defensive training perfect. Nenfem sharply tapped him on the head. "Snap out of it. These toys of yours have no practical use whatsoever?" Thiensa still wouldn't give up. He thumped his chest, asserting that this was the most advanced device available. Ningfem waved his hand, asking if it could teach how to attack. Then he called Sofong over to instruct him on defense, and, while he was at it, teach him how to land at high speed. He believed that with his ability to self-learn flight magic, Sofong being naturally calm, his cultivation would surely proceed smoothly. Sofong bewilderedly asked in return, "What's the use of using defensive magic while flying in mid-air?" Not letting his student look down on him, Ningfem plummeted from high above like a meteor, creating a massive explosion that shook the ground and filled the air with thick dust and smoke. As the smoke gradually dispersed, Ningfem's figure emerged, revealing that he had executed a perfect landing. A shield sphere enveloped his body. Ninefam explained that even though his second skill only unleashed 70% of its power when combined with landing, it would protect his body from injury. So Fong watched with admiration. Ninefam encouraged him, saying that to help him quickly master this skill, he would ask Theansa to control the attacking device. Facing each other, So Fong confidently declared himself ready to begin. Theanke explained that defense was essentially the application and maintenance of energy within the body, and that all So Fong needed to do was maintain extreme focus when the opponent attacked. After they agreed, Theanka flew high up, then reminded So Fong to prepare to dodge fast-paced attacks, then he pressed the button to activate the device. Black magical rays interspersed with brilliant red lightning shot directly towards So Fong's position. He froze in horror for a moment, his eyes wide, staring at the approaching danger. Intertwining magical light streaks formed a cage, trapping S. Fong, who swiftly flew away to escape the intense pursuit. With their high density and terrifying speed, the relentless attacks bombarded S. Fong, cornering him. He was utterly stunned, his horrified eyes fixed intently on the magic orb poised to explode. An earth-shattering explosion occurred as predicted, flinging S. Fong far away. Nentiem quickly snapped his fingers, releasing a gentle blue light stream. The emerald-green energy stream immediately enveloped and wrapped around S. Fong, who was free falling in mid-air. It quickly formed a soft wind net, effortlessly and gently supporting his slender body. Witnessing the two children's remarkable progress, Ningfem turned his head, smugly thinking that actual combat was the best environment for tempering one's abilities. He smiled meaningfully as he approached Elxi, Inji, and S. Fong, saying, "Now it's your turn." The two children huddled fearfully close to the tree trunk. Ningfem earnestly explained that S. Fong's mental erosion technique was originally used to manipulate opponents but required more arduous training to control skillfully. Elxi, Inji offered a chicken drumstick to S. Fong and suggested, "Eat with me, brother. You need to refuel to have enough energy to train, right?" Ninfem annoyedly snatched the chicken piece, sternly saying, "Focus on my lecture." He then continued to chatter endlessly about the method of cultivating spiritual power. Elxi hastily shoved the remaining chicken piece into his mouth, but S. Fong quickly snatched it. He looked straight at him and reproached in a low voice, "Can't you let me listen to the lecture in peace?" Having just had his food snatched, Elxi turned to look blankly, his face showing no understanding of what was happening. The kid clenched his fists, trembling with anger, then burst into sobs. Elxi rushed forward and punched S. Fong hard in the chest, yelling, "Spit out that chicken drumstick right now!" Fortunately, he had timely applied a mind control technique to prevent the situation from escalating. S. Fong still felt excruciating pain after the punch, but looking at Elxi Meg, who was even more pathetic, punching himself directly in the face, Ninfem, standing nearby, sighed, "That's enough, stop fighting." He confidently asserted, "I've figured out the most suitable cultivation path for you." After saying that, Ninputkim approached and whispered a few words into S. Fong's ear. He put his arm around S. Fong's shoulder, smiled encouragingly, and said, "Now go and practice." In just a blink of an eye, S. Fong had successfully cultivated, to Nin PM's astonishment. He hadn't expected the kid to learn so quickly. He observed his hand glowing with a purple energy stream, thinking to himself, "I can clearly feel my spiritual power increasing. This feeling is great." While absorbed and enjoying it, S. Fong stopped short. "Damn it, I forgot the next step Master Nin taught." He stumbled backward, lamenting his unfortunate fate. Noticing something amiss, Ninputkim spoke up. "What happened?" He rushed over to support S. Fong, asking worriedly. S. Fong calmly replied, "Master, I'm fine. I was just in the middle of practicing and forgot your next instruction." Ninpim burst out laughing, thinking to himself, "Is it okay to be interrupted mid-cultivation like this?" He gently said, "I will guide you again. Just rest for a bit and then continue practicing." Then Ninpim turned to Oxy Mingi. "S. Fong is done. Now it's your turn." The kid hesitated, his eyes revealing laziness. "Master Nin," he said, "maybe not." Then Elxi Inj pointed at S. Fong, who was lying motionless. The kid found an excuse to evade. "I'll practice later when S. Fong is fully recovered, okay?" Ninpim spread his arms wide, laughing loudly.
It's fine.
"The method I impart will help you feel the mystery of the spirit and elevate your soul." The kid bowed his head to the ground, pleading, "Master, please teach me." Faced with the sincerity of his student, how could Ninfukem refuse? He gave a cunning smile that made the atmosphere chilling. "Then hand over all the food you have to me." Elxi Kanji sobbed. Even though he only had one chicken wing left, he gritted his teeth and offered it to Ninpem in exchange for knowledge. "This is the last one," he said. Ninpem decisively ordered, "Don't eat yet.
Run 10 laps and then come back here."
Ninfem pointed forward, signaling to start. "If you want to pass the exam, you must train your physique well and stop eating junk food." Olexi Cianji immediately ran off,
Crying, "Master, my chicken wing!"
Nenpiem then casually enjoyed the chicken piece deliciously, as if to provoke the kid. The kid ran diligently while wailing, "My chicken wing." Streams of tears rolled down his pathetic face. The image of Ninpiem chewing the chicken piece with great satisfaction haunted the kid's mind, refusing to leave. Li Kuang dashed off like a gust of wind, not even caring that he trampled on So Fong to vent his anger. As he ran, he grumbled with regret over the delicious chicken wings he had missed, while Ninfem took the opportunity to glance at Tin Ngayat to see what she was up to. It turned out that Tin Ngayat was burying her head in studying a manual on summoning techniques. She chose a shady spot under the canopy of a tree, leaned firmly against the trunk, and kept her eyes glued to every single word. Ninfem praised her for being so diligent, which made Tin Ngayat jump and hurriedly hide the book behind her back. She shyly asked why her teacher had come over, and he stepped forward to say that her summoning technique was already quite good, so it was time to learn how to summon a soul beast. She tilted her head in confusion and asked what summoning a soul beast meant. Ninefem calmly explained that it was a type of advanced summoning magic, and the most unique feature was that the summoned beast would grow in power alongside its master. She nodded as if she understood, though her mind was clearly wandering elsewhere. He raised a finger glowing with a red light, and added that everyone would possess a different type of summoned beast. Instantly, a soul beast appeared standing tall behind Ninfem. Tinangayat stared at it, her eyes sparkling with unconcealed admiration. Ninfem pointed at his own soul beast and asked if she wanted to learn how to do it. Tinangayat replied with a blunt tone, obviously, her eyes spinning with excitement. He frowned and told her to mind her manners. Then Ninfem continued to give specific instructions on the method for summoning a soul beast. Tinangayat built up her momentum, carefully plucked a hair, and channeled a golden energy into it. She focused intensely to cast the summoning spell. A dazzling beam of light flashed from her and Ninfem's hands, and she prayed sincerely to summon a mighty ancient dragon. To Tinangayat's astonishment, the light grew larger and larger until it took on a clear form. Contrary to the expectation of a majestic ancient dragon, what appeared was just a tiny, scrawny chick. As soon as she saw its face, Tinangayat immediately tossed it aside, grumbling that it wasn't worthy of her. Ninfem wondered why it had backfired, adding that summoned beasts need spiritual energy to be sustained. That meant it had to drain spiritual energy from her hair, and no sooner had he finished speaking than Ninfem was stunned. The chick hopped onto Tinangayat's head and pecked repeatedly, causing her to scream in pain. Tinangayat flew into a rage and grabbed her soul beast. Unable to stand it any longer, she was annoyed as she looked in the mirror and saw that the top of her head was noticeably balding. Ninfem could only watch helplessly as Tinangayat struggled with the chick. She angrily chased after it, determined to catch the beast she had just summoned. Just then, a hand was placed on his shoulder. Thianka called out to his teacher and suggested that the useless Sofong had already learned the defensive technique, so it would be better to teach him the offensive technique now. And so, the next day, at the area behind the mountain, Ninfem was leisurely eating a chicken leg while telling him that they would begin remedial cultural studies today. Suddenly, a figure dashed past, making him jump. Ninfem sighed as he looked at his chicken leg, which had vanished into thin air, and thought to himself that they must be close to mastering their training. Only then did he turn his head to look with extreme surprise. Full of curiosity, Ninfem asked why she was wearing her hood pulled down so tightly. Seeing him about to approach, Tinangayat waved her hand to forbid her teacher from coming any closer. Before Ninfem could ask why, the chicken on her shoulder flew over and pecked at her head, making Tinangayat shout at it to stop touching her hair. Now, Tinangayat pulled out a hair infused with spiritual energy, saying that she would just handle it herself. Afterward, Tinangayat fed the hair to the chick, grumbling that it only knew how to eat all day long. Ninfem was stunned by the sight before her eyes. This kid is a real bottomless pit for food. She frowned and playfully scolded him, saying she wouldn't have practiced the master's soul summoning technique if she had known, as the kid was about to eat all of her hair. Ninfem turned around and walked away, waving at Tinangayat as he went, saying it was no problem, and that as long as she passed the exam, he would handle this trivial matter for her. He contemplated how to help his young student. He recalled there was a miraculous herb that helps with hair growth, but strangely, he couldn't remember its name. Just then, Ninfem noticed a young woman, and Ngoktoyat immediately sensed the gaze upon her. A glimmer of hope sparked in his mind. She was also an S-rank instructor, so she must know something about that hair regenerating herb. Suddenly, Ngoktoyat approached Ninfem and gently asked if he was struggling with something difficult. He didn't hesitate to ask her directly if she knew of any plants that promote hair growth. Ngoktoyat replied while recalling a memory. In her mind, a deep, dark cave appeared, where some creature seemed to be staring back with malicious intent. That very same dark cave was exactly where the plant Ninfem was searching for could be found. After remembering the area where the herb grew, she shuddered slightly and warned him that the place held many unpredictable dangers. Ninfem resolutely replied that danger was no big deal, but he sighed slightly because his trust points were running low lately. He hesitated before asking if she would like to go there with him, and Ngoktoyat shyly agreed. Immediately, she made a calculated request, saying he had to help her with one thing first. Ninfem was slightly confused but nodded in agreement, saying it was a small matter and no problem at all. Ngoktoyat was diligently instructing her students while they were training their abilities when, suddenly, the expressions of 3 of her students turned to fear. She spoke while using a pointer to indicate the lower part of his body, explaining that one must master the meridians in the body to have any hope of success. Ninfem blushed deeply in front of the students, so this was the favor she had asked of him. Ninfem was currently standing in front of the door with a long line of students waiting. He turned to look at the youngsters and remarked, "You're here early." Hong Long approached while holding a stack of documents, saying that arriving early wouldn't help if they didn't pass, and Van Long laughed as he walked toward Ninfem, adding that they were all in the same boat, and they should show Master Nin some respect. Hearing this, Thientrong snapped loudly, "What did you just say?" He placed a hand on his shoulder to reassure him, saying it was all right and he believed they could do it. Thien Truong looked up in surprise, calling out, "Teacher," while Nin Fem glanced at the group, thinking to himself that if it weren't for his insufficient trust points, he would have dealt with these people long ago. Just then, Nuoc Theoi opened the door and announced that it was time for the candidates to enter the exam room. The students filed in, not forgetting to drop a few sarcastic remarks. "Let's go, why waste time with those flies? Let's finish the test quickly so we can go back to studying." After everyone had entered, the old man plotted his malicious scheme. This exam was specifically designed for that class, and the atmosphere in the exam room became extremely tense. Standing on the podium, she announced firmly, "Begin the test." He held the pen in his hand, looking at the questions with a grimace, thinking the exam was truly beyond their capabilities. Lai Kuang also looked at the stack of papers with a troubled expression, asking why the questions were so difficult this time, and Su Fong almost gave up, fearing they wouldn't pass this time. Suddenly, Nuoc Theoi walked over and tapped her hand hard on his desk. With a murderous look on her face, she sternly warned that whispering or talking among themselves was strictly prohibited. After speaking, Nuoc Theoi turned away, leaving Li Kuang and Su Fong shaking like leaves. She added loudly that cheating was forbidden and anyone caught would get an instant 0. Time passed, and Nin Fem waited outside the door, feeling anxious as if he were on fire. The door suddenly swung open and she coldly announced, "Finished." Van Long approached him with a beaming smile, saying the theory portion was over, and that he found Nin Fem to be quite persistent. He snatched the exam papers from Nuoc Theoi's hand, wanting to check if Class D students had really all failed. He had even bet his desk that they would fail, and Van Long's jaw dropped as he looked at the stack of papers in his hand. The scores displayed on the board left him shocked, as not a single student from Class D had received a failing grade. This was truly unbelievable. Nin Fem placed a hand on his shoulder and sneered, "They performed very well, much to the disappointment of those who wanted to eat this desk, but I personally feel extremely proud." Van Long furiously crumpled the score sheet, firmly asserting that they had cheated. He looked at him sarcastically, asking, "Are you doubting Ms. Doan's supervision abilities?" Van Long gritted his teeth, his eyes glaring at Nin Fem with rage. With that, he turned away in a huff, not forgetting to leave a threat to wait until the practical exam to see who would be the one getting wiped out. At this moment, Nin Fem turned to ask his students, "You didn't cheat, right?" The group responded in unison with a firm answer. Nin Fem smiled with satisfaction, "Then do your best in the exam," thinking to himself that the effectiveness of Ngok Toyet's tutoring was truly impressive. At the speed track, Nin Fem was introducing the competition to So Fong and Toyet Y. The first assessment was So Fong's speed trial, and he stepped forward, nodding in confirmation. Yes, looking at the winding paths and countless obstacles, So Fong remarked that it was completely different from Class D, while Thien Truong eagerly cheered for him, and Toyet Y also wished him luck. On the other side, Van Long was bowing respectfully to ask, "Teacher Lu, why are you here?" The man, with his hands in his pockets, replied, "Lac An Academy is about to organize a competition, so we are here for a practice run." Quang Vien's sharp gaze locked onto the other person, his voice cold and menacing as he demanded, "What are you people doing here?" He hurriedly reported that the school had assigned him to supervise Class D, which required the use of the track, and asked if Teacher Liu would like to watch. Liu Quang Vien, a teacher from Class S, sneered with a dangerous look on his face. "Fine, let me see the level of someone who used to teach Class S." Quang Vien's words were full of contempt, leaving Nin Fem uneasy. What could he possibly turn these useless students into? Seeing him staring at the two of them for so long, So Fong asked curiously, "Teacher, do you know that person?" Although his heart was in turmoil, Nin Fem tried to remain calm to reassure him. "It's nothing, don't worry about it, just focus on the race." As the test began, Van Long's face appeared on the large screen announcing the first round of the Class D skills exam. The examiner was Tang Min and the student was So Fong. It was a speed competition where anything was allowed as long as you didn't leave the track, and whoever finished faster than the teacher would win. He headed toward the track to explain the rules. There were balls containing paint placed along the path, and if touched accidentally, they would explode. Each time you were hit by paint, a 10-second penalty would be added to your total finish time. Not wanting to keep everyone waiting, Van Long started the countdown. 3, 2, 1, start running. In the stands, Ning Fem's group cheered enthusiastically. "Go, go, go!" Meanwhile, So Fong also took a few brief seconds to observe his opponent. Tang Min glanced at him, the countdown echoing in his ears as he mocked. "You want to race for speed against me? You'd better go home and drink bubble tea for your own good." Van Long's loudspeaker shouted, "One?" So Fong frowned slightly as the traffic light immediately turned green, accompanied by a sound signaling the start of the race. Before he could regain his composure, he could no longer see Tang Min anywhere. Teacher. He had already left So Fong far behind, speeding forward like a bolt of lightning. Tang Min looked back smugly and sneered, "Left behind already. What a loser." But So Fong suddenly accelerated and caught up out of nowhere. Seeing his face right beside him, Tang Min was astonished. How is this kid's speed so terrifying? Looking at the colorful balls approaching, Tang Min secretly calculated how to deal with him. Immediately, he leaped high into the air and used his feet to kick them hard, pulling ahead. "Here's a gift for you." 3 paintballs burst right in front of his face, leaving So Fong confused. What is this? Tangmin took the opportunity to escape, leaving his opponent behind. Ninfim jumped up from his seat in a panic, his face tense. He dared to use a trap to accelerate, and he's even using the exploding balls to sabotage Sofeng. Shufeng reached out to shield himself as colors splattered onto him, adding 30 seconds to his time. He frowned and muttered in annoyance. This is so frustrating. The speed is so fast I couldn't react in time. Tangming did not care about what was happening behind him and pushed himself toward the finish line. A good for nothing is always a good for nothing. And once he was eliminated, Ninfem would have no choice but to pack his bags and leave the school. Shufeng was hot on Tangming's heels, with a gap of only 1.3 color orbs waiting to explode. He focused on observing the gaps between them, his eyes filled with determination. There it is. No sooner had he finished speaking than a figure appeared on the track, dashing past the obstacles. Shufeng's entire body was covered in paint as he lunged through the spheres. Tin Ungayat stood watching from the sidelines, feeling extremely indignant. Teacher Tang kept hitting the mechanisms. How could he be so unfair? However, the big screen rebutted that as long as one wasn't hit by paint, touching the equipment didn't matter. On the track, Shufeng had closed the distance, but Tang Ming still sneered. So what if you're fast? Unless you're 30 seconds faster than me, you'll be expelled regardless. Shufeng was not intimidated and sarcastically retorted. Even though I'm the worst student in Class D, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to beat me without using those dirty tricks. Tang Ming was furious. He cupped his hands to form an energy sphere and shouted, "You piece of trash, you don't even know your own limits." Tang Ming launched an attack on Shufeng without hesitation. A loser like you should have been kicked out of this school ages ago. The pressure wave hit close to his face, startling him. That was fast. At that very moment, a massive explosion shook the entire track. Tang Ming wore a triumphant, gloating smile. That's the end of it. Before he could enjoy his joy for more than a few seconds, a voice rang out from the thick smoke. Is that so? As the view cleared, he saw Shufeng standing inside a protective orb, completely unharmed. Taking your advice to learn defensive techniques was truly useful. At the same time, in the stands, Nainfim looked extremely agitated. Teacher Tang is attacking a student, shouldn't that count as a violation? Van Long shamelessly declared, I already said it earlier. As long as they are within the track area, they can do whatever they want. Furthermore, even if paint hit the screen, it would still count as a penalty. His face darkened with indignation. You said that as long as it's on the track, they can do whatever they want, right? The old man laughed triumphantly and confirmed that is exactly correct. Nobody knew when Ninfem had opened the broadcast room door while Van Long was still blathering into the microphone. That is what I said. Looking at the empty seat, Tina Ngayat could not help but wonder why Teacher Nin was nowhere to be found at such a critical moment. Suddenly, the big screen showed images of Ninfem and Shufeng. He grit his teeth and instructed him. You have already been given permission to do whatever you want on the track. Seeing the current situation, Ninfem urged Shufeng. If that's the case, show Teacher Tang what you're made of. He did his best to shout and motivate him. Use the high-speed landing technique. Shufeng immediately became energized, yes. Meanwhile, Tang Ming remained oblivious, blindly running toward the finish line. Suddenly, he felt a figure looming above him. As he looked back, Tang Ming was horrified to see him leaping high into the air, preparing to stomp down on him. On the track, the silhouette of Shufeng and his protective orb darted forward. He quickly accelerated, using lightning-fast speed to glide past a series of obstacles. Shufeng aimed straight at Tang Ming's position and used all his might to spring into the air. His eyes flashed as he extended his toes, pointing them straight at his opponent's head. From the stands, the track shook again with an even larger explosion. Dust and smoke billowed, mingling with debris flying everywhere in the air. Tang Ming took the kick squarely to his face, his whole body crashing into the ground. When Shufeng pulled his foot away, a bright red mark was still clearly imprinted on his cheek. When his opponent collapsed right at the finish line, he raised his arms high in triumph to announce his victory. The crowd erupted in cheers, celebrating Su Feng for finally achieving a sweet win. Suo Feng excitedly slapped Li Qiong on the shoulder and, with radiant eyes, told him to look quickly, saying that Suo Feng had won. Ning Fan witnessed the scene and smiled with satisfaction, considering Su Feng's first test successfully completed. Conversely, Wenlong jumped up in a rage to object, claiming it did not count because his student had just stepped on a trap and attacking the teacher was against the rules. However, Ning Fan only gave a cold smile and overpowered him by reminding him that he himself had declared that anything was allowed on the track. The opponent's imposing aura made Wenlong panic for a moment. His previous arrogance vanished completely, and he stammered, unsure of when he had ever said such a thing. As he stubbornly tried to argue, Ning Fan snapped his fingers to create a small spark and coldly asked if he needed help refreshing his memory. As the atmosphere became stifling, a calm voice interjected. Guangyuan walked over slowly and ruled that what Ning Fan's student had done was completely in line with the regulations. He brushed past Wenlong and gently insisted that everything should end there. He approached Ning Fan with a condescending air, sarcastically remarking that he had not expected him to be able to train an excellent student, which was not a waste of his past reputation as a Class S teacher. Guangyuan looked down at him with a disdainful gaze and criticized him for having fallen so far, But since the outcome was settled, Wenlong had to begrudgingly accept the announcement that Li Qiang had passed this round and urged the next test to begin. Ningfan did not flinch at the challenge, simply replying with a concise, "Bring it on." Afterwards, he returned to the big screen to announce the result as valid and requested that the next student prepare quickly. At this moment, a trembling hand was raised. Even though Li Qiang was so scared he could barely speak, he tried his best to ask for permission to test first, because he could not take it much longer. Through the observation screen, Ningfan captured the boy's entire anxious expression. He smiled to reassure his student and silently prayed that the days of hard training would bear the expected fruit. At the skill arena, Wenlong announced that the examining teacher was Liang Fei from Class C, and the student was Li Qiang from Class D. Below, Ningfan was earnestly instructing Li Qiang to squat on the ground for 10 seconds before standing up to strike. Wenlong seized the opportunity to approach the arena and reminded Liang Fei that Class C now only had 2 people left. He narrowed his eyes meaningfully, demanding that Liang Fei conduct the test strictly. Hearing this, Liang Fei seriously affirmed that he would evaluate everything according to the strictest competition regulations. As the notification for both candidates to take their positions rang out, seeing Li Qiang's panicked expression, Liang Fei kindly advised him to give up because he was clearly not in a state to begin. No one expected the boy's stomach to rumble with hunger. Li Qiang hurriedly urged the teacher to start quickly so he could go eat, and no sooner had he finished speaking than the competition signal sounded. Seeing that the boy was stubborn, Liang Fei did not hesitate to clench his fist, coldly saying that if he did not know what was good for him, he would accommodate him. He threw a powerful horizontal punch forward, wondering why his opponent had lain down on the ground, and then heard a count of 1, 2 coming from below. He was stunned, not understanding what kind of trick the boy was pulling, but Li Qiang just ignored the world, muttering to himself as he counted 3, 4, 5. Liang Fei immediately changed his attack stance in a rage while the boy continued innocently counting 6, 7, 8, 9. At the very moment he was about to land the decisive blow, Li Qiang suddenly jumped up and shouted, 10. A sudden move that left the boy dizzy from losing his balance. Li Qiang's legs trembled, drained of all strength, and he wobbled, unable to stand steady. Following the momentum, he swayed and collapsed forward. At that moment, Liang Fei was still busy criticizing him and advising him to give up, but before he could finish speaking, he was slapped hard by Li Qiang. Liang Fei's entire body was sent flying back by the force of the blow, crashing into the wall behind him in astonishment. After that unintended strike, Li Qiang lay exhausted on the arena floor immediately. His right hand, palm up, took the brunt of the collision and was left scraped. Could he be dazed, and what on earth is this bizarre power? Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Van Long hurriedly shouted, "Luangfi, what are you playing at? Hurry up and continue the examination." However, Luangfi just smirked without moving an inch, saying, "I am a teacher, I know exactly where the limits of this examination lie." He closed his eyes tightly and decided to give in, admitting, "I have lost." This statement made the man so angry his face darkened, and he gritted his teeth. Su Fong shouted excitedly, "We won! Come here quickly, Li Kuang!" In his hand was a golden, steaming chicken leg, and he said, "I have prepared a chicken leg for you." Su Fong carried the food and walked toward the stands. As soon as he smelled it, Li Kuang jumped up immediately, saying, "It smells so good!" The boy's attitude changed completely, his eyes shining as he stared at the chicken leg. His chicken leg! Suddenly, Li Kuang lunged forward and took a huge bite. Su Fong quickly pulled the chicken leg away, saying, "Calm down, kid." Li Kuang chased after him closely, pleading, "Chicken leg, don't run! I only want 1 bite!" Li Kuang attentively savored the piece of fried chicken he had just received, and pink rays of light began to radiate from his entire body. Su Fong was out of breath after chasing the kid, grumbling, "You're too greedy. I didn't even cook it for you." The school speaker blared, "The mental aptitude test for Class D is about to begin. Student Su Fong, report to the testing position immediately." Still panting with exhaustion, he thought, "Is it my turn already?" Van Long saw Kuai Chan off to the arena, not forgetting to drop a hint. "After this is done, the title of Excellent Teacher of the Year will surely be yours." The teacher calmly assured him, "Rest assured, I guarantee I will make that student fail this test." Van Long announced over the loudspeaker, "For this mental test, the examiner is Kuai Chan from Class B, and the candidate is Su Fong from Class D. Begin." As soon as the word, "begin," was uttered, Kuai Chan pointed at Su Fong and declared, "Let's settle this quickly." The teacher cast a spell that made a corner of the arena go completely dark. Van Long stood above, looking down with satisfaction, thinking, Kuai Chan's mental magic is about to reach the threshold of materialization. How can an ordinary person defend against this kind of mental attack? Nenfem, let's see if you can stay in this school any longer. Tin Hyatt, sensing that terrifying power, felt anxious. "I'm afraid this teacher has reached the skill level of Class A. This is bad. Su Fong might not be an opponent for him." Back to the match, Kuai Chan lowered his finger and commanded, "Go." A shadow entity launched from the teacher straight towards Su Fong. Shocked by the speed, he hurriedly raised his hands to defend, thinking, "I'm done for." That strange creature passed straight through Su Fong, carrying a wave of dense hypnotic gas. Hit by the attack, he stiffened, unable to move, his eyes wide open and motionless. Kuai Chan's technique dragged Su Fong directly into a dream world, and he wondered, "What is this? In his view, the teacher was floating in the air, summoning meteorites while the ground below cracked open to let lava pour out. Kuai Chan flicked his fingers, ordering the fiery fireballs to fly towards Su Fong, saying, "Go!" The meteorites collided with a deafening blast. Su Fong ran for his life, screaming, "Mom!" Suddenly, he had an idea to turn around, thinking that running forever was not a good solution. Su Fong jumped to dodge the attack, casting magic toward Kuai Chan, thinking, "I have to find a way to fight back." With just a wave of his hand, the teacher blocked his attack and sneered, "You want to attack me? How laughable." Seeing Su Fong restless, thinking that things couldn't go on like this and he had to find a way to distract him, Kuai Chan seemed to read his mind and spoke up. "Want to distract me?" Hearing the voice that should have been in front of him now echoing from behind, Su Fong jumped and spun around. At this moment, 3 copies of Kuai Chan were standing on 3 different ice pillars, speaking in unison. "So, where is your attention focused now?" He screamed in panic. "What?" At that exact moment, all 3 of the teacher's figures launched their attacks simultaneously. D! The razor-sharp ice blades pierced straight into Su Fong's body, causing him to scream in pain. His abdomen looked just like a pincushion, and he collapsed backward, lying motionless. Back in reality on the arena floor, Kuai Chan was laughing hysterically at his delusion. What an unbelievable sight. Just then, the teacher looked up and declared decisively, "Let's end this game right here." Acting on Kuai Chan's command, the shadow entity lunged towards Su Fong's prone body. In his eyes, Kuai Chan towered above him while he felt small, waiting to be crushed. Su Fong remained completely still, as if he were deeply immersed in calculating something. Suddenly, he seemed to snap out of it, channeling all his magic into his hands and telling himself, "I must try to hold on until the end." Su Fong braced himself, using his hands to block the giant arm pressing down on him, and as his body gradually grew accustomed to the terrifying pressure, he struggled to stand up. Su Fong's face was distorted by the pressure, but he still shouted resiliently, "Li Kuang has already won. I cannot give up. If I lose, Class D will be wiped out." Kuai Chan showed no sympathy and mocked him. "Wouldn't that be for the best? Hurry up and lose so we can get this over with." The teacher then controlled the entity's remaining arm to strike at Su Fong, but that giant arm suddenly halted midway, confusingly. Seeing this, Kuai Chan turned his head in surprise. Seizing this opportunity, Su Fong closed in on the teacher, and the magical flow surrounding his hands immediately connected to Kuai Chan's head. Su Fong's gaze turned icy. He adjusted his glasses and muttered, "Allow me to borrow your power for a moment." With that, he mimicked Kuai Chan's move and commanded, "Go!" Seeing this unexpected turn of events, the teacher broke out in a cold sweat and grimaced in anxiety. Su Fong took control of the shadow entity himself and launched a direct punch at Kuai Chan. The teacher was sent flying all the way to the ceiling in agony. Realizing the tide had turned, Van Long roared in fury.
You bastard!
The old man cursed bitterly. Nine Fem standing nearby couldn't help but laugh and tease, "Your student is so excellent that I'm starting to feel the pressure myself." Kuai Chan lay motionless, face down on the arena floor, and passed out. Cheers erupted in the stands.
"I won!"
Su Fong said while walking away, striking a victory pose. He only realized as he spoke that the laughter from earlier was Li Kuang's. Trust points increased by 100. Li Kuang grinned from ear to ear.
"You're so amazing, teacher!"
"Now I won't be expelled." Ninfem's system notified him trust points increased by 80. Su Fong shuffled along, his face covered in scratches, complaining, "I'm so tired." The little kid, holding a chicken drumstick in one hand, quickly draped an arm around his shoulder and teased, "If you're tired, go recharge your energy." Su Fong couldn't hide his curiosity and asked, "That laughter I heard while I was competing was yours, wasn't it?"
"Why was that?"
Li Kuang explained, "You heard it? Wasn't I unconscious back then? I thought I had lost, and when you told me I had won, I was just so happy." Tinung Gayet, behind them, said irritably, "Could you focus for a second? Why are you reacting to this only now?" Su Fong replied happily, "So that's what happened. I'll treat you to a meal another day." Li Kuang stretched and agreed, "Sure, why not?" Behind the glass partition, Van Long was pounding the table in frustration. "Continue the assessment. Next is the summoning exam." He was still furious about the previous loss. Nunganjang spoke up, "As long as he enters the fray, your chances of winning will become meaningless." Han Keen Thuong ignored the old man's warnings, thinking, what could a Class D student possibly achieve? With a heavy expression, Van Long announced, "The next exam will be overseen by teacher Ngai Fong, testing Tin and Gayet from your class." Tin and Gayet remained unfazed, tilting her chin in defiance. "Bring it on, who's afraid of whom?" Ninfem approached her, stroked Dao Dao and said, "Do your best. Once you've handled Ngai Fong perfectly, I'll help you become a brilliant, super intelligent genius." Tinung Gayet was so angry she trembled, pointing at his face and complaining, "Isn't this all because you sabotaged me?" This mental assessment was being overseen by teacher Engafong of Class B, who was currently clutching a weapon and smiling cunningly. The Class D student, Tinung Gayet, stepped forward with a cautious look, channeling her inner energy to unleash her power. The match began. Tinung Gayet raised her right hand high, streaks of blue light erupted, the ground cracked open, and she declared, "Great army of Nat Ku, I summon you." Beneath her feet, rock fragments surged from the earth amidst a cloud of dust, assembling into giant stone creatures. Ngai Fong looked at Tinung Gayet with a disdainful gaze, mockingly remarking that she was quite skilled to have mastered low-level summoning to this extent, but that using such cheap tricks for a duel only showed her master's poor teaching. No sooner had he finished speaking than Ngai Fong sneered, boasting that he would open her eyes to the true power of high-level summoning. A bright red flame erupted from Ngai Fong's fingertips, engulfing the stone creatures in a hellish fiery trap. Amidst the sea of fire, a giant bear suddenly materialized and tore the stone creatures to pieces with its claws. It tilted its head and let out a roar of intimidation, leaving Tin and Gayat, who stood below, stunned by such terrifying power. Even so, she did not waver and continued to command the remaining creatures to charge and attack the enraged bear. Two stone creatures quickly obeyed, rushing forward to grip the bear's massive arms in an attempt to restrain its movements. Seizing the opportunity, another creature lunged to punch the opponent in the face, but the bear quickly opened its maw and bit down, shattering that arm instantly. The bear tensed its muscles and swung its shoulders powerfully to shake off the two entities clinging to its arms. The bear threw the creatures to the ground, causing them to shatter into countless sharp stone fragments that scattered in all directions. Seeing that he held the upper hand, Ngai Fong smirked arrogantly and ordered the bear, eyes glowing crimson, to growl and advance toward Tin and Gayat. Dust swirled thickly, yet she stood firm, her face showing no signs of fear despite the overwhelming pressure. Tin and Gayat wore a mysterious smile upon hearing the provocation, then continued to channel her internal energy to execute her next move. A brilliant golden halo suddenly radiated outward, forcing the bear to raise its hands to cover its eyes. At that very moment, she calmly commanded it to attack. From within the thick smoke, a giant arm swung out and punched the bear squarely in the face, causing it to stumble sideways and roar in pain. Witnessing this scene, Ngai Fong could not help but tremble in astonishment, muttering in utter bewilderment about what had just happened. Facing him, Tin and Gayat stood beside her summoned stone chulin and sarcastically remarked that low-level summoning was not as mediocre as he had imagined. Perhaps his master had never taught him that. With that, her expression hardened, and she decisively gestured for it to finish the creature off. Observing from afar, Nainfam nodded, remarking that the young girl had mastered everything. It seemed she had truly worked very hard lately. Receiving the order, the stone chulin clenched its fists, gathering all its power into streams of azure light before launching an attack with the speed of a storm. Opposite it, the bear also braced itself, clenching its fists to prepare to block the incoming powerful punch. Unable to dodge, it took the punch directly to the chin, causing it to lose its balance and fall backward, though it managed to swipe its claws at the stone chulin's head. After the collision pushed him back, Ngai Fong stubbornly remarked that even though she had a few tricks, she was still far behind his high-level summons, and he shouted an order for the bear to crush those stones. Tin and Gayat's stone chulin took a hit that shattered part of its head, leaving it standing motionless. At that moment, the enraged bear lunged forward, continuing to strike at the stone chulin with its claws. Watching the fierce battle from outside, she resolved to win and commanded the stone chulin to focus its power into its fist for a decisive blow. The bear glared with glowing red eyes at the arm reaching straight toward it, filled with murderous intent. A powerful punch landed with pinpoint accuracy directly on the bear's face. The bear dissolved into dust after the fatal blow, causing Tin and Gayat to burst with joy and shout that she had won. Ngai Fong now wore a sinister smile, repeating her words in a mocking tone. He began to channel a new technique. Blood flowed from his hands and transformed into a pack of white snakes, slithering rapidly across the ground toward the target, and he growled that true summoning was not child's play like these stone puppets. This was soul-bound summoning. He controlled the swarm of snakes to crawl toward the stone chulin, tightly wrapping around its body, while smugly declaring that this was the true summoning technique. A mass of snakes continuously advanced to cover the stone chulin, restricting its movements. Seeing this, Tin and Gayat stood nearby, terrified to the point of breaking out in a cold sweat, and quickly shouted for everyone to get away. As the scene unfolded, the snakes incessantly constricted the chulin until it was nearly shattered, and Ngai Fong's voice slowly rang out, "I'll help you understand." His eyes shone brightly as he looked through the snakes, as if wanting to show her what true horror was. The scene before her was so terrifying that her body stood frozen by the overwhelming power. The force of the emanating power was so immense that it swept Dao Dao, who was on Tin and Gayat's shoulder, into the vortex. It was utterly terrified, its eyes rolled back, as it continuously flapped its wings and cried out for help. Seeing this, she reached forward, grabbed Dao Dao tightly and pulled it toward herself. Tin and Gayat, pale-faced, held it close, opened her eyes wide, looked straight ahead, and yelled, "Come back here, don't cause any more trouble." Outside, Ninfam sweated anxiously, not understanding why her natal spirit still hadn't awakened. Meanwhile, during the match, Ngai Fong was hiding behind the snakes, his eyes shining brightly as he stared at Tin and Gayat. Immediately after, many snakes opened their mouths to lunge at where she stood. Tin and Gayat, looking bloodless with terror, clutched Dao Dao and stood motionless with wide eyes as the snakes surged forward and tangled in her hair, making her cry out in pain. Ngai Fong, hiding in the swarm, looked down at Tin and Gayat and thought this girl had character, but her fate was destined for defeat. She resolutely gave up her long hair to free herself from the snake's grip. With a serious expression, Tin and Gayat replied, "That's not certain yet." To one side, Dao Dao fell from her arms and lay motionless on the ground, as Tin and Gayat's strands of hair fell one by one onto the spot where it lay. Right at this moment, Dao Dao's entire body suddenly glowed brilliantly, emitting dazzling rays of light. Its strange transformation caused both Ngai Fong and Tin and Gayat to pause. The two turned to stare at Dao Dao. Outside, Ninfam looked extremely bewildered, wondering, has it finally awakened? At this time, Dao Dao's body suddenly grew exceptionally large, molting into a giant parrot with its wings spanning wide on both sides. He and Tin Ungayat stood nearby, staring at each other in confusion, thinking, is that a parrot? Without waiting for them to get over their shock, Ngai Fong's delighted voice rang out, saying, let's end it. At his command, the snakes opened their mouths to lunge at Dao Dao, who, seeing them approach, quickly soared up to avoid the attack. Next, Dao Dao did not stop. It spread its wings to fly at full speed and aimed directly at a gap where the snakes were shielding Ngai Fong. Dao Dao flew directly toward Ngai Fong's shining eyes without any intention of stopping. Finally breaking through the snake's sturdy defense, it knocked him far away. Ngai Fong was painfully struck, his body dazed and reeling as he growled, let's end this. Entering a state of extreme frenzy, his hands clutched his head while his mouth incessantly muttered, end it. While Ngai Fong was screaming frantically, Dao Dao suddenly appeared and used its hard beak to peck sharply at his head before he could finish his sentence. Let's end it. Jumping back to a previous point in time, Tin Ungayat was holding Dao Dao, looking terrified as the snakes were about to attack. She glared at each hideous venomous snake that was lunging frantically from behind. Before she could react, Dao Dao in Tin Ungayat's arms was struck and flung violently away. Meanwhile, in the observation room, Van Long looked at the situation with an angry face and roared, stupid, stupid, a bunch of idiots, they can't even beat some useless students. He turned to look at Nu Thao and Ningguam Zhang, saying, you're up next. Suddenly from behind, a mysterious dark figure appeared and said, Teacher Triu, let me handle this match. Returning to the actual match, seeing Dao Dao tossed away, Tin Ungayat angrily held a sharp stone fragment and glared at Ngai Fong among the snakes, shouting, how dare you hit my pet? He was completely indifferent to her words, then ordered the snakes to swarm and besiege Tin Ungayat. Nevertheless, she held the stone shard firmly and did not waver. Just as the reptiles opened their mouths, ready to charge, Tin Ungayat skillfully dodged and crouched low to evade them. Seizing the opportunity, she took momentum and lunged straight towards Ngai Fong, who was standing there. Tin Ungayat squeezed the stone shard tightly in her hand, secretly telling herself she would risk her life against her master this time, but the cut merely grazed Ngai Fong, causing her to exclaim in shock, what is this? Before Tin Ungayat's eyes, the wound on Ngai Fong's body not only did not bleed, but was also immediately healed by the snakes. The match ended with Ngai Fong defeated and lying motionless on the ground. Everything was considered finished. Dao Dao was sitting on Tin Ungayat's shoulder, and she happily poked it with her finger as if praising it. When they returned to the observation room, Van Long immediately asked, how are you doing? Dong Loi stood behind the old man, gnashing his teeth. Teacher Triu, the last time at the training ground, Nin Pham opened my eyes to a completely different level of magic. Please allow me to learn more? Van Long turned his head to look at him and calmly asked, how do you intend to proceed? Dong Loi's face darkened, and he replied in a deep, husky voice, when competing, I won't hold back, and in a fight, unexpected incidents are hard to avoid. If anything unforeseen happens, I will take responsibility. The old man walked closer and patted his shoulder. If you want to contribute to the exam, then I agree. I hope you can deliver on your words. Dong Loi's face was full of determined commitment. Teacher Triu, please be absolutely at ease. I will not disappoint you. After that, the old man smiled and announced over the microphone, this part of the exam is offensive magic. The examining teacher was Teacher Dong Loi from Class C. He stood next to them, flashing a sinister smile while the participating student Deng Toyat Y clearly showed signs of unease below. High above, Ning Pham calmly spoke into the microphone, don't worry too much, Deng Toyat Y. He calmly and slowly offered advice. The magic you use consumes very little energy, and your casting speed is incredibly fast. You can perfectly combine multiple attacks at once to create surprise strikes. Finishing his words, Nen Pham said sarcastically, go on, and remember to save a little face for Teacher Dong. Hearing this, Dong Loi immediately replied angrily, last time at the arena was just luck, today will definitely be different. He grim-faced launched an attack towards Toyat Y.
Block this cyclone move.
As soon as the words ended, a whirlwind with terrifying power and dizzying speed shot straight towards the girl. Thien Trong watched from outside, full of anxiety, even breaking into a sweat, and hastily reminded,
Toyat Y, dodge quickly.
Toyat Y stared intently at the gigantic vortex before her, secretly thinking, there's no time to dodge anymore. The girl immediately raised her hand to counterattack, unleashing continuous hail and raging lightning. During the engagement, Toyat Y secretly thought to herself, teacher really said it right, fast speed is indeed my advantage. Dong Loi growled, pierce through it. The whirlwind carrying an ice drill emitted electric sparks. The girl showed signs of anxiety and stood still within an ice wall for defense. Seeing this, he chuckled delightedly and said, as expected, her reaction speed isn't slow at all. As soon as he finished speaking, he roared,
let's see where you'll hide.
The ground around where Toyat Y stood suddenly collapsed. Hit by the extreme electric strike, the girl looked at the ground beneath her feet and stood frozen in fear. Dong Loi unleashed a source of fiery energy and threatened,
it's not over yet.
fairy killing art. Toyat Y's face now clearly showed exhaustion. Nevertheless, the girl still struggled to get back up and continue counterattacking. A moment later, the cold emanating from her own technique caused Toyat Y to snap out of it. The girl's eyes suddenly opened wide. Toyat Y hastily sprang up and quickly scanned around, searching, where's everyone? In another direction, while the girl was off guard, Dong Loi planned to ambush her from behind. His hand radiated intense heat and then pierced right through the ice block. By the time Toyet Y realized what was happening, it seemed too late. Her opponent's attack had brushed right past her left eye. He smirked mockingly, thinking that Ninfem could only train her to this level. Thien Truong, who was observing the match from above, suddenly shouted that the previous move was clearly a violation of the rules. He was extremely frustrated, believing that Master Dong had used a sharp weapon. But Van Long quickly brushed it off, claiming it was just a minor mishap during the competition, and advising him not to make a big deal out of it. As soon as he finished speaking, Nenfem suddenly appeared out of nowhere and grabbed him firmly by the lapel. He raised his voice aggressively, asking if he had planned something against Dong Loi, and if this was all a scheme orchestrated by him. Van Long's expression flickered, but he stubbornly insisted that Ninfem provide solid evidence. Ninfem glared at him with icy eyes and demanded that the match be stopped immediately. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Kwang Vian suddenly stepped in to intervene, saying, "All right, that's enough." He turned to look at him and calmly explained that unexpected incidents occasionally happen during matches. Kwang Vian deliberately avoided eye contact, adding that the student still wished to continue. Hearing this, Ninfem turned around in a daze to look at Toyat Y. At the same time, the young girl muttered softly to herself, "I am still fine." He loudly ordered a stop, stating that she was no longer in a condition to fight. Dong Loi sneered, "Your teacher is right. No one would blame you if you surrendered now." Toyat Y ignored the surrounding chatter and insisted on continuing. Hearing this, he suddenly flared with rage, "Then I have no choice." Dong Loi gritted his teeth, saying, "If you are determined not to end this, then I will personally put an end to this match." As soon as he finished speaking, a staff-shaped magical artifact materialized. Seeing the critical situation, the girl quickly chanted a spell, and large blocks of ice moved into formation to create a protective shield. Taking advantage of this, Toyat Y quickly retreated and prepared to channel her internal energy to execute a new move. She stared straight ahead with a determined look and shouted, "Ice Blade Assault." Tiny, sharp ice fragments darted toward Dong Loi faster than he could react, clashing and creating an incredibly jarring sound. Seeing this, Toyat Y cheered inwardly, thrilled that her attack had landed. However, her joy did not last long before Dong Loi's hideous hand suddenly reached out. His entire body was engulfed in blazing flames as he scoffed, "You thought these childish tricks could hurt me." Dong Loi looked at Toyat Y with the contemptuous eyes of someone watching a dreamer. The girl felt uneasy as her ice magic was completely suppressed by his fire. She immediately switched to her electric-type ultimate move, Lightning Flash. Powerful bolts of electricity surged straight toward him, but he easily deflected them all. Dong Loi nonchalantly mocked her, "Your strength seems to be nothing more than the ability to cast moves quickly." And with that, he unleashed a blazing lethal attack in retaliation. Without delay, the girl immediately summoned ice blocks to re-establish a defensive shield. Yet, the gap in power between Toyat Y and a seasoned veteran like Dong Loi was simply too great. Realizing this, the girl felt utterly desperate, seeing no chance of winning this match, as tears of frustration welled up in her eyes. Suddenly, images from the past flashed back, and her father appeared. He looked at her with a disappointed expression and asked, "Are you failing again?" Dung Toyat Y frowned and asked if, in her current state, she was still worthy of being a member of the Dung family. If she were his daughter, she would not be allowed to be this incompetent. He could not hide his irritation as he finalized that her marriage to Trach Dong had already been decided. The harsh words flooded the young girl's mind, making it impossible for her to focus on learning basic healing spells. She would try her best, even though she had snuck into the school and was ranked D in her first test. It was truly shameful. It is no exaggeration to say she is the worst student I have ever seen. That is only because you do not understand her, as she is actually a genius at offensive magic. Just as she was about to give up, Ninfem's voice rang out over the loudspeaker to encourage her. "Dung Toyat Y, you can absolutely win." Those words were like a lifeline for her flagging spirit. Toyat Y jumped up immediately without a moment's hesitation. Dong Loi gave a disdainful laugh, mocking her by asking why she was still struggling when she was clearly about to give up. Hearing this, the young girl let out a relieved breath and replied with a determined look that this time, she was absolutely not going to lose. Dong Loi frowned and reminded her that her magic had been completely suppressed by him, so she should not dream of any further chances. Toyat Y retorted immediately that, as long as she was still standing on the arena floor, the chance was still there. Hearing this, he flew into a rage and told her to see for herself. Seeing flames erupting from her opponent, the girl shouted the command for an ice wall. A large block of ice quickly rose to block his line of sight. Seeing this, Dong Loi smirked, thinking it was a futile effort. In no time, he shattered the sturdy defense, but Toyat Y remained strangely calm and continued to summon ice walls. Dong Loi seemed to sense that something was wrong, so he paused for a moment. Wherever he moved, the ice walls followed and clung to him. The girl used her power to its full potential, continuously creating ice walls until Dong Loi lost his patience and shouted at her not to waste her efforts struggling. He shattered every ice barrier and charged forward like an arrow. Toyat Y delivered a powerful kick to the ground, creating a massive explosion. As soon as she created a safe distance, the girl continued to erect ice walls as shields carrying a chilling aura rose one after another to block Dong Loi's path. Toyat Y did not waste a single second, continuously casting the ice wall technique. At that exact moment, a part of the ice wall suddenly shattered, causing him to exclaim in surprise, "Huh!" By the time Dong Loi realized her intention, it was too late. He roared that ice-type magic had no effect on him whatsoever. Dong Loi immediately activated flames from inside the icy wall. Thien Truong stood watching the match from afar, complaining that the ice dust covered everything and he could not see a thing. He narrowed his eyes in anger, thinking this tactic was just a way to prolong her inevitable defeat. But Tuyet Wai ignored those words and muttered, "Explosive path." As soon as she finished speaking, a massive explosion rocked the entire arena. Ninfem saw through Tuyet Wai's move and thought to himself, using water vapor to conduct electricity. But doing so will also cause her severe self-inflicted harm. After the explosion, Dong Loi seemed to be engulfed in a cloud of white dust. The smoke gradually cleared, revealing his figure staggering as if about to collapse to the floor. On the other side, the girl's situation was not much better. Tuyet Wai's entire body quickly lost all strength, and she collapsed to the ground. The young girl seemed to have lost all consciousness and collapsed onto the arena floor, while her opponent also fell down next to Tuyet Wai at the same time. Witnessing the scene, Van Long let out a mocking laugh. Tuyet Wai had collapsed, so failing the test was a certainty, and there was nothing left to discuss. Thien Truong frowned, as it was clear that Tuyet Wai had already passed this test. He snapped back, saying that since Tuyet Wai couldn't even stand up, hadn't she already failed? When he reacted sharply, saying the man was talking nonsense, Nin Pham stepped in to intervene. "All right, hurry up and take Tuyet Wai to find Lam Zhao Sao immediately." Upon hearing this, Thien Truong quickly replied, "Yes." Van Long snorted coldly. "A student dares to lay a hand on a teacher in school. Aren't you afraid of being expelled?" He lowered his voice. "That's right." After finishing his sentence, Ning Fem suddenly swung a sharp blade slicing through the wall, which terrified the man, Ning Fem. He glared at Van Long. "But don't worry too much." Controlling the axe blade, Nin Fem said, "Today, I will help you loosen up your muscles a bit." At that moment, Kwang Vian suddenly appeared and said quietly, "You weren't usually someone who lost your temper easily. Since the family matter happened so long ago, haven't you moved past the trauma yet?" Nin Fem raised an eyebrow. "Don't think that just because we're close, you can stand in front of me and wave your hands around." Kwang Vian rolled his eyes slightly. "Before you get annoyed, take a good look," he said. "Your student has already stood up," and glancing over, Kwang Vian added, "Now that his student is confirmed to have passed, do you have any more objections, teacher?" Van Long replied, "No, absolutely none." Later, the man changed his tune and thought to himself, "Damn it, Don Nuoc Thai deceived me again," saying that Nin Fem had not yet recovered. Seeing the girl, Thien Truong called out, "Tuyet Wai," and stepped forward to support her. "Hurry, I'll take you to the infirmary." Tuyet Wai asked, "Did I pass?" And Thien Truong replied, "That's right, you passed." Upon hearing the answer she wanted, the girl drifted off to sleep, thinking, "That's wonderful." Van Long said sternly, "This round is a defensive test," and added, "The examining teacher is Peng Kwang from Class B." Van Long looked over. "The participating student is Thien Sa from Class D." Nim Fem said, "Go, just use everything I've taught you." The man set the rules: one must withstand attacks for 1 hour or knock out the teacher to pass. Thinking to himself, Van Long mused, Kung Kwang's barrier ability is very special. Inside it, his physical strength increases 50 times, making him second to none as a punching bag. Feng Kwang stood on the arena floor full of spirit. "Are you ready?" "If you are prepared." Without hesitation, he lunged toward Thien Cha to take the offensive. "Then let's begin." Kwang Vian watched as the defensive match went on for a while Van Long's intense observation made the mood become tense. Ning Fem seemed uninterested in the match, yawning repeatedly. Nevertheless, he still stood there watching the confrontation. Feng Kwang muttered, "This guy is pretty good, but as long as I remain in the barrier, my strength will continue to increase over time." Thien Sa provoked him, "Teacher, does your fist hurt? Do you need someone to blow on it for you?" Hearing those words, he flew into a rage. Damn it all. At the critical moment, he suddenly spoke up, "Wait a second." Then he calmly sat down in a chair and said, "All right, go ahead, I've already scouted everything out." Tung Kwang frowned, thinking, "This brat has a really quick mouth. Once I smash that turtle shell of yours, you'll be crying your eyes out. In half an hour, my strength will increase 50-fold. Let's see how long you can keep up this act then." Thien sighed, "This measly bit of strength doesn't even compare to the homework the teacher gave me." He suddenly recalled the words from 2 days ago. "Teacher, that useless So Fong has already finished learning defensive magic. Are you still refusing to teach me attack skills?" Ning Fem said, "Let me see just how large you can expand your shield." Thien Ta was confused. Why make it larger? The larger it is, the thinner the membrane becomes and its ability to withstand attacks decreases. He shrugged and added, "If you want to learn how to attack, just do exactly as I say." He did not dare to argue another word and immediately complied. "All right." Thien Ta gathered all his focus and strength to expand his protective shield. Feeling he had reached his limit, he said, "This is all I can do." Nin Fem tapped the shield a few times and remarked, "That's decent enough. Keep practicing like this." Thien Ka asked, "Wait, what about the attack portion?" He replied, "Wait until you have mastered this, and then I will teach you the attack techniques." Upon hearing this, he was even more fired up with determination.
You've got a deal.
"If I have to practice, I'll practice. What's there to be afraid of?" Back in reality at the infirmary, Cao Cao heard a commotion and turned around. Who's there? Thien Truong said in a panic. Teacher, please come and see what condition Toyet Y is in. Cao Cao was stunned. Toyet Y, stay calm. Get her into the emergency room immediately. The medical room quickly switched to emergency operation mode. She muttered, damn it, to dare to act and leave her in such a state. Tomorrow I will report this to the alliance leader so he can wipe that godforsaken school off the map. Hearing this, Toyet Y immediately retorted, it was my own stubbornness that led to this. Cao Cao snapped, failure is failure. You were never meant to be an undercover agent anyway. Tomorrow I will send someone to take you away from here. Hearing that, the girl grabbed her wrist tightly. Toyet Y expressed, I am not reconciled to this, I cannot leave. Teen Hyatt advised, worrying won't solve anything. It is best if you prepare for the upcoming round. Toyet Y replied, for the next round, I will definitely give it my all. He hesitated for a moment before continuing. It's just that Toyet Y had not yet finished speaking when the infirmary door flew open. But who could it be? By this time, Toyet Y had been bandaged and was sitting in a wheelchair. He hurried over and asked, Teacher, how is Toyet Y? Cao Cao replied, the situation is not very optimistic. Her internal injuries are very severe, and there is a high risk that she will lose her sight permanently. Hearing this diagnosis made Thien Truong turn purple with rage. Tri Van Long Dong Loi, those two bastards. Seeing his expression, she felt a flicker of suspicion. This kid, could it be that the two of them are secretly dating? At the same time, in the arena, Thien Se lost his patience and spoke up. Teacher, half an hour has already passed. Why don't you just forfeit and get it over with? Feng Kuang gasped for air. You little brat, the good show has only just begun. What are you in such a rush for? As soon as he finished speaking, he began to laugh loudly and tore his shirt apart. Seeing that sight made him feel extremely uncomfortable. It's all in vain. Feng Kuang lunged forward. To be able to force me to unleash 50 times my strength, you really are formidable. He did not hesitate at all as he swung his fist, slamming it straight into Thien Ka's defensive layer. Time in the arena seemed to slow down at that moment. He widened his eyes and asked, why did your strength suddenly explode to this extent? Feng Kuang roared, only realizing it now?
It's too late, kid.
He poured all of his brutal power into the fist he was throwing. Afterward, he aggressively rushed in to break Thien Ka's shield, but it seemed completely unaffected. He gave a faint smile, thinking, the teacher's power has become this formidable now, did you really think I wouldn't notice? Thien Ka added, I gave you a chance to concede earlier, and since you didn't know how to value it, don't blame me for being ruthless. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately controlled the shield to press closely against Feng Kuang. Before he could react, he was thrown to the ground by the force of the push. He walked over nonchalantly, thinking, how ridiculous. If you want to test my strength, you should at least invite the teacher from Class S. After reflecting, he thought, this method of maintaining defense is truly powerful. The feeling of defeating an opponent is so satisfying. Ningfem saw Thien Ka's expression and remarked, this kid says he hates it, but deep down he loves it. The system immediately announced the 100 trust points. So Fong approached and praised him. You did very well? Thien Ka's eyes lit up. Of course, just look at who I am. He happily patted his friend's shoulder. Come by my house sometime, I just bought some high-end equipment, and I guarantee it will broaden your horizons. Nin Flame pulled Thien Ka back to reality. What are you so smug about? It won't be too late to celebrate once you truly master how to use defensive layers for combat. His strike just now made the surrounding air feel suffocatingly heavy. Huang Vian watched them and thought to himself, these kids in Class D are truly promising seeds. Feng Kuang suddenly raised his voice. The exam was against the rules, so it shouldn't count. He pointed at Teacher Triu. This round was a defense test, yet he used the shield to knock me down. That's clearly a violation. Van Long glared. Shut your mouth. Isn't it embarrassing enough that you're still making a scene? He roared angrily. You were just lucky in the previous exams, but in this final round, you'll definitely get a taste of failure. Those words reached Nimfem's ears, making him dissatisfied. He retorted sarcastically, has the constant defeat damaged your brain, causing you to start rambling nonsense? He provoked him. Teacher Triu, try to be more open-minded. There's no hardship in life that cannot be overcome, and if there is, just overcome it. Van Long was furious.
Ningfem, don't get too smug.
I will personally handle the next round. Kuang Vian was surprised. Teacher Triu wants to enter the arena himself. He said, in that case I will act as the temporary judge for Teacher Triu. Ninfem found this slightly annoying, thinking, why are you everywhere? Kuang Vian loudly announced, the final round for Class D, the supervising teacher is Tri Van Long, and the student is Truong Thien Truong. He announced, the contestant is required to appear at the arena immediately, and added, if he doesn't show up in 1 minute, it will be considered a forfeit. A long time passed, and the arena remained silent without a single soul. Van Long raised an eyebrow and asked, Ninfem, is your student so scared that he ran away? He pondered, Truong Thien Truong hasn't returned after taking Dung Toyet Y to the infirmary. Could something have happened? Ninfem gave the order, so Fong, go check on Thien Truong. He replied, understood. Van Long sneered, there are only 30 seconds left, you Class D people might as well start packing up. Just then, a strong gust of wind suddenly whistled past So Fong's face. The door to the room flew right over his head, and Thien Truong's figure appeared immediately behind it. He stared and said, "Teacher Tru Van Long, I'm here." The moment Thien Truong appeared, the lights in the arena all turned on simultaneously. Ninfem said, "Right on time, start quickly," intentionally speaking loudly. "Don't keep someone waiting there awkwardly any longer." He clenched his fists with fierce determination. "Master, please rest assured, I don't want to hold back for even another second." Kwang Vian called out to signal, "Everything is in place now, so let's get started." Suddenly, Van Long let out a faint smile. The old man said, "I am willing to give you a way out to admit defeat right now. Of course, I can also use my fists to force you to submit." Thien Truong replied without any hesitation, "Today is not just about passing, but I am also determined to settle this debt with you." He channeled all his strength into his legs to gain momentum and rushed forward to launch a preemptive strike. Thien Truong swung his leg, delivering a thunderous kick toward Van Long, catching him off guard and causing him to lose his balance and stagger backward. Van Long quickly regained his stance and growled, "Do you have a death wish?" However, while the old man was still distracted, he had already closed in and was waiting right beside him. He unleashed a barrage of rapid, fierce attacks, but that sly old fox still managed to slip away and dodge them in time. The old man's eyes clearly showed a hostile look full of murderous intent. "Don't get smug just yet," Van Long said as he began to turn the tide with simple yet sharp punches. He constantly varied his techniques to disorient his opponent. Van Long pressed his advantage with moves that appeared flashy but were actually lethal blows. He landed a punch straight to Thien Truong's stomach, shouting arrogantly. Van Long's surprise attack briefly put him on the defensive. However, Thien Truong quickly reacted in time to turn the tide. The old man sneered contemptuously, "With techniques so full of openings, how dare you try to make me pay?" He spun around in a flash, continuously cornering Van Long. The old man quickly took a defensive stance and launched a fierce counterattack. "Don't even dream of defeating me." Kwang Vian watched with deep anxiety. Although his arm was better, his strength had not fully recovered, and Thien Truong staggered visibly from that last blow. He still struggled to stand back up to continue the arduous battle. But Pem was worried sick. Thien Truong was too impatient, so he couldn't show his full potential. Tin Ungayat and Tiat Y rushed toward the training room. "Everything must have started already, we have to hurry." Suddenly, she froze when she saw that the door had been battered out of shape. A pillar of light shot straight up from the ground and slammed into the ceiling, causing it to explode. The girl sitting in the wheelchair had a look of sheer panic on her face. Looking at the chaotic scene before her, Tin Ungayat was shocked. "What is going on? Isn't the situation heading toward defeat?" On the arena floor, Thien Truong landed decisively, kicking up a cloud of dust. He raised his head, gasping for breath, his eyebrows furrowed tightly in pain. Without even taking time to catch his breath, Thien Truong charged straight ahead once more. Van Long smirked calmly. "It's useless. Struggling is just a waste of effort." Having said that, he quickly ducked to dodge the blow and delivered a vicious counterstrike. Thien Truong could not dodge in time and took the full force of a palm strike, causing his face to turn pale. Following a deafening blast, he was flung backward and crashed hard into the arena ropes. Thien Truong lay motionless in exhaustion, his face bruised from his injuries. He glanced into the distance and was suddenly frozen in shock. Toyet Y felt as if her heart were on fire, her tear-filled eyes fixed on Thien Truong. As if revitalized, Thien Truong struggled to his feet and declared that he was determined to have a final showdown with the old man. Upstairs, Nenfam stood quietly beside Kwang Vian, observing intently. He worried that if Thien Truong remained so hot-headed, the exam would be a failure. Unable to sit still, Tin Ungayat banged on the door and called out to Nenfam. Losing her patience, she grabbed his arm and said, "Look, teacher, how can Thien Truong be any match for Van Long if he keeps fighting like that?" Tin Ungayat kept grumbling for a solution, while Nenfem could only sigh in frustration. He was already thinking it over, noting that the boy was becoming increasingly impulsive and had likely forgotten everything from Class S. She turned to look at him in shock, her expression showing she couldn't believe her ears as she asked, "What did you say, teacher?" Nenfem leaned close to the glass to assess the situation, muttering, "Could it be that method after all?" Suddenly realizing something, he shouted to stop Thien Truong, "Calm down and listen to me." At a moment when the boy was struggling to parry a barrage of blows from his opponent. Seeing the situation turn dire, he yelled out, "Calm your spirit, focus your mind, and maintain your inner core." Before Thien Truong could regain his composure, Van Long lunged forward and roared, "It really is over." The ceiling cracked upon impact. Nenfem silently marveled at the boy's strength, while Kwang Vian lay sprawled and dazed nearby. Nenfem tilted his head in admiration. Despite being dominated from the start, the boy had quickly delivered a fierce counterattack. He spoke candidly, "I have thought it over. While magic is ever-changing, a martial artist can only rely on their own strength." Kwang Vian raised his hand into the air, saying that in a predicament, one must stay even calmer. A blue light enveloped his hand as he practiced unifying intent with breath and preserving the core to maximize his physical power. Kwang Vian narrowed his eyes at the sudden surge of energy, noting that only then could the true power of the martial art be unlocked. In the classroom, he paced back and forth, lecturing on the path of a martial artist with the mantra, "Unify intent with breath, preserve the core." Thien Truong chanted along while practicing, but it wasn't until Nenfem's shout reached him that he truly awakened. "Unify intent with breath, preserve the core." Van Long delivered a powerful kick toward Thien Truong, certain that everything was over. As if suddenly enlightened, he immediately tightened his defensive stance. Thien Truong subconsciously leaned aside to dodge the strike as he suddenly recalled his teacher's words about unifying intent with breath and preserving the core, having nearly forgotten this crucial point. Van Long took a leap off the floor, his face darkening as he said, "The game doesn't end here." Having finished speaking, he lunged forward to strike the back of Thien Truong's neck, muttering, "You fool." Van Long triumphantly withdrew his smoking hand. Just as he was about to declare it finished, he froze in shock at the sight before him. He still stood firm, having blocked Van Long's strike with just one hand. From the corner of the room, Quang Vian quietly observed every development. Seeing that Thien Truong finally understood, he sighed in relief as the boy's energy stabilized. Nine Fem pressed against the glass and cheered. "Thien Truong, that's how a martial artist strikes." But Quang Vian snapped at him to stop. He sternly reminded him that this was an exam and that excessive outside interference would lead to the candidate's disqualification. Flustered, he clicked his tongue and decided to just let Thien Truong handle things on his own. Seeing Thien Truong brimming with killing intent, the old man calculated that the boy's energy had already materialized into a physical form. Van Long roared in anger, "So what if it's materialized? Aren't you still on the verge of defeat?" Without saying a word, he immediately kicked off the floor with all his might to propel himself forward. Van Long lightly leaped high into the air, spinning and launching a deadly kick at him. Undaunted, Thien Truong poured all his strength into a decisive counterattack, and at the exact moment he and the old man clashed, a blinding purple light suddenly ripped through space. Van Long suddenly found himself in a free fall, but quickly managed to land on his feet in the nick of time. Thien Truong was thrown back by the force of the counterattack, crashing hard against the edge of the arena. Amidst the hazy smoke, the old man slowly walked towards him, while he smiled contemptuously, wondering if that was all it took to be a former S-class genius. Toyat Y, despite her injuries, still tried to push herself up with her hands to stand up. Unable to contain her emotions, she shouted out in encouragement, "Thien Truong, keep it up!" The door of the medical room was shut silent as a chilly autumn breeze howled down the hallway. Inside, a quiet, heavy atmosphere enveloped the room. Suddenly, a red glowing sign reading, "In use," lit up amidst the swirling cold breeze, making the atmosphere as tense as a stretched bowstring. Looking with a blank, terrified expression as hot tears streamed down her face, Dong cried out, "It's just a minor treatment, right?" His body trembled from being strapped to the bed, but everything seemed completely off. With a cold smile and holding a flaming chainsaw, she said, "Don't worry, I will take full responsibility for curing you." She looked down with a mischievous gaze, her voice as cold as ice. "For you." Scene change. Van Long looked down at Thien Truong mockingly. "Is that all you've got? And yet you were once an S-class genius." He raised his fist high, aiming straight at him. "Let's end this." When suddenly Toyat Y's voice rang out, "Chuang Thien Truong, keep it up." The young girl's words of encouragement seemed to fuel Thien Truong with strength, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Van Long's lightning-fast punch lunged straight at him. Fortunately, Thien Truong dodged just in time, narrowly avoiding a direct hit, not giving Thien Truong any time to catch his breath. The old man immediately launched his next attack. Van Long raised his eyebrows defiantly. "I want to see how many more times you can dodge." He swung his arm, striking Thien Truong hard. Unable to dodge in time, he was sent flying back. Thien Truong braced himself to stand firm amidst the smoke rising from the friction on the ground. He tried to reassure himself. "I must stay calm and not let anger control me. Come on." Thien Truong and Van Long rushed at each other in a fierce battle. They clashed, trading relentless blows with a resolute gaze. Every single one of his attacks was powerful and decisive. Thien Truong's punch landed straight on the old man's face. Putting all his strength into it, he sent Van Long flying 10 meters away. Thien Truong panted, "This is my chance, no mistakes can be made this time." As a thick white smoke gradually spread, a voice said, "I admit I underestimated you before." The old man was completely unharmed, enveloped in a glowing red aura. "To force me to use my trump card. Even if you don't pass the exam in the end, you can still be proud of yourself." Suddenly, something was trying to emerge from beneath the ground. Van Long with an angry face rushed to attack him, but Thien Truong with his agile body easily dodged. He clenched his fists, his gaze determined. "I've already said it. The teacher must pay for his crimes." Van Long spun around, swinging a direct punch into Thien Truong's abdomen. He gloated, thinking his blow had landed, but Thien Truong remained unharmed without anyone knowing when. Thien Truong was already standing right behind Van Long. Enraged, he added another strike, but his arm only swung through empty air. Instantly, Thien Truong used his knee to drive a powerful blow into Van Long's spine. His face darkened with killing intent. With a slight curl of his lip, Thien Truong raised his leg high. A kick sent Van Long flying up against the ceiling, causing it to crack into 100 pieces. A massive, echoing explosion rang out amidst a thick cloud of dust. His entire body stuck to the ceiling like a magnet before slowly sliding down to the floor. Thien Truong rushed forward quick as lightning, delivering a direct kick to his face. The force caused one of Van Long's front teeth to go flying out. Blood splattered after the kick as the scene shifted to Dong Loi, who was covered in bandages and struggling to walk. He gnashed his teeth in anger as he walked. "Damn it, that doctor must be setting me up." Suddenly, a strange sound startled Dongloi, making him turn around abruptly. Right before his eyes, the solid wall cracked into fragments as the figure of an old man charged straight at him. The kick was so powerful that it knocked him into the opposite building. Van Long landed on top of him, and both lay flat on the ground, covered in blood. Kwang Vian declared, "The outcome is decided, the exam is over, Thien Truong's students have passed." He looked down in surprise. Finally, the genius of Class S from years ago had returned. Then Kwang Vian suggested, "Class D performed very impressively this time. I will ask my superiors to promote you all." Thien Truong was bewildered upon hearing this. Promotion? Lai Kwang's face beamed with excitement. "So our class has been promoted to rank C, no more worrying about being expelled." Dina Guyat smirked. Defeating a Class B teacher, it wouldn't be strange to move up to Class A. "Are you alright, Thien Truong?" Suddenly a voice rang out. "You all did very well today, but today's session isn't over yet." It was 9 Fem, he enthusiastically announced. "After school, I'm treating the whole class to BBQ. Whoever's coming, raise your hand." The students scrambled to join in immediately. Glasses clinked together brightly. "Let's toast everyone." The table was lively.
Don't touch my piece of meat. It's free, eat as much as you like. Good wine. Hey, you guys take it easy.
Ning Fem was generous. "Everyone has worked very hard. This meal is on me." Suddenly, a hand slammed hard onto the table in front of him. It was Cao Cao. She scowled and shouted loudly, "Ning Fem!" Ning Fem was flustered and broke into a cold sweat. How did she find me all the way here? She pointed her finger at Toyet Y and Thien Truong as they ate. "What kind of teacher are you? The kids were just injured, yet you let them eat chicken." Teen and Guyet spoke up to mediate. "A little relaxation is good too. Sit down and have a drink with us, teacher." Matt pulls out a chair to invite her to sit down, then pushes forward a plate and a pair of ready-to-use chopsticks. Cao Cao looks around. These people think she is easily swayed. The little girl blinks her sparkling eyes. With Teacher Lam here, she feels somewhat at ease in size and compromise, just this once. Su Fong is slightly startled as he looks down at the face tinged with sadness. It turns out the barbecue tray is completely empty. When did these students manage to put more meat in? Thin Kai is purple with rage. "Didn't I tell you not to touch my portion?" Su Fong frowns and puts his hand on Le Kwang's shoulder. "Where did the meat I put on the table go?" The boy scratches his head awkwardly. "Oh, that's strange." He shouts, "Was it you?" Li Kwang gives a sheepish laugh. "I saw that no one was eating it, and meat gets cold if left for too long." He is helpless, so you just decided to sneak a bite. Thien gnashes her teeth. "I think you're tired of living." "Ninfem?" Tinangayat sighs. "Teacher, you should look after the kids a bit more." Ninfem says satisfyingly, "Thienka's so kind to have integrated with the class." Hearing this, she is startled. "Which eye of yours sees that?" Ngok Tayat asks, "Ninfem, when do you plan to start work?" He raises an eyebrow. "We can start tomorrow. Let's go together." Nen Pham smiles, ignoring the children's battle for food. Thanks to everyone's support this time, they passed the written exam. She smiles radiantly. "This is what I should do." Cao Cao nods while on the phone. "Yes, that's right." Her face hardens. Indeed, although Tiu Toyet is covered in injuries, this grudge must be avenged. The scene shifts to the next day at Class D's classroom. Ninfem and his students are dazed, staring blankly in shock at the classroom door. It turns out the classroom has been blocked off to prevent entry. A notice on the door says the school is cutting costs and suspending use of Class D's equipment and room. What trick is that bald guy Lu Hoiquan playing? After reading it, he trembles with rage and delivers a powerful kick that makes the door fly open easily. Ninfem smirks in disdain. Did he really think this bit of minor magic could block his way? He is startled to see it empty inside. Le Kwang is suspicious. Where are the desks and chairs? Why does this feel so familiar? Su Fong gives a sinister laugh and whispers into the boy's ear, "Hey, nerd, let's do it like this." He acts mysterious and finally, "That's it? Got it?" Upon hearing this, Le Kwang's eyes and mouth go wide in surprise. "You really are a genius." Ninfem turns back grumbling. "What are you two discussing? I'm already annoyed enough by this." Both confidently pat their chests. "Don't worry, teacher. Leave the finance department guy to us this time. We'll definitely get your desks and chairs back." The hallway is silent except for the echo of footsteps. The atmosphere is thick with tension. The footsteps stop in front of a tightly closed door. It is Li Kwang. With a cold face, he pushes the door open forcefully, startling the person inside, and roars in fury, "It really is you." Ho Quan is utterly confused. "Which class are you from?" Terrified, he shuts his eyes tight and looks away. "What are you trying to do?" After a moment of silence, Ho Quan opens his eyes doubtfully. Before him is the boy's grimacing, sweat-covered face. Immediately after, Lai Kong falls onto the floor, clutching his body and wailing, "It hurts so much! It really hurts!" Ho Quan, still panicked, tries to advise him, "Hey student, if you're in pain, go to the infirmary right now. This is the finance office." The boy continues his tantrum on the floor. A calculating gleam flashes in Le Kwang's eyes. Just a second later, he rolls his eyes back and screams, "The teacher's hitting a student!" "The teacher hit someone? Oh my god, it hurts so much!" He was utterly petrified, his bald head gleaming under the lights as he hurriedly explained that he hadn't done anything. Ho Quan looked toward the door where Su Fong was working frantically. He asked what he was doing, And Sufong replied that he had been waiting for that cue to say his line, that he just happened to be passing by and saw a teacher bullying students. The kid, seeing reinforcements, stood up triumphantly. Hand over the equipment and documents to our class right now. Don't blame us if this photo is made public. He stood frozen like a statue, not understanding the situation, stammering as he asked what he had actually done. The two worked together to pressure Hui Quan. I advise you to hand it over quickly. That's right, our patience has reached its limit. He miserably explained that he only intended to remind them that the finance room has surveillance cameras. Hearing that, both of them were stunned, their faces turning completely blank. The scene switched to 2 cups of piping hot tea steaming on the table. A staff member carried a tea tray into the meeting room. A voice suddenly spoke up, asking what important matter had caused everyone to be summoned so abruptly. The man, skillfully clutching the book in his hand, could only purse his lips in silence. A pink-haired girl lifted her teacup and said, "If it's something interesting, please share. Life has been so boring lately." Kwang Vian suggested that since all the Class D students had defeated the Class B teacher in the exam, he wanted to promote them. He nervously asked if anyone had any objections. Duong Ho looked skeptical, unable to believe his ears. How could something so absurd happen? Surely the Class B teacher cheated. With a calm expression, On replied that Class D moving up was fine. She herself had no objections. The man still held the book tightly without saying a word. Ngok Toyet added that these children's talents were very promising and they were certainly capable enough to move up. He was startled, his eyes wide with surprise, when he heard the name of Ms. Diu. Seeing everyone in agreement, Kwang Vian concluded that the matter was decided. 3 men and 2 girls left the meeting room. Duong Ho, still in shock, turned to Ta La and asked, "Don't you have any opinion? Don't you hate Ningfem the most?" It turned out the man holding the book was Ta La. He coldly observed that Lu Kwang Vian wanted to move those students to Class S, and their strength was indeed formidable. He was utterly confused. Why do you think so too? He had no idea the man holding the teacup was still intently monitoring the conversation. Ta La closed his book and indifferently said that since Ningfem had not yet recovered, he wasn't fit to be a Class S teacher. Duong Hoa excitedly said that they could take his students and get rid of him. Then he burst out laughing, as if it were the only feasible solution. The water delivery person nearby overheard all the confidential information. Does Chuang Thientrong want to return to Class S? Impossible, he must find a way to stop it immediately. Hui Quan froze, his face turning pale as he stammered a denial. Li Kuang aggressively told him to hand it over now, while Su Fong chimed in that their patience had run thin. He frowned, asserting that he only wanted to remind them that this room had surveillance cameras installed, since it was the finance office after all. Hearing this, the other 2 stopped in their tracks, their faces pale as they asked again in confusion. Hui Quan stroked his chin and asked if they still wanted to threaten him. Right then, a mysterious force suddenly pulled him down. Hui Quan slumped to the ground in an extremely humiliating and shameful position. He broke out into a cold sweat, not understanding what on earth was happening. Ningfem slowly walked in and sarcastically greeted Teacher Lu. He looked down and said he didn't dare accept such a grand gesture from the teacher. You have used the great teacher observation skill on Lu Hui Quan. Hui Quan's whole body trembled. Ningfem, what on earth did you do to me? A system notification appeared stating you used pay respects to a great master on Lu Hui Quan. Ningfem lowered his head and replied, "It seems Mr. Lu has realized his mistake," kneeling again and again to beg for my forgiveness. He gritted his teeth and replied, "Don't be so full of yourself." He maintained a serious expression. "We are here to discuss Class D. You have used pay respects to a great master on Lu Hui Quan." The system voice resounded. Lu Hui Quan summon, level ape. He lowered his head even further. "It's impossible." A system notification sounded. Due to a prior battle injury, the intrinsic summon cannot be used. The summoned beast is a white tiger. Ningfem let out a sinister smile. "Mr. Lu, why don't we make a deal?" Hui Quan struggled to force out every word. "I have nothing to trade with you." Ningfem spoke nonchalantly. "A few years ago you suffered an injury that forced your intrinsic summoned beast into hibernation. I can completely help you wake it up." Hearing that, he trembled but still stubbornly argued, "Who would believe your lies?" Ningfem turned to leave. "Then that's a shame. Let's go home." He replied, "All right." He gave a cunning smile. "I was originally planning to help you deal with that annoying baldness as well." Hui Quan tightly closed his eyes. Memories of why his ex dumped him flooded back.
You baldy.
"Everyone says you look exactly like my father."
Let's break up.
Abandoning his pride, he crawled over and grabbed Ningfem's leg, pleading, "Wait." Ignoring his image, Hui Quan clung tightly to the other's leg.
What do you have as proof?
Ningfem turned his head, a triumphant smirk on his lips as he replied, "Too easy." He set a condition. "Well then, first, why don't you try summoning your intrinsic beast?" In Class D, the atmosphere was unusually quiet. Tin and Guyet looked up at the ceiling and sighed, "This is so bothersome." She turned her head to look at her friends. "Why don't any of you look troubled at all?" Vuong Fi's voice rang out. "Our class is at the bottom of the school rankings, and now they don't even bother to show up to class anymore." He spoke mockingly. "Genius, I heard your arm is better." Looking at Thientrong's casted arm, Vuong Fi jeered, "How could I have the heart to hit an injured person?" He was extremely annoyed. "Why are they here?" Thien Sa put a hand on Thientrong's shoulder. Leave this to me. With a darkened expression, he said. Who are you guys? If you don't dare to make a move, then get the hell out of here. Ninfem instructed. All right, just do as I say in a bit. Sufong and Li Kuang looked at each other in confusion, not understanding a thing. Min Duong called out while carrying things.
Mr. Nin's goods are here.
He turned around. They're here. It's me. Ninfem set the box down with a thud on the ground right in front of Hui Quan. His face turned sinister. Well then, let's start preparing. He didn't dare open his eyes. Ningfem, does it really have to be like this? Is there any other way? He used a cloth to cover his mouth. Do you still want to see your intrinsic summoned beast or not? Just do exactly as I said. Looking at the dishes spread out before him, Hui Quan looked completely helpless. Fine, fine. Standing outside the door, Ninfem gave a thumbs up. Next, eat while maintaining your summoning state. He asked back nervously. I have to eat more. The kid said enthusiastically. If you don't eat it, I will. It clearly smells so good. He snapped.
You think everything that's edible smells good?
His hands radiated an orange spiritual power. Then Hui Quan used a knife to make a light cut. Despite his grimacing face, he was determined. Whatever, let's gamble on it once. Hui Quan picked up a piece of pitch black, stinking tofu, then hurriedly slurped some more noodles, but his eyes had already rolled back. After eating a piece of fish, Hui Quan looked like all his energy had been drained, appearing extremely haggard. The cut on his hand from earlier began to emit a deep, red glow like fresh blood. Hui Quan looked at his glowing hand in bewilderment when suddenly, an orange tabby cat emerged from it. His eyes welled up with tears. It was really him. Moved, Hui Quan hugged the cat tightly to his chest. This is great, comrade, we can fight side by side once again. However, upon smelling a strange scent, the cat panicked, broke out in a sweat, and immediately threw a punch at him.
What is this? So annoying!
He leaned in close. Cats are extremely sensitive to this scent. It stimulates the summoned beast when you open the gateway. However, this is a forced summon, so the beast is still very weak. You must take good care of it. Hui Quan's face was now covered in scratches. The system announced a 500-point increase in reputation. Ninfem thought to himself that the summoned beast and the summoner are originally one. He wondered when Lintin and Gaiet would finally understand this. A flurry of system notifications appeared. The total reputation points were 1255. His physical condition is currently good, with the awakening level reaching 1.8%. The system had 3 skills: Eye of the Grandmaster, saluting the Grandmaster, and 1 skill that required 1,000 points to activate. He noticed something unusual. Why so many points? Suddenly a voice called out, Master Nin. He voluntarily knelt on the ground. Master Nin, I wish to study under you from now on. I will return all the school supplies immediately. Ninfem didn't know what to do. Just stay calm for now. He decided to save the new skill until he accumulated enough points. He gestured to Li Kuang. Did you hear what Master Lu said? Bring the supplies back to class quickly. The boy gave a thumbs up. Yes, no problem. When Li Kuang turned around to find his friend, Sufong had vanished. Let's go. Suddenly, Ninfem's phone in his pocket rang incessantly. He answered. Hello, Ngok Toyat spoke. I'm standing in front of the school gate. Come over when you see me. Still annoyed with the wretch Sufong, Ninfem asked in confusion. Ha. She laughed. You haven't forgotten our appointment to gather herbs today, have you? To hide his embarrassment, he hurriedly replied.
No way.
How could I forget? Ninfem immediately flung open the window and jumped out. Without hesitation, he rushed down. That damn bald guy wasted so much of my time. Thiensa shouted sternly. Which lot are you guys from? If you want a beating, get lost right now. Vuong Phi smirked. Truong Thien Tai found a solid backer, I see. His face darkened. We are looking for Truong Thien Trong today. Anyone uninvolved should leave now or don't blame us. Hearing that, he sneered. I'd really love to know what or else looks like. Instantly, a large explosion erupted right in front of Thiensa, filling the corner with smoke and dust. Kailak's shoulder was still smoking from the previous punch. It will be like this. He was protected by a shield. Just a bit of cat-type power, nothing to show off about. Shocked, the man wondered, does this guy have Tortoise-type powers? Kailak began to prepare his attack as his body gradually blurred into afterimages. Quick as a flash, he closed in on the shield, just inches from Thien's eye. Seeing this, Thienka quickly raised his hand and yelled, expand. The shield suddenly swelled, throwing him back. What the hell is this? Thiensa snapped his fingers. Immediately, the shield flung Kailak far away. Unwilling to accept defeat, he regained his balance for the next attack. Kailak said sinisterly, don't think I don't have a way to deal with your tortoise shell. Seeing the situation, his face clearly showed horror. Wait, what? He charged like a shot, piercing through the wall. The shield also began to crack, causing Thienka to fall freely downward. The protective shield vanished as Wang Fei's elbow drew close to his face, and both plummeted from the building's high floor amidst a thick cloud of smoke and dust. He gave a cold, arrogant smirk. Was this guy for real? The repair costs for the construction were about to skyrocket again. Tin and Gaiet and Thien Truong were utterly shocked. They both called out Thienka's name in unison. The thick dust obscured their vision. Within it, a silhouette was faintly visible as Kailak gripped Thienka's neck tightly and criticized him with contempt. Sofong, enveloped in a defensive shield, shot down rapidly from the air. He frowned with indignation, ordering him to release Thiensa immediately. Sofong landed nearby in an instant. Kailak grabbed Thianka by the collar, lifting him up and challenging So Fong to come and take him back if he could. He suddenly felt an ill omen, thinking that it was bad and that he had to deactivate this defense screen immediately. He flung Thianka away, creating a small impact accompanied by a dense cloud of dust. So Fong was pinned against the wall, trying to shield his head. This guy was so cunning. Thian Chuang looked down in panic, telling him it was enough and to stop. Kailak waved his hand provocatively. The original goal was just to find you. Come forward and let's settle our unfinished match. Brother Yanzhong nodded in agreement, but she immediately stopped him, saying he couldn't do that. Tin and Guyot spoke up irritably. Don't cause any more trouble since your wounds haven't healed. If you dare hurt my friend, you're dead meat. She wondered to herself where Nine Plam had disappeared to. Suddenly, he charged in from afar, clutching Nengok Toyet while running for his life and screaming hysterically. Ning Fem ran with all his might, wondering why there were so many bees today. Ngok Toyet extended her hand forward and cast a freezing spell. The swarming bees were instantly frozen and shattered into pieces. Ning Fem wondered if these bees were the threat she mentioned. She leaned close to his ear and replied they were not, as there were normally no venomous bees here, and their behavior was very strange. Hearing that, Ning Fem immediately understood. You mean someone is secretly behind this, pulling the strings. While running and watching the pursuing bees, Ning Fem came to a sudden halt, his eyes wide with utter astonishment. A massive number of bees had completely blocked off every escape route for the both of them. He asked aloud, now that you've surrounded us tightly, how long do you plan to stay hidden in there? A voice rang out from the thick swarm. It shall be as you wish. A knee holding an incense burner laughed. He had intended to catch the long-haired monster, but stumbled upon two orthodox power users instead. Ning Fem and Ngok Toyet raised their hands to focus internal energy, telling him in unison to go to hell. The two of them coordinated perfectly to unleash their moves, creating a powerful wind barrier combined with a layer of frost. A small flame ignited at his fingertips. He showed disdain for his enemy and summoned a giant fireball called Blazing Inferno, warning him not to dare offend members of the Orthodox sect. His whole body trembled in terror, unable to believe that Nin Fem could use multiple abilities simultaneously. The incense burner in Aini's hand had now shattered into many small fragments. Nin Fem suddenly appeared in front of him, catching him off guard from behind. Anai gave a forced smile, his face turning deathly pale. In the blink of an eye, he was lying flat on the ground. Nin Fem dusted off his hands and sighed. This guy certainly is quite a handful. From deep within the cliffs, a strange roar echoed, causing both of them to freeze instantly. A flash of realization struck him, and she quickly added that this was the sound of the long-haired monsters. They seemed to travel in groups and were intent on finding the spiritual elixir. Nin Fem eagerly took her snowy, white hand. Let's head over there quickly. In the deserted and silent hallway, So Feng strolled calmly and leisurely. He smirked because he had slipped away in time. That fat guy was truly foolish, so he'd just go back to class and wait. Desks and chairs, here I come! Right then, the wall next to Su Feng collapsed, sending bricks and dust flying everywhere. He stared wide-eyed as if he had just witnessed something terrifying. What on earth is happening? Su Feng stared at Wang Fei. Isn't that a student from Class S? His pupils contracted as he wondered in confusion why he was there. Xing Yu looked at him with eyes full of resentment. If he dared to hurt her friend, he wouldn't leave alive. Without any hesitation, she raised her hand to summon her pet. Come out. Ye Qiu appeared right next to Xing Yu. Suddenly, Tai Ji rushed from out of nowhere to attack, his left hand gripping the wall while his right hand grabbed Ye Qiu's head. Wang Fei chuckled. Hey, I haven't even made a move yet, and you're already ignoring me. As soon as he finished speaking, TG concentrated all his strength into his hand, shattering the rock in his grasp. Naturally, Xing Yu could not stand by and watch, so she ordered Dudu to attack. The creature quickly obeyed and flew forward. Wang Fei raised an eyebrow and said, Your natal summoned beast is quite interesting. Dudu continued to soar in midair. Pack that scoundrel for me? At the same time, his hand glowed with a bright metallic sheen as Wang Fei declared haughtily, compared to my natal summon, that thing is far inferior. Fairy eyes and a roar that echoed throughout the whole area. Huahua inside was finally released. Hearing the fierce roar, Dudu froze up. It turned and fled back toward Xing Yu in terror. Seeing the battle become chaotic, So Feng couldn't help but worry about Si Tianji's situation. His eyes scanned the area and saw Xing Yu and Huahua in a tense standoff. Big sister? So Feng's mind was in turmoil. He told himself, don't they know how miserable it is to offend Class S students? I can't. If I get involved, I'm finished too. So Feng hesitated over what to do next. I have to go. I must get out of here. Suddenly Wang Fei spoke up. I like the way you look at me with such hatred, while being unable to do anything. He turned around and continued. You can't do anything to me. Standing behind him, he was poised to attack but full of hesitation. Just at that moment, Xing Yu also saw him and shouted, Su Feng. He spoke up, big sister, leave him to me. Go save Shi Tianji's group quickly. He suggested, since you can fly, just fly straight out, that guy can't do anything. So Feng gritted his teeth in worry. If I run, what will happen to you? Qilua suddenly stepped forward and asked, are you sure you can escape by flying like that? At the exact moment he was about to strike, Yi Chu suddenly lunged forward to block his path. K. Laosi was forced to stop and stare at it. The situation had completely reversed. He snorted contemptuously. The three of you together wouldn't be able to do anything to me. How pathetic. In the next moment, K. Laosi, while fleeing at top speed, loudly taunted, "If you're so brave, come out and fight me one-on-one." In another development in a desolate forest, Ningpim surveyed his surroundings and muttered, "This must be the coordinate." And Ji-Tide urged,
We have to hurry.
"This medicinal herb is extremely rare and we can't let the people from the Psychic Alliance snatch it away." You interrupted, "Calm down, something is approaching." As soon as you finished speaking, rustling sounds echoed incessantly. In the blink of an eye, you saw the demon beast charging forward with a furious roar. Ninfipim nimbly dodged the attack and exclaimed, "So it's this kind of long-haired monster." While you were still confused, a shout suddenly rang out, "You mindless beasts, get out of my sight." At the same time, he unleashed a lightning bolt to destroy the demon beast. Fortunately, Ninfuekimem had already seen through his intention and reached out to block the attack. Kwai roared angrily, "Which brat dares to obstruct my move?" You retorted sternly, "Killing wild animals is against the law." He looked at the two of them and pressed, "Aren't you two the ones guarding the forest? How did you infiltrate here?" Hearing Ple's question, Ninfuekim was stunned. "That guy. It seems I might have been a little too heavy-handed just now." Before he could finish speaking, the man lunged forward, "You dare to kill Nunsen."
I'll risk my life fighting you right here.
Ninfich thought to himself, "Wow, he's so impulsive, rushing in before I could even finish my sentence." At the same time, the system alerted, "You have activated the pay respects to a master skill on Kwai." While still disoriented, his entire body suddenly collapsed onto the ground as if controlled. You gave an awkward smile. "Oh, I'm so sorry. Please get up. Get up quickly." A moment later, Apioi said nothing more and launched an attack. He glared at Ninfikim with hatred.
I will kill you.
You saw the murderous aura approaching but felt no fear, calmly raising your hand to block it. Right beside Apai, a demon suddenly appeared, causing him to freeze.
What is this?
Without hesitation, it swung its axe directly at Afiai's neck. He then cried out in panic, "Let's talk this through slowly." However, it wasn't long before Apai, terrified, had already fainted. "I think I was too heavy-handed again." Ninfishkim suddenly saw the demon beast waddling forward and was surprised. "What are they doing?" Immediately, a whole swarm of demon beasts appeared in front of you. They began to surround Ninfipim as if they had known him for a long time. Witnessing this scene, you couldn't help but be astonished. What in the world is going on? After the swarm of demon beasts finished their task, they all became unusually restless.
Nunjiki Tide spoke. Thank you all. Goodbye.
She added cheerfully, "They seem very grateful to us, not as ferocious as described in books." Ninchpim agreed, "That's right, those books must have recorded things incorrectly." You asked further, "By the way, how many hair-growing herbs are there here?" Nunjiki Tite replied, "Only these 2 sprigs." Ninfim was surprised, "Only so few. Let the children have the rest of the medicinal herbs to nourish their bodies." She smiled gently and urged, "It's getting late, let's go back." Suddenly, a Rabai roared, "Do you think you can escape?" He swung his hand, controlling a lightning bolt aimed directly at you. A Dai sneered, "Do you think I'm that easy to deal with, you fool? Put those medicinal herbs down, and I'll grant you a painless death." Ninfem sighed helplessly and advised, "You should worry about yourself, look behind you and see what's there." A Dai shouted angrily, "Are you still trying to play tricks on me? Today I will kill you." Before he could even swing his arm to unleash a move, his body was suddenly suspended in mid-air. "Oh my," he exclaimed. Bongkud had now transformed into a creature of gigantic proportions. It stared at a Dai with cold, sharp eyes. Witnessing this scene, he had to nod in acknowledgement. The books were right after all. Nungok Toyet replied softly, Early the next morning in Class D's classroom, Lai Kwang spoke up, full of energy, "Good morning, everyone." On the contrary, he was met only with the grave expressions of the whole class. Li Kung observed the tangle of wounds on everyone and wondered, "Wow, why do you all look so miserable? Did you get into a fight again?" Su Fong hurriedly explained, "Yesterday, those from Class S came over to pick a fight with us." Jun Jun, from the group of Heavenly Court, said sadly, "It's all my fault." He continued, "I will definitely make a greater effort to demand justice for everyone." Thiensa suddenly slammed the table with a bang. "I can't swallow this resentment either." Tin and Guyet frowned, "Haven't you guys faced enough trouble already?" No sooner had she finished speaking than the group of Wang Fi could be heard at the door. He stared in this direction and gave a cold laugh. "I didn't expect you guys would still have the nerve to show up at school." Tin Ungayet's expression darkened. "What kind of trouble are you looking for again?" Wang Fi replied nonchalantly, "You played a dirty trick on us yesterday, so naturally I have to come here today to settle the score." Tanta stepped forward aggressively. "I heard your class has a spiritual type user. I want to seek some instruction. I wonder which one it is." Hearing this, a chill ran down Su Fong's spine. Seeing this, Tanta smirked. "It's not you, is it, you guy with the glasses?" At this very moment, the school gate outside was extremely noisy and bustling. Nin Fem frowned in annoyance, running into him first thing in the morning. "How unlucky." Kwang Vian replied, "There is an emergency meeting regarding the exams and promotion for Class D. Come with me right now." He frowned. "Did you file a petition with the superiors already?" Just then, they heard the crowd gossiping. Have you heard lately about a Class D student defeating a Class B teacher? They continued excitedly. Of course I've heard. Everyone in the school knows. That's right, it's truly extraordinary, just like something out of a comic book. Then they added, I heard that yesterday Class D clashed with Class S and got beaten to a pulp. Oh, I just saw some guys from Class S heading toward that classroom furious. Hearing this, Ningfem couldn't sit still. Hey, you two, he started. Kwang Vian stopped him. Whatever it is, wait until the meeting is over. The principal has returned and he is attending this meeting as well. Hearing him say this, he asked in surprise, the principal. Kai-san spoke up. The incident that occurred during the Class D exam intentionally causing injury to student Deng Toyat Y is an extremely serious situation. Following the regulations, I propose that we dismiss the head of the examining board, Chu Van Long. Kwok and Gu turned and said, Chu Van Long, do you have anything to say in your defense? The old man hesitated. No, it was Dong Loi's fault. He previously held a grudge after being defeated by Deng Toyat Y, and it was he who intentionally sought revenge. He was stunned when he heard Van Long shift the blame like that.
Teacher, you must not lie.
The man insisted. This is the evidence that Dong Loi took action. This matter has nothing to do with me. In addition, Van Long produced a photo as material evidence. Kwang Vian said in a steely voice, do you think you can shirk your responsibility just by doing that? Furthermore, you were covering for Dong Loi at the time, weren't you? Kwok and Gu concluded, Dong Loi's behavior is of too serious a nature. The decision is to remove him from his position, expel him, and pursue legal responsibility for intentionally injuring a student. Chu Van Long, having abused his position for personal gain, will no longer serve as the homeroom teacher as of today and will be reassigned to handle logistics. He naturally didn't obey this order at all, so Kwok and Gu shouted loudly, shut up right now. He became harsh. If you have any objections about the work, feel free to write a resignation letter. Kwang Vian suggested. Class D's exam results were extremely impressive. Their ability has reached Class S standards. I propose promoting them. Meanwhile, in the Class D classroom area, a different scene was unfolding. Su Fong lost his balance and fell backward. Tanta sneered contemptuously, just a rookie. Vong Fai snapped, Trong Thien Truong, kneel down and kowtow to apologize to me, and only then will this end. He held the person tightly. Tin and Gayat interrupted. If not, then what? No matter what, I will absolutely not hand my friend over to you guys. Hearing that, he burst out laughing with delight. Well said. Before they could enjoy the joy for long, a loud noise rang out, surprising even Tin and Gayat. Ninfem looked at the other party. I've only been gone for a day, and everything is already in this much chaos. He scanned the classroom. I really want to meet the bold person who dares to bully my students. Inside the meeting room, Kwakon demanded let Ninfem in. As soon as he finished speaking, the room suddenly fell dead silent. A shadowy figure glided past the door of the meeting room. Ninfem's figure gradually emerged, but his demeanor was completely different from usual. Glancing from the corner of his eye, Kwak Enga spoke, Nenfem, you dare skip the meeting. He swept his gaze around. I want to see who is so tired of living that they dare bully my students. Vuong Fai frowned. No wonder none of you dared to step up to the stage to fight me until now. He taunted, what's wrong? Did having your arm broken by me make you lose all your courage, you pieces of trash? Are you still waiting for your teacher to come and play the hero saving the beauty? Tin Ungait couldn't suppress her anger and shouted, who is trash? Ninfem stopped her. You're not that great either. My students are capable of kicking you off the rankings. Vuong Fi sneered, Teacher Nin, I heard you were injured. Did that injury affect your brain? Thinking this crowd can kick me out, are you still dreaming? He looked straight ahead defiantly. If you don't believe it, just pick anyone here to prove it. He naturally wasn't convinced. Since you say so, I won't hold back. Vuong Fai pointed at Thien Cha. Then you, come on up. He smiled wryly and replied, choosing the strongest person in this class, I think you're really tired of living. Ninfem helped Thien Chai understand the situation. He chose you, of course, because you're the weakest one. He leaned in close. Come here, I have some instructions. Ninfem guided. I already taught you the basic transformation skills before. Now is the most important part, listen to me carefully. A moment later, he was still diligently instructing. Like that, then do it this way, do you understand? Ningfem smiled meaningfully. Give it a try. And hey, don't go too easy on him. Thienka looked up. No problem, get ready to be beaten to a pulp. Right after saying that, he quickly bent down. This move caused the surrounding atmosphere to suddenly turn freezing cold. Seeing that sight, he thought to himself, I should probably hit him less in the future. A few minutes later, they had all gathered at the training ground. Ninfem, acting as the referee, said, begin. Thienka calmly walked forward. Rest assured, I will go as easy on you as possible. A mysterious aura also simultaneously flared up on Vuong Fi's hands. He snorted coldly, thinking that listening to a few words of advice from his teacher made him look impressive. Vuong Fi had summoned a three-headed wolf and become overconfident. Surely he would pay a heavy price. The monsters steadily charged forward, aiming to take down Thienka. Two forces collided violently, creating earth-shattering explosion. Ninfem's lips curled slightly. This kid learned fast, sharp spikes appearing and disappearing with great power. They easily pierced through the solid defenses of the three-headed wolves. In the end, Thienka remained unharmed and achieved a glorious victory. He chuckled mockingly. Is this your trump card? How ridiculous. Immediately after the system announced that his trust points had increased to 66. Wang Fi smirked. Seems the knowledge that useless old teacher taught you is somewhat useful. He summoned Hoa Ho. If you want to play big, I will spar with you for a few more rounds. Tiansa began to feel excited and replied, Alright, let's see who the master of the game is, as he used his power manipulation ability to pressure his opponent. Ho Ho possessed extreme speed, so it easily dodged the previous attack. Seeing that the opponent was tough to handle, Tiansai immediately summoned a series of sharp spikes. It didn't flinch and charged straight into the barrage, a large explosion erupting right before its eyes. As the dust and smoke cleared, Ho Ho's figure remained standing firmly, virtually unharmed. It seized the opportunity during the chaos of the battlefield to deliver a decisive blow. Ho Ho swung a sharp kick toward the opponent. Tianka hurriedly focused his thoughts to visualize a more powerful weapon. He began to recall Ninfem's words about the method of switching from defense to offense. He had said, Unleash your imagination, this power will be even stronger the more your mind flourishes. At that thought, Tiansa gradually entered a state of intense focus, and the imagined image began to manifest clearly. That power quickly solidified into a fierce giant monster. Even Wang Fi couldn't seem to believe his eyes. What on earth is that? He laughed loudly. So what if you win? Do you want to kick me off the S rankings? Is Class B skilled enough to compete? Tianka's physical condition had slightly diminished by now. Despite this, he maintained a confident look. You loser, what is all this nonsense about classes? Ninfem immediately pulled Tiansa back to reality. They've already gone and you're still gloating. It seems you still haven't learned your lesson about wanting a beating. He said, Look, it's not like you can't beat Class S. Why did I only leave for one day and already you've let them bully you this much? Sufong hesitated. In truth, Class S is very strong. Ninfem grew furious. It seems I was still too lenient with you before. This time I brought back many good items. And next I will train you very strictly. He took out a potion bottle, starting with you first, Bang Tin Ungayat. She wondered what it was, and Ninfem explained it was a reward for the recent victory. Tin Ungayat was stunned to find out it was hair growth medicine and drank it down without hesitation, leaving him to exclaim helplessly, Hey, did you really need to finish it all in one go? In the blink of an eye, Tin Ungayat's hair grew tremendously long. In addition, each strand of hair looked incredibly shiny and remarkably lustrous. Even so, there were still things that confused her. That's going too far. Ninfem spoke up. I told you not to down it all in one gulp. Tin Ungayat shot a sidelong glance. Why didn't you say something sooner? He explained. I was just about to speak up, but you had already swallowed it all down. Ninfem smirked. If there's too much, then put it away for the birds. As soon as he finished speaking, someone called out sharply, Ningfem. Kwok Engu glared forward and said, You're quite something, even for a full meeting. You wait for me to personally come and invite you. Ninfem's expression changed completely. Why did that old guy find his way all the way here? The crowd around them began to buzz. Principal, this time you've truly offended the principal. He tried to explain himself. I'm being wrongly accused. Old Lu didn't give me any notice, so how was I supposed to know? Kwong Vian glanced over. Stop acting. The principal is considering giving your class a chance to level up. If no one told you, then how do you know clearly that I was the one who arranged everything? Ninfem realized, so you're here too. Kwok Goose snorted coldly. You're only good at playing tricks instead of being serious. Don't you feel ashamed before your father acting like this? Ninfem held his head helplessly. If the class level can be upgraded, it will be good for the students. The principal is right. From now on I will pay more attention. He added, but my students really are already qualified to compete for an S rank rating. Kai-sun interrupted. That's enough. Ranking matches are originally only for Class S and Class A. Ninfem frowned. What if I insist on participating at all costs? He smirked. You only need to make all the teachers of Class A recognize the abilities of your Class D students, then you will be eligible to participate in the S rank qualifiers. Unfortunately, the deadline is in exactly 7 days. Ninfem replied nonchalantly. Then that's easy, basically. I only need to win 2 matches and it's done. Kai-sun was stunned. What nonsense are you talking about? I said you need the approval of all Class A teachers in the whole school. Ninfem analyzed. For the first match, just go against the best student in Class A. Doing that should be enough to prove our Class D's strength, right? He flashed a mischievous smile. If that's not enough, then there's the second match. Ninfem continued. Fight directly with the person with the highest rank among the Class A teaching staff. He rolled his eyes slightly. Do you think that's okay, Dean? Ninfem turned his head away. If it's still not enough, then we'll just have to make every single person in Class A recognize us. So Fong spoke up. Will anyone in Class A dare to square off with me? Tiansa said aggressively. That fight earlier wasn't satisfying enough. Let's just use Class A as a whetstone then. He agreed.
That's right, which means, ouch.
Kwong Vian warned. You've already beaten Class B to a pulp. Now you want to pick a fight with Class A too. Kai-sun thought to himself. Offending Jing yet still wanting to return to Class S. He really is a madman dreaming. Then he snapped. I'm warning you, if you dare misbehave again, I'll kick you out. Kwok Gu suddenly interrupted. Alright, I'll trust you this once, Ninfem. The other man groused, Principal, this ranking exam also involves the inter-school tournament. He glanced over with extreme annoyance. Haven't you caused enough trouble yet? Kwok Yu made a decision. I will make an exception and allow your class to specially participate in the Class S selection exam in the next 7 days. He slowly approached and patted Ninfem's shoulder. Kwok Yu whispered, now that you can move past it, pull yourself together, I will back you up. Having said that, he brushed past Ninfem and walked away. Kwok Yu paused for a moment. As for some old stories, just let them fade into the past. Upon hearing that, he immediately understood what the old man was implying. Fade into the past. Then he sank into thought. Ningfem, ask your own heart. Can the sight of a home destroyed in a single night be overlooked so easily? Tin Ngayat reassured herself. Isn't it just cutting hair? I can handle it myself. She muttered to herself. This part seems a bit long, and this side is uneven. I need to adjust it a little bit here. Not long after, Tin Ngayat finished cutting early the next morning at school. Lai Kwang tried to stifle a laugh. Hey big sis, didn't you already take hair growth medicine? Why does it still look so short? Safong was certain the kid had broken it himself. The boy laughed loudly. Spot on. How did you guess so accurately? Immediately after, Lai Kwang couldn't laugh anymore. Big sis, I was wrong, and Safong pleaded similarly. Stop hitting us. Nenfem sighed helplessly. Fine, today I'll schedule practical combat training for you guys. He grumbled. I just want to be a content salted fish. And the kid chimed in. As long as there's food, we'll do anything. Tin Ngayat showed clear disdain. Truly two people without a cent to their names. Sufong tilted his head. I want to test my true strength. Brother Nin smirked faintly. It seems the so-called S class is only at this level. Ninfem cleared his throat a few times. Listen to my next instructions. Then he suddenly felt something was wrong and turned his head to look. Seeing the situation remain steady, Ninfem continued, in a moment we have to. Sensing it with his sharp sixth sense, he quickly glanced toward the door. Ninfem exposed them bluntly. Who's sneaking around out there? Dongloi hurriedly spoke up. Don't attack, it's just me. He smiled awkwardly. It's me, Teacher Ning. He didn't hesitate to give Dongloi a slap. It's precisely because you are a teacher that I have to teach you a lesson. He hurriedly pleaded, stop hitting me, Teacher Nin, I'm here to apologize. Dongloi continued, what happened last time almost caused a disaster. I've deeply realized this shortcoming, so I'll be actively training for a while to cultivate both my body and soul. Ninfem replied, knowing one's fault and being willing to correct it is valuable. He was extremely surprised. Then does that mean Teacher Nin has agreed to forgive me? He enunciated every word. Have I ever said the word forgive? Furthermore, the person you need to apologize to is the student you injured. Ningfem concluded, the price you have to pay is still much higher. At the same time, in a meeting room deep within the academy campus, Duong Ho and Talan were sitting opposite each other. He spoke first. The principal has approved Lu Kuangbian's request. In the next 7 days, Class D will officially participate in the S-Class ranking exam. He tapped the table decisively. Everything is as predicted, so the next step is just to recruit his students. A moment later, So Sao went to a nearby meeting office. She read the report. The superiors suspect a problem with the Class D student's physique and demand a thorough check during the ranking exam. As soon as she finished, Kai-san replied immediately. Understood, he thought to himself. Wait until Qin returns, and we'll see how much longer an alliance of abnormal ability users like you dare to boast. On the other hand, the atmosphere in Ninfem's class was very boisterous. I will be directly training you all soon and will teach you a few more moves, so be sure to grasp them well. Various forces are starting to move, and this match definitely won't be smooth. One beautiful morning with bright golden sunlight at the equipment training area, Ho Quan held a calm and carefully brushed his hair. He looked into the mirror and reminded the staff, install it carefully, this is brand new training equipment. Ninfem and his students approached from afar. It seems like everything is about to be completed. Ho Quan nodded and came closer. That's right, the new set of equipment is about to be finished. After you guys train, the S-Class ranking competition will no longer be a concern, which made him quickly wave his hand. Don't come near here. Ningfem looked annoyed. Today you guys practice by yourselves first, I will give you pointers tomorrow. Having said that, he turned around and waved. You guys keep working hard, I have something to take care of first. Dinungayat was speechless. This guy really values beauty over friendship. Nearby, Thien Truong asked, Toyet, why is your eye okay? The girl answered bashfully, yeah, Sister Lam said it would heal in a few days, just in time to participate in the match. He said in a cheerful tone, in that case, take this opportunity to rest up today and don't practice anymore. Thien Truong hadn't even finished his sentence when Ho Quan, smiling brightly, came over and put his arm around his shoulder. Hey kid, practicing your boxing techniques. Let me show you something. He talked incessantly, introducing the A3000 robot designed specifically for training. This is the ideal companion because it integrates AI to automatically adjust its difficulty to match the opponent. It's perfect for your martial arts training, he said while patting the machine's head. Wake up, let's get to work. Students from nearby classes started whispering, look, Class D is training over there. Impressive. Lately, they've even been specially permitted to participate in the S-rank classification matches. Diep Lam heard that and covered her mouth with a giggle. So it turns out to be Class D. On the opposite side, the A3000 robot soared high and signaled that it had activated the highest difficulty level. Below, Thien Chuang immediately clenched his fists and lunged forward. A powerful punch struck the stone wall directly, shattering it into small pieces. He skillfully dodged the flying stone fragments and landed expertly. Thien Chuang was gasping for air when suddenly a voice called out. It was Diep Lam standing there, and she spoke softly. It's been a while, hasn't it? He was dazed and didn't recognize who she was, so he stammered. Who are you? Before he could finish, Diep Lam was behind him in a flash and delivered a powerful kick toward him. Caught off guard, Thien Chuang was knocked back several meters. He landed safely and took a defensive stance. Don't use sneak attacks like that, Diep Lam. She tilted her head with an innocent look. Didn't I already say hello? Since I saw you were busy breaking the machine, I just joined in for fun. Thien Chuang frowned in dissatisfaction. I don't need that. Besides, I can't beat you. You're just planning to use me as a punching bag, aren't you? Diep Lam opened her eyes wide with sincerity and replied, It's okay, I won't use my powers or deal lethal blows. Want to try? Feeling slighted, he nodded instantly. You said it? At the same time, Nen Fem was leisurely sipping coffee next to Ngok Toyet with a bright smile. Tin Ungayet was watching from afar through binoculars. What a guy, chasing girls and forgetting his friends. Ngok Toyet smiled in congratulation. Ning Fem, I've also heard the news that Class D successfully won the right to join the S rank classification. Hearing this, he replied shyly, those kids worked hard. Surely the next exam won't be a problem. She bashfully lowered her head and whispered, so you have to work hard too. Ngok Toyet blushed and hurriedly stood up. I'll wait for you in Class S. Further away, Sufong remained curious. What are you seeing exactly? Next to him, Le Kuang impatiently urged her to tell him.
Tin Ungayet shouted, You're too noisy.
If you want to see, buy your own binoculars. She blushed and smiled knowingly. It seemed she had just caught something interesting. Thinking this, Tin Ungayet secretly rejoiced. I might have something on this teacher this time. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ninfem watched Ngok Toyet leave and muttered, why did she run away so suddenly? Time passed quickly. The next day, early morning sunlight began to creep into the room. At the equipment training room, isn't it just a sphere? Just slice through it and be done with it. Ho Kwon appeared full of confidence. Don't underestimate the capabilities of this new generation educational training robot. Then he shouted an order. Start it up. Activate the humanoid laser simulation mode and turn it into rubble immediately. The robot instantly transformed into a large form, its hands turning into two sharp beams of light. Seeing this, the girl's eyes sparkled with admiration. It transformed? That's so cool. Tin Ungayet turned to Nainfem teacher. Teach me some really cool summoning technique too. He just laughed and replied, no need. Isn't the stone golem quite stylish as well? She narrowed her eyes with a sly smile. What were you doing at the coffee shop yesterday afternoon? Why did Ms. Ngok Toyet suddenly get up and leave? Ninfem was too surprised to react when Tin Ungayet lowered her voice threateningly. If I'm not happy, I might accidentally spill a few secrets. He sighed helplessly. All right, fine, I'll teach you. Suddenly, Ningfem's attitude shifted completely as he shouted, the student's summoning techniques aren't cool enough? That's definitely my fault. He approached and gently placed his hand on her shoulder. Tell me, what kind of summoned beast do you want? I will guide you through everything. Tin Ungayet partially closed her eyes and shyly shared her idea, something like, one that can fly, for instance. Ningfem froze and coolly explained, those things from comic books don't exist in real life, so no matter how much you want it, you can't summon it. She looked visibly bored, thinking nothing was interesting. Suddenly, Li Kuang pushed his way in from somewhere. Get out of my way. He enthusiastically suggested, how about a giant blanket? Tina coldly refused, no need, it's too cumbersome. What is this chubby guy even doing? Suddenly, a giant crashed through the wall and burst in, his body bulging with muscles. He spoke up, sorry, could everyone please step aside? That giant was none other than Kamang. He continued, I came here because I have business with this fat kid. As soon as Thiensa stepped inside and saw the scene, he cried out, what on earth is that? He struck a powerful pose, standing in front of Lai Kuang. He's under my protection now. If you want to touch him, you'll have to go through me first. Who the hell do you think you are? State your identity. Meanwhile, the kid behind Thien tattled. He's the one who bullied me! Kamang turned purple with rage, his eyes flaring with blue fire. You dare challenge this king? Then open your eyes and look! With that, he turned around to show off his tattoo. It's this right here. My royal name. Ninfem pretended to gossip. What a strange name, Trayet. Kamang pointed. Closely! Look at the character written right there. Thiensa frowned in doubt, Samang, while Le Kuang drooling thought, dried fish. He crossly explained, what kind of education did you people get? Spell it after me, ca kai sharp ka mang mang. Behind him, So Fong curiously approached Kamang to try and touch him. Let's see if I can sneak a touch. Suddenly he spun around. This king has eyes in the back of his head too. You know, what kind of sneaky business are you trying to pull? He rushed forward and jumped onto Kamang, prying his head open, wearing this fish mask to play at ghosts and gods. I want to see what you really look like. Looking inside, So Fong's eyes widened in panic. His face suddenly went pale, he jerked back and slumped onto the ground. Yes, immediately afterward, a voice rang out, that's not some fish head mask. It turned out to be Kung Yen. With one hand in his pocket, the boy proudly declared, Mang is the strongest summoned beast. Before that, Lei Kuang was sneakily holding a snack bag. He pulled out a piece, happily nibbling it, and thought to himself, Big Sis is too strict, sneak eating is the only way. Later, Lei Kuang was scared out of his wits, dropping his food on the ground in panic. At the resort, Kamang leaned against the wall and laughed loudly. This king gave you quite a scare, didn't he? Don't be afraid, fat boy. I'm just standing here waiting for someone. He made the kid stagger back in alarm. What is this? Why is there an old uncle wearing a fish head mask? Is he some fish-eating fanatic? Li Kuang looked sadly at the ground. All that effort making this batch of dried fish wasted. The kid's face darkened with anger as he glared at Kamang. Li Kuang held out a piece of dried fish. Hey fishy guy, try this delicious snack. Want some? Hearing this, he happily accepted it. An offering for this king, then I won't stand on ceremony. Samang took it and put it in his mouth. Not bad. This makes me very happy. Kung Yen appeared and said in unison, It really is delicious. The kid was now confused. Where did this extra person come from? The boy ate with great delight. What is this tasty food? When asked, Lai Kuang answered bluntly, Oh, it's just salted dried fish. Right at that moment, both Kamang and Kung Yen froze, dropping the fish in their hands. Back to reality, the boy pointed angrily. This guy dared to feed Samang his own kind.
We can't let him off. Take care of him.
Opposite them, Thian Tsai glanced at Li Kuang. How did you even manage to mess with salted fish too? The kid shyly scratched his head. I didn't know, it was just a misunderstanding. Hearing this, Kamang's body began to glow with immense tolerance and generosity. If it was only a misunderstanding, then I shall forgive you. He shielded his eyes. Why is this salted fish glowing so intensely? Below them, Kung Yen's face darkened as he growled. Don't, startling the others. The boy whipped around, wailing with resentment.
Mang, we're being bullied like this.
We can't just let it go.
Hit him.
Seeing this, Kamang leaned down and stroked Kung Yen's head to comfort him. Now Yen, fighting is no good. Someone will get hurt in a scuffle. The boy clasped his hands piteously, tears streaming down his face. But I wasn't the least bit swayed by this act. He froze, thinking about changing his mind, but then turned his face away as if embarrassed at being caught out. He irritably stood up. It seemed his attitude still needed some adjusting if he ever hoped to become a decent person. Nian stood at the podium with a ruler in hand, asking the class to open their books to begin the lesson on summoned pike fish. She calmly explained that this fish's eyes are located on either side, clearly left and right, so one can immediately tell the front from the back. Furthermore, their field of vision is much wider than a human's, making a sneak attack quite unrealistic. Concluding the lecture, Ms. Nian summarized that although the fish's head couldn't rotate, it could sway flexibly, so targeting the side is the best way to attack. She then dismissed the class. Suddenly, Nian lost her temper and snapped the ruler, gritting her teeth in frustration, wondering why as the main character she didn't get more screen time. The pike put on a majestic air, promising that since little Ngian had spoken, it would take action. Thiensa smirked and accepted the challenge, while Li Kuang cheered enthusiastically for his boss from behind. Nian coldly ordered, Pike, teach him a lesson. Immediately, it waved its hand and cast a spell. Tast the power of my water bullets. The opponent looked serious, guessing this was a magical move. A giant water bullet lunged straight at Thiensa, who was setting up a protective shield. The water bullet struck his position forcefully, creating a resounding sound. Standing within the protective circle, Thienka looked dismissive, thinking these petty tricks weren't worth his concern. He transformed the shield into giant pointed forks. Nainfem, watching from the outside, felt that putting all efforts into attacking while leaving the defense open was an overly confident move by Thian Kai. Thiensa shouted loudly, Hey you salty fish, turn into dried fish already! The pike fish jumped up in approval. The attack really had some flair. He gracefully dodged the oncoming forks while simultaneously creating a whirlpool to close in on his opponent. Shocked, he exclaimed, What is this? He swung the weapon in his hand and coldly replied, Too bad, you missed. Thiensa frantically retreated into a defensive stance, just as a giant fish lunged from the center of the whirlpool. Unable to react in time, he was hit directly in the face by a powerful blow from the fish. Thiensa took the full brunt of the pike's strike, flying back several meters. So Fong rushed in like lightning to catch Thiensa and anxiously asked if he was okay. Giving the opponent no rest, it followed up with a deep, sea cannon attack. So Fong said seriously, Perfect timing, I've been wanting to test a new move myself. He nimbly jumped to dodge the water cannons, then focused his energy and moved right behind the pike's head. It calmly raised a shield, declaring, My eyes aren't just for show, that sneak attack is useless. So Fong swung his leg, kicking the fireball directly as he smirked. Who said anything about a sneak attack? The fireball pierced through the water shield, crashing down on the spot where the pike stood. Ninfem, watching from afar, was secretly amazed that this kid had already mastered offensive magic. So Fong flashed a slight smile, his feet lightly touching the ground as sparks of electricity scattered around him. Behind him, Barracuda was smoking heavily, standing there dazed. So Fong turned his head back smugly and said, Feel it, how was my full power punch? He took the full force of the attack and surrendered in panic. I'm burning up. You're really something, you win this time. So Fong turned his head, unable to believe he had taken Barracuda down instantly with just one move. He was quite surprised. Instantly, he turned into a tiny tilapia, lying neatly in Kung Yen's palm. The youngster narrowed his eyes, looking on with an extremely irritated expression. Ninflim stood quietly, the corners of his lips curving into a mysterious and smug smile. Finally, Kung Yen gripped Barracuda tightly and shouted irritably, "You guys are too much." He was also a bit astonished, thinking to himself, can it actually shrink down like this? Kung Yen continued to vent his anger on the three of them, not only feeding Mang dried fish but also planning to turn him into grilled fish. Ninfem could take no more and gritted his teeth, reminding him, calm down a bit. Afterward, he performed the formal protocol of greeting a renowned master in front of Nam Kung Yen. In an instant, the boy's feet automatically stood on tiptoe against his will. He told the kid to stay quiet, saying there was no need to apologize. Trembling in fear, he said, "Master, please move aside, my legs have just suddenly lost their strength." Having said that, Kung Yen seemed to snap out of it, thinking doubtfully, wait a minute, why would my legs suddenly give way out of nowhere? Is something strange going on? However, his mind was reeling and tears began to fall. Could this place be haunted? Kung Yen then jumped up, tears streaming down his face as he turned and left. "Wait until another day, I'll come to settle the score with you guys." He ran while vowing to himself, damn it, I will definitely reclaim this debt. Due to being excessively angry, Kung Yen didn't look where he was going and collided with someone. The boy fell headlong onto the floor, staring wide-eyed at the figure in front of him and snapped. "What kind of way is that to walk? Oh, it's you." In another corner, Sofong sat with his hand on his chin, deep in thought. Ninfem asked curiously, "What are you thinking about?" He replied doubtfully, "That fish guy seems to be intentionally hiding his skills." Just then, Kung Yen appeared at the doorway with a mysterious person. He laughed gleefully, "I'm back." Kung Yen spoke smugly, set that apology from before aside. "This time, I've brought a much more powerful big brother with me." He pointed at Ninfem.
They were the ones who bullied me! Brother Thean Truong, deal with them quickly!
The man scratched his head awkwardly. "Wait," both Sofong and Ninfem froze, exclaiming in unison. Tinung Gayat frowned, feeling anxious in her heart about whether that tiny dried fish would transform back into a giant barracuda. Dudu looked at her blankly, seemingly not understanding what she was worried about. Thean Truong approached, scratching his head respectfully. "Master Nin, I'm here to start training." Ninfem asked with concern, "What happened to the wounds on your face?" He replied hesitantly, "It happened during a careless practice session yesterday." Kung Yen stood frozen, his mouth agape at the sight of their familiarity. Over on the other side, Li Kuang was holding a wooden stick in his hand. The kid closed his eyes in enjoyment, preparing to put the wooden stick in his mouth. Suddenly, Tinum Gayat stepped up from behind and teased loudly, "Lazy again?" She laughed, "I'm just teasing you, isn't it break time now?" Tiat Wai stood next to her and added, "We also came here to take a quick break." Li Kuang wasn't pleased. He looked at the two of them and sighed, "I don't know why I've been so unlucky lately." Then Tin and Gayat turned to ask, "What kind of techniques have you been practicing lately, Tuyat Wai?" The girl gave a friendly smile and replied, "Want to see? I'll demonstrate it for everyone." With that, Tuyat Wai lifted her blindfold, and the pupil beneath instantly erupted with a blue light. But moments later, she quickly pulled the blindfold back down and asked in return, "And what has Tin Gayat been practicing lately?" She asked in bewilderment, "Wait, is your performance over already?" Tin Gayat pointed and explained, "I am currently practicing basic summoning skills. As long as my summoning foundation is consolidated, my innate summon will naturally advance." Li Kuang was delighted upon hearing that. "So it's still just basic things?" She hesitantly asked again, "How far have you actually practiced?" Li Kuang sat up smugly. "This is what you wanted to see. Don't say I didn't save face for you." She impatiently barked, "Stop showing off and hurry up." Li Kuang immediately withdrew his hands, clenching his fingers into fists. He let out a resonant roar as a blinding green aura exploded around his body. Li Kuang squinted with a smug smile. "Muscle firmness has improved. How's that? Impressive, right?" Tinem Gayat was so angry her face turned pale as she crushed the can in her hand. She growled, "Are you planning to put on a comedy show for me?" Tuyat Wai calmly sipped her water as if she were well acquainted with this scene. The young girl gently asked, "Speaking of which, did anyone see Thean Truong?" Tinem Gayat turned and replied, "He was already taken away by Ninfem." "That's right, it seems there's some special zone." Currently at the dojo, Ninfem led Thean Truong inside, saying confidently, "So Thean Truong, I'm counting on you." Kwang Vian replied calmly, "Fine, you're becoming more of a jerk to me every day." He smirked, his eyes sharp as a knife. "Don't flatter me like that." Kwang Vian continued, "It's a good thing you're here. I have something to discuss. Do you remember the rules for the Class S ranking exam?" He calmly replied, "Of course I remember. Isn't it just a free for all to accumulate points?" Kwang Vian patiently explained, "But the rules have changed this year. The school will send some teachers into the exam to weed out students. If a student eliminates a teacher, their accumulated points will double. Conversely, any teacher who loses to a student will be demoted immediately." Ninfem raised his hand to cover his mouth, feigning courtesy. "Then I hope you'll go easy on my students." He gently shook his head. "No, I'm not participating. If I get involved, the competition will end in a boring way." Suddenly Kwang Vian's expression changed, his eyes narrowing maliciously. "The one forced to participate is you." He raised an eyebrow in surprise, never expecting that he would make such a suggestion. Cut to the day of the exam, under the witness of all participants. A plane was already waiting on the field. People were jostling and pushing each other as the organizers announced, "Participants, please line up quickly, the opening ceremony is about to begin." The impatient crowd surged forward. A girl who was bumped into said, "Stop pushing, please." Amidst the chaos, a calm hand reached out to help. Hong Taikuk gently used magic to support the girl and asked kindly, "Be careful." He squinted one eye and said in a gentle voice, "Are you all right, child?" The girl scrambled up shyly, thanking him. "I'm okay, I'm so embarrassed." Someone behind her suddenly exclaimed, "Isn't this?" Watching his receding back, everyone nearby was astonished. Wasn't that Hong Taikuk, one of the 6 elders? They began to whisper, "Hey, don't you watch TV? The Neen family is in deep trouble. Now there are only 5 elders left." Really? Why else would teacher Neen be pushed down to Class D? Clearly, no one is backing him anymore. Ninfem, standing nearby, heard the gossip and frowned in irritation. The organizer spoke up. "We invite the chairman of the board, Mr. Hong Taikuk, to deliver a speech." He solemnly stepped onto the podium to explain the rules. Each participant starts with 2 points. Eliminating others will seize their point, and the final 20 people remaining will enter Class S. Especially this year, we will dispatch 5 teachers to compete. If anyone defeats a teacher, their score will be doubled. Taikuk squinted sarcastically. Of course, being defeated by a teacher also means elimination. God bless you all. Everyone focused intently on listening. Neen Fame yawned repeatedly in boredom. The organizers continued the program. "Next, please welcome Ms. Onagayan, representing the 5 participating teachers, to say a few words." Taikuk approached him. "Well, isn't it, little fam?" Neen Fem bowed his head and replied politely.
Hello, Mr. Taikuk.
He said cheerfully, "Good child, it's been a long time. You look much more experienced now. Are you also one of the teachers participating this time?" Neen Fem looked up proudly and replied, "That's right, since Class D was given special permission to join, I was also selected for this group." Onagayan held the microphone and declared coldly, "That is all. I've finished speaking. Teachers, please coordinate among yourselves to start the competition immediately." Taikuk didn't linger long. He walked away, leaving some encouragement. "After this exam is over, you'll surely return to Class S, won't you? Work hard and God bless you." Ninfem smirked and confidently replied, "Yes, I will do my best." At that moment, Duong Hoa seemed to regain his senses and tripped over him. He pouted disdainfully, saying, "You want to return to Class S? Keep dreaming." Ninfem's blood boiled, his hands clenching into fists. He was the one who started the trouble first. He used the respectful bow to the Grandmaster move, aiming directly at Duong Ho. Instantly, his legs got tangled, spinning around until Duong Ho knelt on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly before Ninfem. He chuckled and turned to leave, ignoring Duong Ho's embarrassment. What on earth was going on? A helicopter circled high above, overseeing everything. This fierce competition was about to begin. Holding the mic and leaning out of the helicopter door, Van Long announced, "I, Van Long, will be reporting every development of this competition live, closely observing every move of the contestants." He continued, "The students are splitting into groups and entering the transport cabins to move into the match area." Van Long mentioned the isolated island in the middle of the ocean, which was the venue for the contestants' confrontation. On the large screen, Van Fong excitedly reported, "The battle is about to begin. Like everyone else, I'm eagerly looking forward to this year's surprises." Poking his head out of the helicopter, he said excitedly, "See that? The last helicopter has arrived at its destination, the target island." Looking up, Van Long commented, "Aircraft number 1 has arrived. The contestants are preparing to enter the arena." The heavy aircraft door shifted, slowly opening the way outside. Duong Hoa stepped out, gazed down at the island from above, and announced, "Listen up, there is no time limit, but only the final 20 minutes remain. Rescue personnel are ready on the island. If you are eliminated or want to surrender, send out a distress signal. Clear." All the contestants shouted in unison with high morale, clearly understanding the instructions. He gave the departure order loudly, and everyone immediately started jumping into the open air. Ninfem had a helpless look. "I really didn't expect this situation." Li Kuang hugged the pole tight, sobbing, "No way, I can't handle this, Teacher Nin. I'm terrified of heights." Van Long quickly caught it. "It looks like a male student from Class D is planning to give up." He glanced over calmly. "I'm at my wit's end with you. Let me give you a hand." Instantly, Ninfem stepped forward and delivered a hard kick that sent Li Kuang flying out of the plane. The kid screamed in terror, tears and snot streaming down his face. Even Van Long was stunned. Wet, does Teacher Nin have some grudge against his own student? Ninfem didn't forget to remind him.
Hey, remember to open your parachute.
Hearing that, Li Kuang hurriedly opened his parachute. Feeling there was nothing left to say about the situation, Van Long looked away. "Anyway, let me check on aircraft number 2. It seems they are starting to join in as well." 3 talented people stood out. Wang Fi immediately caught his eye. "Wow, these are truly strong candidates for the championship. The trio from Class S have formed a team and are sure to achieve a high rank." Together, they shouted, "Let's start!" Van Fong continued reporting, "So all the students from Aircraft 2 have. Wait, there's still one person left." He paused. That's Deep Lam sitting quietly in her seat, staring forward with an expressionless face. She sighed with a thoughtful gaze as the commentary continued. "Last year's champion, Deep Lam. It's already late, and she still hasn't entered the match. I'm not sure what she is silently preparing." The surrounding noise made her tired. She yawned repeatedly, muttering, "How bothersome." That comment left Van Long frozen, jaw dropped. "What?" Suddenly, Deep Lam reached out and grabbed the weapon next to her. She quickly threw herself out of the aircraft. Van Long cheered excitedly.
It seems she's finally in the game. Oh, wait a minute.
He noticed something strange. The girl had jumped without a parachute. Is she sleepwalking or something? Van Long stood frozen and speechless as Diep Lam glided past like a vibrant red streak, followed by zooming past Tanta in an instant. Finally, Vuong Phi stood dazed with wide open eyes, not yet understanding what was happening. She was quick as a whirlwind, cleverly using the trio's parachute as a springboard to land while simultaneously taking out the whole group. In another corner, Li Kuang was scared out of his wits with eyes rolled up. His parachute was stuck in a tree, leaving him to reassure himself that the most dangerous place is the safest. Previously, Vuong Phi had been brimming with confidence in a glorious victory. If asked why, it was because of this. He shouted that he had assembled the most legendary lineup, but before he could finish, a figure charged forward like lightning. That was Diep Lam. She lightly brushed by shredding the parachute, while Vuong Phi watched in a daze, unaware he had been left behind. By the time he regained his senses to realize the situation, the whole group's parachute was in tatters, with no idea what on earth had just happened. Vuong Phi gnashed his teeth to calm himself, his hand immediately performing the summoning art according to the set plan. A blue eagle suddenly appeared to rescue him at the last minute. Meanwhile, the flycam kept following to record everything about contestant Diep Hong Lam. Van Long was enthusiastically reporting that although many were eliminated, it would be useless without a safe landing, only to see Diep Lam still nonchalantly diving toward the cliff. She took a deep breath and tightened her grip on her weapon with sharp, decisive eyes. Her sword strokes cut through the boulders blocking her path. Her footsteps decisively stomped on the falling debris to maintain balance. Thanks to her flexible and agile body, Diep Lam used the rock masses as leverage, then slowly descended to the ground. Van Long marveled, exclaiming how she had cleverly used the rubble to decelerate for a safe landing, instantly jumping to the top of the leaderboard upon touching the ground. He continued his excited commentary about the upcoming performances while Diep Lam lay sprawled on the ground complaining that she forgot her parachute again and felt exhausted. The screen showed her falling into a sound sleep, leaving the witnessing crowd speechless. Van Long broke into a cold sweat and quickly switched the camera angle elsewhere to see if other cameras had anything more interesting. The flycam flew to a cliff and found 3 people chasing a teacher. The old man suddenly shouted that it was teacher Nien Pham of Class D, the person with the lowest rank, which was why he was being hunted. Tam Bak shouted his plan to intercept the teacher, while Nai Lam and Nat Hugh also replied in unison to confirm. After the teammates dispersed, he focused all his strength into his palm and shouted the command to attack. The cliff in front of Nien Pham immediately exploded into dust and massive boulders crashed down, sealing off all his retreat paths. Nat Hugh raised his spear high and circled left to meet him head-on, blocking all of the teacher's escape routes. Nai Lam had also set an ambush on the right, smugly declaring that the teacher was surrounded and demanding he hand over all his points. He looked around helplessly and sighed, only wanting to save some belief points. Then Nien Pham pointed his hand at the 3 people surrounding him with a small spark on his fingertip. All 3 panicked when they saw the fire surround them. They screamed in shock, not understanding how he had recovered his abilities, assuming intelligence had made a major error. Tam Bak dropped his arms as if accepting fate. Perhaps their journey ended here. He did not stop but simply snapped his fingers, causing the fire to flare up intensely, swallowing the 3 trembling contestants. Nien Pham stood quietly observing everything happening within his sight. His pupils dilated and his eyes opened wide, showing clear disbelief at the scene that had just occurred. The water shield completely protected all 3 of them. Nien Pham was amazed to see this skill, but he remained calm while sitting on the back of the pickerel. Little Ngi and Nian, you shouldn't speak ill of your classmates like that, he advised in a stern voice. The boy flashed a bright smile and spoke up. Hello, Teacher Ning. It's been a long time since I last saw you. Nien Pham broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, without 3 days of discipline, this kid starts acting up again. Kung Nangian said resolutely, today is your unlucky day, Nien Pham. If you want to survive, cooperate with me. Tam Bak gritted his teeth and asked, Yen, do you really want to make a move against him? Nat Hugh and Ni Lam were full of momentum. What are you waiting for?
Let's attack.
We even have a chance to double our score. The pickerel said hesitantly, Little Nangian Nian, is it really okay for so many of us to bully one person like that? Kung Nangian snapped, Mang, have you forgotten how they insulted us? Nien Pham spoke up confidently, students don't be shy. Just come at me all at once, I'm in quite a hurry. Hearing that, the boy ordered without hesitation,
Go! Deal with this teacher for me!
Encouraged, the other 3 quickly rushed towards Nien Pham, determined to take over Class S at any cost. He calmly extended his hand forward, ready to activate his skill. Immediately, the 3 contestants' legs froze as if hitting an invisible wall. Before they could touch even a single strand of Nien Pham's hair, they all slumped to their knees. The system announced that bowing to the Great Master had been activated. Nat Hugh kowtowed repeatedly, his face filled with shock, having no idea what on earth was happening. Tam Bak was utterly terrified, his empty gaze showing his confusion as to why he had fallen into such a dire situation. Ni Lam gasped, drenched in sweat. What kind of power is this anyway? Nien Pham waved his hand smugly. No need for formalities, you may all rise. Kung Yen observed from afar, eyes narrowing as if he understood everything. As I thought, it's that strange move again. The boy shouted angrily,
I told you to attack!
Why are you kneeling and bowing before him like that? It's completely humiliating. Having regained his composure, Tam Bak stood up and said, That must have just been a mishap. Now we have to get serious. Ninfem stopped holding back and pointed to the sky. Since you won't let it go, don't blame me. He continued to use the exact same move as before. The bowing to the great master. Skill was cast. This was the finishing blow. Tambak, Nulam, and Nathu's faces turned pale with fear. The flycam captured the entire scene as a sound that shook the mountain gorge echoed through the area. Van Long was so tense he didn't dare blink. It seemed the final result was about to be decided. The thick cloud of dust gradually cleared, revealing a scene that left the crowd of spectators in stunned silence. The three contestants knelt so hard that the ground cracked. They stammered while trembling. "My kneecaps are shattered." Van Long announced Tambak, Nathu, and Nulam from Class A are officially eliminated. After settling everything, Ninfem frowned and grumbled. That kid took advantage of the chaos to sneak away again. In another area surrounding Sofong and Thian Ka were people lying scattered about, their status unknown. He looked down at the people at his feet with arrogance. These guys are so mediocre, none of them are a match for this young master. Sofong wondered about the situation of the other groups, and just then, a flash of light appeared behind him. Van Ting was sitting on a tree canopy, her skillful hands firmly holding a calligraphy brush. She smiled craftily. Creative inspiration is flooding back again. Van Tin put brush to paper, creating slender and graceful characters. In an instant, a talisman was firmly attached to the tree trunk. Next was another branch, where a talisman was also swaying with the rhythm of the blowing wind. Even the back of the boulder had similar talismans pasted onto it. Sofong suddenly stopped as if he had realized something unusual. Seeing this, Thian Ka asked what he was doing standing there blankly. He broke out in a cold sweat, turned around, and replied that they had just fallen into someone else's barrier. A large, brilliant red heart was hovering in mid-air. On the ground, colorful candies were growing everywhere. Even the patches of flowers on the grass were heart-shaped. The space around Thian Ka changed continuously, and Sofong leaned down to pick a flower. He suspiciously observed his surroundings because there was no such place on this island. Sofong tremblingly replied that this might be magic from the barrier. Gazing at the scenery filled with heart symbols, Thian Ka exclaimed that this barrier was truly elaborate and also extremely adorable. A moment later, he narrowed his eyes and looked straight up at the sky. Thian Ka pointed doubtfully, saying that the heart up there seemed to be growing larger. Van Tin smirked craftily, affirming that it was a gift for them. Just as she finished her sentence, the giant heart in the air crashed down right where Thian Ka's group was standing. He smiled calmly and raised his index finger. Countless large and small cracks immediately appeared on the giant heart. A phantom image shaped like Thian Ka's hand pierced through that heart. He threw back his head and laughed loudly, mocking that he knew all along he was just a useless person. Thian Ka turned around with a completely changed face and said, "Let's move on," Sofong shouted in panic, asking why his face looked like that. He looked to his side with suspicion and asked who he was. Hearing that, Sofong replied blankly, "Huh." The students in a daze kept muttering about the kneecaps. Ninfem rested his chin on his hand, thinking that he had indeed been targeted. Why did these students keep coming to cause trouble for him? Perhaps Thian Trong was also being harassed, so he had to find him quickly. Behind him, a student shouted with wide eyes about kneecaps. Van Long spoke from the helicopter, saying that Ninfem's mysterious magic had shattered the kneecaps of the challenging students, wondering if anyone had the power to break this technique. Suddenly, a resonant roar came from behind the cliff in front of him. Ninfem turned to look curiously, wondering what that sound was. At that moment, he saw Vuong Fai running frantically from behind the mountain, looking deathly pale, shouting as he ran to escape and to clear the way. Seeing this, Ninfem stretched out a leg to block Vuong Fai's path, causing him to trip over his leg and fall headfirst onto the ground. Vuong Fai angrily stood up and shouted, "What are you doing?" But before he could finish, a bear lunged at them from behind the mountain. Van Long commented excitedly that it seemed Vuong Fai had provoked a wild magic beast. This was a high-level fire attribute bear. He continued wondering if Ninfem could break its kneecaps. The hovering helicopter made the bear angry, causing it to swing its arm. It unleashed its claws, shattering the recording helicopter. Van Long cried out in surprise as Ninfem impatiently frowned and ordered a high-pressure water cannon. A powerful column of water shot out, piercing through the bear's giant body. It was hit and then stumbled before collapsing onto the ground unconscious. Witnessing that, Vuong Fai thought in fear that Ninfem was even scarier than monsters. As he intended to slip away, he heard a warning. "Don't run off so fast, I have a few things to ask you." Ninfem smiled craftily, saying, "I remember you once had a conflict with Truong Thian Truong. Are you looking for him? Tell me where he is, and I'll let you go." He averted his eyes, sweating coldly as he replied, "I haven't seen Truong Thian Truong anywhere. I only saw the person with the tortoise shell and the flying guy. I didn't hurt any of your students at all." Vuong Fai recalled and said that those two were targeted by a barrier system student from Class A. He was too strong, so Vuong Fai didn't want to confront him. Meanwhile, Sofong inside the barrier helplessly wondered how to break it. He asked what abilities that person had to make him so afraid. Hearing this, he explained that the student was a prime candidate for the championship this term, and he had just learned that this barrier required the creator to be inside to maintain it. The deductions of the princess consort and Thian Sa matched perfectly. To break the barrier, They had to force its creator out, and simultaneously, they had to track down the person who had set this trap. The princess consort hesitated and stammered. Memories of Van Tin's sinister laugh suddenly flooded back. Getting lost in a psychological trap like this was practically a one-way ticket to doom. Once upon a time, in a certain kingdom deep within an ancient forest, there rose a majestic castle where a queen who possessed a magic mirror would frequently ask who the fairest in the land was. For a long time, the mirror always affirmed that her beauty was unrivaled, until one fateful day. An image of a young girl appeared in the mirror with hair as black as ebony. She possessed slender bare shoulders, lips as red as blood paired with porcelain skin, as she gently reached up to brush back her silky hair. The one named the fairest was Snow White, who was actually So Fong in disguise. Rage erupted as the queen swung her hand to shatter the mirror, leaving it trembling in fear. Time flew by, and the old queen traveled far to find Snow White's home. The moment she opened the door, she handed her a poisoned apple. With just one bite, tragedy struck and Princess Snow White lay motionless. Upon hearing the terrible news, the dwarves immediately set out to find the Prince Charming, for only a kiss from him would be powerful enough to save the princess. The kind-hearted Prince Theunsa quickly accepted. He immediately approached the bed where So Fong was lying and leaned down. He closed his eyes tight and pursed his lips, giving an intensely passionate and affectionate kiss. So Fong suddenly jolted awake. Princess or whatever, how could this be happening? Before he could recover, he punched Theunsa right in the head. Wake up, you fake princess. Look at this pile of wigs. So it turns out the princess is a ghost. Thanks to that collision, Theunsa escaped the barrier, groaning in pain as he didn't understand a thing. Seeing So Fong unconscious on the ground, he cried out in panic, So Fong. Theunsa hurriedly shook him hard. How did you pass out just from hitting me? Is your head made of stone? Wake up, quick! Outside, Van Tin was still busy with her brush. I didn't expect them to wake up so fast. Not bad. Then let's move to the next scene. Her pen drew a landscape of a golden-haired princess locked in a high tower by a witch. Theunsa fell into an unconscious state once more, taking on the role of the prince set to rescue someone. This time he woke up clutching his head.
Not this damn script again.
Theunsa looked up at the top of the tower, where the prince was letting down long hair. High above, So Fong was tightly wrapped in tresses, his face full of annoyance. Seems he's the prince. He wondered, with this much hair, how is the princess supposed to handle it? Right behind So Fong, a hand reached up and gripped the wall tightly. It turned out to be Theunsa, his face gaunt from fatigue. I finally reached the top. Hurry, we need to find a way out of this barrier. Outside, Van Tin continued to paint enthusiastically. Why reject such a romantic script? It was so hard to find some inspiration. The brush painted a poetic scene filled with vibrant roses. She laughed excitedly, even though the old materials had been very successful. As she finished her sentence, Ninpam suddenly appeared and asked, What are you drawing? Van Tin was startled and tumbled from the tree branch she was sitting on. She landed safely, looked up, and said, Teacher. Van Tin asked doubtfully, The Class D teacher. Ninpam didn't answer but said coldly, To think my students would end up in such a state under your care. He called out loudly, Hey,
Tathianka!
Didn't you face my barrier techniques before?
Don't embarrass me like this anymore.
Theunsa was trapped in the blockade when he suddenly heard Master Nin's voice. He snapped back into his memories, knelt down, and muttered, So that's how it is. As soon as those words were spoken, the barrier vanished in an instant. He cheered with joy. Turns out that's what's going on. Ninfem turned around proudly. It seemed this girl didn't even need him to step in. Van Tin panicked, clutching her book tightly to flee. How absurd, could he actually see me now? Theunsa quickly blocked the path. There was indeed no need to find the messenger's location. She cried out in confusion, Huh. But before she could understand, he shouted, Just level everything and be done with it. An intense pressure surrounded them from all sides, sweeping everything away. Her eyes widened in shock, unable to believe the sight before her. Is that even allowed? The flycam above continued its live broadcast. This battle was indeed far too intense, and the craft couldn't get any closer. Van Tin seized the opportunity to leap away and make a quick escape, landing gently on a nearby branch without letting go of her book. Van Tin's eyes showed wariness as she gripped the item tightly. I must return to the real world quickly, or I'll be in big trouble. But before she could take action, a streak of emerald light flashed before her eyes. So Fong woke up, holding the book firmly in his hand. He confidently declared, Without a medium, you can't use a barrier. Van Tin didn't even care, frantically searching. Where are my glasses? Where are my glasses? Theunsa slowly approached with a smirk. Finally caught you. This time, I'll make you pay back all your debts properly. By now, Van Tin had spotted her glasses, but her retreat was already cut off. Sensing the unfavorable situation, she feigned weakness and burst into tears.
You guys are bullying me. I'm about to get hit.
Theunsa said tremulously. Hey, don't cry, fine. I won't hit you. Just surrender on your own. Van Tin immediately changed her tune, sticking out her tongue mockingly. Blee, who would ever surrender to you lot? Before the two could regain their senses, she quickly unleashed an entirely new barrier. Theunsa stood frozen in shock, muttering with vacant eyes again. Right then, a hand from behind pierced straight through the barrier. Ninfem gave a slight wave of his hand. Break, and the dividing wall was shattered instantly. Looking back, Van Tin had completely disappeared, leaving behind only a half-burnt talisman. He turned and asked, Where did she go? Thien Ka broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly excused himself. She probably evaporated out of fear of my might. Ningfem waved his hand and stepped forward. All right, let's go find Thien Truong's group. Suddenly, he raised his hand, gathering all his strength to launch a surprise attack. Immediately after, Ningfem gave Thien Ka a painful rap on the head. Are you stupid? The teacher and his two disciples set out together while the flycom curiously trailed behind. Van Long squinted and commented, It looks like Master Ningfem is planning to gather all his students. The audience laughed boisterously while looking at the big screen first. Let's thank them for providing these exceptional escape maneuvers. On the control panel, angles from every battlefield were displayed. He pointed at the screen. Next, let's see what moves the other teachers are making. How will this year's exam turn out with teachers participating? Van Long suddenly noticed something unusual in the forest. Here it is. This trace is unmistakable. It's Master Chow from the Class A transformation system. Any student who runs into him is simply out of luck. A crowd of students lay sprawled on the ground. On the other side, Supervisor Ma and Master Duongho had also eliminated quite a few students. The pace of the competition with teachers involved was truly fast. Duongho frowned and pressed for an answer. Supervisor Ma, I want to ask you something. Do you know where Ningfem is? Hearing that, he glanced over and replied in a stern voice. Oh, what a coincidence, I'm looking for him too. In another corner, Li Kong was still suspended in the air, about to be eliminated by the fire bear. Hang in there, Li Kuang, it's almost over. A moment later, Li Kuang heaved a long sigh, droplets of sweat trickling down his cheeks. Taking advantage of the bear being sound asleep, the kid slowly climbed down from the tree trunk. Because it was sleeping right next to the tree root, Li Kuang gritted his teeth and leaped away, but due to his usual clumsy nature, he lost his balance and face planted with a thud. Li Kuang's face turned as white as a sheet, and he silently prayed that the sound he had just made wouldn't wake the monster. Seeing the bear still lying completely still, he finally shed his burden and breathed a sigh of relief. Li Kuang scrambled to run away, but unexpectedly stepped on a rubber chicken toy lying conspicuously on the ground, and its bizarre squawk made him stiffen up. At that very moment, the bear's bloodshot eyes suddenly flashed towards Li Kuang's back. He slowly turned his head back, offered a crooked smile, and nervously said, Big guy, whatever it is, let's calmly negotiate, okay? The bear let out an earth-shattering roar that made the entire forest tremble, and from within the bushes, a man was flashing a smug grin. Qin Qian was hiding behind his camouflage, intending to profit from the conflict. It turned out that bizarre chicken was his trap. Meanwhile, Sufang also had his wooden staff ready, silently waiting for the opportune moment from behind. The bear swung its sharp claws, preparing to deliver a decisive blow, and without any mercy, struck Li Kuang with a devastating hit. He flew tens of meters, knocking down several trees before being embedded straight into a large rock. Li Kuang's face went dark, and he fainted for a moment after the terrifying impact. On the other side of the battlefield, Sufang had finished off Qin Qian. He shouted loudly, Fetty! Li Kuang, hearing the call, immediately startled awake, just in time to dodge the brown bear's attack, and replied, Sufang. He was so happy he almost cried, rushing closer and calling, Fatty! Li Kuang also responded brightly with radiant eyes, Skinny! But because they were too excited and couldn't stop in time, their heads crashed into each other, and both fell rolling onto the grass with big bumps rising on their heads. The bear still wouldn't give up, ferociously extending its claws forward. Surprisingly, Li Kuang clenched his fist, surrounded by a powerful surge of purple energy. He bravely counterattacked, flinging the brown bear's paw back. It turned out Sufang had managed to use his mind control technique. Sufang grumbled, We agreed to parachute together, but I nearly died looking for you. Li Kuang just forced a laugh and said, Don't underestimate me, I still have enough strength to fight. In another place, the snake's eyes widened menacingly, opening its mouth wide as if to swallow everything. However, it was neatly caught in the muscular palm of the stone man. The snake still struggled fiercely, and lightning fast, it whipped its tail to tightly coil around the stone man and squeezed hard. High above, a familiar figure was calmly observing the battle. Tin Engayat smiled confidently. Open your eyes and witness the giant stone statue I have diligently trained. As soon as she commanded, the stone man immediately transformed, and a sharp claw sliced the snake's body in half. Tin Engayat suddenly widened her eyes in astonishment as she watched the snake gradually dissolve into ashes. She mumbled, turned into ashes. But this is clearly a summoned creature. Without her knowing when Vidin Fai had appeared behind her, he sarcastically remarked, Long time no see, and you're still using such low-level summons. A giant grasshopper suddenly appeared in front of Tin Engayat. Yunfei said disdainfully, summoning a beast and not hiding but standing right on its head. That's too obvious a weakness. She ignored his words, frowning in annoyance. Where has this guy disappeared to? Never mind, I'll just destroy his summoned beast first. The bull with bloodshot eyes approached closely, its hand gripping the sword hilt tightly before swinging a decisive ice-cold strike forward. The target was none other than Tin Engayat, who was perched atop the stone statue. However, she quickly signaled, and her companion immediately reached out to block the attack. The other hand also quickly took a defensive stance, unleashing sharp claws that lunged straight towards the bull's head. It also reacted in time, and both sides engaged in a dramatic back and forth struggle. Tin Engayat smirked, thinking these high-class summoned beasts were only so-so, and decided to bring out her new secret weapon for a test run. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately pulled 2 test tubes from her pouch and, without hesitation, hurled them directly at her opponent. A series of resounding explosions tore through the air, emitting a mysterious blue light that engulfed everything. The bull stood frozen in place, its expression bewildered, as if it didn't understand what had just happened. Its eyes suddenly glowed fiery red, and 2 blades unexpectedly appeared, stabbing forcefully into its eyeballs, causing it to scream in agony. By natural reflex, it quickly brought its hands up to cover its burning eyes. Seizing this golden opportunity, Tin Ungait immediately ordered a full-scale attack on the exposed weaknesses. Tenjifai heard the command, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. He controlled the summoned beast to charge directly at the weak point, swinging its sword in a flurry of strikes. Receiving the directive, it immediately raised the sword in its hand high into the air. Without hesitation, a powerful, terrifying strike descended from above. The spot where Tin Ungait stood suddenly collapsed, and she fell freely downwards before she could regain her composure, accidentally dropping several precious hair-containing tubes. Just then, Dao Dao, who was perched on her shoulder, suddenly shot upwards in a puzzling manner. The test tubes shattered upon impact, and the strands of hair inside scattered profusely through the air. Dao Dao snatched a strand of hair with an expression of immense enjoyment, which made Tin Ungait gape and playfully scold that damn chicken, asking if it still wanted more to eat. But seeing the scene before her, her eyes suddenly gleamed with a strange light. As soon as it swallowed the hair strand, Dao Dao's body immediately lit up, emitting a dazzling, radiant aura. A powerful burst of light erupted, blinding the opponent. Tenjifai, witnessing this, pouted suspiciously, wondering, what is this? He covered his eyes to reduce the glare, so astonished he couldn't believe his eyes. Could it be evolving? He wondered. Just as Tin Ungait thought she had hit the ground, a carpet of chicken feathers suddenly appeared to cushion her fall. Her small body lay neatly on the carpet. Tenjifai frowned and roared, demanding it be destroyed immediately. The bull received the command and, without hesitation, gripped the sword hilt once more. It swung a straight slash right through the radiant light. But Dao Dao merely snapped lightly, and the sword shattered into pieces. Now it was many times larger, radiating intense killing intent. Tin Ungait's face darkened, and she thought disappointedly, after transforming, it still looks no different from before. In any case, the statue was already shattered, so she could only sigh and accept this reality. Tin Ungait stood proudly on the plain, giving a decisive, stern order to quickly finish off the opponent, making the enemy not dare to let their guard down, with one eye burning with red fire, hand tightly gripping the sword that had been broken in half. However, at that very moment, Dodu suddenly vanished without a trace. Vong Fai looked around in confusion, thinking to himself whether such a huge body could actually use a stealth skill. The buffalo kept staring straight ahead, completely unaware that Dodu had already circled behind its back, and Dodu took the opportunity to deliver a fatal kick to the opponent's spine. Vong Fai grew suspicious and whipped around toward the source of the noise, muttering to himself, wondering what that strange sound was. Before his eyes was the massive corpse of the buffalo collapsing onto the ground. Dodu quickly subdued the opponent under its feet, and the system immediately announced that Vong Fai had been eliminated. Dodu then brushed its hands and laughed cheerfully, ignoring Tin Ungait, who was grumpily reminding it not to get cocky too soon, because they still hadn't found that summoner. Just then, Nin Fem and his 2 students swept past. Thienka wondered if that was Bing Tin Ungait's natal summon, while So Fong suggested whether they should stop by to support him. Nin Fem coldly refused, believing he was more than capable of managing on his own, while also expressing concern for Thien Trong as he suspected the Class S teacher was plotting something. In another corner, Duong Ho's group was actively searching. When asked about Nin Fem's whereabouts, Kung Yen, who had just finished off someone, casually put his hands in his pockets and replied that it was quite a coincidence. Duong had also just gone through an equally terrifying fierce battle. Deep Lam walked quietly, the rays of sunlight piercing through the window and illuminating eyes filled with indescribable thoughts. At that building, Thien Trong was hiding behind a wall, gesturing with his hand to signal his teammates. Tuat Wai stood right next to him, chanting a spell to cast the glacial rock skill. A large block of ice suddenly appeared behind Dip Lam's back. She seemed to sense the killing intent and immediately swung her hand to summon her weapon. Without even bothering to look back, she easily crushed the block of ice with just a few slashes. Thien Trong seized the opportunity to spring forward, planning to launch a surprise attack on the opponent. His eyes rolled back and his fists clenched tightly, intending to land a decisive blow, but Deep Lam lightly leaped and dodged spectacularly. Before Thien Trong could recover his senses, she had already spun around and smoothly drawn her weapon. Fortunately, Nin Fem showed up just in time, using his hand to block her counter slash. Although his arm was trembling violently, he still tried to act cool, telling the opponent to stop, but then held his arm, crying out in intense pain and wondering how old Lu could block a blade with his bare hands while keeping a completely straight face. The moment she saw him, Dep Lam's face blushed slightly, and she softly called out, "Teacher Nin Fem." Immediately after, So Fong and Thienka also landed on the building, standing firmly there. As the two entered, So Fong wondered if Teacher Nin had already gone inside, prompting Thienka to ask with high spirits where the enemy was, but then he suddenly frowned with a bewildered look. The two only saw Diep Lam staring at them, wondering what on earth was going on since there was no sign of an enemy or any battle. Ning Fem had no choice but to speak first, telling her to just say what was on her mind instead of staring at him like that. Diep Lam maintained an expressionless face, silently looking at him, while Tut Wai anxiously checked on Thien Truong, and he gently reassured her that everything was fine thanks to teacher Nin arriving just in time. Thien Sa stepped forward, patted Thien Truong on the shoulder, and questioned him that since he used to be a Class S student as well, who that girl was. Thien Truong was stunned for a moment, then replied that he hadn't been in Class S for very long. But it seemed Diep Lam was teacher Nin's former student. Diep Lam suddenly blurted out that teacher Nin's departure had left her with no one to guide her. But before she could finish, Kai Sun and Duong Ho approached and mocked that this bizarre teacher-student duo was indeed a perfect match. Nin Fame turned to glare. They've caught up. With me here, don't even dream of touching a single hair on Thien Truong's head. Duong Ho narrowed his eyes, giving him an uncomprehending look. As he spoke, he summoned octopus tentacles. It was unclear what the teacher was muttering, but immediately after, the tentacles stretched out, lunging towards Ninepam. We came here to find you, teacher. Before he could react, Thien unleashed an energy shield, standing firm right in front and not backing down. The tentacles clung tightly to the protective shield, secreting a terrifying slime. Feeling his strength gradually depleting, Thien wondered, is this thing eroding my magic power? As soon as he finished speaking, he took a powerful punch from Kai Sun. He still didn't stop there, his hand tightened, absorbing energy, ready to unleash another new move. Ningfem immediately stepped in front. He shouted, Safong, quickly take Thien somewhere else. Ningfem frowned, looking annoyed. How dare you injure my student? Kneel down and apologize to me immediately. He activated the system. His system. You have used Master's Greeting on target Kai Sun. He immediately knelt to the ground, falling completely silent. Ninfem pointed into the air, continuing to command, and Duong Ho, you, teacher, kneel down for me too. Just then, Duong Ho uttered a meaningful remark as I expected. At the same time, a series of bright red notifications appeared, making him gasp in astonishment. System error. The red text continued to flash non-stop. System error, system compromised, Master's Greeting skill locked, Master's Eyes undergoing repair, estimated completion in 1 day. Ninfem seemed to sense a pair of eyes hidden in the shadows that had seen through him. Let's see what you can do without the system's help now. Duong Ho seized the opportunity while he was still dazed, controlling the tentacles to lunge forward. What are you standing there stunned for? Take your beating. A series of tentacles lunged at dizzying speed, attacking right behind Ningfem. Surprisingly, Diep Lam grabbed her weapon, drawing it out with extreme speed. With just a few swift slashes, she neatly dealt with the hateful tentacles. Duong Ho broke out in a cold sweat, astonished by Diep Lam's reaction. How dare you lay a hand on your teacher? She coldly replied, a freak student only suits a freak teacher, right? At the same time, Sofong took Thien out of the building. He complained, your head's as hard as a rock, so you'll probably be fine, won't you? I don't even know any healing spells, so just find somewhere to hide for now. Sofong muttered as he flew, lately, it seems I always have to be your delivery guy. Suddenly, a strange object flying in mid-air caught his eye. Looking closely, it turned out to be Van Tin's barrier talisman. Sofong narrowed his eyes, as if he had recognized what it was. Returning to Diep Lam, she thought, a freak student suits a freak teacher, isn't that perfect? Duong Ho didn't care for that sarcastic tone. He curled his lip and warned, if you want to protect Nin Fam, I won't hold back either. Diep Lam lifted her weapon, confidently challenging, that suits me even more. Diep Lam hoisted her weapon onto her shoulder, muttering, barrier, as her fingers deftly adjusted the safety catch. Then she shouted, open. At the same time, 2 sharp explosions rang out. Duong Ho was stunned, frozen in place, completely unable to react. As the bullets whizzed past on both sides, he tilted his head mockingly. Where are you aiming? What kind of strange move is that? But when the 2 bullets collided, they immediately transformed into a sword. While Duong Ho was still bewildered, Diep Lam instantly teleported behind him. 2 sharp cold sword slashes came down with astonishing speed. Utterly panicked, Duong Ho hurriedly ducked down, desperately lunging straight forward. He narrowed his eyes, growled at her, and sighed in exasperation. Is it already this fast? Immediately, Duong Ho summoned even larger tentacles from underground. Come here. This time, the tentacles changed targets and rushed toward Diep Lam, but those minor annoyances were nothing to her. They were wiped out in the blink of an eye. Thinking victory was certain, Duong Ho nonchalantly turned to the other side. Director Ma, aren't you finished yet? I'll come support you once I'm done here. Kai Sun was glaring at the teacher and his pupils. Hearing that, he let out a cold snort. He frowned, his eyes full of murderous intent. Do I need your mercy today? Meanwhile, Ningfem was still worried about those strange eyes. That moment just now, could someone else possess a system like mine? Kai Sun seized the opportunity and launched a direct attack, roaring, Ningfem, if you have the guts, don't hide behind your students. Toyet Wai reacted quickly, immediately raising her hand to cast a freezing spell. Kai Sun's incoming foot was instantly frozen. Just as he instinctively looked down, another foot kicked straight at him. Kai Sun gritted his teeth, struggling to swing his arm to block the lethal blow. But the kick was so powerful that it sent him flying into the wall behind him. Thien Truong landed firmly, assuming a combat stance. Kai Sun roared in anger, these brats are truly troublesome. Duong Ho calmly replied from the side, fortunately, I planned ahead. Diep Lam stood in front of Nin Fam and his students. Suddenly, her eyes widened in bewilderment. He didn't care and shouted excitedly, Chao Toyan, it's your turn now. Outside, a creature with pale white eyes and sharp teeth had lost its patience. Standing on the roof, it raised its bandage-wrapped arm high. Just as its arm descended, it brought with it a terrifying source of energy. Instantly, the roof was pierced, striking the spot where Ninfem and his students were standing. The energy was so strong it tore the building apart, causing a horrific explosion. The ground shook violently, and Thien Truong Tuyet Wai and Deep Lam, unable to react in time, fell through. Ninfem looked stunned. What is going on? He shouted down into the hole, hey, are you all okay? Then Ninfem dove down, needing to quickly save the kids when suddenly 2 tentacles reached out from within the white smoke. Instantly, the tentacles unleashed bolts of lightning to attack him. Through the thick smoke, Ninfem spotted a giant octopus. A voice rang out, do you still have the energy to worry about your students? The speaker was Kai-sun. Next to him, Duongho smirked, teacher, you should look out for yourself. His hand burst into flames as he countered, worry about myself? I'm only afraid I won't be able to control this power. Ninfem thought to himself, the system's ability is broken. I'll have to use my trust points here. Kai-sun's face darkened as he interrupted. Now that the obstacles are gone, don't hold back, use all the strength you have. Duongho pointed his finger and raised his voice, take this. Van Long looked toward the building. Teacher Chao Toyan was on their side, and it was said his power was class teacher level, but he hadn't expected such immense destructive force. Pointing at the screen in excitement, he said,
There it is!
I didn't expect the teachers to fight each other. It really gives people something to look forward to. Van Long's expression became sinister, but teachers are supposed to be examiners. Does them fighting like this violate the rules? Suddenly, he heard a reply, theoretically, there's no problem at all. Tai Kuk's voice rang out as he continued, this is also the teacher's first time participating in the competition, and indeed the regulations don't forbid this. Van Long froze in shock. Tai Kuk held the staff in his hand. The match promised to be even more intense. Hearing that, Van Long obediently complied. All right, he said, looking down. Don't let me down, Ninfem. Let your primordial spirit protect you. Kai-sun clenched his hand into a fist and charged straight at Ninfem. Ninfem immediately raised a defensive shield. The punch struck the barrier hard, making the space shake violently. A tentacle suddenly shot forward but was instantly sliced clean through by Ninfem's shield. Standing right next to him, Kai-sun froze in shock at the sight. He smiled and joined his hands. Turned into a meat patty already. As soon as he finished speaking, the defensive screen expanded, pressing close to him. Kai-sun did not submit but roared. These are just cheap tricks. This little bit of power won't hurt me at all. Ninfem sneered and threw a fiery punch. You sure talk tough. Then taste this move. He swung his arm straight at Kai-sun's vital point, causing him severe pain and breaking into a cold sweat. His face turned as pale as a ghost. Outside, Tai Kuk heard a piercing scream echo back. Ninfem looked at his hand with disgust, slightly regretting the strike. He truly wanted to wash his hands immediately. Kai-sun growled in anger, kill you, Nen, must kill. Standing nearby, Duonghua intervened. Director Ma, please rest for a bit. He stuck out his tongue and raised his hand to attack. Leave the rest to me. Suddenly, numerous tentacles rose from beneath Ninfem's feet, startling him. Ninfem hurriedly created a protective shield. Those tentacles had regenerated again. Duongho spoke smugly, just stay inside that shield until your magic is depleted. Right then, a cloud of black smoke surged towards him from nowhere. The black smoke swept across, slicing every tentacle into fragments. A figure stood on a high floor, coldly observing Ninfem from above. Niem appeared and smirked. You're being too careless, Ninfem. With this unexpected help, the situation began to grow complicated. In the middle of the deep forest, Lequang sighed anxiously. We've been walking forever and haven't seen a single soul. I'm so hungry I could faint. Walking ahead, Sufong said, you already ate fruit, just be quiet. He looked at the trail, feeling it seemed somehow familiar. Could it be that we're lost? Lequang replied casually, if we're lost, we're lost. Once the competition ends, someone will come to pick us up regardless. Sufong said in disappointment, there's no one here. I wanted to test my skills. The kid replied while munching on an apple. Isn't it good to get through the competition smoothly? I'll treat myself to a feast once we're back. Sufong, walking ahead, explained, it won't end until there are only 10 contestants left. It could take 3, 4, or even 10 days. You just stay there and chew on tree bark. Lequang was horrified. What? He let out a loud shout and sprinted ahead, his willpower burning intensely. Let's go end this competition. Sufong hurriedly chased after him.
Hey, wait for me.
Lequang suddenly froze and Sufong could not brake in time, crashing right into him. The kid pointed. Here, look. There's an apple seed over there. Sufong grumbled. Don't stop so suddenly like that. Lequang picked it up in horror. Isn't this the seed from the apple I ate earlier? We really are lost. His face turned pale. I've been saying this for a while now. The quirky adventure of the fat and skinny duo had officially begun. After a long while, noise suddenly erupted in the forest.
Don't run anymore. Brother-in-law, let me go. I absolutely won't go back this time. Chase them quickly.
Sufong, hiding in the bushes, wondered. Brother-in-law? Lequang chimed in, a family dispute. The boy jumped out of the bushes and shouted, then doesn't that mean we're back in human society? Help me. Sufong grabbed Lequang to stop him. Hey, calm down. What if it's a wild beast? The boy immediately questioned, wild beasts can speak human language. Sufong pushed up his glasses. Did you forget that guy with the human body and grouper head? We must be careful in everything we do. Both hid in the bushes again. At this moment, Li Kuang grumbled, "You're so talkative." Hearing that, Sifong lowered his voice, "Keep it down." The voice in the forest called out again, "Don't come over here." Right in front of the two, a one-eyed bear said, "Sorry, brother-in-law." The poor old bear collapsed, wailing piteously and begging not to be hit in the face anymore. The one-eyed bear, in a low, threatening tone, advised his brother-in-law to go home obediently to avoid further physical pain. The old bear stood firm, declaring he would not go home this time no matter what anyone said, leaving everyone astonished. Perhaps this was a glitched version of bear going home, as Shifeng signaled for silence. The one-eyed bear, with an angry face, warned his brother-in-law not to blame him for speaking harshly. He raised his claws, threatening to violate his dignity. The old bear fearfully covered his face with his hands but was hit again. Li Qiang rushed out from the bushes, punched the one-eyed bear hard, and called for family reconciliation, saying that as family members, they should talk things over calmly. The one-eyed bear took the hit, flew far back, and slammed into a rocky cliff. He slowly collapsed to the ground, eyes tightly shut, and lost consciousness. Seeing their master like that, the two subordinate bears hurriedly carried him away in a panic. As they ran, they shouted that the brother-in-law had hit the young master and they had to report it, complaining it was unfair and unjust, while the young boy looked at the three bears, feeling he might have been a bit too heavy-handed. Shifeng called out, "Fat deer, look over there!" The old bear fell to his knees, begging the two heroes to lend a hand. He wiped his sweat and said, "Isn't this the same bear we wounded before?" As old bear Dai reminisced, "My family used to be very happy until that fateful day our child was born." He sadly continued, "Since that day her personality has completely changed, becoming cold and short-tempered. I've been living in this coldness and anger forever, and I truly want to escape this life." Shifeng was dazed. "Oh, is that so?" While Lu Qiang excitedly encouraged him, "Then keep trying, we're always rooting for you." Then, old bear Dai hugged them both, sobbing, "Hey, don't talk about others' business like that. My arm was injured by you too, we are all men." But Shifeng silently reminded him, "First of all, you are not human." Suddenly he looked into the forest in fear. This sound. "I'm doomed, the brothers-in-law have called my wife here." Suddenly, old bear Dai gritted his teeth and threatened, "The two of you injured my arm, now I can't do anything, you must take responsibility for helping me resolve this family conflict." Hearing this, Shifeng laughed arrogantly, "That's right, as long as I and this fat guy take action, those bears will be no problem at all." But immediately after he changed his attitude, "But I refuse." Stunned, the bear asked, "Why?" "Aha." Shifeng pointed at him and laughed, "Don't try to guilt-trip me, I don't do useless work." Outwardly, old bear Dai acted sincere. "If you satisfy my request, I won't make things difficult for you," while thinking to himself, "Himph, this guy has no bottom line." A moment later, many bears rushed out of the forest, staring intently at the two of them. Old bear Dai shouted loudly, "Charge, for freedom," while Shifeng laughed as he maneuvered Li Qiang, "Remember what you promised." The bear in the lead suddenly raised a hand to stop them. "Wait, you have the wrong person." "Ha!" It was the bear wife. "I don't understand why you two are interfering in our family matters." He replied righteously, "Between men, of course we have to help a brother out." Upon hearing this, bear wife got angry. "What is there to be angry about with that guy? He really was talking nonsense again." She rolled her eyes and complained, "After we got married, he did nothing but eat and be lazy. I did everything. Spare the rod and spoil the child. The husband keeps getting worse. He's called my husband but he forgets the child outside. And finally, even the hunting is left to me." Shifeng gaped. "Huh? What?" While Li Qiang looked bewildered. "What? That's completely different from what I heard." Bear wife's rage flared up.
I'm the one who should be angry.
"He even hit his brothers-in-law today. No matter what, I'm dealing with him." After hearing this, both of them turned to look at old bear Dai. Li Qiang spoke up, "Hey, this is not what you said." Startled, he gasped while Shifeng guessed, "Is this guy planning to sneak away?" He made a cute face. "If one bear has to be a useless person, why can't it be me?" After that, old bear Dai was beaten up by the two. Li Qiang raised his fist. "All right, that counts as resolving your family conflict then." Shifeng sat on its back. "Remember what you promised us?" To which it mumbled, I was wrong, brother." Standing inside the building, Yang Hua frowned in confusion. "Huh, Wenran, why did you step in to save Ning Fan?" Ning Fan himself didn't have a clue either. "That's right, what's the reason?" Wenran's group remained silent and did not answer. She pointed and ordered, "Why should I explain anything to you?"
Go deal with them quickly.
"Understood, master." Below, Kaishan warned in a stern voice, "Be careful." Yang Hua glanced at him and snorted coldly. He looked at her and asked, "I don't see that summoned beast under your feet anymore, do I?" Yang Hua immediately launched an attack. "Then isn't this the perfect time to attack that monster?" Right at that moment, pitch black chains slowly rose from the ground. A wave of black chains rushed forward, slicing through the tentacles he had just summoned. Yang Hua flew into a rage. Summoned beasts hiding in the shadows are so annoying. Beside her, bandages wrapped around teacups and bowls were hovering in the air. Various miscellaneous items were hanging from those bandages. Bandage controlled the strips to drag the items and send them flying closer. She stared at Kai Shan with her purple eyes, causing him to freeze in fear. Her gaze was indeed incredibly piercing. Bandage used the item-laden strips as weapons to attack. Kaishan raised his arms in defense and cried out in surprise.
What is this?
On the ground, a strip of bandage suddenly slipped past his leg, and Bandage immediately yanked the cord back toward her. Caught off guard, Kaishan fell flat on his back with his legs in the air, letting out a painful grunt. He quickly scrambled to his feet, his eyes wide as he stared straight at his opponent. With a fierce expression and glowing eyes, Bandage lunged forward. Kaishan swung an angry fist. Don't you dare touch me with those worthless things! Furious, he punched straight at the oncoming Bandage.
Go down!
The punch hit her, riddling her body with holes in a horrifying sight. Suddenly, Kaishan paused, thinking, what the hell? It felt like punching cotton. Out of nowhere, she looked at him and let out a bizarre smile. Bandage laughed incessantly as her body parts unraveled into strips of bandages surrounding Kaishan. BunRv covered her mouth and snickered. An instructor reduced to this state by a summoned beast. How pathetic. Enraged by her contempt, Kaishan reached his boiling point as lightning enveloped his arm. Damn it, let me show you the true power of an instructor. BunRv looked up at the sky, her brows furrowing in confusion. Ha! The sky was thick with dark clouds. She asked in bewilderment, why did it suddenly get so dark? Lightning ripped through the clouds from above, and the sky over the island was now filled with powerful electrical currents. Standing below, Yang Hoa looked up at the sky in astonishment. Could this be Instructor Ma's move? Bristling with furious lightning,
Kaishan roared, feel my wrath! Lightning, draw 5, thunderstrike!
At that moment, the lightning bolts in the sky converged and struck the building directly. With terrifying destructive power, the structure was shattered to pieces in an instant. Ninfem raised his hands high amidst the dust and smoke to deploy a protective shield. His shield enveloped on Nguyen, blocking the rocks that were crashing down. Kaisan lay flat amidst the rubble, panting. Damn it, did you see that? Duong Ho approached with praise. Exactly, well done, Director Ma. The system announced that consumption had exceeded the trust point threshold, requiring a 30-minute break. Upon hearing the warning, Ninfem's face darkened, for it was happening again. Before he could react, Duong Ho's tentacles surged forward like lightning. As it's still not over. From the rubble, Anayan quickly rushed toward Ninfem. She gritted her teeth and decided to use her body to shield him instead of evading. The collapsed roof created a thick cloud of dust. While struggling to lift the pile of rocks, Thien Truong shouted, Toyet Wai, are you okay? Deep Lam's figure flashed by. Toyet Wai whispered a few words. Truong. He was busy supporting the young girl and remained extremely vigilant. What? Chao Toyan unexpectedly charged from somewhere, coming straight behind Thien Truong. The aggressive beast swung its fist and roared, where else do you people think you can run? Unable to react in time, Diep Lam hurriedly raised her sword to block. Chao Toyan showed no mercy, delivering a constant flurry of attacks toward her. It channeled all its remaining strength into its injured arm. A blinding ray of light shot straight toward Diep Lam as quick as a flash, followed by a terrifying explosion that caused the room to collapse completely. A layer of white dust covered the floor, obscuring everyone's vision. Chao Toyan stood tall and spoke up, is this supposed to be the strongest of Class S? How disappointing. Diep Lam swiftly ambushed from behind. She put all her might into swinging her weapon directly at the monster's head. Chao Toyan roared in anger. You clearly possess a barrier system but won't use it against me. Are you looking down on me? After speaking, it aggressively charged forward, determined to take Diep Lam down immediately. Suddenly, a figure appeared and gripped Chao Toyan's arm firmly. Thien Truong had blocked the beast's path before it even realized. Chao Toyan, drenched in sweat, struggled to break free. What on earth is this? Why can't I move? Seeing that scene, she cried out in shock. Wong, what are you doing? He answered bluntly, helping you. I can't hold out for long. Deploy your barrier quickly. Diep Lam recalled the previous battle and replied, if I could, I would have done it long ago. Fighting those tentacles drained all my mana. She glanced at the weapons scattered on the floor. Even if she opened the barrier, it would only last for a few seconds. Diep Lam quickly decided, fine, let's give it a try. Thien Truong, who was still stationary, was startled. What? She gripped her weapon tightly, ready for a fight to the death. Finish this guy off in an instant. The beast then summoned fire in its other hand. This kind of martial arts, are you Lu Guanjuan's disciple? Chao Toyan did not hesitate to unleash a powerful punch toward him. Thien Truong's eyes blazed with determination. This is what it means to overcome hardness with softness. He nimbly moved in front and twisted his opponent's arm. Chao Toyan was lifted into the air and howled in pain. What is this? Thien Truong used the momentum to hurl it violently into the opposite wall with a booming explosion. Chao Toyan was sent flying into the yard, tumbling like a ball. He lost his momentum and crashed straight into the base of the tree before collapsing. The crowd immediately swarmed in, the sound of rapid, rhythmic footsteps pounding the ground incessantly. Diep Lam issued a decisive order. Take care of that guy quickly for me. Hearing that, Chao Toyan gave a sarcastic sneer. Is that all you kids have? She skillfully adjusted her fingers, gripping the hilt, and the sharp steel blade glided across the skin, slicing through the outer layer of ice. The friction from the blade generated thousands of electric sparks that swarmed around the monster's arm. Chao Toyan narrowed his eyes to observe the situation, bracing himself to resist. Diep Lam slipped behind as fast as lightning, holding a fragment of a scale. He frowned and grumbled. Ha! Why did you tear my shirt? Is this your idea of handling things in a heartbeat? She stood frozen, speechless. This thing was far tougher than anyone could have expected. Taking advantage of the moment everyone was distracted, Toyet Y immediately cast her magic. It's not over yet.
Freeze!
Before Chao Toyan could react, his lower body was locked in ice. What? Thien Trong took the opportunity to kick him hard in the back. I'm here too. Chao Toyan could only cry out in pain. Ow! He was sent flying by the kick and crashed hard into a glass pane that shattered into pieces. Chao Toyan's eyes gradually glazed over as they lost focus. This one was significantly weaker than the previous monster. Seeing that the situation didn't look right, he said, "Is there really no way to injure it?" The young girl beside him stood helpless. Are we really gonna lose? Diep Lam pondered. Why has the sky turned so dark? The enraged beast focused all its energy into its body and roared, now it's my turn to act. A blinding bolt of lightning suddenly struck from above, causing everything around to explode. She calmly adjusted her glasses while Thien Trong and Toyet Y stood there, mouths agape in shock. Struck by lightning and lying flat on the ground, Chao Toyan muttered, "Is this the price I pay for trying to look cool?" Meanwhile, a beam of blue light hovered in the center of the storm. Ningfem erected a sturdy magic barrier to shelter on Nguyen inside. Chao Toyan took the full force of the lightning strike, leaving his entire body as stiff as a board. Thien Trong quickly shielded his eyes.
Look, that's Mr. Nine on up there.
Toyet Y, standing beside him, urged.
Hurry, let's go help them.
He turned and urgently called out to Diep Lam.
We have to go now.
Diep Lam sprawled out on the ground and sighed. Ha, I'm exhausted. I just want to rest for a bit. The young girl looked at them both, unsure of what to say. Oh, right. The system reported an error stating it was under maintenance. Ningfem broke out in a cold sweat, becoming increasingly anxious. Damn it, why does the system keep malfunctioning? Are you trying to get me killed? Han Nian nestled bashfully against his chest. Continuing like this isn't a good idea. I'm only being a burden to everyone. He held her close as they hid behind a large boulder, while Duong Ho raged outside, searching everywhere. Ningfem, you better hide well, he said haughtily, his eyes scanning the area. If I catch you, you're finished? Carrying on Nayan on his back, Nemfem thought to himself, Himph, if that's the case, then I'll show him. Let's see what my true abilities are. A man of honor doesn't give up easily. Ninfem can certainly handle this. While moving, his hand slipped, and he accidentally knocked over a small stone nearby. Hearing a strange noise, Duong Ho whipped around and pointed. At his command, a massive foot smashed into the wall. Right at that critical moment, Diep Lam suddenly lunged out to block the way and sliced the leg in half. For a moment, Ninfem was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. It's Diep Lam. Upon seeing Diep Lam, he looked surprised. What? Why are you here? Could Chao Toyan have been defeated? Duong Ho was in disbelief. No way. How could Chao Toyan be easily defeated by a mere student? Looking at the man lying motionless on the grass, the crowd whispered and gossiped. Look at these wounds. It looks like he was struck by lightning. Kai Sun pushed through the crowd and clicked his tongue. Tisk, so that was all Chao Toyan was capable of. I'll handle the rest then. He smirked and added a subtle reminder. If you haven't fully recovered yet, you know. He quickly cast a spell and replied that dealing with these students was not worth bothering about. Then told him to keep an eye on Ningfan so he wouldn't slip away. Noticing Toyet Y looked weak, he told him to heal her quickly, while he watched Toyet Y with concern. Thien Trong urged him, saying that they should just leave this group for them to handle. He stepped close behind Diep Lam and excitedly suggested they collaborate again, but she coolly replied that it would be lucky enough if he didn't get in her way. Diep Lam leaped from behind and slashed his shoulder, making Kai Sun scream in pain. Seeing the shallow tear in his shirt, he dismissively thought she only had that much skill. Diep Lam did not reply but landed skillfully on the ground. However, she did not waste any time. Her pointed shoes had already rushed forward. Diep Lam stood firmly, swinging two swords horizontally, causing Kai Sun to start showing signs of panic. Suddenly, Thien Trong charged in and delivered a straight kick to the opponent's jaw. The force of the kick was so strong that it sent Kai Sun backward, leaving 2 skid marks on the ground. Seeing the situation was unstable, Duong Hoa intended to help, but he irritably brushed him aside, saying to focus on watching Ningfan properly. Kai Sun's hand clenched tightly with self-assurance because he wasn't like that useless teacher, and he would handle this match himself. Hearing the offensive insult, he angrily shouted to clarify that teacher Ning was not useless. Immediately after, Thien Trong clenched his fists and jumped high, aiming straight at the target. Unfortunately, his punch missed Kai Sun. Taking advantage of the opening, he smirked and said such simple techniques shouldn't even be used in a fight. Kai Sun focused all his strength into a powerful punch right to his stomach. Thien Trong took the full force of that blow and was sent flying into the air. Witnessing that, Diep Lam frowned in dissatisfaction and asked him why he was so worked up. Kai Sun's hand was still covered in brilliant yellow lightning as he mockingly said that the students of an incompetent teacher would eventually be eliminated. Right at the critical moment, Diep Lam rushed out to shield Thien Trong. A massive explosion echoed in the air, shaking the entire mountain forest. Amidst the lush green forest, a blinding light appeared, causing Kai Sun to squint contemptuously, asking if they wanted to die that early, and saying it was just as well to clear out both of them at once. When the cloud of dust vanished, Ningfan suddenly appeared behind him. He spoke in a cold, authoritative voice, asking whom he called useless. and challenged him to come at him because he would no longer avoid the fight. Meanwhile, Duong Ho suddenly felt something was wrong, but Kai-sun was still focused on attacking. As he was gathering energy in his hand, he suddenly cried out in panic to stop, and Duong Hoa also hurriedly warned Director Ma to be careful. Just as he spoke, a massive animal claw reached out right in front of Kai-sun. A series of rumbling sounds echoed, causing the entire forest area to be covered in a thick cloud of dust and smoke. The large boulder shattered under the horrific impact, and Kai-sun's body was stuck to the rock face along with a notification that he had been eliminated. Immediately after, a pair of slender legs stepped calmly down onto the ground. Stunned, Tin and Gayet stood beside Dao Dao, looking at the scene and wondering who they had run into this time. Kai-sun slid down from the rock in an immobile state, while the perpetrator Dao Dao still looked around blankly as if nothing had happened, wondering if it had bumped into someone again. Tin and Gayet turned to look at Duong Hoa and assess the person in front of her. Is it a Class S teacher causing trouble for him again? That attitude left him speechless, and seeing that, her look became even more disdainful as she remarked that he looked quite pathetic. Ningfem, do you need a hand? He couldn't help but be surprised to see Tin and Gayet suddenly appear. Alright, you should rest. That Duong Ho guy is not as simple as you think. As soon as the words left his mouth, a loud bang echoed as something slammed into the ground, sending dust billowing up and debris flying everywhere. Du soared high into the air, aiming straight for Duong Hoa and charging at a terrifying speed. Witnessing the scene, he maintained a mocking and defiant expression. Let's see just how extraordinary this help of yours really is. Du's giant foot landed in front of Duong Ho, but before it could make contact, a muscular arm appeared and blocked the attack. Samang delivered a powerful punch and then indifferently remarked, isn't this just way too simple? At that moment, Kung Yen jumped out of nowhere to join the fun. That's right, it's not a complicated matter at all, it's just child's play. Having finished his sentence, the boy stood on a large rock with his arms crossed, laughing triumphantly. Nenfem calmly encouraged Tin Nun Gayet, keep it up, I believe you aren't that weak. But by now she had begun to tremble. Don't mention the word simple, again, you damn guy. Du glared with rage. Is that Kamang? Watch me demonstrate this new ultimate technique. He roared defiantly. This king also wants to see what your skills are made of. In less than a few seconds of combat, it curled its body like a furious fire wheel and charged forward. Invincible fire wheel,
Crush this guy for me!
The shirtless Kamang tried to grab the fireball, his mouth constantly complaining about the heat. Suddenly, Duong Ho called out to Ningfem. His attitude was extremely smug, as if he had everything under control. How does it feel right now? All of your students have been cleared out by me. I put so much effort into staging this perfect play, now there's no one left to protect you. The firm declaration made him pause for a moment as a theory arose in his mind. Could he have hacked my system? Duong Ho wasn't finished yet. He waved his hand and threw two more people into the center. Let me show you something more interesting. Seeing them lying motionless on the ground, Nenfam cried out in panic, So Fong and Tao Thien Ka. At that moment, he was startled to feel a terrifying pressure surging from the barrier. The space surrounding them was locked tight by a magical membrane. Duong Ho revealed the secret. I told you a perfect plan was set. I have captured all of your students. Van Tien appeared out of nowhere, excitedly scribbling on paper. This time, Teacher Neen has definitely fallen into the trap. Ningfem held the unconscious Thien Ko on the ground and questioned Duong Ho, You bastard, what kind of grudge do you have that you'd go to such lengths to eliminate me? Each of his steps closed in heavily as if to crush his opponent. Elimination is elimination. Duong Ho roughly grabbed him by the collar. If I eliminate you, what I get in return is opportunity. Did you think I would wait until now for nothing? He vented all his long accumulated frustration and jealousy. Look at your miserable state right now. In what way am I inferior to you? The more he shouted, the more furious Duong Ho became, his whole body trembling with restraint. From Lu Kuang-Vian to the principal, and even her, why is everyone's attention focused on you? He lifted Ninfam with one hand, his hostility fully exposed. I have to show everyone that you are nothing more than a useless person. Afterward, Duong Ho suddenly loosened his grip, arrogantly letting go of the collar. Facing Ninfem, who was at his wit's end, he loudly dictated terms. You've lost. Now just kneel and kowtow to me, and I'll spare your students. In the distance, Kamang suddenly landed a blow that sent Dudu tumbling back. And if not, Duong Ho's intentions were extremely despicable, targeting the school's juniors. Right now, I will start eliminating your students one by one. His face became hideously distorted, his eyes cold and malicious as he stared at him. On the large screen, the image of Ninfem kneeling on the ground was broadcast publicly. Everything I did was for this moment, to let everyone see that you are just trash. At the same time, Van Long was satisfied witnessing this result. Keep broadcasting, this is a legendary scene worth remembering. Under extreme coercion, Duong Ho loudly ordered, Hurry up and kowtow, Ninfem! I want to see you never able to hold your head up again. Suddenly, right where his knees touched the ground, several mysterious tendrils emerged from below. They grew rapidly, stretching at maximum speed to tear through the current predicament. Previously, this strange shadow had appeared to cut the tentacles. Now each tendril sliced through the charms covered in magical characters. And so one after another, not just one but two, similar charms were also destroyed in the same way. Duanghua hurriedly rushed out to shield Van Tin, screaming in panic, "Your charms are all torn, on Nuyen." The already ruined structure collapsed once more, dust filling the sky. Right at this moment, He Lion suddenly appeared and immediately unleashed a powerful palm strike forward. In an instant, Yanghua's writhing tentacles were sliced off cleanly without a moment's hesitation. Magic ribbons tore through the wind, weaving into graceful curves in the void. That surge of power brushed past his head and soared backward, effortlessly blowing away the final stubborn tentacle blocking Yanghua's path. Witnessing this, Wenruan lightly covered her lips and gave a sarcastic smirk, asking if he only knew how to rely on these limp tentacles. He feigned innocence while clutching his tattered shoulders, resentfully asking Wenruan what was so special about that young man Ningfan that she would risk her life to protect him like that. Amidst the hazy mist, the girl maintained an indifferent and unpredictable expression. She sneered, asking why he kept repeating the same thing, then suddenly gave an enigmatic smile and countered, asking if he was starting to tremble now because his perfect plan hadn't accounted for this obstacle. Anger surged, causing Yanghua to lose all patience. He gathered his internal energy in his hands and coldly replied that a plan wouldn't be perfect if it couldn't handle variables, adding that he hadn't originally wanted to resort to violence. Looking at the scene before her, she shivered slightly as she realized something ominous. His energy was increasing at a dizzying speed. Wenruan immediately ordered her subordinates to launch a direct attack to stop him, but the binding chains vanished into thin air the moment they touched his defensive barrier. He sneered, claiming the tentacles were just decoys he didn't care to use for combat, as he was actually a mental-type master rather than a summoner. Standing safely behind his protective wall, Yanghua smugly explained his sudden surge in power, stating that by devouring their energy, his ultimate technique had finally been perfectly completed. At this moment, his right eyeball had turned an eerie pitch black. He challenged her to see how she would protect Ningfan once he released the terrifying monster hidden deep within him. Wenruan hurriedly ordered her subordinates to release pure white silk like bandages with great urgency, startling Ningfan, who was still disoriented, as a strip of cloth tightened around his waist from behind. The bandage suddenly jerked hard, pulling him back toward his teammates, causing Ningfan to cry out in panic, unsure of what was happening. After bringing him to safety, Wenruan immediately scolded him with a stern face, saying that the upcoming life or death battle would be incredibly fierce and that he should stop being distracted by other people's business. A giant eye suddenly emerged alongside terrifying noises that cracked the ground. Ningfan, stumbling from the intense shockwave, blurted out a complaint about why the attack had to be so violent. Immediately afterward, a beam of blinding light shot straight into the air, crashing into the helicopter hovering overhead. Ningfan stuck his head into Wenlong's face with a worried expression, hesitantly apologizing for the sudden intrusion. The old man's eyes widened in shock because he didn't expect him to appear so suddenly. Just as he was about to speak, a powerful beam of energy from the monstrous eye shot through the helicopter's hull. Black smoke began to billow from the cockpit, causing the aircraft to sway violently. Ningfan frowned, still confused, as he quietly grumbled that the light was too blinding. When he regained his composure, he was horrified to find that Wenlong had long since fainted. Seeing smoke puffing out of the old man's agape mouth, he vaguely deduced that the light might have drained his magic, causing him to collapse temporarily, but then why was he himself completely unharmed? Suddenly, the aircraft shook violently, and Ningfan realized the shocking truth that even the pilot had lost consciousness. With no one at the controls, the helicopter careened aimlessly before crashing into the steep cliffside along the way. Far away atop the giant eyeball, Yanghua arrogantly cheered that there was no escape from his range on this island. Declaring it was all over and that he was the ultimate winner, he put his hands on his hips, satisfied, thinking it was time to proceed with his main task, when a loud voice suddenly shouted back, telling him to hurry up and bark whatever he wanted to say. Immediately after, he smoothed back his hair and straightened his clothes. Once finished, Yanghua covered his mouth and cleared his throat a few times to psych himself up. A moment later, he cupped his hands to make a megaphone and shouted forward a confession: "Ngok Toyet, I like you so much, be my girlfriend." Rewinding to the day before the competition, at that time Ngok Toyet was tidying her desk to head home, telling herself she was finally done with work and could rest up for tomorrow's competition. Suddenly, Yanghua walked by the office and called out to Ms. Diu. Startled, the girl asked what serious matter Master Aduong had come to see her about. He scratched his head sheepishly and specifically told her that there was something extremely important he wanted to confess at the competition tomorrow, urging her to make sure to watch the live broadcast. Recalling yesterday's date, Duongho took a deep breath. Now was the perfect moment to confess his feelings. He yelled forward,
Go Toyet, I really like you.
Every single word he uttered sounded so sweet. Tin and Gayet and Tayet Y couldn't help but feel bewildered. Be my girlfriend, please. Duongho's confession didn't stop there. You have such beautiful hair and smooth, fair skin. He tried to use every word to praise his beloved's beauty. The very first time we met, I fell completely in love with your soul. Not stopping there, Duongho thumped his chest and made a firm promise. I am willing to give my whole heart to treat you well. As soon as he finished speaking, Hak Lian swooped down from above in a surprise attack. She irritably criticized his cheesy flirting. Have you said enough?
All you do is praise looks all day long, you idiot.
Before Duongho could recover his senses, her magical ropes had already coiled close to his body. The critical situation forced him to immediately create a barrier beneath his feet for defense. Just as Hak Lian was about to tighten her grip, Dong Hoa evaded in time and landed on the ground. Putting his hands behind his head, he looked up and mocked. Hey lady, stop clinging to me. Hasn't Ninfem already been eliminated? Hearing this, On Nguyen frowned in annoyance. Who's stalking you? You were just asking for a beating, so I took action. Duong Ha challenged her even more smugly. Doing that only makes me more curious. If I defeat you, tell me why. On Nguyen was no pushover and immediately ordered Hak Lian to attack. Do you think I'm afraid of you? But just as he let his guard down, an eyeball tentacle lunged forward. Both of them were knocked to the ground, taking the full force of the attack. Seeing his opponent fall, he began to get arrogant.
Ha, so I won. Spill the real reason, quick.
Coughing sounds came from the thick cloud of dust. On Nguyen covered her mouth and glared. Damn it, I was tricked by you. It's only because Lu Kuang Vian asked me to support Ninfam. Duong Ho deliberately feigned ignorance. You should lie more convincingly. There's no way Lu Kuang Vian would ask someone else. You keeping it vague like this means you must have feelings for me. Hearing this, she bristled and snapped.
Who has feelings for you? I'll kill you, you bastard!
On Nguyen's violent reaction amused him. Oh come on, I was just kidding. You reacted so strongly I thought I guessed right. Having her sore spot touched, she stammered. Shut up. The person I like is not you, but... On Nguyen's momentum deflated as she mumbled. The person I like is Ninfam. Right at that moment, the person in question stumbled out from the cliffside. Ow, that hurts so much, what bad luck. Ningfem held his head and winced, with a streak of blood still on his cheek. Ha! On Nguyen, what did you just shout? Never mind that, I have a plan. On the contrary, she looked at Ninfam as if she had seen a ghost, panic-stricken and stammering. You haven't been eliminated. That means, could it be that I just... Right at that moment, a pure white bandage flew over and wrapped tightly around her wrist. At the same time, Hak Lian's magical ropes also rushed over in the same manner. Half of On Nguyen's face began to be covered by his clone. After a rapid transformation, Hak Lian and the bandages completely merged into her body, forming a Valkyrie form. Seeing this unusual appearance, Ninfem looked blank. Why did you suddenly transform? As soon as she was asked, she got cranky as if she had been caught red-handed doing something. On Nguyen unleashed a powerful blow and warned him in a low voice, forget about that, while he was still dazed. Ha! A warning voice echoed, everyone you'd better not move. Tuet said worriedly, my healing magic cannot completely heal everyone. So Fong replied, I'm fine. Thiensa spoke dismissively, what on earth is that pile? Tinungayat smiled faintly, whatever it is, just smash it to pieces. He teased, if you can't even beat salted fish, how do you expect to win against this thing? She furiously shouted that he had run away on his own and she hadn't lost at all. Thienka lowered his voice to explain that, because they had recovered their strength, the man felt uneasy and fled. Seeing Dong Ho still looking relaxed, he grumbled that it was such an eyesore, as she was acting so nonchalant in such a conspicuous place. Thienka winced and sighed, saying his defensive transformation shield couldn't reach the man's energy flow, so they had to find a way to hold him back. Tuyat Y asserted that her offensive magic could definitely reach that position, and so Fong immediately chimed in, saying he could easily fly up there. Thien Truong hurriedly intervened, saying it wasn't a good idea because Tuyat Y had already exhausted much of her magic using healing spells and shouldn't exert herself right now. He turned sharply and asked, oh, you're fine, aren't you? And she ignored him completely without showing any concern. Thien Truong lowered his eyes and thought, noting that even if they used long-range magic, it would be easily blocked by those tentacles. With so many of them, they would all have to launch a simultaneous all-out attack. He stroked his chin and pondered, calculating that every time they tried to approach, the tentacles blocked them, and any long-range attacks were also completely intercepted. Thiensa suddenly realized something and shouted, doesn't that make him invincible? Hearing the teasing tone, he turned around and snapped, what are you laughing at? If you're so good, rack your own brain for a solution! She held 2 pills, smiled, and said, it's simple, just use an overwhelming number of attacks to suppress his tentacles, and that's it. Ninfem groaned warily, ouch, that hurts so much! Why did you have to be so rough? Oi Nagia looked away, flustered, and asked, hey, can you stop talking? I thought someone was ambushing us. Aren't you supposed to be looking for your students? He lay lazily on a rock and replied, exactly, to which she yelled, the way you're acting doesn't look like you're searching for anyone at all. Ninfem replied indifferently, don't be in such a hurry, we'll know where the kids are soon enough. Among my students, there is one who is very good at giving themselves away. Tinungait smirked slightly, this time everything is perfect. Suddenly, there was a loud scream, haven't you suffered enough? Thiensa skeptically asked if that would really work, so she pointed and commanded, fire your arrows! Turn him into a hedgehog! A barrage of sharp arrows flew simultaneously toward the eyeball. They whistled through the air toward their target, carrying a cold, murderous aura. Sensing something was wrong, the creature widened its eyes in shock. Tinungayat sneered triumphantly, think you can block this many attacks? Let's see how you defend against this. Countless sharp arrows pierced deep into the body of the eyeball. She boasted triumphantly, you weren't prepared for a surprise attack, were you? Its body took the hit, sending smoke and dust billowing into the air. Seeing this, Duong Ho realized that it was originally summoned using magic power, wasn't it? It sneered sarcastically, it's useless. Any magic that touches me will be completely corroded. This is an impenetrable wall that magic cannot break. A shriek rang out, asserting its complete invincibility. The eyeball's tentacle struck Ting Nungayat's protective ice shield. He asked skeptically, "Hey, the ice is broken. What's the next step? Did you prepare a backup plan?" She glanced behind her forehead beaded with sweat, and replied,
Yes, run!
Its tentacles lashed out toward Ting Nungayat, making Dao Dao extremely worried. The eyeball slammed its tentacles into the ground with a thunderous roar. She hurriedly covered her eyes and nose, then suddenly heard a loud command, "Fire the projectiles." The large bear bravely blocked the tentacle, while So Fong and Li Kuang struck a cool pose and shouted in unison, "Don't worry, we're here to help." Thuong Haiyan shouted angrily, "What are you two showing off for? Hurry up and come here to help us retreat." Many of its clones had been tightly bound by the tentacles, and this freakish thing would drain their magic power, which was highly disadvantageous for their magical beasts. Thien Truong struggled to speak. "We can't get out of this. What should we do?" Suddenly, a series of purple arrows shot in from behind, decisively slicing through the tentacles. The tentacles in front of the eyeball were ruthlessly cut away. An Nguyen soared into the air, aiming her bow straight ahead. The arrows she fired severed the tentacles as a blinding beam of light shot out. Along the path of the light beam, the wretched tentacles were all slashed into pieces. Duong Ho looked annoyed. These people kept prattling on as annoyingly as a swarm of flies. 3 beams of purple energy shot from the giant eyeball. She nimbly dodged them, while Tin and Gayat confusedly wondered who was helping them draw fire, and Suafong was just as bewildered. Ninfem stepped out from the bushes confidently. Having finally found everyone, both she and Suafong were stunned as they called out his name. An Nguyen's eyes flashed with a sharp light as her body charged forward decisively. He was extremely surprised that she dodged every attack. Suddenly, An Nguyen stopped in mid-air while the tentacles swarmed in. She spun around and swung pure white ribbons from her wrists, which locked tightly onto the target. The tentacles were completely restrained by the ribbons, causing Duong Ho to cry out in terror. He haughtily declared he could still create countless other tentacles, while the ice block struggled to cling on to prevent the eyeball from resisting. Truok Wai warned that the ice wouldn't hold for long because its corrosive ability was too horrifying. Thien Trong tightly hugged a tentacle branch and shouted loudly to encourage everyone. Lai Kuang and Thuong Haiyan both rushed in to hold the tentacle. Duong Hoa angrily yelled that they could never break his fortress wall no matter how hard they tried. An Nguyen smiled sinisterly, saying that they themselves couldn't do it, but someone else would do it in their place. A small streak of light flashed from afar, causing his face to turn pale upon hearing her words. Suafong was controlling the giant crossbow alongside Nanfem. He was determined to fire to demolish Duong Ho's fortress. He whipped his head around and instinctively blurted out Ninfem's name. A cry of astonishment rang out because this approach was no different from rushing straight to one's death. A massive beam of purple energy shot from the eyeball. Ninfem pierced through that light and mocked that a useless person like himself had no magic for him to corrode. He successfully infiltrated inside and prepared to deliver a decisive punch aimed straight at Duong Ho. Ninfem's fist stopped just inches from his face, along with a sarcastic greeting. A terrifying earthquake occurred inside, causing something to blast outward. His silhouette gradually emerged from the dense smoke. Ninfem stepped hard on Duong Ho's face and mocked that breaking his formless fortress was not difficult at all. Kung Ningyan gaped in amazement and then shook Hamang to check the situation. The boy sitting on his shoulder asked if they wanted to confront both of them. Everyone replied in unison not to talk too much, while Kung Ningyan sneered, saying it was because they knew Hamang's strength that they didn't dare to attack. Tin and Gayat shouted in protest and demanded to rush forward, while Li Kuang frantically stopped his boss because it was clearly a provocative trap. Hamang arrogantly stated that this small matter was not worth worrying about for a king. The boy hesitantly called out, and he continued that one must be tolerant before conquering and opening their eyes. Van Long spoke with difficulty as the live host. The old man sent his apologies to the audience from the helicopter as he returned to the match. Van Long looked down to follow the current battle situation with the audience. From afar, a massive tsunami was surging toward the scene. The giant tsunami made the helicopter look as tiny as a toy. It crashed down so violently that the rotor blades snapped off instantly. Witnessing that horrific scene, she could only cover her face with her hands. It was truly beyond words. Kung Yen laughed heartily, truly worthy of being called the Sturgeon, the most powerful ruler of the ocean realm. The boy looked on with contempt before kneeling down. These people were so pathetic, yet the power of the moon star was truly admirable. Why couldn't his own destiny reach that level? The destructive power of the tsunami grew more intense with each moment, completely flattening everything in its path. The great deluge was surging toward So Fong, Thien Truong, and Li Kuang as they struggled to flee for their lives. In the blink of an eye, the fierce waves crashed down. Thiensa managed to activate a defensive layer. The little kid choked on water, and he braced himself by clinging to a tree trunk. Tuyet Wai also unfortunately fell into the cold water, trying to purse her lips tightly to hold on to what little air she had left. A warm hand suddenly gripped hers tightly. It was Thien Truong, struggling to pull Tuyet Wai toward him. He parted his lips to release a bubble of air, making Tuyet Wai's eyes widen in surprise. Thien Truong held the girl tightly in his arms, determined not to let her slip out of his grasp. Amidst the suffocating haunting space, a sharp, mysterious snap of fingers echoed out. A glowing protective halo appeared enveloping him and Toyet Y, while Tianse and Li Kuang were also shielded by this barrier. What was going on? Tin and Gaiet covered her hands tightly, and behind her Sofong stood bewildered, unable to understand the situation. Meanwhile, Ningfem was nonchalantly sitting perched on top of Sofong. The system notified him that the master teacher lesson was currently repairing his master's eyes, estimated to take 23 hours 20 minutes and 11 seconds, and that the recovery would consume trust points. His gaze turned cold. After so much bad luck, it was finally time for fortune to smile upon him. Looking at the swirling columns of water, Ningfem marveled. The battlefield had become this desolate. The final battle was about to begin. Before him appeared the image of the giant sturgeon. It was truly a worthy opponent, nothing less than a final boss. Kung Yen smirked. What a bunch of lowly bugs, sturgeon. Treat them to a hearty seafood feast. His gaze looking down with murderous intent. Go, Ningfem. He stretched his neck and replied, I never said I would handle this myself. They've tortured me enough just now. Ningfem spoke nonchalantly. Let my students deal with a brat like you. Lai Kuang shouted, Teacher Nin, are you kidding me? While Tianse broke into a cold sweat. We're flying in the air. How are we supposed to reach him?
Sofong yelled, No way!
I'm terrified of heights. If I fall, I'm done for. The boy sneered. A bunch of scum wants to deal with us. Back there on the ground, I was just letting you win. Schools of fish began to rise at Kung Yen's command. The sturgeon was the king of the sea, the one who controlled water and marine life, and the arrogant boy declared, Herr, I am invincible. He looked up with admiration. It seems you do have some skill after all. Ningfem offered an enigmatic smile, but in this place, he is not the only one receiving a power boost. Toyet Y spread her arms wide, and droplets of water began to condense. Kung Yen, standing on the creature's back, looked astonished. Could it be that magic? The sturgeon clenched his fist and launched an attack toward the girl. Don't even think about pulling any magical tricks in front of me. Thien Trong witnessed the scene, the expression on his face becoming extremely panicked. He blocked Toyet Y's path and launched a counterattack, sending the boy reeling, then declared firmly, If you want to touch Toyet Y, you must get through me first. The girl squinted one eye, a flash of blue light ignited from her other eye, and she shouted, Absolute zero. Kung Yen rubbed his head in sharp pain, nearly toppling over. The boy looked at Kamang in confusion. Oh dear, I miscalculated. Who would have thought I'd summoned the wrong ocean? I've made things difficult for myself. His whole body stiffened from being frozen, causing Kung Yen to scream Mang's name. The boy pleaded with tears welling in his eyes. Oh Mang, please try to get up. Don't leave me. He looked down and scoffed. Your summoned beast has been completely defeated. Just give up. Kung Yen yelled angrily at them. You bastards dare to bully Mang. Don't even think about getting my points unless you walk over my dead body. Thien Trong prepared to strike, saying, Then I apologize. The boy stood there with his jaw dropped in surprise. Are you really going to attack? The sound of a cane tapping lightly on the ground caused the surrounding space to fall strangely silent. A beam of golden radiance flashed right before the eyes of him and Kung Yen. Tai Kuk raised his cane, causing the water to instantly split in two. He ordered them to stop, and he and Kung Yen turned around, looking bewildered. He declared loudly that the competition had officially concluded. A comical scene appeared as Kamang had turned into a Statue of Liberty. The subway station was unusually quiet despite the crowd, and a pair of feet stepped leisurely out of the train carriage. Cao Cao's figure became extremely striking amidst the sea of people. A desperate cry echoed from afar directed toward Lam Cao Cao. Kai-san spoke up, You're late. Ken is at school now, we must be more careful or we will be exposed. Cao Cao replied, Oh, isn't the post-competition treatment exhausting? This exam was so brutal. He dismissed her, Stop rambling. Here is the evaluation report for the Class D students that you need. What are the results? Kai-san said excitedly, just as predicted, their awakening levels are very low, exactly the kind of latent potential you were looking for. Well done, you've worked hard. He said sternly, Do you want to recruit them into the alliance? But these kids are already in the sights of the school's Class S. It will be difficult to intervene this time. Cao Cao opened the document. The alliance has its own plans. Her expression hardened. Has Ningfem also been promoted to the homeroom teacher of Class S? Cao Cao muttered, Ningfem, what kind of decision will you make? Kwakyu announced, Students, you have all worked very hard. Although the competition had some unexpected incidents, it ended successfully. Now it is time to award the prizes. He continued, Unlike previous years, only the 10 most outstanding individuals will receive awards today. The students below whispered among themselves, Isn't it usually 20 people? I heard the island was submerged by a tsunami because Keen interfered, and he almost lost his life. The connection was cut off then, so we couldn't see anything. Kwak and Gu shouted for order. Kwak sneered, That tsunami was my masterpiece. First place is definitely mine. He announced, First place goes to Safong with 1,300 points. Second place is Lekwang with 1,290 points. The boy teared up. How did this guy manage to win first place? Kwak and Gu spoke up to correct him. Please keep quiet, student Kung Yen. He stated loudly, The magic beasts on the island provided bonus points to 2 students. Thanks to leading the herd, you have won. Let's continue with the awards. Kwak and Gu continued. Third place is Diep Honglong with 1,050 points. Whispers arose, still absent as usual. He said sternly, Fourth place goes to Nam Kung Yen with 1,020 points. The boy was sad. My results are even lower than last time. Kwok Engu read the list. 5th place is Bang Tin and Gayat with 80-20 points. He read in a low voice. 6th place is Truong Thien Truong with 800 points. Tied for 6th is Dung Toyet Y with 600 points. Kwok Engu continued to announce the rankings. In 7th place was Thien Ka with 770 points, and in 8th place was So Fong with 850 points. And Nan frowned at the thought of having to share a class with that guy while Thien Ka sighed, lamenting his bad luck. The old man continued reading. 9th place Van Tin with 400 points. Kwok Engu gestured toward the spectator stands and announced that these 10 excellent students would participate in a competition organized by the Lakan Academy in 3 months. Because this responsibility was extremely heavy, the school had made a decision. The old man waved his hands and shouted, rewarding this group of 10 with vacation vouchers so everyone could relax at the hot springs. Kwok Engu solemnly declared, "Now, I invite our most outstanding student to the stage to speak." Li Kwong raised the silver trophy high and bragged, "Teacher Nin, look, I've won the runner-up title." Nin Fem's eyes flashed with a red light, and digital effects flickered as if he were analyzing something. His face clearly showed signs of shock. The kid cheered excitedly, "Teacher Nin, are you stunned? Why don't you look happy at all?" He smiled and replied, "Congratulations to you." Nim Fem scratched his head in confusion, wondering why that was the case. When he activated his master's eyes, the system sounded, warning him that a barrier was blocking his ability to scan the data. His face darkened as he thought to himself, why is he appearing here? Ning Fem's mind was in turmoil as he silently whispered the name, Hong Tai Ku. Under the glittering, bustling lights of the night street, Ngok Toyet waved goodbye, saying, "It's getting late, the celebration ends here. Since you are now a Class S student, you must do your best tomorrow." Lai Kwong happily remarked, "It feels like a dream. Tomorrow is my first day as a Class S student and my first day in the second place position in the school." So Fong continued, "That's right, say goodbye to your old self." Tin Ungayat angrily grabbed the kid's collar, saying, "You two only reached the top 2 because of luck, so why are you acting so arrogant?" Lai Kwong retorted, "Luck is part of ability, why do you keep targeting me?" Toyat Y smiled, "We'll head back first, see you tomorrow." Thien Trong said wistfully, "Goodbye." She raised her hand, "Bye-bye, travel safely." Tin Ungayat also waved, "Goodbye." Nengok Toyat leaned forward and lowered her voice, calling Nin Fem. She leaned in close and asked, "Are you okay? Why do you seem so gloomy and lackluster after the match?" He answered in confusion, "It's nothing, I just ate too much earlier." Nungok Toyat gently placed a candy into Nin Fem's mouth. "This is a peppermint for you." She smiled brightly, "Cheer up, your students are counting on you a lot." Ningok Toyat explained, "Even if they don't say it, they surely have sensed that your mood is off. You must adjust quickly so they can feel at ease." She waved and said with a smile, "I'm heading home then, goodbye." While the two were chatting, a figure was watching from above. He also responded, "Goodbye." Lam Nam sat perched on the railing saying, "The target is preparing to leave." The voice on the other end replied, "Understood." She stood up straight and said, "Following them for so long hasn't yielded anything except seeing them eat all day." A voice in her earpiece reminded her, "Don't act rashly." Lam Nam suggested, "Should we just approach them directly?" The other side immediately opposed, "Do not do that." Ning Fem raised 2 fingers as a sign to stop moving. She replied nonchalantly, "I don't need to look for them. They've come right here on their own." He frowned in suspicion. "Who are you to be tailing us?" Lam Nam asked cautiously. "It seems that guy doesn't know anything. Should we reveal it to him?" The voice on the other end replied, "That's up to you. It's not a matter of importance anyway." Hearing this, Nen Fem growled. She smirked. "Someone has leaked the news about your low awakening levels."
He growled back, "So what?"
Lam Nam turned her head. "Think about it, having such a low awakening index but ranking first in the Class S exams. What organization wouldn't covet that secret?" Nin Fem shouted, "Who are you?" She agilely jumped down and said, "Goodbye then." He pulled back his hand and thought to himself, "Why does this person look like Deep Hong Lam?" Ning Fem lamented, "She runs so fast." When he looked down at the road, Lam Nam's figure had already vanished. Nin Fem's face darkened. "Just try touching them and see, I don't care which organization you belong to." The next day, Tin Ngayat sneezed repeatedly while he complained uncomfortably, "It's so cold." An echo rang out amidst the icy cold mountains. "I was craving a soak in a hot spring so badly when a vehicle suddenly sped toward us, leaving everyone suspicious. What was that?" No one knew, but someone replied that it seemed to be getting closer. That vehicle sped rapidly toward where Nin Fem was standing. The driver swerved sharply, tossing up a thick layer of snow that completely covered them. 2 people standing nearby were completely buried in snow. The car door opened to reveal Van Quan, who was holding the steering wheel with a smug look on his face. He excitedly greeted the students, inviting them to enjoy his high-quality shuttle service. Currently, on the route, there is a white car traveling at a dizzying speed. Nin Fem's group followed closely behind in a bus, and Van Quan suddenly floored the gas and expertly swerved past the car. Witnessing such masterful driving, the driver of the car beside them gaped in astonishment. Van Quan drove with extreme excitement without any intention of slowing down. The sharp turn caused the people in the bus to panic and resort to cursing. Su Fong grumpily asked if he wanted to be reincarnated early since he was driving so recklessly, and Lai Kwong was also annoyed because he couldn't even eat his apple in peace. Hearing this, Van Quan turned his head and shouted, "I am driving as slowly as possible, you idiots." Lai Kuang bristled and retorted, "Who are you calling an idiot?" Meanwhile, Sufong turned to Tian Ke to ask, "Are you okay? You've been staring blankly out the window ever since you got on the bus." Although his face was drenched in sweat, he tried to act tough, asking, "Do you think I'm carsick?" Sufong, annoyed by his stubbornness, replied, "I didn't say anything about carsickness." Tina Ngayat spoke up, saying, "Isn't it just a bumpy car ride? Is there a need to make such a fuss? The noise is keeping me from sleeping." After she finished speaking, she turned to Kung Yen, who was reminding her, "Sister Bang, can't your summoned creature shrink down? It's not convenient at all." Tina Ngayat frowned and retorted, "What? What does a little kid know to interfere?" The boy returned to his seat and smiled brightly. "As expected, you're still the best, sister." In the midst of the argument, Kung Yen suddenly felt an impact, and the object even turned into a keychain. Van Quan overcorrected, causing the bus to scrape against the guardrail and nearly plunge into the abyss. Just after regaining control of the bus, he slammed on the gas again and sped forward wildly. After the collision, Kung Yen looked at his hand and wondered, "Strange, where did the bamboo shoot go?" Sufong looked at Li Kuang and asked why he was wearing his hat, while the confused boy replied, "Why did my apple turn into dried fish?" Thien Trong anxiously told the driver to be careful because everyone was carsick, while Van Tin sat dazed with drool running down his chin, muttering that he was about to die. Kung Yen screamed in anger,
Exactly. Do you even know how to drive?
The criticism from his students made Van Quan's face darken. "Driving like you're wrecking the vehicle. Be more careful. I don't understand how the school hired a driver like this." His eyes suddenly glinted with a devious light. "You dare say I'm incompetent? Then let me open your eyes to some elite technique." Van Quan steered to block the path of the oncoming car. From the perspective of the driver in the opposite car, the students were being pressed tightly against the window due to inertia. In a flash, Van Quan accelerated and sped away, leaving the other driver screaming in anger. That was incredibly dangerous. The bus swerved off the main road and straight into the dense forest, speeding through the trees before flying toward the edge of a cliff. Nengok Toyat dizzy tried to shout to Nain Pham,
Think of something. Make him stop the bus.
Turning to see that he was still fast asleep, she panicked and cried out,
Oh my God.
Seeing everyone lose their composure, Van Quan reassured them. "Don't worry, I promised the principal I would get everyone to safety." Just as he finished speaking, he drove straight off the ledge, leaving everyone in shock. Under Van Quan's reckless control, the characters inside the bus were thrown about repeatedly due to the loss of balance. The scene shifts to Deep Lam, who is still sleeping soundly under the thick layer of snow. She squinted, looking around with a confused and bewildered expression, while Deep Lam sat up groggily from the piles of white snow like a plump silkworm pupa. A dimly lit house appeared before her, a silhouette of someone standing and waiting right at the door. Them Sun approached, her bloodshot eyes emitting an ominous and terrifying aura, then asked in a voice, "Why is there only one person here?" After the fateful bus ride, the group finally arrived. Ning Phim yawned and asked, "Are we here? I don't see any motel." Tin Ngayet, still in shock beside him, exclaimed, "I can't believe you could sleep so soundly." The students scrambled out of the bus and scattered. Nenphim, who had been fast asleep the entire journey, didn't notice anything and asked, "Are you all okay?" Toyat Wai, with a pale face, said, "Well, everyone must be exhausted. Why don't we go into the motel and rest first?" Thien Trong nearby worriedly added, "It seems we've forgotten something important." Ningok Toyat clutched her head, dizzy, and said, "It must have been hard for the driver." She then blinked in confusion and asked, "By the way, are you sure we've arrived? Where's the motel?" Van Quan calmly pointed upwards. "The motel is way up there. If you expect me to drive up these stairs, the old landlady would kill me." The crowd looked up in the direction he pointed, a long, winding staircase disappearing into the clouds. Looking closely, they realized the distance was incredibly long. The towering peak, almost touching the sky, made everyone sigh in despair. The yard below was already marked with dozens of footprints, large and small, in the thick snow. Seeing no one at the door, Tin and Gayet sat down on the ground, looking lost. "I can't take it anymore. What kind of trip is this? So exhausting I feel like I'm going to break." Van Tien sprawled on the ground lamenting, "Why did I make such a foolish decision to torture myself?" Sufong also lay face down, too tired to move. "This situation isn't good." Nin Pam sighed, trying to reassure everyone. "All right, you all rest. We'll go in and check first." Lai Kuang peered close to the door. "It's so dark inside, isn't it?" The young boy asked worriedly, "Is there something inside? What is it? Thien Satiste, are you scared?" Lai Kuang immediately retorted, "Not at all." Seeing the two students arguing, Naim Fem suddenly grabbed both of them by the head and said, "If you're not scared, you two go in first." Li Kuang's face turned pale with panic. "Ha! That's not a good idea." He didn't give them a chance to refuse and pushed them straight in. "What's there to be shy about? Go on now." Before Lai Kuang could take a single step, his foot was caught tightly in a rat trap. The boy fell to the ground amidst Nin Fem's extreme anxiety. As soon as he regained consciousness, Li Kuang rolled around, crying out in panic, "Something's got my leg, it's a ghost!" Thien Se, seeing how scared the boy was, lectured him, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Nin Fem added, "It's just a silly rat trap," despite saying that he himself was sweating profusely with fear. "That's right, there are no ghosts here." Suddenly, Them Sun appeared out of nowhere. She placed her hand on Thien Ku's shoulder and said, So you've all arrived. Terrified, he jumped up and shouted. Nang Fem, annoyed by the two students' timidity, reminded them, stop shouting, let me find the light switch. The lights flickered on. Diep Lam was already sitting there, calmly drinking tea. You're too noisy. What just happened? Lei Kuang asked in surprise.
Deep Lam.
Why are you sitting here? Thian Sha, still shaken, mumbled. Just now. Clearly something happened just now. Nengok Toyat led everyone into the house and asked, is everyone okay? That scream was so loud. Sufong exclaimed, isn't that Deep Lam? Come to think of it, he slept on the last bus. I completely forgot. Thian Sha, still trembling, said, there really was something just now. Ninfem quickly sat at the table and invited everyone. Come on in and sit down. The crowd became cheerful and lively again. It's so warm in here. Come in quickly. I'm thirsty for tea too. Ignoring everyone else, Thian Sha anxiously stopped them. Hey,
Wait for me.
his face hardened, and he said seriously, listen to me. This motel really has ghosts. I saw it with my own eyes. We need to leave here immediately. Them Sun placed her hand on his shoulder again and threatened. Are you talking about me? Thian Ka was so scared he foamed at the mouth and fainted on the spot. She chuckled, looking at him. It's been so many years since it's been this lively here. Them Sun walked closer to the group and said, please allow me to introduce myself. Her face now looked very gentle and kind. She continued, I am the owner of this motel. My name is Them Sun. You can just call me Grandma Them Sun. The group obediently followed Them Sun deeper into the motel. Ninfem glanced around and asked, Grandma, have you always been doing business in this remote place? It must be very hard for you. Tam Sun replied, yes, it has been for several decades. Thianka whispered, this motel definitely has ghosts. This old lady is strange. Van Tien cried out in fear, ghosts. I'm most afraid of ghosts in the world. Tin Ungayat reminded him not to talk nonsense so as not to scare others. He immediately retorted that he wasn't talking nonsense, and even a brave person like him was almost scared to death. While Thian Ka was screaming in protest, Tham Sun suddenly asked where the ghost was. She sneered that such bravery was hardly anything to brag about, then she patted his head and told him not to talk nonsense, so as not to affect business. Thian Sa stammered his agreement, saying there were no ghosts, and soon the group found room 101. Tham Sun introduced this as their resting place. They were extremely excited, praising the beautiful room which even had a PS10 game console, making everyone happy. She chuckled and told everyone not to argue because every room was identical, each accommodating up to 3 people, so they could divide themselves up. Tham Sun assigned Chuang Thian Truong to stay with Su Fong and to Thian Se, adding that Diep Lam would share the second room with Tin and Gayat and Dung Tiat Y. Tham Sun looked around and ordered her to share a room with Van Tin, while teacher Neen would stay alone in one room. She concluded that the last room was for the 3 boys. They replied in unison that they could finally lie down. Their joy didn't last long before Li Kuang suddenly froze in astonishment. Looking at the scene before him, the kid lamented speechlessly, Granny, this room looks completely unlivable. Without waiting for Li Kuang to grumble further, Tham Sun immediately closed the door, making Su Fong wonder why she shut it so abruptly. Not making everyone wait too long, she threw the door open. Tham Sun pointed into the sparkling room inside and told them they could stay there with peace of mind. Su Fong was stunned and asked if the room hadn't been different just now. Tham Sun laughed and told him not to worry. It was only like that because 2 people forgot to clean. Since the hot spring was open, she told them to pack their things and then call the others to go for a soak. Tham Sun turned and left them to relax. He smirked and asked the fat guy if he heard that. Li Kuang excitedly asked back if it was about the hot spring. Kung Yen suddenly became excited and urged everyone to quickly inform the others so they wouldn't miss out. As soon as he finished speaking, the boy was stopped by the 2 of them. Su Fong and Li Kuang winked, telling him not to rush because they had something good to tell him, leaving Kung Yen confused about what they were planning to do. A little later at the inn's public bath area, Tin Ungayat stepped into the water and repeatedly praised how comfortable the hot spring was. After soaking for a while, she urged everyone to get in. Tin Ungayat glanced at Toyat Y and noted with surprise how white her skin was. The girl quickly denied it. Diep Lam looked at the water level and analyzed that it was too shallow to soak properly, wondering what they were doing here. Suddenly, the boys' voices were heard discussing how the big sister, Dung Toyat Y, and Diep Lam had arrived, and now only Van Tin was missing. He boastfully said he wasn't deceiving anyone. So Fong laughed and praised him for thinking of a good plan by only notifying the girls. Li Kuang replied that they were all one family now. Kung Yen had to go along with it, saying they were practically family already. Without saying a word, the kid took a leap to clear the fence. He then stopped and asked why the 2 weren't following, resentfully blaming them for wanting it all to themselves despite calling them brothers. Li Kuang jumped over without hesitation and said he had already described it very clearly. However, the kid's joy didn't last long as his smile quickly faded. Li Kuang was now standing still, looking as if he were frozen. At the same time, he saw Van Tin also struggling to climb over, which left him completely shocked. Seeing Li Kuang, she put on a forced, awkward smile and greeted him sheepishly. The kid grumbled, asking what was so convenient about the meeting and if he intended to spy. Before Li Kuang could explain, Van Tin slapped a talisman onto his face. She lowered her voice and warned him to shut up because her purpose was entirely different from his. Kung Yen anxiously urged them to find a way up there quickly, or they would miss everything. Su Feng asked if the kid didn't have a summoning skill and told him to call something to bring them up. The boy explained he only knew how to summon ghosts, but would never agree to do such trivial tasks. Kung Yen suddenly froze just as he reached this part of the story. Li Kuang's silhouette unexpectedly appeared right before the young boy. The boy landed gently on the lake's surface, splashing water and forcing Kung Yen to dodge hastily. Even Su Feng, standing close by, could not avoid getting caught in the mess. Li Kuang panicked and tried to reassure himself that everything was just an illusion. Su Feng said this was Van Tin's barrier and spoke about his bizarre hobbies, making the boy's limbs go weak after hearing it. Li Kuang threw a punch straight into Su Feng's face. It turned out the so-called matter was actually this. He did not have time to react and was quickly knocked far away. Van Tien spoke up to criticize them as mere obstacles in the story, while Thien Tsai in the dressing room grumbled about not being invited to the hot springs. After speaking, he did not dare look straight at the horrifying scene before his eyes. Thien Tsai frowned in confusion. What kind of game are you guys playing? His gaze swept across Li Kuang's forehead. Just then, Van Tien saw Thien Te and cried out joyfully. He seemed to suddenly understand the issue, apologized for the misunderstanding, and thanked his brother for not calling him. On the other side, Thien Truong was still leisurely enjoying the warm water. He asked why they weren't bathing anymore. They replied they were going to eat. As soon as Su Feng left the bath, he complained of pain, and Li Kuang echoed that he was both hungry and tired. Kung Yen grumpily asked what else he was complaining about. At least he had seen it with his own eyes. The boy tried to explain that he remembered nothing after stepping into the lake. The boy angrily argued about the betrayal. He intervened and urged the group to head to the dining hall, while Su Feng froze the moment he opened the door. The lively sounds of knives and chopping boards rang out from the kitchen area inside. Skillful food preparation movements were displayed, which were truly a sight to behold. Nat Dao swiftly selected the freshest fish portions and began his work in the kitchen. In no time, Nat Dao had finished the dish, which looked very appetizing, modestly saying he had gone a bit overboard. The old man brought the dish out and smiled, telling the three guests to quickly taste his creation. In an instant, Nat Dao showed off his skills again with a new soup and lightning, fast sushi preparation. Nat Dao posed while inviting them. The group tasted the food and exclaimed because it was so delicious. Tin Ngayat saw the scene helplessly. She felt that the whole group had been swept into their roles without even realizing it. Ngok Toyet smiled and said it was cute. Nat Dao brought out another dish, and they scrambled to be the first to taste it. Meanwhile, Ninfem was still frowning in deep thought. He racked his brain to recall, but still did not know who this chef was. Just then, Tem Suntrat appeared and said he was the one who had invited the old man. Ba sighed, saying that the man could not manage everything alone. Mrs. Them Sun politely asked if Mr. Nain would like some tea. He happily accepted the warm cup and thanked her. Ninfem sincerely expressed that he still preferred the meals cooked by her own hands. She glanced at them and remarked how close they had become despite the classes just being reorganized. He smiled and explained that they had studied together before and had endured hardships in Class D, which is why they understood the value of harmony. Mrs. Them Sun gently shared that seeing them reminded her of the old days, but Ninfem quickly dismissed the thought, telling her she was still very young and shouldn't keep dwelling on the past. He added that if she liked it, she should continue teaching. Mrs. Tham Sun interrupted and teased that he hadn't been so smooth talking before. She sighed, saying that now even holding a glass or chopsticks was tiring, and since she had been in seclusion in the mountains for so long, she couldn't keep up with the times. There was no place for her as a teacher anymore. Nimfem firmly asserted that she would always be the teacher of teachers in their era, beloved teacher Tham Sun. The warm meal finally concluded some time later. He sat quietly watching the vast night sky, thinking to himself that they must all be fast asleep by now. Ninfem thought to himself that previously, circumstances had forced him to push them forward, but now that his wish had been fulfilled with their promotion to Class S, he looked up at the sky and hoped they could fully relax here. Suddenly Ninfem's eyes flickered, but he reminded himself that he couldn't take it easy just yet. He muttered to himself that by taking advantage of this peaceful time without any conflict, he could upgrade the system with his current awakening level of 18%. His current skills included 1 Great Master's Eye and 2 Great Master's Audiences. Ningfem was extremely excited about this once in a lifetime opportunity to see what his third skill was. As soon as the system asked if he wanted to use 1,000 accumulated points to unlock it, he immediately clicked agree without hesitation. At that very moment, a loud noise suddenly echoed from outside the door, making him jump and wonder if someone had just screamed. Ninfem hurried outside and asked what was going on. He saw Toyet Y pointing toward a nearby passage, so Ninfem quickly walked over to the young girl. Hearing footsteps, Toyet Y turned and softly called out to Mr. Neng. He could hardly believe his eyes at the sight. Seeing the scene, Nimfem frantically called out Bang Tin Ungayat's name and rushed to get a first aid kit to disinfect her wounds. Tin Ungayat wailed in pain and pleaded with her teacher to ask Toyet Y to help treat her. Ningfem said sternly, "It's so late, don't you feel bad? I told him to go to sleep already." He asked if she had been walking down the hallway holding tomato juice and accidentally slipped. He remarked that falling like that was quite a feat, but she immediately denied it. Tinungayat's mind flashed back to that moment. Something had clearly grabbed her leg. She firmly insisted that it was that very thing that tripped her and caused her to fall. As soon as Tinungayat finished speaking, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly became eerie. She seriously read the words, "When it's dark, the way out of the room," claiming this paper was evidence because she hadn't followed the instructions. After hearing this absurd story, Ninfem immediately gave Tinungayat a painful flick on the forehead. He crossed his arms and said, "Fine, I won't laugh at you for falling, so there's no need to make up ghost stories to trick me. I'm going back now." But she protested vehemently, insisting it was real. Ninfem sighed softly because his plan to stay up all night researching the system had been ruined since it was already 200 a.m. He yawned repeatedly and told himself to just rest for now, as the vacation was long anyway. Suddenly, Ninfem's eyes accidentally caught sight of a piece of paper stuck to the door. The note had the words, "Come outside the lodge alone at night," scribbled on it. Seeing this, he froze and wondered what it was. Ninfem took the paper down and thought to himself that it hadn't been there when he left. Had it just been posted? Could what Bang Tinungayat said be true? Was someone playing pranks at the lodge in the early hours of the morning? Tinungayat placed the piece of paper on the table and recounted the incident. "This is what I found." Tuyet Y looked it over, full of suspicion. Could it be that ghosts are really running amok? Van Tien spoke up to dismiss the idea. Perhaps Tathiansa is just playing a prank. Doesn't he often tease you for being faint-hearted? Maybe he wants to scare you in retaliation, so he made up this ghost story. The girl shared honestly. "I also saw an identical paper this morning, but I don't have any grudges against Tathiankai." She paused, then thought, could it be that he didn't do it, and it's actually a real ghost? Seeing that everyone was starting to panic, Engok Toyet reassured them. "Don't overthink it, it's probably just someone's prank." No sooner had she finished speaking than Su Fong rushed in frantically to announce,
"It's a disaster."
He stammered, unable to speak clearly. "It's a huge problem. In the dining room, everyone come see." Su Fong led the way. Ninfem was confused. "What happened?" Kung Yen asked crossly. "What is everyone making such a fuss about?" Nat Dao pointed at the crowd. "It's right here." The kid collapsed after eating the bun. Lai Kwang clutched his stomach, writhing in pain.
"Teacher Neen, save me! I've been poisoned, it hurts so much!"
Catching sight of a note saying, "Do not eat breakfast," nearby, Ninfem thought another one of these bizarre pranks. He knelt down. "Calm down, let me check." The boy wailed. "Teacher Neen, I think I need to say a few heartfelt final words before I go." He shouted, "Final words? You just have an upset stomach?" Kung Yen asked. "What exactly is going on?" Thien Truong explained.
"Started like this?"
The boy nodded. "So that's how it is. I've grasped the situation. Someone is definitely pulling strings behind the scenes." Kung Yen pointed directly at Nat Dao. "The culprit is you. You provided the buns and were present at the scene." The boy analyzed. "Your motive is that Tinungayat secretly took tomato juice and the fat guy swiped 2 buns. The old man hurriedly defended himself. "How could I harm my customers? Every chef wants their guests to enjoy their food, and that boy was the most enthusiastic eater." Nat Dao added, "Besides, this meal was free. Usually everyone else pays." Kung Yen frowned. "So that's how it is. Then?" The boy smiled cunningly. "Earlier, I was just playing hard to get. Actually, you're the mastermind." The old woman was confused. "Men." Kung Yen argued. "You cleaned the room with lightning speed. That speed was enough to trip Tinungayat, and then you." Before the boy could finish, Thamsun interrupted. "What?" "I'm old and hard of hearing." Kung Yen stammered. "I'm sorry, ma'am. I was just talking nonsense." She softened her tone. "This situation reminds me of an ancient ghost legend. The story goes like this." She was actually going to tell a story. Thamsun began. "Once upon a time, there was an evil spirit whose hobby was to place orders on people's pillows while they were fast asleep, and if anyone dared to disobey." Thamsun hesitated for a moment, then they would face the consequences. At first, it was just minor pranks that made the victims think it was just a bad joke. She continued, but later on, the punishments became increasingly horrific and could cause people to suffer serious injuries. Thamsun lowered her voice. "If they still stubbornly resisted, then it would..." Thiensa trembled. "Would do what? Don't tell me it's..." She whispered. "It would take their life."
Thiensa screamed. "I knew it."
In contrast to that fear, Kung Yen showed no belief in the old woman's words. The boy asserted, "Ghosts, it's clearly done by a person. Moreover, that person is among us." Tinungayat interrupted. "Then tell us, who is it?"
He was stunned. "Right, I don't know yet."
Thiensa ran back to his room as fast as he could. "This is bad. I have to go check if there's any paper on my pillow. I didn't pay any attention this morning." Ninfem remained calm. "There are no ghosts. Don't bother worrying about it." Before he could finish his sentence, he heard his desperate screams, and the whole group rushed over. Seeing the scene before them, they shouted, "Tathianka." He was lying collapsed right in front of the bedroom door, completely unconscious. Thienka clutched his head, groaning because he had been hit by a heavy object. "Save me." A moment later, Toyat Y ran over to provide first aid and bandage his wounds. Nunfem picked up the piece of paper. Indeed, he discovered the evidence right in her room. Written on it were just 3 clear words: "Do not return to your room." Kung Yen was flustered and scratching his head, since everyone had been there except for Tathi and Cha, who could have done this. Sufong smirked, as the little detective stuck, while Van Tin trembled. I told you, there is definitely a ghost. Nenfem began to piece together the clues from the instruction note. He analyzed the implication: if one did not comply, there would be consequences. Ninfem noticed a coincidence. As the severity of the punishments escalated, everything matched that story. He smirked. It seems someone is mimicking the scares from the story. I will definitely drag them out. Lai Kung was bewildered. How can we catch them when we don't have a single clue? And Van Tien wondered, how can we catch that ghost? Ninfem thought to himself, actually no clues are needed. That person has to stick to the pre-arranged script no matter what. He said solemnly, just do the opposite of the warning and he will show himself. Let's just wait until night and not go outside. Ningfem looked around. The hostel had too many hiding spots, and it would be a hassle if things got broken in a fight. Besides, there was the condition of not going alone. Whom should he ask? Suddenly Ngok Toyet approached and said, Ninfem, you're trying to lure him out, aren't you? She suggested, use my note, it will be easier to restrain him outside. He suddenly understood, don't go outside. Ninfem fell into thought. It was true that he could not go alone tonight, so it made sense for two people to go together. Kung Yen stepped forward quickly. Wet, if you're going, you have to let me come along. I want to see for myself what that thing is. Tin Hyatt stopped them. Stop right there, you're not going anywhere. Come over here right now. He felt the situation becoming dramatic. So, we will set out tonight. When night fell, Ninfem and Ngok Toyet were already outside the hostel. Could they actually lure him out? Of course they could. He smiled. It was still following us when we left the hotel. She asked blankly, what? Ninfem whispered a reminder, quiet, go this way. Just as the two disappeared from sight, a looming figure appeared amidst the white falling snow, the mysterious shadow fumbling around as if searching for something. Taking advantage of the moment, he lunged straight down to seize the figure. Ninfem attacked without mercy, saying,
I've caught you now.
Suddenly, icy snowballs pelted him. Wait a second, Ninfem said, bewildered and not understanding what was happening. Everyone. The crowd burst into laughter. He fell for the trap. The prank was a total success. He clicked his tongue. So that's how it is. Only then did he realize he was standing on top of Tathi and K. Ninfem began molding snow. How dare you trick me? He quickly threw them back at them.
Let me show you what I'm capable of.
A moment later, Ningfem asked, so the note, the story, and this whole performance were all staged by you? Tin Hyatt replied, that's right. He asked in surprise, you came up with such an elaborate plan just to prank me. She replied tiredly, not exactly, sir. We just wanted to lift your spirits. The chubby guy said you've been gloomy ever since the exam period. Tin Hyatt continued, Grandmother Tham's son happened to overhear us and said she was moved by students caring for their teacher, so she decided to join in. Tham's son cleared her throat. How was the plan? Do you feel more cheerful now, Mr. Nin? Ninfem thought to himself, nearly choking with laughter. So it was all just to tease me. He replied quickly, yes, everyone's kindness has definitely lifted my spirits. Tin Hyatt said joyfully, he feels more cheerful now, so it's a success! Don't forget you promised us some cake. The old woman nodded. Wait, the cake is already here? Ninfem muttered, are we really eating cake outdoors late at night like this? She shot him a side eye. Well, isn't it because of a certain someone who insisted on going out in the middle of the night? He said helplessly, hey, are you blaming me again? Ninfem thought to himself that he had forgotten his breakfast. But wait, the handwriting on that paper was written by Ngok Toyet. This fatty is strange. Could it be that he can go hungry? Well, let's help him get it back. Ninfem's eyes suddenly became thoughtful. Wait a moment. Ninfem thought it over carefully. His paper was stuck on the door, not placed under the pillow, and the text was written vertically, not horizontally. The handwriting didn't match at all, and the other papers all said, do nothing, while his was different. Could it be that these things weren't written by them? He called out, and Lantin and Gayat stepped forward and asked, Teacher Neen, are you calling me? He replied, yes, come here for a moment, we need to discuss a few things. She nodded in agreement, sure. Ninfem pulled out the piece of paper and held it in front of Tin Ngayat. Take a look at this note. Before he could even finish his sentence, a sharp blade slashed across the paper, destroying the evidence. That blade also grazed past Ninfem's face. He stared at the opponent. She was clearly not Lantin Ngayat. Who are you, and was it you who left this note? The person in front of him smirked. Discovered, have you? My transformation technique should have been perfect. She continued, my transformation skill is nearly flawless. How could you possibly have recognized me? The system immediately announced Vong Diem student in a Gaianan school ability is to obtain biological fluids to shapeshift, a formidable camouflage capability. He frankly exposed her. She has never called me Teacher Ninfem. Vong Diem realized, so that's it. I'll be more careful next time. Without a moment's hesitation, he quickly assumed a solid defensive stance. Then, he kicked out toward his opponent as a warning strike. But just as Ninfem reached her, she shapeshifted. It seems you don't intend to go easy on me. The opponent turned into a cunning demon fox and taunted. If you're good enough, follow me. He thought to himself, the speed of the transformation is fast, but this trap is too obvious. Ningfem activated the system. This was a good opportunity to test his own strength. Vong Diem observed from above. I didn't expect him to actually follow me. Deep in this forest is my territory. She plotted to use fossilized scorpion venom needles to finish him off. Once poisoned, the body would gradually petrify uncontrollably, followed by an assassination. He tracked the trail for a while before suddenly stopping. He said in a meaningful tone, I followed you this far. Why haven't you shown yourself yet? Ninfem warned. If you don't show your face, I'm going back. No sooner had he finished speaking than a bullet tore through the air. He agilely dodged the attack and focused on observing. The power of the bullet was terrifying, causing the nearby tree trunk to be heavily damaged. Vong Diem thought to herself, he surely can't find my location. Where should I hide? She decided to launch a relentless attack to see how he would manage. Ninfem muttered, stop wasting your effort. You won't hit me. You're out of tricks. Ninfem gave a cold smile. Everything has been seen through by me. The system simultaneously activated the third ability, initiating Master Teacher's question prediction, consuming trust points to predict the opponent's actions 1 second in advance. The bullets Vong Diem fired kept following him. Ninfem utilized the prediction ability to dodge with extreme precision. He quickly reached out and snatched a bullet flying nearby. Then he used his strength to throw it back at her. Vong Diem was caught off guard and took a painful hit. Ninfem looked up, stop jumping around randomly, come down here quickly before I start to lose my temper as well. She raised her voice. This time it was just a slight oversight on our part, so don't get too smug. You frowned as you looked at us. Ninfem thought to himself, could it be just one person? Suddenly Su Feng's voice rang out, Teacher Nin, and Ting Hayat joined in. Hey Ninfem, why did you run here? You made us look everywhere for ages. He turned to ask, check to see if anyone is missing. She was confused, missing who? Where is Uncle Tu? Lai Kuang replied, Thien Truong and Deng Toyet Y have gone to buy some cakes, the rest of us are all here. In another scene, the little girl was telling Thien Truong, the meeting spot must be ahead. Let's get there quickly. He chuckled softly, alright, let's go. Little Mock is probably crying his eyes out for food by now. Toyet Y didn't think twice and replied immediately, agreed. A moment later, the little girl stared blankly at the strange box in front of her, then called out to Thien Truong. From the nearby cliffside, a tree branch suddenly sprouted, and there was even a bird's nest on it. The bird spread its wings and soared through the air. For some unknown reason, Thien Truong suddenly appeared right at that spot. By the time he became aware of his surroundings, it seemed everything was already too late. Thien Truong looked around in all directions. Wasn't I just over there a moment ago? Where on earth is this place? He looked at the scene before him, unable to comprehend it. Thien Truong's gaze fixed on a vertical cliff nearby. He tensed up, his body curling as he tried to struggle through the waves of pain hitting him. Thien Truong's arm repeatedly struck the cliff face. His whole body was covered in serious injuries, and he was now stuck on a large tree branch. He felt like he was about to face danger again and began to panic. Without hesitation, Thien Truong hurriedly grabbed onto the nearby stone slab to keep his balance. He rushed forward like a burning spark through the freezing winter, finally landing safely back at his original spot before faintly hearing Toyet Y calling his name. Hearing the noise, the little girl quickly turned her head and called out Thien Truong's name. He groaned with difficulty, Deng Toyet Y, my leg is paralyzed, I can't move it anymore. The girl panicked, what's happening? Why did you turn into a bird just now? Thien Truong was bewildered, what bird? I just suddenly fell down the hillside and slid all the way here. Toyet Y reminded him, stay still, I'll heal you. He speculated, could it be some kind of magic? Suddenly, a leaf fell right on his head. What's this? The leaf slowly descended onto the white snow, then suddenly turned into a snake. It suddenly spun around and bit his hand sharply, causing a stinging pain. Seeing this, the little girl screamed in panic. A snake! Toyet Y observed, how strange, a person turns into a bird, a leaf turns into a snake. This must be mental magic. Thien Truong realized, damn it, I've been poisoned. Oh no, that's not it. He gasped, I turned into a bird turned into me, a leaf turned into a snake, their forms can switch with one another. Watch out for everything around you, any contact could turn you into something extremely dangerous. Thien Truong thought to himself, this is bad, as his head began to spin with dizziness. The little girl exclaimed, look, the wind is picking up. He shouted, watch out! Don't touch anything! Get out of the way immediately! Yet another lone leaf was drifting toward the two of them. Seeing this, Thien Truong reached out to stop it. Look out. Right at that critical moment, Nat Dao appeared. He used a series of specialized bamboo skewers to control the remaining leaves that were flying about chaotically. He could only stare blankly at the leaves pinned firmly against the cliff face. Then he turned around to listen intently to Nat Dao. Dares to touch my distinguished guest. He confidently struck a pose and reassured everyone, rest assured, leave these lowlifes to me. Nat Dao added, could magic possibly have the power to swap physical entities? Everything is still under control, I'll take care of this place. He called the eldest young lady, Deng Toyet Y by name. The girl blinked her innocent eyes and asked, who are you, mister? Nat Dao stepped forward and instructed, don't hesitate any longer, take that friend and leave this place immediately. Hearing this, Toyet Y immediately pulled Thien Truong away. I understand, please look after yourself. He smiled, thanking her for her concern. Nat Dao leisurely removed the apron he was wearing. He revealed the sharp kitchen utensils inside and challenged, come at me, all of you. Just as he finished speaking, a stone flew towards him. Sensing the danger was near, Nat Dao immediately assumed a defensive stance. Nat Dao thought to himself, as long as I don't collide directly, things should be fine. He confidently analyzed that no matter how many attacks the enemy launched, they wouldn't pose a challenge for him. At that moment, Nat Dao noticed something unusual and turned to look. He was startled to realize he had accidentally activated the bomb's timer. Before Nat Dao could regain his composure, a massive explosion shook the entire space. Fortunately, he had quickly jumped into hiding behind an ancient tree. Nat Dao scanned the ground and muttered in shock, I didn't expect the enemy to resort to using bombs. Without giving him time to think, a sudden attack from behind struck, causing him to defend himself in a hurry. He quickly pulled out a specialized kitchen shovel to use as a weapon for fighting back. Just as Nat Dao was about to launch a counterattack, he suddenly stopped. He looked at his opponent in astonishment. How can they still be this young? A moment later, he muttered, escaped already? To think that someone so young would possess such formidable prowess. Nat Dao contemplated, that person's ability is truly unpredictable. If we cross paths again, it's going to be very troublesome. Inside the inn, anxious voices rang out. Will Deng Toyat Y and Thian Trong be alright? Could they have been ambushed? Tam Sun spoke up. Everyone calm down. Master Diu and Master Nien are treating them, so they'll be fine. Teen and Gaiet countered. How can we sit still? Li Kuang chimed in. That's right, we have to settle the score with them. She said. Kids these days are so full of energy, but don't raise your voice at an old hotel owner like me. The girl mumbled an apology. Tin Ungayat wondered, excuse me ma'am, where are you planning to take us? Them Sun stepped forward and said, follow me to this place. The girl was surprised. Isn't this my room? She explained that she had intended to reveal this place only after the vacation ended. Tin Ungayat asked in confusion, what arrangement? Didn't we come here for a vacation? She lowered her voice, perhaps this place is the real destination. Them Sun didn't say much. She simply used her walking cane to tap out a rhythm on the floor. A secret passage appeared, leaving everyone bewildered. Su Fong exclaimed, there's a basement right under my room. She urged, hurry inside. Them Sun continued, the reason you were attacked probably stems from this invitational tournament, as there are some who are resentful. Tian Gaiet muttered, is it because of that tournament? She added, the reward this time is quite significant, so this ambush is only the beginning. Your vacation will likely have to end sooner than expected. Them Sun walked up to a stone monument and said, next is special training. To avoid being targeted by enemies, starting tomorrow all your living and learning will take place here. I forgot to introduce you. Welcome to Tam Sun Private School. Everyone buzzed with excitement. Who knew there was such a large-scale secret base underground?
It's so cool.
They wondered. Tam Sun Private School. So Grandma used to be a teacher. She confirmed with a smile. That's exactly right. Everyone is still wondering about the training goal here. But don't rush because the group is about to reach their destination. They have begun to take their first steps. Oh. Tam Sun gave a gentle smile upon seeing everyone. They really did arrive quickly. When Gok Tide announced that she had brought them there, Dong Ho smiled brightly and teased that it had been a long time, asking if everyone missed him. Nin Fem wondered why this person hadn't been expelled yet, and quickly explained, asking him not to hold a grudge, since they would have to cooperate for a long time, and then asked Tala to say a few words to help. He called for all the students to gather in the meeting room to discuss matters related to the competition. Tala said, is everyone here? Well then, allow me to introduce myself. I am Tala, the teacher in charge of the S-rank defense department. Hearing that you were attacked worried me deeply, however. Tin and Gaiet frowned slightly, mocking the concern, while Su Fong urged him to stop being fake and get straight to the point. Tala let out a helpless sigh. Fine, let's begin. Surely you all know about the Awakening Index, right? He explained that this ability emerged when ability users were first born and is used to measure each person's strength. Tala added that those with a high index can master higher level magic, and importantly, it is innate and cannot be changed through training. Hearing that, Tin and Gaiet replied that people have known this since elementary school. He shrugged and asked what they would think if there were currently a method to increase that index. Startled, she asked back that if it weren't a fake, everyone would naturally want it. Tala lowered his voice to reveal that in the upcoming competition, the capital would offer a reward capable of helping ability users raise their awakening index. Tuyet Y was stunned to realize that the prize for this competition possessed such a special function. The whole group buzzed with talk about the item's identity, while the young girl wondered to herself about whether it could truly be real. He stated that information about the reward hadn't been released yet, so if they wanted to know, they had to win. Tala continued, saying he had secretly investigated the contestants from Ngai and An's school, as they were notorious for disgraceful tricks in exams. He concluded there was a high possibility that this school was behind the attack, while also expressing particular concern about those two siblings. In the distance, amid the freezing weather, Vong Diem worriedly asked her brother if he was okay because he was injured. Nat Nam replied, do you really think I'm that easy to defeat? She denied it in a low voice, and Nat Nam added that he was naturally fine. Yet he still frowned and asked about her impression of their opponents and her assessment of their winning odds. Vuong Diem frowned and confessed that the opponents were very strong, and she felt there was a high chance they would lose. He laughed at her remark and said she predicted that every single time. Vuong Diem solemnly insisted it was for real this time. He pensively said, "Listen, we've defeated many unusually strong opponents before. Everyone has a weakness, and once found, no matter how strong they are, they're as fragile as paper." He began to cast a transformation spell. Vuong Diem was shocked to see he had obtained the opponent's teacher's bodily fluid. Natnam smugly asked how it felt. She honestly replied that it looked just like the video recording, but she feared what might happen if the opponent saw through them. He calmly reassured her that if he were exposed, she would still be there, and as long as the two siblings worked together, nothing was impossible. Time passed silently amidst the bustling crowds. The city at this moment was sinking into a scene of utter chaos. Everything seemed to have been swept away and upturned by the Black Wolf. The police force contacted each other to report that the residents had been evacuated and requested to start the mission. Hiu Lak received the news and confirmed acknowledgement. Van Van gazed into the distance and realized it was the Black Wolf demon beast again, so she decided she had to go stop it from causing more trouble. Both of them bumped in agreement with the plan for a swift victory. Of course, that was the way. Hiu Lak used her agile speed to rush toward the Black Wolf. A battle began, leaving the city in ruins. The trainee officer noted it down. The casualty count is 0 again. Well done, that's the 6th time this month. Lately, demonic beasts have been appearing quite frequently, haven't they? He suddenly remembered and asked, "Speaking of which, aren't you girls about to start the competition? I wish you the best of luck in achieving the top spot." Hiu Lak rolled her eyes. "In that case, reduce our tasks. We don't even have time to prepare for the tournament anymore." Van Van smiled and said, "Eliminating demonic beasts can be considered a type of practical training." Back in the meeting room, Tiu Hiu Lak and Tiu Van Van are a dynamic duo from Mac Van Police Academy, a school with a long-standing partnership with the police force. Their internship achievements make everyone admire them. Tala added, "We still don't know their signature moves yet. As expected of a police-affiliated school, their security measures are incredibly tight." Thiensa spoke up, "Look at the wounds on the Black Wolf. They seem to be from magic attacks." Van Tin observed closely. "These wounds are several times larger than normal. If they hit a human, they would never heal." He smiled. "It's too early to say for sure, but you should try to analyze them yourselves." Next is another school. Tala held up some photos. "Lak An Academy, champions of this tournament for many consecutive years, essentially our eternal rivals. You need to pay special attention to these two students." He pointed directly at the photo, Lam Lam, who possesses a barrier capable of controlling gravity. Tien Hoyat was surprised. "Isn't that Hung Diep Lam? But why is their hair blue?" She turned to ask, "Is it someone you know?" "Exactly, it's the twins. Didn't you know?" Tin Hayat saw Diep Lam's dazed face and said, "Why don't you say anything?" Tala continued, "Our most heavyweight opponent this time is likely this person, Dong Tiu. Her awakening level has reached 92%, and she can use every type of magic. The scariest thing is," he recounted, "over the past 2 years, she has never tasted defeat. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her a monster." Right at that moment, Dong Tiu sauntered up to the rooftop and nonchalantly pushed the door open to enter the training room. Then she slowly proceeded inside. Lam Lam asked in surprise, "Even you are coming to school this early? Is the sun rising in the west today?" Dong Tiu yawned and replied, "Don't tease me like that. I didn't want to come early, it's just occasional." The other girl smiled, "It's rare indeed. Do you want to train with me?" She decisively replied, "No." Lam Lam frowned, "Then what did you come here for?" Dong Tiu answered, "My house lost power." Lam Tri suddenly walked in, "Good morning. I've finished gathering materials on Lak An School. Do you guys want to see them?" She said, "Hello teacher, I'd like to see them." She sprawled lazily and said, "I'm not looking." He was a bit surprised. "You actually came to school early." Lam Tri went into the kitchen. "All right, want something to drink?"
Lam Lam cried out, "I want apple juice," he asked.
"It's only 2 steps away. Are you really too lazy to get it yourself?" Dong Tiu said, "Get me some orange juice, please." She smiled, "Sorry to bother you, teacher." A moment later, Lam Tri brought the drinks. "Here's yours, apple juice." Lam Lam replied, "Thank you, teacher." He walked toward her. "Here's your orange juice. Sit up and drink." Upon closer look, Lam Tri discovered that Dong Tiu had already fallen asleep. Thien Truong walked briskly and asked, "Right here, Mr. Liu. What do you want to do here?" Quang Vian hesitated a moment and then said, "Make a move against me." He added, "There's no need for formalities, give it your all." Thien Truong froze upon hearing that. He immediately entered a combat stance, then excused my rudeness. However, before Thien Truong could even strike, he was humiliated by Quang Vian. He was quickly thrown back toward a nearby fence. Thien Truong gasped, "Mr. Liu, was it necessary to use that much force?" He replied, "Of course. That's your training session for today." Suddenly, Quang Vian's memories flooded back. "This is the information about our students." Tala said, "As for how to teach them, does anyone have any brilliant ideas?" Duong Ho looked to the side. "On Niam, what's wrong with you?" The other replied, "I have such a headache." Anihin explained that as you all know, the awakening index directly affects the amount of mana. Without a high awakening level, mastering advanced magic is indeed a great challenge. She pondered that even if one grasped the skill, during actual combat, one could still run out of mana and be unable to unleash the move. Nennengi observed the data sheet and sighed. With only half a month left until the competition, starting to learn now was too rushed, and it was highly likely they wouldn't grasp it in time. NG Tite spoke up by F9 Plekim could bring the children to class S. Then we can do it too. Let's discuss together to find the best possible solution for them. Defner Hoa heard this and nodded repeatedly. Indeed worthy of being the teacher I admire, your idea is very reasonable. Tigala glanced at teacher LW, who was appearing very leisurely, wondering if he already had a plan. Kwang Vian answered, not exactly, because the awakening index doesn't relate much to physical arts. Basic physical exercises don't consume too much mana, so training together is quite easy. Returning to reality, he emphasized that physical training requires facing stronger opponents to hone skills, not a child's game where you just learn a few moves as a formality. Kwang Vian said solemnly, the first lesson in which you can defeat me will be a milestone. Now that you've grasped the rules, keep fighting. In the vast basement, Vien T Nut was anxious. It was time for class, but Ninghatkum hadn't appeared yet. She hadn't expected him to be a barrier master. S. Fong added, Teacher Nin is indeed proficient in all systems. She asked, are you waiting for Nainfich PM too? He denied, no, I'm waiting for a teacher named Vien Quan, but I don't know this person. As S. Fong finished speaking, a voice rang out, sorry I'm late. I'm the teacher in charge of the speed system. He turned his head toward the sound. Quite the coincidence. He appears just as he's mentioned. Vien T Men imagined that the name Vien Quan sounded like a handsome man from a novel, a wandering romantic who makes others fall in love at first glance, likely a gentle and mild boy. S. Fong asked, what are you speculating? Before she could imagine further, the man spoke up, long time no see, I am indeed Vien Quan. He blinked, wondering if he had misseen, while Vien T Mech was completely disillusioned as soon as she saw the face of this teacher. He extended his hand in greeting, you are my student, right? So young yet already able to use flying magic, your talent is not bad at all. While putting his arm around S. Fong's shoulder, he said, now let's talk about our first lesson. He felt awkward. Everything is happening too fast. Vien Quinn said excitedly, let's warm up by running around the earth once, let's go. S. Fong was stunned. Hey! Vien and T Wek stood rooted to the spot watching, wondering where Nin Fakim eventually was. On the other side, S. Fong wandered listlessly alone. This place was really vast, no different from a real labyrinth. He struggled to search. My class must be around here. Which room is it eventually? S. Fong stopped before a slightly open door, thinking that maybe the teacher was already inside and deciding to check it out. Immediately his eyes widened, his pupils constricting with extreme astonishment. Inside, T. Lai and Thin Ka were meditating under a waterfall. S. Fong couldn't help but exclaim, training under a waterfall. The other teacher replied, is there any problem? S. C. Fong was startled, quickly slammed the door and ran away. Sorry, I've disturbed you all. He was still in shock. Why is there a waterfall here? Never mind, let's see how the next room is. In the next room, a man in a suit stood with crossed arms and said loudly, Step 1 is to transform into a beast to feel the natural breath. Elp Sik Inji muttered. Turns out it's a forest, but who is this person? Moving to the next room, seeing Tien Engiat and Kung Yin performing strange movements, S. Fong stood curiously observing. What are they doing, a ritual ceremony? He continued walking, peeking inside. It must be this room. To his surprise, Dian Jahoa was sneakily observing Enjik Tite and Tite Wise class through the crack in the door. S.C. Fong was about to turn away without any hesitation, thinking his teacher wasn't here. Seeing this, the man rushed out, shouting, clearly the teacher is here. Stop pretending you don't see me anymore. Divendra Ho smiled friendly to welcome him. Let me introduce myself first. I am Yudhirendra Ho, a teacher in the mental department, and then... He broke into a cold sweat, face contorted, and awkwardly replied, and then what? Dianji Ho finally couldn't help but speak up. Could you stop displaying that unpleasant face? He scratched his head in confusion. I know you still have a prejudice against me. After all, we had some bad memories, so it's understandable that you look at me with such an attitude. After finishing his words, Difi and Jaho's expression hardened and his tone became strict. However, he continued, now that you are my student and Nin Phim is also my colleague, I will no longer make things difficult for you. Furthermore, I will compete fairly with Nain Plesh Kem. Shi Feng instinctively took a few steps back. Alright, I understand your point. That's truly terrifying. Let's focus on the lesson's topic. Yang Hua quickly seized the chance to suggest, then let's not mention the competition matters in front of the teacher anymore. He pouted and replied, I already said so. Why did you admit fault so quickly? It turns out it was because you guys let the secrets slip. Yang Hua awkwardly covered his mouth and coughed a few times. Before starting the first lesson, I will test the basic theory of spirit-type magic. Shi Feng questioned slightly. The basic theory of spiritual magic is about manipulating someone else's mana to interfere with their senses, then using various illusions to deceive their perception. He nodded in approval. Correct. The core of spiritual magic is the manipulation of mana from within. Therefore, the weaker someone's mana is, also known as having a low awakening index, the harder it is to control. Thus, the first lesson is to practice on subjects with the lowest awakening level. Shi Feng froze in place as a strange suspicion flashed through his mind. Could it be? Looking at the results sheet, he realized with shock that the person with the lowest awakening index in the class was that fat guy. No wonder teacher Ning kept forcing him to practice controlling him. Yang Hua smiled brightly. Wrong, there is someone with an even lower awakening level. He held up another photo. Actually, that person is Ning Fan. That statement shocked Shi Feng into stammering. What? Yang Hua rolled up his sleeves, his eyes full of determination. Do you get my point? Our first lesson is that we must succeed in controlling Ning Fan. He sighed warily, not really believing him. Yang Hua immediately clarified. Why look at me like that? I'm serious, I'm not tricking you. The scene shifted to the kitchen where Yi Dao was tilting his head toward the door in curiosity. He asked with confusion, Teacher Ning, it's not lunchtime yet. Ning Fan looked up and replied calmly, that's not it. I came here to find you. He continued, I heard you once saved both Shu Yi and Tian Chang. As a chef, your skills are truly formidable. Yi Dao quickly turned away and denied it. What are you talking about, Teacher Ning? I'm just a chef. How could I have any such talent? Ning Fan forced a smile and stopped asking. Do you have another identity? Never mind, I just came here to express my gratitude to you. He politely stated, thank you for intervening to protect Shu Yi and Tian Chang. After speaking, Ning Fan turned to leave. I just wanted to say that. Your identity has nothing to do with me. I'm heading to class. Unexpectedly, Yi Dao called out to stop him. Wait a moment. He lowered his head and admitted thoughtfully, it seems you have figured it out. Well then, I have no need to hide it anymore. I am Fan Yi Dao, the team leader of the Awakened Alliance. My primary mission on this trip is to ensure the safety of the eldest Miss Shu Li. Ning Fan tilted his head and looked at him awkwardly. So it's Fan Yi Dao. But I have no interest in that. Yi Dao replied sternly, I have a second task to invite you to join the Awakened Alliance. And to show my sincerity, he suddenly launched several sharp needles. I will let you witness a bit of my true power. Ning Fan nimbly dodged the move and landed on a nearby table. Are you crazy? Attacking inside a hotel? What if you destroy the furniture? He immediately activated the detection system and was stunned to find that Yi Dao was non-awakened. The old man pulled out a knife from his side with a cold look. Don't let your guard down just because you see I'm powerless. Yi Dao moved as fast as the wind, unleashing a barrage of powerful knife swings.
If you don't get serious, you'll die!
However, Ning Fan used the renowned master prediction skill to evade every attack. A red warning signal appeared, indicating that his credit points were running out. He muttered while dodging, it turns out this move costs that many credit points. A heavy blade slashed down. With no other choice, Ning Fan reached out his hand to block it and released freezing air. He held two completely frozen knives in his hands. At this point, his credit points had hit rock bottom. Yi Dao froze in shock, staring wide-eyed, then pulled out another kitchen tool. It's not over yet, let's continue. Ning Fan hurriedly signaled a timeout. Wait a minute. He stepped closer and stammered.
No, stop.
Didn't you want to invite me to join? Why resort to violence out of nowhere? Shouldn't we sit down and talk calmly? Yi Dao stopped and suggested with a smile, so will you agree to join our Awakened Alliance? Ning Fan replied warily, no way. I don't know what your actual goal is, so I can't join. He explained patiently, I see. Let me explain to you. The Awakening Index really determines many things. Some are born geniuses while others are seen as trash. Don't you see that human value shouldn't be judged by an Awakening Index? Our Awakened Alliance is a gathering of those who want to help people with low indexes or no powers so they aren't looked down upon. We want to create a fairer world. Hearing the long speech, Ning Fan could only mutter. So much talk. Whatever you want me for, just say it in 2 sentences. Nat responded earnestly, bowing his head low to confirm. That's right, our alliance leader truly wishes to invite you. We sincerely hope you will lend us your support. After some back and forth negotiation, he was finally released and slowly walked along the flight of stairs. Ninfem froze when he heard a voice. Van Tin spoke up. You finally arrived. Ninfem looked at her, bewildered and confused.
What are you guys up to?
Van Tin puffed out her cheeks and grumbled. Have you forgotten that we have a class today, Teacher Ninfem? He rubbed his head and smiled sheepishly. How could I possibly forget? Ninfem hurriedly made an excuse. My apologies. I was occupied with some personal matters. Now let us begin the lesson. He pointed toward the mountain. Today's task is to run down the mountain and then run back up to build stamina. Van Teen shouted angrily. We aren't in the physical education stream. Are you insane, teacher? Deep Lam stood by and pulled her sleeve. Let it go. She turned to him furiously. Are you actually going to do it? Ninfem replied coldly. Hurry up. Anyone who is slow will be punished with an extra lap. Van Teen found it completely unfair. Clearly this teacher was trying to get revenge for the test. What a petty personal vendetta. Immediately after, he smirked, as if harboring some sort of scheme. In reality, Natnam was impersonating Ninfem. He felt triumphant, thinking, I never expected infiltrating to go so smoothly. Moreover, it seems Ninfem isn't here. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I will definitely win. Natnam muttered as he walked. The 2 female students seemed to be waiting for Ninfem. If that's the case and Ninfem is absent, it means I can move around as I please. But still.
Yeah.
He strolled leisurely throughout the building and couldn't help but exclaim, this place is truly massive. Natnam began climbing the stairs, thinking to himself, forget it, there's plenty of time anyway. I'll take it slow and eventually find it. He was busy calculating how to find the kitchen to poison the food, unaware of the figure approaching from behind. Themsun quickly closed the distance and asked sharply, instead of training the children, why are you wandering around here? Natnam broke out in a cold sweat, telling himself, stay calm. Right now, I am Ninfem. He replied awkwardly, I've already assigned tasks to the children, so I'm free with nothing to do. Tham-sun smiled kindly and said, "Nothing to do. That's perfect. The students are already exhausted, and I was planning to prepare some food for them. Could you give me a hand?" Nat Nam narrowed his eyes and smirked internally. Isn't this a God-given opportunity? Just as he turned to reply agreed, he saw Tam-sun hurriedly walking away. "I'll go prepare the food, you can handle the serving." Nat Nam turned away and muttered, "This old lady acts strangely, who could ever keep up with her? I'll just go scout elsewhere first." After walking a few steps, he suddenly stopped when he spotted a water jug placed to the side. Nat Nam laughed sinisterly, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. "This water jug is perfect. Everyone has to drink water. If a few of them get poisoned and can't compete, that perfectly suits my plan." Before the thought could fully form, his vision was blanketed by a wave of purple energy. Sufong appeared from behind and cast a mind control spell. Duong Hoa also descended quickly from above. "How is it? Is the control successful?" He replied, "It's done. It wasn't that difficult." After a pause, Sufong asked, "So how should we handle this?" Duong Ho quickly intervened, "Just holding him is not enough. You must control his movements as well. That is what you call training. After he wakes up, he won't remember a thing. No one will know. If you're worried about being seen by others, then fine," he said with a sly smile. "Go to the training room. No one can see us there." After some hesitation, Sufong led Nat Nam to the training room. Duong Ho nodded in approval. "Well done, you can go now. I didn't expect the control to be so easy." He wondered, what kind of training is this exactly? The door slammed shut, and only the voices of Duong Hoa and Sufong remained. "It's simple. I tell you what movement to perform and you force him to follow along. It's not that sensitive stuff, is it? Remember, no filming or taking pictures." He placed his hand on Sufong's shoulder. "The first move is to dodge." He asked blankly, "What? Dodge what?" Before the words left his mouth, a giant log flew straight toward Nat Nam. Sufong turned his head in horror as he saw Nat Nam get sent flying. He was struck and launched, his face landing straight into a groove on the stone floor. Immediately after, a steel ball fell from above. It rolled at a terrifying speed, crushing everything in its path. Sufong was frozen on the spot, left staring blankly at the horrifying scene. Tears welled up in his eyes, his face turned pale, and sweat poured down.
Teacher, what the hell are you doing? Teacher Ning!
Duong Hoa acted as if he had no involvement, his eyes revealing a sense of glee. "Didn't I tell you to dodge? Look, you've hurt Teacher Nin." Sufong was furious, grinding his teeth as he exclaimed, "Teacher!" He hurried over to check on him. "Teacher Nin, don't worry, I'm here to save you." Duong Hoa saw him freeze and asked, "What's wrong? Can't you even lift him up?" Sufong awkwardly pointed at the face in front of him. This person was definitely not Teacher Nin. Suddenly, the corpse he was holding began to glow and then vanished into thin air. Sufong was paralyzed with fear, and Duong Ho also stammered, unable to understand what was happening. Meanwhile, in a snowy forest, Vong Diem sobbed while clutching her brother tightly, asking, "Brother, are you okay?" Nat Nam whispered that he could no longer accompany her to the competition and told her she must try her best. Hearing these words, Vong Diem cried even harder, and her brother repeatedly urged her to go call a doctor. The scene shifted to Ongayan's training room, where Kung Yen looked at his hands, which were gradually transforming, and exclaimed with delight, "Look, my hands have turned into gills." Kung Yen smirked with excitement, thinking, "So this is the resonance mode with my bond spirit. The feeling of the gills' power surging through my body is so strange." The boy waved his hands happily, remarking that this soft feeling was wonderful. Onagayan approached and commented, "Not bad at all." She clapped in approval because it only took him one day to master the resonance technique, required perfect harmony with the bond spirit. Kung Yen replied smugly, "Living together for so long, the Gil and I are naturally in sync." Onagayan reminded him that the practical competition was tomorrow and told him to spend the day getting used to this state. She breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to herself that his speed of progress had far exceeded all her expectations, so it was time for the next step. Onagayan looked at Tinangayat, who was lying collapsed on the floor, with a helpless expression and asked, "You haven't even finished the most basic synchronization exercises. Do you still have the strength to continue?" Tinangayat jumped up, clenching her fists with determination, and said, "Who's afraid of whom? Bring it on, I'll show you I can pass." Without another word, Onagayan silently picked up the remote control and said, "Then let's begin." As always, a series of tennis ball launchers on the ceiling began to operate. She closed her eyes to focus and listen as Onagayan instructed. Only third-rank summoners know how to use energy to combine with movements to command their summoned beasts. The bond spirit is the only summoned beast intrinsically linked to oneself. At that moment, the tennis balls began flying out rapidly. Dozens of balls shot toward Tinangayat, and Onagayan explained that they were just like her own limbs, asking who wouldn't know how to use their internal energy to control their own body. Tinangayat opened her eyes wide as if she had suddenly understood the point. She ordered Dao Dao to move to the left, but unfortunately, it had no sense of direction and blindly charged to the right instead. No one had anticipated this situation, and both of them ended up sprawled on the ground, covered in wounds. Tinangayat jumped up and scolded it. "Are you trying to get me killed? I told you to go east, and you ran west." Onagayan stood nearby observing with suspicion, and thought, "Perhaps this one isn't meant for you. Have you still not named your bond spirit?" Teen Engayat was startled and confused, asking, "Huh?
Name it what?"
In the kitchen, Nat Dao tried his best to persuade Ninfem, but Ninfem flatly refused to participate. The old man wouldn't give up, but Ninfem ignored him, saying he was busy teaching and not interested in sightseeing. The old man sighed, saying he was truly hard to convince. Nat Dao brought up the matter of saving the students to settle a debt of gratitude, but Ninfem irritably replied that not exposing his true identity was already enough to settle that debt. When Nat Dao offered that the alliance would help train the students if he agreed, Ninfem coldly refused. Nat Dao tried to cajole him further, but Ninfem crossed his arms and brushed him off, saying, "Everyone speaks honeyed words like a salesman." Just then, Temsun appeared at the door and asked how long Ninfem had been there, to which he exclaimed in surprise,
"Grandmother!"
She hurriedly pulled Ninfem away, assuming he was being proactive. While he stood there blankly, not understanding a thing, Temsun excitedly said she was going to deliver food to the students, and Ninfem asked in confusion, "When did I say that?" But Temsun dragged him away immediately, and he had to give in and follow. Nat Dao sighed, muttering that he couldn't convince him, and wondered if he should reveal that secret. He told himself to just wait, as it was still too early to talk about it. Right then, a voice called out, "Uncle Pam." Toyette Wai slowly approached, and Nat Dao asked awkwardly what the young lady needed from his subordinate. She hesitated for a moment before speaking. "I have something I'd like to ask you." Xu Yi's gaze turned cold as she spoke. "Uncle, Nat Dao, you know exactly where my father is, don't you? I want to go see him." Facing Xu Yi's questioning, Nat Dao remained silent for a moment before replying, "May I ask why?" The girl pondered for a moment and answered softly, "The competition prize this time helps increase the level of awakening. The Alliance surely craves that item. If it truly exists, their dreams could become reality." Nat Dao frowned and pressed. "What do you mean?" She spoke frankly. "I want to win the competition and claim the prize to prove myself in front of my father." Nat Dao suddenly burst into laughter, dispelling the tension that had filled the room. Xu Yi asked shyly, "Why are you laughing?" He replied, "Forgive me, it's just that I feel reassured. The young lady of the past would never have said such things." Her eyes were now much more determined. Returning to Ninfem, he was walking briskly up the quiet stairs with an unexpected result. "It's still just delivery work." Ninfem thought to himself with a pout. "When did I even agree to this with Grandma?" Walking along the corridor, he brushed aside his worries and muttered, "I might as well find my two students while I'm at it. I wonder where they ran off to." Ninfem entered the room and called out, "Does anyone want to eat?" Li Chung's eyes lit up at the mention of food. He suddenly appeared in front of him and asked, "What is it? Where are we eating?" The boy happily took the meal, never expecting Ninfem to deliver food to him personally. "Thanks." Ninfem glanced at the notification board and saw the trust points were at 385. He was surprised to realize the score had just increased. Witnessing the scene, Ninfem thought to himself, "So that's how it is. No matter how big or small the task, as long as I can increase my trust points, that's fine." A voice spoke up from behind, "What about my share?" Ninfem smiled to himself, thinking that just as he was short on trust points, this was a golden opportunity to earn more. He continued to Noyan's room to deliver food. Just as he saw Kung Yen smugly teasing Sister Lan for failing the primary synchronization training, Tinangayat fearfully replied that it was too difficult. "I'm thinking of a name, but that boy keeps laughing. If the naming isn't finished, how can we synchronize?" Seeing the commotion, Ninfem asked what was happening. Nayan explained that the name would directly affect the evolution path of Lan Tinangayat, making it impossible for her to decide on a suitable one. Tinangayat angrily held on to Kung Yen's fish, like arm, and snapped, "Is synchronizing such a great thing? It's just growing an extra fin. Do you believe I'll break your arm right now?" Ninfem stood from a corner and spoke up, "Lan Tinangayat, actually, there is something I have always wanted to tell you. I think among all the students I have taught, you are the most hardworking and the one who has improved the most." The girl blushed shyly and asked what he was talking about. Ninfem gave a thumbs up and praised her, saying, "Keep it up, I believe in you." At that moment, a notification appeared showing that his trust points had increased by 220. He then visited Thianka's room, enthusiastically massaging her shoulders and gently saying, "You've been sitting under the waterfall for so long that your body must be exhausted. Let me help you relax." Immediately his trust points increased by 159. At the next room, Ninfem gently bandaged Thiantrong. He exclaimed in surprise, "Teacher," as the notification board displayed an increase of 281 trust points. Finding Sufong and Duangho, he saw them with their hands clasped, repeatedly muttering apologies for causing trouble. He suddenly appeared behind them and asked curiously, "Ningfem?" Seeing their teacher, they turned pale and shouted,
"I was wrong, teacher."
He stood there bewildered, wondering why they reacted that way. Shaking off the thought, Ninfem patted Sufong's head and kindly shoved a lunchbox into his hand. "Don't be afraid, because you are my student. Whatever mistakes there are, I will bear part of the responsibility." Sufong gratefully called out, "Teacher!" Then he turned and walked away.
"Goodbye, keep trying."
Duangho looked at the trembling Sufong and asked, "So, which one is the real Ninfem, that stone or this guy?" He stammered, "I think it's the stone. I've never seen the teacher this gentle before. It's too scary." Ninfem walked outside, still feeling a bit regretful. "Strange, why didn't the trust points increase this time? I didn't do anything lacking in gentleness." He shrugged and walked away, thinking that at least he had gained quite a bit today.
Just then, a voice called out, "Ning Fem!"
Looking at his two students, he asked in surprise,
"Oh, it's you too."
"I looked everywhere for you. Where did you go just now?" Van Tin raised her head and panted. "Didn't you just tell us to run down and climb the mountain?" He scratched his head, confused, as he did not remember ever saying that. "That's impossible." Suddenly, Deep Lam lunged forward to attack. Ning Fem quickly counterattacked and helplessly asked, "What are you doing?" Deep Lam replied calmly, "Let's see how a sparring match goes." Fresh blood kept dripping down, while Ning Fem hissed and groaned, "Ouch, it hurts like crazy." Even though he managed to block the previous strike, his hands were all bruised. They said it was just a practice run. So why did she suddenly change direction and slash straight at him? Diep Lam fell silent for a moment and then asked if they could continue. He hesitantly advised her to wait until the instructor finished helping Van Tin, but she turned around and whined, "Come on, give me a moment to catch my breath." Before he could finish his sentence, Diep Lam had already lunged. Ning Fem could only complain to the heavens that no matter how much logic you use, it eventually comes down to fists. He hurriedly sidestepped to avoid it and fended off the barrage of strikes from Deep Lam. He looked at her in slight shock. She hadn't been able to breach his defense before, but now her power had surged. Deep Lam stood up from the ground and nodded. "Exactly." She reflected for a moment and then shared, "I realized it when we were fighting, relying on agility alone wasn't enough, so I quietly did some extra training." Diep Lam looked up at him with bright eyes and boasted, "Because of that, I've created a secret technique with incredibly terrifying destructive power." She immediately assumed a fighting stance and said in an icy voice, "Let me test it on you." As Ning Fem thought to himself that this was bad, the sword in her hand flashed, reflecting those sharp, lifeless eyes. Diep Lam began to spin her body, and the sharp sword in her hand spun rapidly along with her. Her movements were pushed to the limit, leaving behind only blurred afterimages around her. Instantly, Deep Lam turned into a whirlwind and shouted for him to activate his defense. Van Tin, watching from the side, gaped in amazement. "What on earth is this?" "A barrier." The stormy vortex kept closing in, crushing and sweeping away everything in its path. Ning Fem retreated in panic, knowing he was in big trouble. When the distance between them narrowed to within an inch, Diep Lam suddenly accelerated even further. At that critical moment, her legs suddenly stumbled and tripped over each other. Thus, like a disoriented fish, Deep Lam dove headfirst into the brick wall behind. Ning Fem turned back and frantically asked if she was okay. Her eyes were wide and her face pale as a sheet as she stammered, "This is so strange. I can't control my limbs anymore." Ning Fem's face twisted as he thought to himself that no matter how skilled you are, spinning around in such bulky gear is bound to get you knocked out. He secretly sighed in relief for not wasting too many credit points. At that moment, Deep Lam pressed her two sword tips firmly onto the floor, creating brilliant sparks. As if she had just reached an epiphany, she suddenly understood it all. "So that's how it is." After saying that, Deep Lam unhesitatingly tore off the cumbersome shark costume. The moment the suit hit the ground, a loud crash echoed. Van Tin broke into a cold sweat, wondering if an ordinary item should sound like that when falling. Just how heavy must that costume be to cause such a massive shock? She couldn't believe her eyes. Had she really worn that heavy block of iron to climb the mountain and then run down here? After shedding the burden, Deep Lam immediately regained her serious focus and declared she was ready to fight again. Ning Fem scratched his head in boredom. "You still want to fight? Forget it, let's practice some other time." She didn't pay him any mind, drawing her weapon to inspect it before flatly refusing. Right after, Deep Lam squeezed the trigger and shot away his sword. Ning Fem quickly tilted his head to dodge, surprised that the sword path had been so fast. His eyes immediately widened as he hurriedly activated his famous master suppression technique. Having just cast off her burden, Diep Lam moved like lightning behind him and caught her sword. He glanced at her suspiciously. Not expecting the suit removal to grant such a horrific speed boost, this was bad. He could no longer keep up. In an instant, Ning Fem took a sharp blow full on, unable to dodge in time. Deep Lam continuously closed in, launching one attack after another at Ning Fem. She suddenly started and stood frozen before the scene right in front of her. He turned his head slightly, revealing a mottled and charred black side of his face. He had truly reached his limit with her. Ning Fem's eyes were bloodshot and blazing with a cold, murderous intent. This would be the deciding round. He swung his precious blade and charged at Deep Lam with lightning speed, leaving her completely on the defensive. In the blink of an eye, the immense power of the slash sent Deep Lam flying back a long distance. A majestic surge of purple energy swirled up from the blade into a tornado, roaring wildly between heaven and earth. The flash of the blade swept across with overwhelming energy. Fortunately, she was quick-witted enough to drop flat and escape. Deep Lam scrambled to her feet amidst the thick dust and winced, clicking her tongue. It was heart-stopping. She had almost lost her head to her teacher. Ning Fem was not to be outdone. He rubbed his chin and gritted his teeth. "That really hurts. My jaw almost got knocked off because of you. Time for the old man to take over. Let's switch to judgment mode." Diep Lam pondered her strategy, a summoning spell. She had never seen this technique before. If he kept swinging that giant scythe, she wouldn't be able to get close. She had to seize the first opportunity to attack. She tightened her grip on her two cold swords. Training with Master Ning was much more interesting. whereas the teacher from the other day had been defeated in an instant. His eyes flashed an eerie red as his lips curled into an excited smile. This opponent was truly special. With those words, he swung his sharp blade directly at Deep Lam. Thank you for the compliment. A mystical purple light shot out from the blade, hurtling toward her. In front of Nimfem, sturdy pillars were hacked into 100 pieces. While he was still stunned and confused, she had already leaped high into the air. A sharp streak of light tore through the wind, heading straight for Nimfem, but defeating him wouldn't be easy. He quickly located the threat. Diep Lam launched a barrage of attacks, but he blocked them easily. Ice close combat your strength. Then let's see what you've got. The two of them clashed fiercely in a stalemate. Let me put this to the test. Van Tien huddled in a corner full of doubt. Is this really what they call a barrier department training session? Her face was pale with horror. If it were her, she would have been finished in an instant. She had to get away quickly before getting caught up in it. Just then, a sharp blade of energy whistled past. Luckily, Van Tien managed to duck and cover her head just in time to escape disaster. The two continued to unleash a barrage of moves, attacking relentlessly, with neither side willing to give an inch. Diep Lam's face hardened, her eyes flashing red. These two were evenly matched rivals. How much longer was this going to drag on? Ninfem chuckled, his eyes shining brightly. No, it's not a stalemate. In reality, he was the one falling into a defensive position. Master Nin was at a severe disadvantage, as a scythe cannot be effectively swung in close quarters combat without creating distance. Ninfem gritted his teeth and gripped his blade as he charged at her. His defeat was now only a matter of time. Diep Lam immediately swung her swords to retaliate fiercely, but his figure had already vanished. Just a moment later, Ninfem suddenly appeared directly above her. In less than 3 short seconds, his silhouette vanished from Diep Lam's sight once more. He leaped down and delivered a powerful blow with his blade, slamming it straight into the ground. She lay motionless beneath the shaft of the blade, completely out of breath. I suppose I've won, haven't I? Hey, are you still breathing? Diep Lam looked up. Is that guy planning to use the pillar to maintain distance? He thought. In real combat, one must always observe the surrounding terrain. She maintained a cold expression, her hands gripping the sword hilt. Observe the terrain, understood. Then in the next round, Ninfem was fuming. You should lie down and rest a bit longer. Van Tien sat huddled in a corner, feeling helpless. She suddenly recalled the rumors from her time in Class A, hearing that since Ninfem transferred to Class D, Class S consisted only of barrier specialists with no teacher brave enough to take the class, because that delinquent student had sent every new teacher to the hospital. It seemed she had just accidentally offended Ninfem. Her face was pale, and she was drenched in sweat. Am I? Could I really be doomed? Van Tien used to dream of poetic training sessions in Class S, where teacher and students would hone beautiful combat skills together in a warm and joyful atmosphere. However, the reality was much more brutal. She was out of breath and dripping with sweat. On only her second day of school, Class S had already begun a series of grueling physical training sessions. Van Tien looked dejected, her heart full of confusion. Why is my life so miserable? The atmosphere in the canteen was strangely gloomy. The students sat dazed like pieces of rotten wood. What on earth was wrong with the cafeteria today? Su Fong stood dazed, hands clasped in prayer, hoping that everyone was still safe and sound. Lai Kuang stared blankly into space and muttered that he was a nature-sensing creature, while the mummy beside him remained silent, unable to say a word. Tin Ngayat wasn't doing any better. She sat dazed, talking to Dao Dao, saying that these stupid birds didn't know how to fly or hop, so they should just be called dumb birds. For short. Van Tien froze on the spot, an overwhelming sense of fear rising within her. What kind of bizarre things had they been through? Toyat Y called out anxiously, Van Tien, you're here! Have you seen Trong Thien Trong So Fong or Hong Diep Lam anywhere? Maybe we should just eat first, the girl said, looking bewildered. It's strange school ended so long ago. Could he still be diligently reviewing his lessons? The scene shifts to the sparring match between Quang Vien and Thien Truong. So far, not a single blow had landed. With bandages wrapped around his head, he put all his strength into a punch aimed at Quang Vien. This feeling is so strange. Yet he calmly dodged every one of Thien Truong's attacks as effortlessly as if he were catching feathers drifting in the wind. His strength was fading and he panted heavily, his face already covered in bruises. Thien Truong's next strike was easily stopped by him using only 2 fingertips. Quang Vien twisted Thien Truong's wrist forcefully, causing him great pain. His vision became blurred and he lost his balance, tumbling backward. Using only 2 fingers, Quang Vien easily sent Thien Truong flying backward. A loud thud echoed through the silent space. He looked around dazed, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. When did I just pass out? His eyes stared blankly at the ceiling. How many times had he counted the patterns on it today? Quang Vien gently asked, Are you awake? He stammered, Teacher Lu, a whole day has passed. Why do I feel like I'm just running in place? Quang Vien thoughtfully said that controlling power doesn't mean holding oneself back. Only by thoroughly understanding your internal power can you control it better. Try unleashing your full potential and see what happens. Thien Truong asked in bewilderment, Unleash my full power. Quang Vien turned and walked away decisively. As he walked, his voice echoed back, Your physical condition is too poor right now. Let's stop here for today, we'll continue tomorrow. Quang Vien's expression grew heavy. He had thought the boy understood the essence of harmonizing energy and intent. but it seemed he still needed careful guidance to keep him from straying onto the wrong path. He suddenly started, his gaze flashing with a brilliant light as he raised his head. Thien Trong slowly stood up from behind, a faint purple aura beginning to emanate from his body. He smirked with excitement. He didn't want to stop yet, so he would humor him with a few more moves. Thien Trong gracefully sprang into the air, leaving a deep indentation on the tiled floor. He raised his leg high with eyes as red as blood, delivering a powerful sweeping kick aimed straight at Kwang Vian. Maintaining a cold expression, he quickly raised his leg to parry. The pressure from the impact caused the surrounding space to vibrate violently. Kwang Vian looked up in sudden bewilderment. Thien Trong gritted his teeth, pouring all his strength into clinging to his opponent's leg. Nevertheless, he couldn't hold on for long before being flung away by Kwang Vian. Had an all-out attack finally hit its mark. Thien Trong was stunned, knowing he had no way to retreat. At such close range, how could he possibly evade? Kwang Vian maintained his usual calm demeanor, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint, meaningful smile. His feet pressed firmly against the floor, instantly cratering the ground as his entire body shot into the air like an arrow. Kwang Vian's legs moved as fast as lightning. His lightning speed gave Thien Trong only enough time to raise his arms in defense before a piercing pain shot straight to his marrow. Giving his opponent no chance to breathe, Kwang Vian unleashed another powerful kick. Thien Trong gritted his teeth, using all his strength to use his arms as a shield. However, Kwang Vian's force was so overwhelming that it sent him tumbling backward. Thien Trong lay flat on the ground with blood at the corner of his mouth, silently admiring that he truly lived up to the name Master Lu. Kwang Vian's feet landed gently on the floor, even though he had exhausted his own strength. He maintained an expressionless face with his hands clasped behind his back, wondering if he still couldn't even manage to touch his master. Kwang Vian smiled and praised him, saying it wasn't bad and that his last attack had almost succeeded. He turned to walk away and said that they would stop here for today, that they would continue tomorrow, and that he should go home and rest early. Thien Trong struggled to get up, his raspy voice calling out,
Wait, master!
Kwang Vian looked back suspiciously, stating that he had already made it clear he had officially passed the subject. He braced himself to stand up straight and decisively replied that it wasn't like that. Thien Trong clenched his fists, a determined look in his eyes. He truly wanted to witness his master's full strength with his own eyes. His body trembling, he stammered an explanation, saying he just wanted to know exactly how far behind his master he still was. Thien Trong's request caught Kwang Vian by surprise. Fine then, but you shouldn't trouble me too much, all right? He was wide-eyed with astonishment upon hearing that. Could it be that his master actually agreed? Kwang Vian calmly spoke up, saying, You are my student, so there is no reason for me to be calculating with you. His gaze suddenly turned dark and ominous. In that case, watch closely now. Scene shift to the dining area, where everyone was eating and drinking to their heart's content. Su Fong smiled contentedly and urged everyone to go back and rest for tomorrow's training. Before that, he gave a light nod. The girl had not even finished her sentence when the ground shook violently. So, we must also. The whole group stood frozen in their tracks as they saw the ground shifting. Toyet Y was still in a state of shock and panic. It stopped. What is happening? Is it an earthquake? Lai Kwang held his head, looking skeptical. So it was just an earthquake. The person next to him laughed. Look at how scared you were. You're completely dazed. After that, no one paid it any more mind and happily chatted away. It's just a common earthquake. What are you still afraid of? This place shakes occasionally. I'm not scared, but this is my first time experiencing it. Lan Tinungayat, let's go back. She looked bewilderedly at Tinungayat, who was dazed beside her. Are you okay? Did the earthquake terrify you? Her lips trembled as she stuttered. I really want to. Tinungayat's face darkened as she shouted,
I want to play a game?
leaving Toyat Y stunned.
Ha!
Scene shift to Thien Trong lying on the bed with a dreamy look in his eyes. He stared blankly at the ceiling. Is this the infirmary? I passed out again. It must be the aftershocks from Master Lu's strike. Thien Trong sighed, feeling both wary and impressed. That power is truly terrifying. He was startled to see Deep Lam sitting by the bed, calmly peeling an apple and eating it contentedly. Ha! Deep Lam grabbed an apple and recounted in an indifferent tone. After that, one swing of his scythe knocked me flat on the ground, unable to move. Dressed in her shark suit, she leisurely chewed a piece of apple and sighed. That's exactly it. The result was that I still lost. Thien Trong countered. No, you were very strong to be able to spar with Master Nin. He paused for a moment and asked about what was weighing on his mind. I've been sparring with Master Nin all day without any progress. How do you manage to get stronger? Diep Lam chewed thoughtfully. Want to get stronger, huh? Because every time I train, I crave to defeat that person. Thien Trong asked curiously, who is it? She calmly raised her mechanical arm. The one who took my arm away. He was stunned. Are you planning to take revenge? Deep Lam sighed. It's about time anyway. She gave a light laugh with sharp eyes. Of course not revenge, I just want to win. You too, if you have a goal, you will naturally become stronger. Having said that, Diep Lam stood up and waved. Thanks for your apple. I'm going back to sleep. Thien Truong sat blankly and muttered, a goal, huh? If I have a goal, will I be as strong as Master Lu? Scene shift at this moment, the dormitory door opened slightly. It was Deep Lam. She walked inside quietly, trying not to wake the other two people in the room. After that, she let herself sink onto the mattress, curled up her legs, and slowly closed her eyes tightly. Some time passed, and the atmosphere in the room became unusually quiet. Tin Ungayat opened her eyes slightly and whispered to Tayat Y that he was asleep. The girl was still skeptical, thinking it happened too fast and wondering if any noise would wake him up, but she shook her head, saying that even if a truck overturned, he wouldn't be able to wake up. Then, the two of them quietly left the bed, taking light steps toward the outside, saying, "Let's go." A slender fingertip reached out and gently pressed the power button to start it up. With an excited face, Tin Ungayat revealed, "I've wanted to experience this PS10 console for a long time. I must play to my heart's content today." While the girl looked anxious, saying, "I've really never touched it before. I'm so embarrassed." She reassured her, "No problem. Just being able to play with you is already a great joy for me." Tin Ungayat eagerly explained, "Let me show you a few basic moves." And the girl responded enthusiastically, "Okay, is this button for moving, this one for dodging, and this one for..." Immediately after that, the game officially activated, the screen began to light up, and she watched her character with interest. "I'll choose the knight to block in front, and you stand behind to heal me," Tin Ungayat said, and Tayat Y nodded. "All right, definitely." Tin Ungayat had not even finished speaking when Tayat Y accidentally caused her character to fall right after stepping through the city gate. That castle in the distance is likely the first challenge. While wandering around the castle, the girl got trapped and was pushed out, saying, "This place is full of dangerous traps. Be careful not to touch them. I just marked point A there." Next was getting lost and being eliminated from the game. "Toyet Y, where are you?" After a few hours of struggling, the two finally reached the finish line of the first level. It was truly exhausting for a beginner. Is this the emergency exit? Not exactly. Behind the large door that Tin Ungayat just opened, things are not as simple as they look. A huge buffalo wielding a great sword charged aggressively. That was the final boss of this level. She frowned in worry with beads of sweat on her forehead, saying, "The level of this boss is too high, and my health potions are all gone. I'm afraid it's hard to win." Tin Ungayat glanced at Toyat Y and ordered, "Toyat Y, hurry up, heal me," and the girl panicked. "Okay, let me lock onto the target first, then." Toyat Y immediately cast a healing spell, but unfortunately the spell flew straight at her own head. In reality, the girl was flustered, her face flushing red, saying, "Is this the attack button?"
I am really sorry.
Toyat Y felt embarrassed and extremely apologetic, saying, "I really don't know anything. I'll definitely make the game boring." Tin Ungayat didn't mind but laughed and thoughtfully mused, "Wasn't that your first attack? And it even defeated me indeed. Playing together is the most fun." The girl widened her eyes and asked, "Tin Ungayat, do you really not mind me?" Tin Ungayat excitedly replied, "How could that be? On the contrary, I should say that having a little challenge makes it more interesting. All right, if we don't win today, don't even think about sleeping," to which Toyat Y quickly reminded her, "We still have to practice tomorrow." The old king appeared with fiery eyes, challenging the heroes. "You have finally arrived. Let me see if you are strong enough to withstand one of my strikes." Tin Ungayat swung her sword, firing a dazzling beam of light straight at him,
Shouting, "Go!"
The king remained smiling calmly and unharmed, saying, "A truly commendable battle, thank you. In fact, I am your father."
She cheered joyfully victory.
Beside her, Toyat Y pondered, could that boss have been trying to tell a tragic story? Tin Ungayat cheered with excitement upon defeating the final boss. Then she went on to tell the surprising ending that the protagonist turned out to be a prince. "The two of us chatted lively through the night, until 4 a.m. I thought you would have fallen asleep long ago, but to my surprise, you stayed up with me to grind until the very last minute." Toyat Y smiled and said that at first, she kept failing to clear the level and wanted to give up out of frustration, but she gradually got the hang of it and wanted to see how the story ended. She stammered, seemingly starting to understand a little bit. Toyat Y looked pleased to have finally understood Tin Ungayat's passion for gaming, but her friend replied that not every game is that good. As she spoke, she nostalgically recalled the past. Indeed, an amazing game has the power to completely turn a person's life around. "It was thanks to the game that I harbored the hope of becoming the strongest awakened to protect my father and younger sister." She exclaimed in surprise that there was still one final choice left in the game. I told her I had already played it, so this time she should make the decision herself. A prompt appeared on the screen asking to choose a title, accept the title of savior along with the throne, or give up everything to retire from the world. Tin Ungayat yawned and said that accepting the title was the obvious choice, but Toyat Y firmly insisted on giving it up. I was stunned, unable to believe my ears, staying up for so long just to earn the title, only to abandon it now. The girl was just as shocked and asked the exact same question. With a flustered look, Toyat Y explained that her reason for giving up the title was because it was too unrealistic. Tin Ungayat froze upon hearing this, her mouth agape and speechless. She quickly waved her hand, saying they should stop talking about it, while the younger girl looked confused and doubtful about something. Tin Ungayat suddenly jumped up and shouted, "That's right, I am unrealistic, and my goal in life is to achieve the strongest title." Toyat Y immediately fired back with a firm counter argument about what is realistic and what isn't. Gritting her teeth, she brought up the upcoming tournament as a test. especially since the opponent had an awakening rate of up to 92%. Tin Ungayat broke into a cold sweat, realizing that facing that person after only a few brief practice sessions was nothing short of suicide. Toyet Y hung her head and stammered an apology, fearing she had discouraged me, but I replied that her words were absolutely correct. Tin Ungayat closed her eyes to ponder. That opponent seemed to have mastered every single skill, making her the toughest boss in this tournament. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed in her mind. If they applied the same tactics as in the game, they might just stand a chance of winning. Suddenly, the silence was shattered by the sound of footsteps echoing in the hallway. Both girls in the room gasped in surprise, looking at each other in sheer panic. They hastily unplugged the power cords to erase all traces before getting caught. Immediately after, they both scrambled back to bed and pretended to be fast asleep. Huddling under the covers, Tin Ungayat motioned with her eyes for Toyet Y to stay absolutely still. Sheesh, after a moment of silence, they whispered that the person had probably left. "Thank you for cutting off that silly conversation earlier," I said. She pulled her leg away and looked in another direction. Both decided to pretend as if nothing had happened to carry on with their plan. Suddenly, Tin Ungayat's hand was tightly gripped by the other girl. Maintaining a calm expression, Toyet Y said that even though she knew their chances were slim, they had to win this match at all costs. Her eyes sparkled blue. "I'm willing to help you. Tell me how you did it." Did she actually trust me? After hearing this, Tin Ungayat was bewildered. "All right, then if you trust me," then she suggested, "then let's just ignore everything and drop out of school." Themsun smiled. "Sorry to trouble you, Teacher Ning, for even helping me clean up." Ninfem replied, "No worries, go back and get some rest then." He breathed a sigh of relief, as if he had earned trust points. If Hong Diep Lam came again, how would this be enough? Current trust points, 563. Suddenly, a voice rang out, causing Ninfem, who was about to turn away, to stop. "Perhaps there is a way." He skeptically looked at the tightly shut door. "Is this Lan Tin Ungayat's room?" Ninfem frowned, thinking to himself, "It's this late and she's still thinking about the competition." Then he shrugged it off, telling himself, "Keep it up." Ninfem pushed the door open and walked in, his face still sleepy. Right after, he wrapped himself in a warm blanket, preparing to fall asleep. However, before he could even close his eyes for 3 seconds, he was startled by Nat Dao calling out, "Ninfem, we have a problem." He awkwardly apologized, "I'm sorry, but the alliance is currently in danger. I must convince you right now." He angrily gritted his teeth. "There'd better be a good reason. If you keep rambling on, I'll kick you out of this hotel today." Nat Dao walked in and handed him an envelope. Actually, the alliance leader sent you a letter." Ninfem sat up bewildered.
Okay.
He opened the envelope, revealing a necklace. This was inside. Before Nat Dao could finish his sentence, an arm wrapped around his neck. "You know this, don't you?" It was Ninfem. His face darkened as he grabbed the old man's shirt to interrogate him. "Where did you get this? It seems you recognize this necklace." Ninfem was furious, his expression looking as if he wanted to eat him alive. "Of course I know it. This is..." A gold necklace was placed neatly inside the envelope. "It's my father's necklace." Scene change. Early morning in the cafeteria, Dong Ho said, "Class is about to start, so why are there still so many people who haven't shown up? Come to think of it, Nangfam isn't here either." He frowned in anger. "Of course, he's sleeping in longer than I am." Suddenly, Anoyan appeared, looking panicked. "This is bad." Panicked, she asked anxiously, "Has anyone seen the people from Lan Tinagayat's room? I haven't been able to find them since this morning." Hearing this, the crowd in the cafeteria stirred. "The people from Lan Tinagayat's room are missing. Could they have gone to the training pit room earlier?" Lan Tinagayat's room. Miss Kok too. But the door to the training pit room isn't even open yet. Could someone have broken in? Nangok Toyet looked panicked. "This won't do, we have to go inform Ninfem quickly." Honoyan was surprised. "Ha! Ninfem isn't here." Honoyan looked at Nangok Toyet and hesitated. "I came here to look because Ninfem isn't in his room either." At this moment, Ninfem was standing in the middle of the main road shouting, "Why are there no cars in this damn place?" Suddenly, Nat Dao appeared.
Ninfem, something has happened, he frowned.
"Why are you here? Didn't I already agree with you?" Ninfem was slightly puzzled. Could it be that the Alliance forgot to send a car to pick me up? Then he asked, "Why are you here?" Nat Dao quickly explained, "Listen to me. I haven't seen Miss Kok at all. Yesterday, she came to me and said she wanted to meet her father. Perhaps she's already with him. You don't need to worry about that. I'm not asking you about it." He looked towards Truong Thian Truong, who was hiding behind a tree, and called out, "Truong Thian Truong, why are you tagging along after me?" He gave an awkward laugh. "I sincerely apologize, but it seems Mr. Plam here indeed knows Miss Kok Toyet why." Ninfem looked at him, puzzled, and whispered, "Hey, why am I being followed like this? And it seems he knows something. Could it be that he overheard it back then? Is he here to find Kok Toyet why? That must be it." Ninfem told himself internally, "At the very least, I can't let him know my business." Then he gave an awkward laugh and made an excuse. "I'm actually about to go look for Kok Toyet Y right now. You don't need to worry," he advised. "You should go back first." Thien Trong said with a resolute voice, "Deep Lam told me that becoming stronger is for a purpose. I'm very foolish. I don't know what my purpose is. His eyes flashed with determination. Though I don't know the reason, previously when I thought of Koktuyet, I truly became stronger. She is definitely connected to my purpose. Therefore, please let me go with you to find her. Nat Dao froze after hearing that. Is he a bit foolish? Ningfem shrugged helplessly. This guy is just... A hand pointed at the map. First, we head east to the main road, then follow it north. This is a tourist map for Tam Sun Hot Spring Hotel, while Lak An Academy is in Adi City. It's Tinungayat. She's sitting on the rock head with Toyet Y. This also means that now, we just need to head towards the sunrise. Tinungayat smiled to herself, definitely no mistake. Lak An town, we're here. The entire forest was submerged in a vast expanse of white. The snow was so thick that each step seemed to sink deep into the cold silence of the ground. Tinungayat, looking tired, walked with a staff. Finally, they were out of the forest. She cursed inwardly, damn Lak An, to make me suffer like this! They definitely have to pay for their crimes. But before the joy could even set in, her eyes widened. In front of them was not the main road everyone had mentioned, but a long chain of silver, white mountains. Ah! Tinungayat collapsed to her knees, sobbing. Where is this place? Didn't they say it was a main road? She buried her face in the cold snow.
Toyet Y called out worriedly. Tinungayat?
Tinungayat turned her face, trying to smile. I'm sorry, I don't know why I couldn't maintain the summoning spell today, making you walk and getting us lost. The little girl gently shook her head. Perhaps it's because you were too tired last night. We've already walked so far. Let's rest and recover a bit, then use the summoning spell again. She rested her head on Toyet Y's lap. The ground is too cold. I'm a bit hungry. Suddenly, a delicious aroma wafted over. If only I had known we'd have to travel this far, I would have brought food. Am I so hungry I'm hallucinating? I think I smell grilled meat. Tinungayat quickly sprang up and looked around. Not far away, amidst the white snow, Diep Lam was standing and grilling meat. Is he really grilling meat? She whispered to Toyet Y suspiciously. What is he doing? The little girl replied, I don't know. Tinungayat recalled, clearly, I didn't see him leave when we departed from the hotel. Then she remembered the scene where Diep Lam appeared on the rock head. When the rock head was summoned, he immediately appeared. I can't even chase him away. She started to feel uneasy. Could it be that he wants to report to the teacher? No way. Whatever he says, I won't agree to it anyway. However, the savory aroma of grilled meat wafting from across the way made her stomach let out a loud growl. Tinungayat frustratedly plopped down and punched the cold snow repeatedly. How annoying. Just then, Diep Lam leisurely approached, holding a skewer of grilled meat that was steaming and fragrant. I also have something I need to find, and since I'm headed in your direction, let's go together. Let's make a deal. I'll give you food, and you regain your strength to summon the stone giant to lead me along. She was stubborn and stiff-necked, huffing, Nev, do you think I'll surrender so easily? But the very next second, she was tempted by the fragrant grilled meat Diep Lam held, leaving Toyet Y stunned. How could she possibly resist this? And so, the two happily shook hands, sealing the deal and officially becoming allies. Diep Lam bent down and began pulling something strange out of her shark costume. The item kept expanding as it was pulled out, making both Tinungayat and the little girl stare in astonishment. Let me help you recover your strength. But are you actually Doraemon? In a flash, a massive and impressive camping tent appeared before them. Then, a convenient folding bed appeared as well. And then, countless bags of food of all sizes were piled up like a small mountain. She announced that she had finished setting up the camping gear and asked what they wanted her to grill, while Tinungayat had already dived into the sleeping bag on the folding bed, mumbling about wanting meat. The little girl looked absolutely stunned. Mate,
Oh my god, is all of this real food?
Toyet Y asked where she got so much, and Diep Lam nonchalantly replied that she took it from the hotel storage since it was free anyway, leaving the little girl speechless. Around the small tent, crates of food were stacked so high they blocked the view. It was truly an excessive amount. Suddenly, Tinungayat's face turned gray and she shouted, I can't maintain the summoning spell anymore. Was it because you were hauling all this heavy stuff? Right after that, Diep Lam stepped forward and stuffed the skewer of meat into her mouth to silence her. It's so delicious. Toyet Y sighed helplessly. That's not what I meant. The little girl began to worry, thinking, taking so much of people's things. That can't be right, can it? Oh well, I'm probably just overthinking it. The scene then shifts to the hotel storage area. The lonely figure of Tham Sun stands before the entrance to the storage room, which is now completely empty. She stood still, staring at the storage room that had been cleaned out entirely, with nothing left behind. Duong Hoa asked Ta La in extreme confusion who could have done this, but he kept his eyes glued to the book in his hands and replied. The last person to leave yesterday was probably Lu Quang Vian. He hurriedly tried to calm things down. Tham Sun, please don't be angry. You know how Lu Quang Vian is, he's always been that way. Tham Sun didn't bother to reply, simply standing quietly and looking at the desolate scene before her. Duong Ho was so terrified that his face had turned pale, but he added, given the situation, shouldn't we return to the school to continue training? Tala spoke calmly, no, we cannot return to the school right now. He asked in confusion, what are you talking about? Students are going missing left and right. What is there to train for? This is no longer a matter that we teachers can solve on our own. He just smiled gently. That's right. For now, we need to find the students and bring them back, and at the same time, figure out how to win a match where the odds seem to be 0. Tala turned to look at her and said slowly, rallying solely on our strength, I'm afraid we won't be able to carry this. He laughed and asked, Mem's Tham-sun also cares deeply for the children, doesn't she? Dong-ho panicked. Tala, you're something else. Miss Tham-sun left a long time ago. Only then did Tham-sun speak up. That's right, I left the education field a long time ago, and besides, I'm too old to keep up with this new era. Tala pressed her with a look of both skepticism and urgency, asking if she didn't want to lead the children to glory to silence those who mocked her for being outdated. She turned her head back, the corners of her mouth curling up in a skillful and shrewd manner. Tham-sun revealed a compassionate expression and a deep gaze, then sighed. The boy certainly knew how to make things difficult for the elderly. Tala chuckled and bowed her head slightly, asking for forgiveness for the naivety of the children. A sound echoed from within the citadel. It was indeed as expected. She informed the students that the training ground was currently unusable, so the entire team was forced to move outside for practice. Upon hearing that, everyone's face turned pale because the weather outside was bone-chilling. She maintained a calm face but spoke in a firm tone, Stop grumbling, the teachers have to endure this hardship along with you. Furthermore, from today on I will personally supervise and train everyone. Thiensa spoke up, Before we begin I have a few questions. Where is the Lantin Ungayat group? Also, what if we are ambushed by the enemy while training outside? Tham-sun sighed again. Do you children always enjoy making things difficult for the elderly? I'm old now and cannot handle so many tasks at once. She opened her eyes, looked toward the other party, and said, Lend me a hand, old friend. He and Van Tin stood stunned, their faces pale and speechless. Sufong, Li Kuang, and Kung Yen were no better. All three were petrified on the spot from sheer shock. A giant figure with blue scales covering its body was slowly descending through the air. The massive creature glided across the sky, its deep blue shadow looming over the citadel like a fierce wave. In the very next moment, a giant dragon landed right before their eyes. There? Tham-sun stepped forward and slowly reached out to stroke its head, saying, I've troubled you. The scene shifted as the wheels rolled steadily along a road covered in white snow. From a distance, the true dragon was rushing straight toward Ninfem. The driver poked his head out of the window with a look of shock. What on earth is that thing? Nat Dao frowned and watched. Isn't that the hotel area? He startled and cried out, Oh my god, that's a strange summoned beast. The true dragon turned in mid-air, its glowing eyes staring fixedly at Ninfem's car. Let's begin. At the same time, inside the citadel, Tham-sun spoke out the command, Nguyen, Lu Kuangvian, take Ngok Toyet and bring the students back. Any issues? Kuangvian Nguyen and Ngok Toyet replied in unison.
Understood?
In the heart of the city, heavy raindrops began to fall with a pitter-patter. They blended into the desolate and ruined landscape of the surrounding streets. Nenfem and Nat Dao walked silently along the deserted road. They were stunned by the desolate scene. What happened to the city? Or was there just an earthquake? He suddenly noticed a large streak of water stretching between the buildings. This kind of bizarre trace couldn't have been created by an earthquake. Ninfem looked around, observing the surroundings where obstacles blocked his view everywhere, as if a formation were being set up. Could the Esper Union really be stationed here? He frowned and said in a low voice, No doubt about it, they are definitely here. The people in this area are suffering greatly. Not far from there, Thien Trong walked through the rain while questioning those around him. Nat Dao laughed heartily and patted his chest. That's exactly why the Union will never abandon them. Don't worry too much. Ningfem looked up at the blue sky. So, how do we get in touch with that group? He replied casually, Just wait for them to find us. Ninfem responded irritably, What is that supposed to mean? Ninfem frowned and grimaced. That old woman from the deep mountains has caught our scent. If we don't finish this quickly, we'll easily be caught. Nat Dao hesitated before speaking up. Before that happens, then he glanced toward him. How do you plan to handle this guy? It's not good to let him keep following us. Why don't we take the opportunity to leave him behind? Ninfem remained silent, weighing his options after hearing the suggestion. Thien Trong was repeatedly and mercilessly ignored by passersby. He smiled and said, Forget it. His head isn't on straight. If we let him come along, who knows how much more trouble he'll cause me. Nat Dao was speechless and didn't want to discuss it further. Ninfem then called out loudly, Thien Truong, have you gathered any information? Master Nin? Thien Truong looked anxious. I couldn't find out anything. Some didn't answer, and others said they'd never seen her. Kok Toyet Y should be easy to recognize. Maybe she's not in this area. He patted his shoulder reassuringly. Maybe we arrived a bit early and she's still on her way here, right? Ningfem walked briskly while offering comfort. Don't panic, she has her powers. Maybe that vermicelli seller knows something, let's check. Thien Trong suggested. How about we just report it to the police? He stood there dazed, breaking into a sweat. Report to the police. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed back.
No calling the police.
A scarred man suddenly appeared and pressed a knife against Ninfem's neck. You well-dressed folks must be from out of town. Hand over all your money, even if you scream, no one will bother to help. The three of them glared back with murderous intent. No one cares. That's even better. You bastard, you must know a lot. Tell us where the Esper Union is right now. The scarred man froze for a moment in surprise. Then his face suddenly turned pale with terror. He let out a loud scream and turned to flee. Why did he suddenly run away? The three were bewildered by the situation, unaware that a multitude of arms were lunging forward from behind. Is the Esper Union really that terrifying? The crowd in the street panicked and trampled over one another to escape. Ear-piercing screams echoed throughout the neighborhood. Ninfem looked on in shock at the wave of fleeing people. What's wrong with all these people? He shouted anxiously, Thientrong, be careful not to bump into anyone and hurt them. All three of them were trapped in the middle of the chaotic crowd. Ningfem stared blankly ahead, his face filled with utter confusion. Hey, a giant, round creature has appeared right before your eyes. Isn't this a magical beast, right in the heart of the city? When orb cats are kittens, they look tiny and adorable. They are gentle magical beasts with a cute appearance, which is why many people choose to keep them as companions. They can help their owners deal with pesky insects. They can even help you clear out all the flies, mosquitoes, and rodents in the house. As they get a bit older, they even know how to hunt birds. But when they reach adulthood, they can cause chaos in an entire neighborhood. However, once an orb cat reaches this size. Now it is looking up at Ninfem with an intense, focused gaze. Oh no, it has noticed this spot. You frown and worry and grit your teeth. With a body like that, is it even capable of attacking? Ninfem quickly uses his master's insight ability to weave through the crowd. There's no other way. Its point of attack is... The orb cat begins to concentrate energy, and a brilliant golden sphere of light appears in its throat. Its gaze suddenly turns sharp and cold, and its teeth grit together. Your hand reaches out from the midst of the crowd. Immediately, the orb cat fires a brilliant golden beam forward. That destructive power could crush everything in its path, leaving a deep, jagged crater in the middle of the street. A thick cloud of smoke covers the entire area. As the smoke clears, what appears before Ninfem's eyes is a giant crater. The people around you look on in shock, their faces pale. Are you okay? Did you actually block that attack? You turn back to look at them. What are you just standing there for? Hurry up and find some shelter? Everyone snaps out of it and turns to flee.
Yes, let's get out of here!
The orb cat shows no signs of relenting. It continues to gather energy, preparing to attack once more. Anxiety gradually becomes visible on Ninfem's face. He doesn't know how much longer he can hold out. Suddenly, your expression stiffens. It fires a blast of power forward. But this time, it isn't directed straight at Ninfem. The target has changed. It's not aiming at him. The houses it attacks are instantly demolished. A nearby building is hit by the blast and explodes, sending fragments of a wall flying everywhere. Over here, Nat Dao is leading people to the shelter. Is it trying to collapse the entrance to the refuge? Suddenly, countless iron chains fly in from nowhere, firmly holding up a section of the collapsing building. Ninfem breathes a sigh of relief. It has stopped. This is the space lock of high-level magic. Have the police arrived? That's wonderful. I almost lost all my reputation points. From high above, someone is watching through binoculars. The space lock has been fully secured. Fortunately, we arrived in time. We have rescued the civilians and are withdrawing. Copy that. Then the binoculars turn toward you. The mission to evacuate the civilians is complete. Let's go. Let's move out. Okay? The cat orb is currently mesmerized by the enchanting spatial barrier. Its attention has been drawn.
It's so cute.
All right, stop talking. It turns out Yun Yun has been the observer all along. Now she is starting to punish this frenzied magical beast. And it's a giant cat orb, you know. Frowning, she truly had no desire to kill this cat at all. Her feet began to move. There was no other choice. As long as it harmed innocent civilians, it had to be dealt with. Yu Lak lunged forward. If it was that thing, its life had to end right here. The cat orb glanced over, staring in astonishment at the charging Yu Lak. Before it could even process what was happening, she had closed in right before its eyes. The equipped boots on her feet began to activate. A powerful kick caused the cat orb's body to cave in deeply. Yu Lak reported over the radio, nice support, the danger has been eliminated. Thick smoke spread around, faintly revealing Yu Lak's figure. She turned her head with a dismissive tone. Don't. The other side of the line asked in surprise, that fast? Is this thing really that weak? A large hole appeared on the cat orb's body, and Yu Lak turned around to jump down from her position. Check for casualties immediately and contact logistics. Ninfem leaned against the railing with a stunned expression. Are these two contestants from the Macvan police arena? Look how deeply those holes are gouged into that monster's body. He anxiously turned to ask, did you see her move, Mr. Ning? Ninfem turned around, his gaze softening. Yes. Actually, it's quite simple. I'll explain it to you when the fight continues. Amidst the ruined buildings, he and Thientrong calmly observed the cat orb. Are we fighting those girls next? No, this battle isn't over yet. Those holes didn't affect it at all since the cat orb is actually a liquid creature. It stared sinisterly at Ninfem, its wound still smoking. It was merely waiting for its prey to show an opening. Suddenly, the cat orb appeared behind her and opened its mouth wide, preparing to attack.
Yu Lak, watch out behind you.
It immediately spat fire at the boulder, causing the obstacle to crack wide open. Hyulak swung her fist, shattering the incoming rock fragments. Truong Thi and Truong looked closely. Of those two, one is launching an attack. A bullet carrying a stream of blue energy flew out of nowhere straight toward Hyulak, while the other person immediately used an enchanted bullet to intercept it. Without a moment's hesitation, she spun around to counterattack, delivering a fierce punch. The attacking cat orb was hit directly in the mouth by Hyulak's counterattack, forcing it to hurriedly cast a defensive spell. The bullet charged straight into its mouth and pierced through the monster's body. She leaped onto a utility pole, standing somewhat precariously upon it. The monster's face grew pale as it stared intently at Hyulak, heavy smoke pouring from its mouth. Yun followed the monster with her eyes to pinpoint its location. Hyulak looked slightly taken aback because the cat orb still refused to go down. She pointed her gun forward, quietly observing the golden moment to strike. Van Van's face clearly showed her excitement as her moment to shine had finally arrived. Without a moment's hesitation, Van Van pulled the trigger, a burst of magic flaring at the muzzle as the bullet tore through the air. The bullet sped toward Hyulak, who was currently hovering in mid-air and had almost been swallowed whole by the Mew cow. The devastating impact of the bullet hit the target directly, sending the body of the Mew cow flying backward. It was completely destroyed, its bodily fluid splashing everywhere, staining the nearby buildings. Every corner of the surroundings bore its horrifying traces. Ningfem stared in astonishment as the monster collapsed, while Thien Truong, unable to dodge in time, ended up with his face covered in that liquid. He looked down at the puddle of fluid at his feet, feeling deeply awkward as he caught its gaze directed toward him. Her figure suddenly appeared right behind Ningfem. He was bowing his head and muttering to it, "Are you planning to take the heart and run, only to run straight to me? What kind of relentless bad luck is this?" An immense pressure descended upon the spot where he stood. Like lightning, Nengfem dodged to the side to avoid the blow. The Mew Caw had been completely wiped out. He looked down at his feet with a pale face.
"Oh my, that was so dangerous!"
"Thank goodness my leg is still intact." Hyulak calmly observed him. "These magical beasts have all gone mad. Even if you lost a leg, you'd still be lucky to keep your life." Ninfem looked at her with a smug expression. "This Mew Caw isn't capable of threatening me. But never mind, you don't even know if I'm an ordinary person or not." She spun around to question him. "You're an ability user, aren't you?" Ningfem didn't even bother to deny his talent, but dodged the subject. "I'm busy. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Suddenly, Ningfem's wrists were handcuffed, taking him by surprise. Hyulak's face darkened as she looked at him. "Nuff, you are officially under arrest. Save your excuses for the police station." Ningfem looked at the handcuffs on his wrists in dismay. "Is it because I'm too naive that I've become a criminal?" The city was engulfed in a sea of fire from the monster's destruction. For the past 2 months, it had been continuously bombarded by the frenzied magical beasts. Looking around the rows of buildings, the silhouettes of monsters loomed everywhere. And the terrifying part was that they appeared in the heart of the city without any warning. Collapsing structures shook under the immense power of the giant magical beasts. Thien Truong crossed his arms with a worried look. How could they suddenly appear in the middle of a crowd without anyone noticing? Thien Truong averted his eyes, his voice trembling with suspicion, while Ningfem remained calm. The magical beasts didn't turn to ash after being defeated. This isn't right at all. Losing her patience, she shouted angrily. "In short, this is clearly the work of someone with abilities. What were you two doing here at that time?" Hyulak recalled the moment she had just eliminated the Mew Cow. She pressed him further. "Why was that fleeing magical beast charging straight toward you?" Ninfem looked down at his feet thoughtfully. "It just couldn't find an escape route. I'm innocent. Do you have any shoes? I'm freezing to death here." Hyulak's eyes flashed with a cold, murderous intent. She stood up abruptly in anger, glaring at him sharply, still playing stubborn. "Just wait until we get to the police station. I will make sure you confess to every single crime you've committed." 2 hours later, Hyulak suddenly knelt down, stuttering an apology for a superficial investigation that had complicated everything. Both he and Thien Truong stood frozen in place at the scene that had just unfolded. Ninfem acted aggrieved and cried out his innocence, while Van Van could not help but burst into laughter. He turned to look at her with a confused gaze, wondering why she was laughing, whether she found this amusing, and if she wasn't her friend. Van Van helped Hyulak up, saying everyone had forgiven her so she could rest assured, while Hyulak bashfully said thanks and he silently thought that he hadn't even spoken yet. Ninfem looked at the pair with disappointment, as he had expected to spend more effort on the interrogation. Why had everything come to light so quickly? She pointed toward the window below as the crowd outside was unanimously proving that he was completely innocent. He curiously glanced in the direction she had just pointed. Ninfem widened his eyes in astonishment. A dense crowd was surrounding the police station, seemingly having followed the escort vehicle that brought them there. Everyone shouted together in anger that without him, they would have died long ago. How could their savior possibly be a criminal? He was so shocked that he was speechless. This was truly hard to believe. Before Ninfem's eyes, his status panel suddenly appeared, showing his credit points at 15,673. Van Van threw her phone straight at Ninfem, telling him to take it and use it. He quickly caught the device, and she urged him to call someone for bail immediately to get out of there. Hearing this, Nim Fem turned to her in confusion, asking if she hadn't just said he was innocent. Van Van hugged Hugh Lack and replied that it applied to regular people, but since he was an ability user, what if he belonged to the transformation type? She turned to walk away, telling him to handle the procedures himself and to knock if anything came up, ignoring Ning Fam as he called after her begging for help. Thien Trong approached him, wondering if this police station was so short-staffed that they had to let 2 students handle everything. Nin Fem scratched his head in frustration, telling him not to be noisy so he could think of who to call. Calling Lu Kuang Vian would be a disaster, and he suddenly remembered teacher Lu didn't use a phone. After some discouraged consideration, Nin Fem intended to call Diep Ngok Toyet but felt too embarrassed, and since he didn't have on Nguyen's number, he felt anxious hearing her voice calling out urgently from outside. Hugh Lack opened the door and walked in, announcing that the guarantor had arrived. He was bewildered since he hadn't had the chance to contact anyone yet. Could it be Pem Net Dao? Hugh Lack didn't bother with him and turned back to the door, asking the person outside if they wanted to speak with Ning Fem directly. She stepped fully outside with an impatient look, saying they should feel free to talk, and then head to the lobby later to complete the paperwork. Nin Fem was rejoicing at being saved when he suddenly heard the other person call his name, thinking he had finally escaped danger. He was startled to hear a familiar sound, not knowing who it was and wondering if it could be that person. Outside, the crowd continued to clamor incessantly, demanding that the police release him quickly because they had evidence to clear his name. The protest was at its peak when it suddenly faltered as a child passed by. The loudspeaker warned citizens not to gather and caused trouble at the entrance. A man wearing glasses stood observing everything from a distance. He lowered himself and gently asked if the child was lost or waiting for family to pick them up. Suddenly, a thunderous punch landed straight on the face, glasses shattered, and blood gushed on the yellow skin. Wen again clenched her fists and angrily shouted, "You are an adult but talk nonsense, stop nagging and take me to the Supernatural Affairs Department quickly." The 2 men in white were stunned, taking a few steps back and stammering, "Supernatural power? Are you an ability user? In that case, please come with us to the headquarters of the Supernatural Affairs Department." Feng Zhan bowed in greeting. "Hello, the director is currently away and I am the deputy director. I'm not sure what the issue is." He smiled gently. "For such a little kid to come to the police. Could it be you've been separated from your family?" Instantly another powerful punch was thrown. Wen Nagayan roared, "I am not lost. This person is the one who is lost. Traveling with me were also a schoolboy and someone dressed as a chef." Feng Zhan covered his face, his nose bleeding. "My apologies, but the city's current situation does not allow us the luxury of helping you find people." He paused as he looked at his phone. Feng Zhan yelled, "Xiu Xiao, Xiao Yunyun, both of you come over here right now." The 2 girls appeared in a flash. "Why did you call us? Are you trying to pass the buck to us again?" Wen Nagayan was stunned. "Aren't these 2 from the Mo Yin Police Academy?" Union started a conversation. "This little girl is really cute. Is she the deputy chief's daughter?" Feng Zhan quickly denied, "No, I'm still single." She chimed back, "True, how could the deputy chief's daughter be so adorable anyway?" Without any hesitation, Wen Nagayan immediately threw a punch. She easily dodged and grabbed her arm. "Gotcha!" Ability users shouldn't make moves so carelessly, and besides, you need to show respect to your elders. Wen Nagayan's face turned livid with rage, her eyes radiating an intense killing intent. She jabbed hard into Yunyun's stomach. "I am much older than you are." Feng Zhan covered his face and said dejectedly, "Stop messing around. She came looking for the man in red you 2 captured. Take her inside." Hearing this, Wen Nagayan stopped and turned to question, "Is Ning Fan here? Are you his daughter? Your personalities are exactly the same." Before Yunyun could finish, she flew into a rage. "Say that again? Whose daughter?" Xiao spoke up from outside. "Someone came and bailed Ning Fan out just now." Inside the room, everyone whispered, "Wait, the bail procedures aren't finished yet. He can't leave. Yes, we are still missing some important documents." However, Wen Nagayan pushed the door open and burst in, "Ning Fan, I finally found you. Now be good and follow me back." Suddenly she froze. Seeing Tian Chang lying motionless on the ground, Wen Nagayan cried out in panic. "Tian Chang? But where is Ning Fan? Is he not here?" Union wondered. That man in red clearly wasn't released yet. How is there no trace of him now? Xiao hurriedly ran off. "Let me send someone to search," she replied. "I'll stay here to watch over them." Wen Nagayan gestured and ordered, "Where are the bandages? Quickly check his wounds." Several swift hands reached out, urgently bandaging Tian Chang's wounds. She reported, "Isn't injured, he's just unconscious." Yunin was surprised. How can that be? Wen Ningyan whipped her head around and snapped, "You guys, how did you lose track of Ning Fan?" She replied that the psychic police force was severely short-staffed and therefore could not send anyone to assist her at the school. Furthermore, she needed to stay and cooperate with the investigation into the case of aiding an escaped prisoner. Wen Nuan snapped back, "Are you setting a trap for me just to win this competition?" She asked blankly about the competition, and hearing this, Wen Nuan spun around, her big round eyes filled with confusion and annoyance. At that moment, Tian Trong was gradually regaining consciousness. He weakly mumbled that it wasn't Tiu Van Van or anyone else, but he himself had personally witnessed Nien Puem being taken away by a malefactor. Recalling the situation at the time, Tian Truong added that a man in a black hat had restrained him, and this person clearly harbored malicious intentions. A moment later, Van Van appeared in front of the cell and quietly asked, "Do you two inside find this image familiar?" When Nguyen and Tian Truong remained sitting silently inside, neither bothering to respond. She held out her phone and said, "Don't make that grumpy face. I've just brought something interesting for you two to see." Tian Truong looked up, his pupils dilating in astonishment as he asked, "What is that?" Van Van explained that when Nien Pham disappeared, the break room camera recorded the entire incident. The phone screen was showing a mysterious dark figure slipping inside. In the blink of an eye, the scene showed only Tian Truong lying collapsed on the floor, just as he had been earlier. She added that she wanted to consult them to see if they had ever encountered this strange ability, which astonished Tian Truong to the point of utterly losing his composure. Van Van demanded an answer, visibly agitated. He immediately protested. "Of course I know nothing, we weren't involved in this at all." Unable to extract any more clues, Van Van sighed disheartenedly and left, promising to meet again tomorrow. He clung to the bars, trying to protest. "This really isn't something we did.
Release us!"
Meanwhile, Wen Nuan, sitting in the corner of the room,
snapped, "Stop making noise!"
Looking at the handcuffs on his wrists, Tian Truong gloomily sighed. "We haven't found Deng Toyat Y, and Teacher Nien has also disappeared without a trace." He complained that if these handcuffs didn't suppress his magic, he would have gone out to find Teacher Nien long ago. Wen Nuan frowned and scolded him. "Are you really planning to cause such a ruckus that you'll break out of jail?" He yelled loudly, "Teacher Nien has been taken away. Are we just going to sit here idly and do nothing?" Wen Nuan calmly replied, "Who said I'm sitting idly? As long as we avoid detection, everything will be fine." She proudly boasted that her familiar had the ability to hide in the shadows, so letting it investigate would take care of everything. Tian Truong was surprised by the summoning of the beast. She explained that she had secretly hidden it nearby before they were captured, adding, "You're still very naive." Tian Truong still asked doubtfully, "But without supplementary magic, a summoned beast will dissipate very quickly, won't it?" Wen Nuan reassured him, "Don't worry, my level is completely different from yours." Her familiar was now stealthily scouting every nook and cranny. Whispers echoed in the police office. The patrol officers found nothing. "I questioned those too, and they don't seem to be lying." He Yu Lak frowned and said, "The registration papers for that man in the hat have also vanished without a trace. Even those who interacted with him can't recall what his face looked like." Van Van calmly replied, "The cameras have been checked. He was still being recorded when he left, but absolutely no front-facing shots were captured. Furthermore, at the moment he left, not a single camera caught sight of him." The department head said sternly, "He clearly wanted to take Nien Pham away by various means, yet he chose such an ostentatious method right here at the police station, leaving behind this mess." He was extremely furious, his eyes burning with rage. That man was clearly challenging the authorities, and he had to be captured at all costs. Hugh Lack maintained an obedient demeanor, nodding sharply. "Understood, I've grasped the situation." As for O'Neum, after gathering information, she sighed warily. The police had no valuable clues either. Thien Truong wondered, "So what's our plan?" She calmly replied, "There's no other way. Regardless, once we find Nien Pham Kak, everything will become clear. He must still be lurking in the city, so just keep searching." Thien Truong worried, "In such a vast city, who knows how long it will take to find that person?" O'Neum replied calmly, "It's no problem," leaving him stunned for a few seconds. Her gaze turned cold and meaningful. "It won't be long now. Remember, the current time is very precious." Outside, all the streets were deeply immersed in the silent night. O'Neum confidently declared, "Night has fallen and silent eyes are still watching every road." Under the starry sky, a voice suddenly called out,
"Tin Ungayat!"
Tin Ungayat turned her head and asked curiously, "What's the matter?" Toyat Y reached out and pointed straight ahead. "Look, haven't we arrived yet?" Tin Ungayat replied, "Exactly right, it's definitely City B. Lak An is located right here." On the express train, Toyat Y asked impatiently if they were almost there. Tin Ungayat reassured her, "We're about to arrive." The little girl looked over skeptically. "I hope we're not lost again." Tin Ungayat affirmed, "I can't be wrong, I've been here before." The little girl turned to look through the glass pane. "All right, but hey, this city is indeed incredibly vast. The beauty of the high-tech urban area is truly overwhelming." It seemed they had reached their destination, standing tall before the magnificent school gate. Tin Ungayat hid behind the wall with a firm expression. "We're here. Luckily, it's just in time for the end of the school day." Toyat Y couldn't hide her excitement and exclaimed, "Is this Lak An?
"It looks so beautiful."
Maintaining his usual taciturn habit, Diep Lam remained silent, not uttering a single word. The little girl wondered, "What do we do next?" Tin Ungayat said resolutely, "Of course, we have to find a way to break inside." The little girl nervously replied with hesitation, "Break inside. But how do we get through the gate if we aren't students here?" Tin Ungayat said with a start, "I remember it didn't used to be this strictly checked before." Toyat Y pointed at the notice and whispered, "Tin Ungayat, look at the flyer on the gate. It's competition season, so the school needs to tighten security. All students entering or leaving must wear uniforms and present their student IDs for verification." She suddenly realized, "Oh, so that's why?" Toyat Y was confused. "How do we sneak in now?" Tin Ungayat patted her shoulder to calm her down. "Now that we're here, what's there to fear?" She smiled confidently. "The word give up is never in my dictionary. Rest assured, I'll handle it." Tin and Gayat turned to ask, and you want to go in too, right? Then follow my lead, I'll bring everyone in. Deep Lam heard the command and replied sternly, understood? After finishing her sentence, Tin and Gayat turned around. Let's go, I'll take everyone inside. She led the group toward the wall. If the main road is blocked, we'll just switch to another way. Tin and Gayat pursed her lips, saying that all they had to do was get over this wall, but she wondered what would happen after that. She added that they should go inside to gather some information first before deciding the next step. Although there was little hope of winning, Deepong Lam was now here. Tin and Gayat smiled to herself, thinking that if she knew how to use her, she still had a chance of victory. Before she could finish her sentence, Diep Lam had already quickly gotten into position and delivered a thunderous blow to the wall. Light shone directly toward Tin and Gayat, and she stood there in a daze, staring at the scene before her. The wall was mercilessly destroyed, revealing a massive hole. Tin and Gayat grumpily asked what on earth he was doing, to which Diep Lam nonchalantly replied, "Didn't we want to go inside?" And she irritably shouted that no one enters a place by breaking down the wall like this. Hearing the commotion, the guards rushed over, shouting to ask what they were doing and if they intended to cause trouble, before ordering their arrest. Toyet Y asked Tin and Gayat in a panic what they should do now, and she replied with an annoyed frown that they had no choice but to run. "Let's run." The three of them immediately turned and bolted, not even glancing back once. They dashed into a dark alley. Tin and Gayat panted, relieved to have escaped, while Toyet Y softly said she hoped they hadn't seen their faces clearly. Tin and Gayat turned to reproach him, saying she told him to follow her orders, but Deep Lam innocently replied that he had done just that. The young girl brushed it off and anxiously asked what to do next and if they would increase security. Tin and Gayat agreed that climbing the wall was likely no longer an option. Suddenly an idea occurred to her. They would have to go through the trouble of finding a way to enter through the main gate. As Toyet Y looked on in confusion, she explained in a low voice that they needed uniforms and student IDs to enter. Since the photos weren't checked carefully, they could just find someone to borrow them from. Toyet Y seemed to realize the situation and asked gloomily if they had to rob someone, but noted that by this time, the students had probably gone home or back to their dorms. Tin and Gayat's eyes suddenly lit up. She suggested they split up and search places like parks or internet cafes, as there were bound to be some night owls who hadn't gone to sleep yet. She wore a devious smile, viewing it as leveling up before facing the final boss. Even if she had to go alone, there was nothing to fear. After wandering around for a while, Tin and Gayat suddenly stopped in her tracks, breaking out in a cold sweat. In front of her now was Dong Tiu, lying lazily and relaxed on a gaming machine. Alex's gaze was as sharp as a razor. Could the target really be right here? The scene kept repeating itself, from school back home, an endless loop. Dong Tiu silently merged into the crowd on the familiar 3-minute path, constantly lingering to find a way to expose the dark corners of this world. He kept looking toward the bright lights, then turned his attention to the tiny crevices of the human world. Feeling as if he had escaped from this reality, Dong Tiu felt as though he were admiring paradise. He walked casually and decided to skip school. It would be a waste not to go out in such beautiful weather. Dong Tiu headed toward a place full of warnings, with no specific purpose, only wanting to rediscover his distinct self. He walked while immersing himself in music, ignoring the noise outside. Then he enjoyed the late afternoon sunlight piercing through the silent space. Unaware of everything, night gradually fell and the street silently sank into darkness. Looking up, Dong Tiu revealed eyes filled with sorrow, as if burdened by heavy thoughts. How frustrating it is to realize that I have fallen into this endless loop once again. Dong Tiu looked around. Everything was still at a standstill, no different from the beginning. Will the days ahead continue in this vicious circle, wandering around the same spot? She let out a long yawn. She was so tired. She just needed to find a place to take a nap. A short while later, Dong Tiu woke up, her sparkling eyes gazing at her surroundings. She gently cupped her hand into a circle and held it to her eye, feeling as though someone were secretly watching her. Returning to the previous scene, the figure of Tin and Gayat appeared in those arms. Startled, she quickly hid behind a wall. Why was she here? This was a disaster. She had to find Dong Toyat Y and the others quickly. Dong Tiu stood up silently and began to stride away. With quick steps, she stood right behind Tin and Gayat and asked, "What are you spying on me for?" Panicked, she stammered in reply, "It's nothing, I just happened to glance over." Dong Tiu maintained a cheerful look, saying, "You might as well have written 'I'm feeling guilty' across your forehead." Sweat dripped down Tin and Gayat's forehead. Fine, she thought, since I'm not wearing a uniform and don't have a student ID, I can't get into the school, so I wanted to borrow one from someone. She half lied to herself, thinking that hiding half the truth didn't count as lying. Dong Tiu listened intently, her expression suggesting she had completely believed Tin and Gayat's story. She turned around and gently reminded her, "Then follow me, I'll lead you into the school. There should still be extra uniforms for you to borrow in the activity room." Tin and Gayat was momentarily suspicious. Was it really that easy to trust her? She didn't know if it was a trap, but even if it were, this was an opportunity she couldn't ignore. Approaching her directly was the fastest way to investigate her. She wore a calculated smile. If the chance arises, I can even test her true strength, she thought.
Dong Tiu called out, "This way."
She eagerly led the way, waving her hand and urging.
"Over here, hurry up."
Tin Ungayat followed, looking around in bewilderment, and asked, "Where did all the security guards go?" Dong Tiu replied nonchalantly, "They must all be asleep." She sighed to herself, having no way to inform Dong Toyat Y and Diep Hong Lam, and asked back, "All of them are asleep." Looking into the guard room, she indeed saw someone fast asleep. After stretching refreshingly, Dong Tiu continued to point the way, "Go this way." Tin Ungayat calculated, she seems completely unguarded and it's deserted around here. Should I try to probe her a little? Suddenly, her eyes widened in utter astonishment at the scene unfolding before her. On the cold floor, students lay scattered everywhere in every corner. Tin Ungayat froze, her pupils shrinking in disbelief. What is going on? Dong Tiu stepped onto the stairs and waved back. "I said go this way." Looking at her, Tin Ungayat was shocked. What is happening? These people, why are they all sound asleep? Could it be that she was the one who did this? Dong Tiu continued to walk gracefully, her face calm, without a hint of haste. Returning to Tight Y, the girl had arrived at the meeting point and sighed in exasperation. It turned out that borrowing a uniform and student ID was an impossible task. Tight Y told herself she couldn't even consider robbing others of their belongings because it was inherently wrong. She couldn't understand how those two people could do such a thing. Suddenly, a sound made her turn her head to look back. Tight Y was wearing a neat uniform. "I'm back," Tight Y said, so astonished she was stunned. She hadn't expected her friend not only to find but also to put it on. She added, "This one is a bit tight in the sleeves, but it's the best fit among the collected items." Tight Y was still bewildered. There were that many outfits. Tight Y wondered if Tin Ungayat hadn't announced the assembly time. Her friend hesitated and replied, "I don't know, probably because it took so much effort to find the uniforms." DPLM calmly replied, "It's easy to handle." Tight Y hesitated. "In short, let's just wait for him a little longer." The other girl nodded in agreement. The two waited for a long time, but no one returned. They discussed going into the club first to avoid embarrassment. Tight Y realized DPLM was starting to lose patience. If he rushed into the club alone and caused a big problem, it would be troublesome. She calculated mentally, "I'll just try to chat to buy time," even though they weren't usually very close. Thinking so, Tight Y spoke, "Hey, do you know why people avoid those wearing green?" DPLM wondered, "Avoid them?" "Because they have boo." She pointed with understanding, "Wrong, because green means lettuce." Hearing this, DPLM smirked and pretended to exclaim in surprise, "Oh!" Immediately, she turned and left, unable to wait any longer. Tight Y called after her, "Hey!" With no other choice, she decided to trail DPLM because she was worried. "It's better to follow and supervise," she said. "Look at this." There wasn't a single guard in sight. Tight Y asked herself in confusion, "What's going on?" DPLM continued walking leisurely. "Isn't this a good opportunity to sneak in?" She wondered, bewildered. "The atmosphere is too quiet. Where has everyone gone?" DPLM pointed ahead. "It seems they've all collapsed asleep." Ahead, a scene of countless students deep in slumber unfolded. Weaving through the crowd, Tight Y involuntarily exclaimed, "What is this?" DPLM wasn't bothered and continued walking. "They're probably just sleeping," she asked in confusion. "Sleeping in the middle of the hallway." DPLM innocently replied, "It's just because they were too sleepy." She said fearfully, "How is that possible? How could so many people fall asleep at the same time?" Tight Y began to suspect if someone had attacked the club. She dismissed the thought, "Let's just assume they were really sleepy." Tight Y started sweating profusely, reassuring herself that they were just sleepy. She flinched. The students gradually sat up looking pained. What in the world is going on? DPLM quickly grabbed the girl and pulled her forcefully towards her. "Come here immediately." The students woke up confused. "Did I just fall asleep? My head hurts like hell." DPLM and Tight Y followed the directional signs to the rooftop. Leaning against the railing on the 5th floor, DPLM reassured her, as expected, they were just sleepy. "You can hide here for a while and wait for them to return to their rooms before going down." Toyat Y was still skeptical. Could it all just be an illusion? There are some things that are better left unknown. And in any case, you didn't come here to check if people were sleepy or not. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed, catching both of their attention. The scene unfolding before them was easily misinterpreted. Dong Tiu was lying on top of Tin Ungayat. "My goodness, are they really your friends?" Deep Lam stood watching for a moment before asking, "Are these people your friends?" Tin Ungayat groaned inwardly, thinking she was done for. She was anxious and panicked because they had both found her, and now they had discovered the relationship between them. Dong Toyat Y wasn't wearing a uniform, and Hong Diep Lam. Who knew what kind of trouble he would cause? How could she possibly escape this situation? Tin Ungayat was frazzled, thoughts spinning in every direction. Her face went pale, and her head felt like it was about to explode. Her mind was overloaded, on the verge of burning out and collapsing. There were no feasible plans left. Tin Ungayat jumped up quickly. It was definitely safer to slip away early. "I just stopped by to get the uniform, and once I've borrowed it, I'll go straight back to my room," she said. Tiat Y hesitated and replied, "Yes," while Dong Tu grumbled dejectedly, "We have to part ways so soon?" She hurriedly urged the two of them to go. "Move quickly before the manager catches us and scolds us again." Suddenly, Diep Lam stopped dead in his tracks, causing the two behind him to crash into each other because they couldn't stop in time. Tin and Gayet quickly held her face and complained of the pain, chiding the person in front not to stop so abruptly. She looked up at the figure standing before them and gasped in surprise. Lam Nam strolled over leisurely. Isn't this Diep Lam? It's been such a long time. Were you planning to visit your sister without even a phone call to let me know? Toyet Y and Tin Ungayet were terrified to the point of tears. Why did another intimidating character have to show up? They were surrounded by fierce tigers on both sides. She stepped closer and pretended to be gentle, placing a hand on Diep Lam's head. It's been so long since I've seen you. Let me see if you've grown any taller lately. But before she could even touch a single hair, the atmosphere turned strangely grim. Diep Lam immediately swatted her hand away, his gaze as cold as ice. Lam Nam awkwardly spoke up. That's scary. Was that killing intent? I actually thought I just lost my hand. He coldly refused to acknowledge her as family. I don't have a sister. Stop acting. You know full well why I'm here. Diep Lam radiated killing intent. Hand over your weapon. This time, I am determined to settle the score with you once and for all. Toyet Y exclaimed. It seems their relationship isn't very pleasant, and Tin and Gayet frowned, wondering, could it be that he followed us here because of this? Lam Nam started tearing up. We haven't seen each other in so long. Why are you talking about life and death the moment we meet? Instantly, a flash of light streaked past, leaving her stunned. Diep Lam glared threateningly. This is your second warning. There won't be a third. Stop pretending to be pitiful and hand over the weapon.
Nof.
Tin and Gayet interrupted. She is your sister after all, so just try to talk calmly. We still have things to do, and you can reminisce later. Toyet Y also tugged at his sleeve, urging, let's go, let's just go. Diep Lam left behind a challenge. Lam, aren't you scared? Today, we must determine who is better. I'm not going anywhere. She gave a twisted smile. You're really pushing it. Fine, if you insist, I'll humor you. As she spoke, Lam reached into her pocket and pulled out an object. She put on a pitiful face. Hello, security. 3 strangers just appeared. That's right, it looks like they're vandalizing the place. Could you please come and check for me? Hearing those words, the whole group was stunned, their eyes filled with terror as they stood frozen and speechless. They all scrambled outside, discussing as they went. They finally escaped, but this was the second time today. What should we do? Our faces have been exposed. This mission is a total failure. Diep Lam calmly replied. Is that so? I think we've succeeded. Tin and Gayet immediately reproached. It's because of you that we had to run for our lives? How is this a success? She sighed. You guys might think I'm dim-witted, but I'm actually quite smart most of the time. Diep Lam explained. She's competitive. After being mocked like that, she won't just sit still. I've already tracked her location. Wait a second. Tin Ungayet looked up and asked, you're smart, but how are you smart enough to fly into the sky like that? Get down here right now. She soared high up and called down. Do you really think I can fly? Tin Ungayet exclaimed in shock. Could this be a gravity manipulation skill? Diep Lam shot up into the air, as if gravity were being completely reversed. She looked down. How much longer must I fly? This sky doesn't seem to have an end. Diep Lam sat hovering upside down in the air. How much longer? I'm starting to feel a bit dizzy at this height. She calmly reasoned, but thinking about it, all magical barriers have limits. She can't be that far from me. Then a theory occurred to her. Since I'm up this high, she's likely hiding on top of a skyscraper too. Lam was standing on the railing of a skyscraper, quietly observing the situation. Diep Lam looked in that direction and shouted,
Just as I thought, she's right there.
Instantly, she drew her weapon, a faint murderous aura beginning to spread around her. Diep Lam performed a mid-air somersault aiming directly at the skyscraper. After she pulled the trigger, a streak of light cut across the dark night sky. A razor-sharp blade gleaming silver shot forward at an incredible speed. The sword, as if guided by a tracking device, flew straight toward Lam's position. But it only grazed a lock of her hair, leaving a chilling wind in its wake. In an instant, Diep Lam had closed in right behind her opponent's back. Her eyes filled with killing intent, she unleashed 2 lightning-fast slashes. A few strands of vibrant blue hair fluttered gently before falling with the breeze. Diep Lam hadn't expected it to be so easy. The gravity barrier was broken. Was it over already? However, she looked back in disappointment to find that it was only a substitute decoy. Immediately after, dozens of cars suddenly hovered above Diep Lam's head. She looked up, only to see the cars raining down on her all at once. Diep Lam blinked in confusion and then innocently exclaimed, I've been caught in a trap. A terrifying explosion echoed, brilliantly illuminating the top floor of the building. Vehicle debris scattered everywhere like a rain of metal pouring down onto the ground. Numerous cars burst into intense flames. In an instant, nothing remained but ash and dust. Fortunately, Diep Lam dodged just in time, her hand gripping the hilt of her sword tightly. She exhaled in relief, thinking she had been so careless that she nearly got hit. Where could she be now? Just as the thought crossed her mind, Lam appeared behind her with a twisted smile. Sensing the approaching danger, Diep Lam immediately narrowed her eyes and looked in that direction. A blinding flash of light soared up, tearing through the night sky, passing through high-rise buildings before slamming into a wall. Diep Lam was pinned down, still feeling the stinging pain from that sudden attack. She forced herself up, clutching and rubbing her head as a wave of intense pain washed over her. Just as she regained her composure, a massive broadsword came hurtling toward her. The powerful impact sent tremors through the ground, accompanied by a thick cloud of dust. Diep Lam's figure flickered in and out of sight amidst the thick, enveloping smoke. Glancing through the glass partition, she gasped in surprise to see that Lam remained completely unchanged. Lam stood calmly and firmly right on the blade of her own massive broadsword. She broke into a malicious smile, her eyes flashing with eerie streaks of green light. In a sarcastic tone, Diep Lam asked, "So you only show your face after gaining a bit of an advantage?" Returning to the moment when Diep Lam was gradually soaring high into the sky. Toyet Y exclaimed in surprise, "She's flown away, what should we do? We should go support her." Tinangayat asked back tiredly. She leaned back and sighed. "I can't do anything, and I don't want to do anything anymore. I'm completely exhausted." Tinangayat curled up in a corner. "Since Diep Lam caused this, let her handle it herself." Toyet Y replied with a look of concern. Tinangayat spoke dejectedly. "We originally came here to investigate, yet our identities as students from another school have been exposed." With a dejected look, she said sadly, "If we're discovered by the teachers or recognized during the competition, how will we explain ourselves?" Tinangayat was hesitant. If they retreated now, they would surely be reprimanded by their master, but if they stayed to help Diep Lam, we might be disqualified or even expelled. "Do you really want to take that risk?" Toyet Y remained silent and did not answer. Returning to the battle, Diep Lam was still standing firmly on the glass wall just as before. Her voice was full of provocation. "So you only decided to show yourself after gaining a bit of an advantage?" Lam laughed wickedly. "This is a life and death battle, not a competition. There's no one here to signal the start." Diep Lam gripped her weapon tightly, getting into a stance, ready to face her enemy. Lowering her center of gravity with a look of fierce determination, she said, "Stop talking nonsense and come at me." Lam curled her lip, revealing a sneering smile she made no effort to hide. Then she tilted her head and laughed so hard that she began to shed tears. Lam said sarcastically, "As if there were any chance of jumping across here." She covered her mouth to hide a triumphant smirk, saying that this was no competition, no one had called for a start, and besides, she was already a toy in her hands. Diep Lam stepped back, clearly feeling the peace she had just regained. She quickly thrust her sword into the fortress wall, struggling to hold on so she wouldn't fall. Seizing the opportunity, Lam swung her broadsword, her eyes flashing with malice and her grotesque, sharp teeth exposed as she instantly activated tenfold gravity. Suddenly, Diep Lam plummeted at a dizzying speed, her face slamming directly into the ground. A dense cloud of dust swirled up, obscuring everything and returning the space to a dim, silent stillness. As the dust slowly settled, Diep Lam's figure appeared. She was lying motionless down there. Lam landed gently, her feet as graceful as a feather. She looked down with a satisfied expression, thinking to herself that she finally knew how to listen, which was quite good. Lam stepped forward and reached out, teasingly checking to see if she had grown any taller. She laughed mockingly, her tone taunting as she asked why she looked like she had shrunk. Right after, Lam continued to ridicule her, asking if her brain had shrunk along with her height, since she still tried to play the hero even when hit with tenfold gravity. Diep Lam mustered her last bit of strength, glared at her opponent, and spat out Lam's name. Not bothering to care, Lam turned away and walked off, telling her to just lie there as the gravity would disappear on its own once she left the area of effect. She swayed playfully as she walked under the flickering lights. Lam's face showed clear excitement and a self-satisfied smug grin. Suddenly, a figure stood directly in her path, asking if she seemed a bit too happy. Lam laughed and replied calmly, realizing it was Diep Lam's companion. Tinangayat put her hands in her pockets and confidently provoked her, saying it was a pity that soon she wouldn't have the mood to laugh anymore. She exclaimed in surprise, asking if she really thought she could stop her from laughing based on such meager skill, adding that she was even weaker than Diep Lam. Tinangayat replied calmly that while she might be inferior, she was wiser and she had thoroughly investigated her gravity manipulation ability. Lam spoke with contempt, calling Tinangayat a summoner, class student from the D10 department, whose core essence was nothing more than a fat chicken with no skills other than basic summoning. She continued to sneer, remarking that someone with a mere 43% awakening at the mortal level had the nerve to investigate others. Calling her ignorant and dangerous, Lam turned her back, intending to leave. Tinangayat gave a cryptic smirk, with no one knowing what she was planning. She stood there with her arms crossed, calmly asking if she intended to run away. Stung where it hurt, Lam immediately turned around to threaten her, asking what she had just said. Tinangayat ran headlong for her life. I scolded her for being a fool, knave and clueless about what to do. As she ran, she mumbled to herself that she knew these small alleys like the back of her hand, so she could surely buy some time. Suddenly, Lam appeared right behind her, making Tinangayat jump in shock, wondering how she could be so fast. She hurriedly squeezed into a narrow passage while Lam applied 10 times gravity to a nearby object. The bucket was truly unlucky, it instantly became distorted and warped like a thin sheet of paper. Tinangayat gasped in fear at the terrifying power, but her hand quickly pulled out a hairpin container. Tinangayat firmly threw it hard, and the test tube shattered into pieces. She stepped on it, using an old stone already lying there as a springboard. Lam Lam was in hot pursuit. She glanced back and witnessed the scene. Tin Ungayat had leaped into the air, her hands firmly gripping the window frame. Lam Lam unleashed her 10 times gravity move again, dashing in that direction. Another unlucky flower pot bore the brunt of it, getting crushed flat and then shattering into small pieces. She curled her lip disdainfully and gave a soft snort. So you do know how to run. Tin Ungayat tried her best to race away, her heavy and hurried panting sounding incessantly. She subconsciously looked back to observe, her eyes clearly showing suspicion and scrutiny. Tin Ungayat suddenly stopped, her gaze full of confusion, wondering if she was no longer being followed. Without a moment's hesitation, she threw herself straight through the glass window and jumped outside. Tin Ungayat landed softly, every movement exuding neatness and grace. Her face was deathly pale. She had to be more careful, slip far away, and then figure out how to reunite with Dung Toyat Y. A sudden voice echoed "Caught you," causing Tin Ungayat to freeze in shock. She collapsed to the floor the moment Lam Lam applied 10 times gravity. She stood on the rooftop looking down. Do you really think you can escape from me? Lam Lam gave a devious smile. Where's that arrogance from earlier? I thought you had some brilliant plan, but it turns out you only know how to run. Tin Ungayat slowly forced herself up and replied calmly, thank goodness you caught up. She wheezed. If you hadn't chased me here, I wouldn't have known what to do. As soon as she finished speaking, Tin Ungayat shouted loudly, Hong Diep Lam, save me. Lam Lam stood there in a daze, her mind blank, unable to comprehend what was happening. Full of suspicion, she turned around to look behind. Could there be an ambush? But to her surprise, there was absolutely no one behind Lam Lam. She suddenly realized, it's impossible. That child never knew how to deceive. How could she know how to fake a cry for help? However, Lam Lam's pupils constricted as she stared in astonishment at the scene before her. A hand suddenly grabbed Tin Ungayat, dragging her into a dark alley corner. Lam Lam exclaimed in shock, unable to hide her bewilderment. What was that hand? As soon as her vision stabilized, Tin Ungayat had been pulled inside, temporarily escaping danger. She landed hard on the ground, flying into a rage. You hateful thing. Turning her gaze towards the pair of legs disappearing into the darkness, Lam Lam snapped irritably, stop right now. She hastily gave chase, uttering disdainfully, do you think you can escape my barrier? But Tin Ungayat was too familiar with the terrain, quickly disappearing from view.
How troublesome.
Lam Lam stood dumbfounded, looking straight ahead. A hint of puzzling confusion flashed in her eyes. She strode into the alley. She's gone. What kind of winding roads are these? Like a maze. Leaning her hand on the brick wall, Lam Lam wondered. This area didn't have any strange alleys like this before. She looked around suspiciously. Could it be that I'm lost? Just then, Tin Ungayat suddenly jumped out from behind. She turned around, her eyes sparkling with a cunning smile. Tin Ungayat shouted loudly, launching a dangerous attack, but thanks to her quick reflexes, Lam Lam narrowly dodged it. The stone floor was deeply dented. She trembled, clutching her hand that had just been struck.
It hurts so much.
Tin Ungayat didn't flinch at all. She pointed to the sky and shouted loudly, Gan Dipi Elmum, so you finally decided to show up. She looked up in the direction of the pointing hand. What is Dipi Elmem? Where did it come from? Seizing the opportunity, Tin Ungayat rushed towards the waiting hand.
All right, pull me away.
She glanced at her with contempt. Are you kidding? Do you really think I'd fall for the same trick twice? Lam Lam activated gravity 20 times stronger, making everything around suddenly heavy. Tin Ungayat froze, struggling little by little. Her limbs felt like 1,000 pounds. It hurts so much. She leisurely approached, her slow pace making her opponent gasp for breath. Lam Lam sat down, her face showing surprise.
So the stone giant can be used so flexibly. No wonder he's a master summoner.
She suddenly realized everything. No wonder it felt strange just now. There's no alley in this area. It's all... These things were formed by the stone giant's transformation, leading one to get lost in a stone maze. Lam Lam confidently concluded. Tin Ungayat exclaimed in fear, there's really nothing I can do. You've seen right through me. But then, Lam Lam spoke softly, so I'll count this as my win, alright? Let's stop here for today. Go home and sleep. She raised her hand, a malicious smile spreading across her face. Do you think I'll let you off easily? Rest assured, I'll just make sure you can't compete. Tin Ungayat burst into tears, shouting loudly, this is the moment. Hekan Deepyamem, quickly appear and save me. She ran out of patience, stubbornly repeating the same lie for the third time, thinking I was an easily deceived fool. But she didn't expect Deep Lam to have silently approached from behind with a sword in his hand. Lam Lam turned around in a panic, her eyes filled with indescribable shock and dismay. In the silent darkness, hurried footsteps were rushing toward them. With a bruised face, Diep Lam could not understand why he had collapsed. Toyet Y witnessed the scene with a stunned, bewildered gaze, letting out only a small cry. The young girl paused and called out. Diep Lam, lying flat on the ground, could only respond weakly, Kok Toyet Y. Diep Lam looked up with tired eyes and whispered, so you finally appeared. The girl sat down and said, Lan Tin Ungayat already planned to take down Lam Lam and told me to come support you. She lured Lam Lam out of the barrier zone. Where is she? Deep Lam spoke helplessly. I hadn't even touched her before I was beaten to a pulp. It's too humiliating to even move. She must be around here somewhere. Toyet Y asked, where? She lifted Deep Lam's robe to take a look. Here. I don't want to move anymore, he replied, exhausted. Stop playing games, the girl retorted. I'm not doing anything. Deep Lam teared up. Are you taking this opportunity to bully me? Toyette Y suddenly realized something, her eyes lighting up.
Ah, I see it now.
The girl reached out, ready to touch the yellow fabric. This is definitely it. Toyette Y used all her strength to pull hard, trying to yank the object off her. Under the flickering light, the young girl pulled the fabric taut, stretching it significantly. Deep Lam glanced over, utterly confused. What on earth is going on? Toyette Y suddenly slipped, losing her balance and lunging forward. The girl fell headfirst, hitting the ground with a painful thud. It hurts. The fabric was ripped away, dragging a series of storage crates and a sword that scattered everywhere. The items spilled out from the fabric, falling to the ground from above. The sword plunged vertically into the ground, giving Toyette Y quite a scare. In a flash, the girl covered her face with her hands. In the blink of an eye, she had lunged forward to tightly grab the sword. Then, Deep Lam swung the sword to smash the wooden crates before sheathing it with great flair. Toyette Y panted. So, was it all because the stuff you were carrying was too heavy? Only now are you reacting? She turned and said, but why drag me into this? If you had retreated, wouldn't you have avoided causing this trouble for yourselves? The girl leaned in close and whispered, don't worry, just do this and then do that and it'll be done. Deep Lam nodded repeatedly. I see. Toyette Y continued, after that, just keep it up. She gave a thumbs up. That plan sounds good, it might just work. Lam said with a sinister voice, don't worry. I'll go easy on you. You just won't be able to continue the competition. Tinungayat cried bitterly. It's come to this. Hurry up and get up.
Diep Lam, go save me.
She kept an expressionless face and replied indifferently, I wonder if I can still believe you. Seeming to notice something unusual, Lam quickly turned away and vanished. Before she could even react, the hilt of the sword struck her hard on the head, making her cry out in pain. She approached to ask if she was too scared, while Lam threw her shoes and called out Diep Lam's name, making her stop singing in embarrassment. She began to adopt an aggressive tone. Hey Diep Lam, did you team up with them to trick me again? Hearing that, she closed her eyes tightly and quickly clarified, it's not what you think. Diep Lam gripped the hilt of her sword tightly. I've broken your barrier. Now, let's have a fair fight. A large hand touched Tinungayat. You've finally appeared. From a dark corner, a voice called out, I'll leave the rest to you. Diep Lam? She replied contemptuously. You want a fair fight with me, right? Lam's eyes turned sharp. Fine, I'll give you that chance. Deep Lam indifferently listened to her opponent babble. Your barrier ability is space manipulation while mine is gravity control. Lam smirked. Both of us are more than capable of finishing each other off in the blink of an eye. She placed her hand on the gun at her hip. Simply put, it's like a cowboy duel. Whoever strikes first wins. Lam thought to herself. The key is the speed of drawing the blade and activating the ability. She pointed her index finger forward to gather her strength, while Diep Lam tightly gripped the hilt of her sword, ready to charge. Lam waved her hand, telling herself, the winner will definitely be me. Her pupils contracted. That's strange. In just a split second, she teleported right behind Lam. The battle erupted fiercely, making the surrounding air extremely tense. The two swords clashed violently, sending sparks flying everywhere. She held up two fingers and said defense wasn't forbidden, making Diep Lam gasp in surprise. The ground beneath her feet was gradually sinking. Gravity had increased 100-fold. Diep Lam's eyes gleamed. I knew all along that you would use this move. She quickly raised her sword. She is actually using this pressure as leverage. Lam cried out in terror. She struck a powerful blow on the floor, sending waves of blue light radiating outward. Lam blocked the blow. Do you think attacking me with gravity is enough? All I need to do is release the barrier to end this. Lam controlled her giant sword, plunging it deep into the ground. She rubbed her neck and muttered, can this girl really move under 100 times gravity? It makes no sense, and she even knows how to use gravity itself to counterattack. Lam stood up straight and shouted, don't tell me you copied that person's move just now. Imitating those weaklings will only dull your own skills. Tinungayat spoke up. You're clearly the one pushed into a corner, yet you have the nerve to blame Diep Lam. Toyette Y added. So this is why Diep Lam always carries a whole stash of gear with her. Surprisingly, an empty can and a few coins from the vending machine rolled over and touched their feet. The space grew silent until a blood-curdling scream rang out about gravity reversing. The little girl was bracing herself, clinging tightly to the corner of the building, her eyes looking down anxiously. It grabbed her wrist as quick as a flash to prevent Tinungayat from falling. The little girl exclaimed in surprise, why did they stop? Clearly, she can't see us, be careful. A flying car is hurtling straight downward due to the unusual change in the gravitational field. A strange purple glow suddenly appeared, hovering right within her reach. A panic scream came from afar, sounding urgent, catch it quickly. Both of them luckily landed safely on the roof of the car from earlier. Toyette Y felt relieved, thinking it was fortunate no one was inside. Tinungayat, however, was curious, thinking it was impossible. Each type of barrier should only operate according to a fixed rule. She should have had to manipulate the target for it to work correctly. Why does she have the ability to affect us, even though she cannot see us at all? The little girl looked up. Could it be that she had intentionally hidden her skills before? Lam Lam looked around in confusion. Damn it, where did those people go? She shouted irritably, you didn't have such a cowardly habit of running away before.
Come out and show yourself now.
As if suddenly remembering something, Lam Lam's eyes began to look into the distance. She was skeptical. Did they really appear just because I tried calling out a few times? Diep Lam replied in a sarcastic tone, not really, I just feel there is no need to hide anymore, your barrier isn't that strong. Lam Lam flew into a rage. Or do you want me to kick you straight out into space? Diep Lam spoke up. You're not planning to run away, are you? I've provoked you this much. She asked curiously. Who admits it after a challenge? Diep Lam replied. Right, what can I say? Her spirit surged inside her. Let's do it again. A cowboy-style duel like you mentioned. Lam Lam smirked. Surely you're not naive enough to think that is all I'm capable of. She raised her hand, preparing to activate her ability, then give this a taste. Diep Lam tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword. Lam Lam pointed her finger at the ground and signaled, increase gravity 500 times. She suddenly paused, her face showing a strange twist of confusion. What do you mean? Lam Lam screamed in anger. Why haven't you drawn your sword yet? Diep Lam lowered her head upon hearing those words. Are you intentionally going easy on me, or do you want to humiliate me? She raised her head and said nonchalantly. It doesn't seem heavy at all. She gasped in shock as if she could not believe what she had just heard. What? Ye Lin gripped the hilt of her sword, ready for a decisive strike. Swift as lightning, the sharp blade flashed directly at Lam Lam. The decisive blow sent her flying, causing a loud echoing explosion. Amidst the thick dust and smoke, only a hazy silhouette could be discerned. Despite falling disastrously onto debris, she remained completely silent. On the other side, Ye Lin leisurely sheathed her treasured sword. I'm so sorry, I was just curious to see how my body would withstand gravity. Suddenly, a small pebble flew from somewhere and hit Ye Lin's face. She didn't bother, squinted her eyes slightly, and gently brushed the speck away. From behind the dense fog of dust, an motionless foot was unexpectedly revealed. A potted plant suddenly flew towards them, poised to strike Ye Lin's head. With incredibly sharp reflexes, she swung her sword and cut the object in half. Ye Lin was stunned to see the fragments still floating, and wondered if they were being pulled upwards. Lam Lam's face suddenly darkened. Don't you know that everything in this world attracts each other? Ye Lin looked skeptical and muttered, What are you talking about? Lam Lam replied, I just read it in a book. Staring intently at the suspended potted plant, Ye Lin curiously asked, Did you set this up? You wouldn't stoop so low as to play such a dirty trick out of anger, would you? As soon as she spoke, she looked up as if she had noticed something unusual. Countless falling bricks, stones, and heavy cars were thundering directly towards Ye Lin. Her mind raced. How could she dodge this? Would her life end here? Lam Lam raised her hand slightly towards the moon and explained, without gravity, celestial bodies would instantly disappear. She explained coldly, without this pull, how could humans stand firm on the ground? Closing her eyes slightly and turning her head away, Lam Lam whispered, All life in this world depends on gravity. She challenged loudly, Does it feel interesting to become the focal point of all universal attraction, Ye Lin? A moment later, she slowly opened her eyes and felt something gently touching her cheek. Sing Hai rushed to hug Ye Lin, tears welling up. Finally, you're awake. She looked stunned and turned to ask, Hey, where am I? Sing Hai looked worried and asked, Don't you remember anything? Her friend quickly explained, Everything on this street is being pulled by your gravitational force. With a dejected face, she said, I tried to call the stone giants for help, but now they're all buried alive in here. Tinangite suddenly realized that everything had been staged. Her ability was not to control gravity but to adjust the universal gravitational force. DPM asked blankly, Universal gravitation. The girl explained that simply knowing she was pulling everything towards herself right now was enough. DPM curiously asked back, I see. Then how can we get out of here? The situation doesn't look good at all. Lam Lam pouted, raising her hand high and declaring, Everything is over. The giant sword was prepared to descend upon the ruins of walls and old cars. Immediately a blue light flared up, creating a solid defensive wall. She sarcastically remarked, To actually force me into using this move, it seems you have made quite a bit of progress. Lam Lam's eyes looked as though she could not believe what she was seeing. Suddenly, the sword pierced straight through the ground without touching anyone. She was stunned, not understanding what was happening or where everyone had vanished to. Lam Lam frowned in confusion. No, the barrier is still intact, but, she told herself, everything should have been pulled toward me. Why aren't they moving at all? Lam Lam looked down, suddenly thinking of another danger. Oh, could it be? A sword unexpectedly rose from the ground, appearing right beneath her feet. Like a flash of lightning, the sword hovered just inches from Lam Lam's face. She jumped high to avoid the recent attack. Who would have thought they were hiding underground? On the ground, a violent explosion occurred, sending earth and stones flying everywhere. From within, a blurry red figure was rushing quickly toward Lam Lam. The two faced each other again, and the atmosphere there became extremely tense. She gnashed her teeth, tightly gripping the giant sword in her hand. A cold light radiated from Dipilum's twin blades. Lam Lam prepared to call out her skill name, while Deep Elmum, with determined eyes, was ready for combat. Suddenly, a hand appeared and covered her face, while Dippy Elmem's vision was also obscured by it. Ving Bin firmly held both of their heads, preventing them from continuing the battle. He spoke up, "Are you two the ones who vandalized this neighborhood?" "You two." The iron gate was strictly guarded by 2 soldiers. V. Harnjban sighed, "Fortunately no one was injured this time. I suggest you both be honest and confess." He continued questioning them, "Why were you two fighting in the street? Who started this?" Immediately, Lam Lam pointed across at her and said,
"It was her,"
while Dibilam also pointed back and countered,
"I was her."
Tin and Giat also pointed at Lam Lam, "I also saw that the blue-haired girl caused it." Vivin Jibin was extremely angry, slamming the table and shouting,
"Quiet! This isn't a vote!"
He urged them in a gruff voice to answer and stop being sluggish. The other 3 were speechless, because he was the one who had just ordered them to shut up. A voice from the camera warned that the kids were still students and not to use force. Wang Bin irritably told them to stop rambling and asked about the control progress, to which the other side replied it was nearly finished. She suddenly paused and thought to herself, "Wait a minute, what is that image on the surveillance camera?" Lam Lam fired off a barrage of questions. She noticed that the other girl fled whenever they met, not daring to fight back but instead focusing on using stone giants to trap her while repeatedly crying for help. In just a moment, Lam Lam realized the problem. So it turned out all this trouble was because of this thing. She gave a faint smile and hissed sarcastically, "Goodbye, my dear friend." As she was being dragged away, she screamed about her innocence, insisting that it was those people who had come to the school to cause trouble. As soon as the 2 of them left, the heavy iron door was immediately slammed shut. He excitedly said that the work was finally finished and that it was now their turn. Tinungayat breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "No, it's actually your turn. We'll be taking our leave now." Wang Bin's face darkened as he shouted, "What? Who gave you permission to leave this place?" Yi Lin and she turned their heads in confusion and exclaimed in unison, "Ha!" Instantly, a pair of cold iron handcuffs decisively locked onto their wrists. In another area, a cold iron door was once again slammed shut violently by someone. Tin and Gayat asked Gu Shui why she was there, and the young girl replied that she had been arrested right after calling the police. Peering through the crack in the door, he informed them that the Star Scout Academy had been notified and that they should just wait for the school to come and bail them out. Breaking into a cold sweat, she thought to herself that this situation was likely the end, but at least they had dealt with one of them. Tinung Gayat excitedly said that it was thanks to her encouragement, otherwise she would have run away long ago, but Shui immediately denied it, saying she hadn't done anything. Tin and Gayat sighed, longing for a soak in a hot tub, while Yi Lin worriedly wondered how the others had been training over the past 2 days. Atop a snow-covered mountain peak, a strange blue light suddenly rose up mysteriously. Beneath the thick layer of snow, a tail with unusually glowing scales gradually revealed itself. Amidst the majestic snowy mountains, the true dragon Shingen suddenly appeared hovering in midair. Without any warning, it opened its mouth and spat out a massive block of snow. The mass of snow that the true dragon had just spat out contained countless tiny snowflakes. They slowly drifted down, blanketing the surrounding pine groves in a layer of pure white. The ground was already buried under deep snow, and now another snowflake fell silently upon it. In the pile of snow, someone was buried with only their hand exposed, and that snowflake landed right on it. Ningfan's students were lying scattered across the cold, white expanse of snow. A mysterious figure suddenly appeared right behind Shifeng's back. It was Shenshan, with a bizarre face, saying, "We meet again." In the white, snowy sky, a true dragon was circling endlessly. Van Tin admitted tremblingly, "I never originally intended to set foot in this superpower academy." She began to open up about her family background. "My family has 6 siblings, and by the time it was my turn, our finances were depleted." Just then, the superpower academy offered free tuition and even a stipend. Van Tin continued, "With the stipend, my younger siblings have a chance to go to school." She expressed her regret. "Deep down, I always dreamed of becoming a comic artist." At that moment, Van Tin stared intently at the book, her eyes suddenly flashing with a glimmer of hope. Her face hardened. "I must win to bring home the prize money. Only with that sum can I pursue my passion for drawing comics." Thien K asked dubiously, "That makes sense, but why did you choose this moment to pour your heart out?" They were hanging precariously halfway up the cliff. Van Tin replied, "So that you realize your responsibility, won't you hold on tighter?" He dismissed it. "Absolutely not." She screamed, "Hold on tighter!" Thien-se, breaking out in a cold sweat, replied, "I know!" He cursed silently. "Going without food or water all day like this, keeping my life is already a stroke of luck." Thien Ka recalled the scene back then, when the 3 teachers began their search plan. Themsun solemnly announced, "I have some news for you. The storeroom is completely empty, and there is no food left." The students below panicked. "What?" She explained, 20 kilometers to the north is Hot Spring Hotel No. 2. Your first lesson is to cross 2 snowy mountains to get there. Themsun instructed, "During this mountain trek, you must use climbing ropes, with each team consisting of 2 people." At that time, Li Kuang, So Fong, and Kung Yen were bewildered to hear her say that another team would have to go in a group of 3. Themsun smirked, "Once you arrive, there will be delicious food. But you must not untie the rope along the way. Any violation means failure. Not only will you go hungry, but that rope is also your ultimate lifeline." While the group was climbing, Van Tin carelessly slipped. Her words proved to be absolutely true. He gripped the rope tightly. I'll pull you back. In the blink of an eye, the rope was put to use. Then they were left suspended on the cliff, leaving Thiensa helpless. That was exactly how things unfolded. Relying only on a rope temporarily hooked to a rock, it felt like they were digging their own graves. A voice rang out, "Where on earth did those two disappear to?" Another replied, "Keep searching." But they couldn't find a trace of them. Hearing the noise, she screamed loudly,
Look, they've come to rescue us! Help, we are down here!
The voices drew closer. It sounds like someone is over there. Quick, let's check it out. Thienka's pupils shrank in fear.
This is bad. The cliff is about to collapse.
His face turned pale as a sheet.
Be careful. Don't come near here.
The boy exclaimed in surprise. There really is someone's voice. He then recognized, isn't that their rope? Lai Kuang asked dubiously, did they slide down? Kang Yen replied, quickly pull them up. Just as the boy and Sofong approached, Van Tin's group suddenly slipped once more. The rope in Thienka's hand also slipped away, and they all three fell together. At this moment, only Lai Kuang and he remained on the cliff, desperately clinging to the rope. Sofong panicked. What do we do now? The boy squeezed his eyes shut and screamed, Nam Kung Nungian. A panicked cry echoed, hands gripped the rope tightly, and the young boy stared wide-eyed in confusion. He also held the rope firmly, confidently declaring that they should trust him. Before he could finish his sentence, the boy's foot slipped, and he went sliding down as he fell. The group of three plummeted straight into the dense forest canopy covering the area below. The five of them were finally reunited, those wonderful teammates had fully gathered. In the middle of the desert, the scorching sun shone down amidst blinding sandstorms. From beneath the thick layer of dust, some entity was struggling to break free. A scrawny hand slowly emerged from the parched, barren ground. Thienka bolted upright, coughing uncontrollably as his throat was filled with fine grains of sand. He stood up and looked around, completely stunned by the scene appearing before his eyes. Thienka wondered where this place was, and why he was lying in the middle of a vast desert. He began to piece together his memories of when they were falling. It didn't make any sense at all. Thiensa scanned his surroundings but saw no one. Hadn't they all been falling together earlier? His belt suddenly pulled taut, and Thiensa stopped to assess the ongoing situation. Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he had just realized something incredibly surprising. Thiensa strained to pull the rope tight, silently calling out the name of his companion, Van Tin. Vibrations began deep beneath the sand as something was about to be pulled up. Fortunately, her upper body was free from the sand pit, and the girl breathed a sigh of relief. He anxiously asked Van Tin if she was all right, then wondered why they both ended up in the desert. Thiensa replied that he didn't know, but they had to leave immediately. He proactively told her to climb onto his back. Van Tin questioned him back on whether he had any sense of direction, to which he nonchalantly replied that he had no idea. The footprints of the two continued to leave deep marks on the vast, endless dunes. Thienka kept trudging along. It had already been more than an hour. She was terrified because there was no end in sight, fearing it would be dangerous if they wandered into the center. He grumpily told her to be quiet as she kept rambling about how humans could hardly survive more than 2 days in the desert. She continued to complain about finding a water source, worrying that even if they escaped, they might not necessarily make it home. Thiensa pointedly asked where she got this knowledge from, and Van Tin nonchalantly replied it was from comic books. He mocked the idea, and she immediately shot back, challenging him to believe it or not. Walking without rest, Thienka was exhausted, his throat parched as he repeatedly tried to swallow. He turned to ask if there were any tips in those comic books for finding a water source. He only saw her lying with her ear against the ground, while the other end of the rope was stuck in the pit. Van Tin asked warily with tears welling up in her eyes, did you find anything? When Thienka's voice sounded, questioning the reliability of that comic book, she immediately explained that since plants need water to survive, there must certainly be water beneath this grass. He sighed dejectedly. Is that really true? I used up the last of my magical energy to create this shovel. If we don't find anything this time, we're done for. Just at that moment, the head of Thienka's shovel suddenly struck something very hard. He leaned down to look and frowned skeptically. What on earth is this thing? Unexpectedly, the object suddenly surged up from the ground, causing Thien to lose his balance and stumble. In the blink of an eye, he was tossed high into the air by it. Then Thiensa tumbled to the ground, leaving Van Tin wide-mouthed with astonishment. What is this? Something massive was gradually revealing itself. A magic scorpion is a giant, pitch-black scorpion with a ferocious appearance. Van Tin screamed in a panic, run quickly. Thienka replied irritably, stop yelling, if you have time, help me think of a way to deal with it. She asked in confusion, what way could there possibly be? He retorted, didn't the comic book teach you how to handle things when you dig up a monster? Van Tin speculated, this must be a magic scorpion. This species is afraid of heat and hides in the sand, so no wonder it went crazy when we accidentally dug it up. She timidly suggested, let's find a place to hide temporarily. It will retreat on its own when the weather gets hot. But in the middle of the desert, where could they hide? Thienkai's gaze suddenly became determined. Over there. He hurriedly pointed toward an old house ahead and said, Let's hide there for now. It was a house buried in the sand, with only the attic left visible. Van Tin was full of doubt. Strange, why is there a house in the middle of the desert? Could it be a mirage? It's about to catch up, Thinsa shouted. Never mind what it is, just run over there and check it out first. Unfortunately, he tripped over a rope while running headlong. Thinsa fell flat on the ground, his face buried deep in the sand. He turned his head back with a panicked expression. We're done for, Van Tin. Thienka looked up and saw a figure running nimbly ahead. Dragged along behind her, he shouted urgently.
Hey you!
The magic scorpion's pincers were only an inch away from Thienka. The rope tied around his chest suddenly pulled taut, as if to drag him away. Its sharp claw struck down, but Thiensa nimbly dodged it. Exhausted, Van Tin complained. This is so hateful.
It's too heavy.
You have to pay for my food for a whole month when we get back after I save you this time. Thienka agreed immediately. Even a year would be fine, let alone a month. But then he shouted, can you run a bit faster? We aren't widening the gap at all. The magic scorpion accelerated, attempting to catch up with them at any cost. The monster's claw was right against Thienka's face. It was disgusting, and at that moment, he had no strength left to activate his defensive magic. He could only sigh in despair. Is there really no other way? Tala asked aloud. Do you know how to strengthen defensive magic? He answered, I do. By narrowing the range and focusing on oneself, the intensity will skyrocket. He remarked, not quite. Do you know why waterfall defense is most effective? Thien Ta was surprised. Is it because of spreading mana behind one's back? Tala explained, not entirely correct. What you need to deal with are the droplets. He guided them wholeheartedly, because creating a precise shield at each droplet's point of impact will achieve optimal defense while conserving vital energy. As it was about to charge, he thought to himself, even though I have never successfully defended against these droplets before. Quick as a flash, Thiensa bore the full brunt of the blow from its face. He was thrown into that ancient house, and she stood watching him with a cruel look in her eyes. Thienka rubbed his forehead and laughed with delight.
It worked! I've finally done it for the first time!
Van Tin immediately landed inside the building. Who did it? She said. The brains of the species are quite stupid. They'll leave on their own in a bit. Thienka replied. Yeah, but don't you find it strange? He realized. This place looks exactly like a hot spring hotel. Van Tin was surprised. Huh, you think this is a hot spring hotel? That's absurd, we're clearly in the middle of a desert. Thienka replied, the layout looks no different from that fat guy's room. Let's see if there is a secret passage here, she said, leaning down and looking suspiciously. How strange. Why is it so dark? Van Tin's eyes widened. Oh, so it really exists. Thienka warned, don't make any noise. Her jaw dropped in shock, she hadn't expected it to be true. Van Tin held his hand tightly. Maybe someone is hiding here, let's go check. Thienka replied briefly, okay. She hesitated. Strange, though I don't understand why there's a passage like this in the desert. Van Tin let go of his hand, and her expression suddenly changed to one of pure panic. She stammered in fear, your nose is bleeding. Ngok Toyet held the stack of tests in her hand and smiled. Everyone, take this test so I can understand each of your current levels. A moment later, she was shaking with rage and stammered, what on earth is the meaning of this? Ngok Toyet looked at the stack of test papers before her in shock. Not a single person had answered. She looked suspiciously at Class D. What has your general education curriculum been like until now? Tin Ngayat replied with a blank expression. We really haven't been taught any academic subjects at all. Hearing that, Ngok Toyet could only let out a helpless sigh, while Ninfem sat beside her, his face turning pale. She turned to look straight at him, causing Ninfem to look away in fear. He scratched his head in frustration. I'm the only teacher for Class D, and I wasn't the one supposed to teach academic subjects. Ngok Toyet's face darkened, leaving her speechless. She turned away and said, put your hand down. Nevertheless, she still encouraged Class D. You must believe in yourselves. This test is not hard, there is always a way to solve it. Ngok Toyet emphasized in a stern voice. That way is the spirit of solidarity. As long as you support each other, you will surely overcome it. Lai Kuang threw a whole pile of cheat sheets onto Sufong's shoulder. I get it. Helping each other, right? I've been well prepared for this for a long time. As soon as she saw that scene, she immediately taught them both a lesson they would never forget. The guy with the swollen head tried to suppress his fear and said, we understand everything now. Ngok Toyet asserted with great enthusiasm that unity is not about cheating together but about helping each other improve. The teacher advised them that everyone should help promote each other's strengths, and by joining forces, they will surely achieve success. Thien Truong nodded slightly as if he understood, thinking to himself, so that's how it is. Beside him, Thienka laughed confidently and said, Teacher, I understand now. He added arrogantly, the time for the field trip is coming, and before transferring here I already studied culture subjects. Immediately after, Thienka narcissistically laughed out loud uncontrollably. If there is anything you don't understand, just ask me. I guarantee I will guide you enthusiastically. Who told me to be so smart? Tin Ungayat curled her lip in contempt and thought to herself, no way, you studied before and your grades were mediocre. You might as well admit you're incompetent. Lai Kuang anxiously ran over to ask Sufong, Skinny, you do much better than me, let me copy your work, okay? The guy nodded immediately. No problem. The teacher said we have to help each other. The kid pointed excitedly at the paper. How did you manage to choose this answer correctly? Sufeng replied with a deadpan face. Look, just circle the shortest answer. Li Kuang believed him blindly and continued, then what about this judgment question? How did you choose it so accurately? He replied naturally, if all the others are filled in incorrectly, there's bound to be one that's right. Hearing this, the kid looked at him with admiration. So that's it? Suddenly I feel much brighter.
Thanks, brother.
Sufeng immediately acted magnanimously.
It's nothing. Don't be shy.
On the other side, Thienka was busy sticking sticky notes and mumbling vase cabinet, handle, flower locker. Tin and Gayet looked confused and asked, what the hell are you doing? He stuck it right on her face and replied, sticking these vocabulary words on objects helps you remember them after just one look. Tin and Gayet angrily snapped, hey, stop sticking random things on me. The note Thiensa stuck on her was extremely provocative. Tin and Gayet erupted in anger. This guy is clearly looking for trouble, isn't it just getting a slightly higher score? She pointed at the note stuck to her and growled, violent. He immediately changed his tune, claiming, I didn't pay attention so I stuck it on by mistake. Don't be angry. Didn't you just say we have to help each other? I'm helping everyone learn English. Emboldened, Thiencha continued to bluff. Violence is very bad, you know, violentispec. But violentispec, an adjective plus a verb plus an adjective. The grammar is completely wrong, man. Realizing he was lying, she gave Thienka a punch and said, you're wrong. At this moment, night fell, and the bright moon shone across the forest. In the middle of the forest, Boss Bear was laughing and talking happily. Boss Bear's outdoor kitchen broadcasted live. Good evening, everyone. I have a very strange story to tell you. Viewers commented one after another. Good evening. It's late. Are you making a late night snack? He replied quickly. Didn't I say earlier that I was going to climb the snow-covered mountain? He looked up at the sky. I don't know why the snow-covered mountain has turned into a tropical rainforest. Everyone take a look. The audience in the livestream curiously asked, is that true or a joke? Why is that? Are you lost? He whispered. It's very strange, isn't it? Boss Bear looked helpless. I can't help it. The live stream today has to be in the rainforest. Hearing this, viewers protested, are you a fraud? The bear is live streaming but is afraid of the cold, right? He sincerely defended himself. Why would I lie? I have never lied to you all. Suddenly, Boss Bear looked into the forest and discovered something unusual. Oh, he said excitedly into the camera. I suddenly saw 3 people bathing in the swamp. Let me go and ask if they know what happened. Viewers saw this and responded, can you even bathe in a swamp? Are they in trouble? He waved at the 3 people in the swamp.
Hello, friends.
Do you know where the snow-covered mountain went? It turned out to be Sufeng's group. He looked at Boss Bear and reported, I don't know. We were also on the mountain, but in the blink of an eye, we found ourselves in this swamp. Li Kuang next to him grimaced. Compared to that,
pull us out quickly.
We've been soaking in mud all day. I'm starving to death here. It turned out that Boss Bear was brother-in-law Bear. He shouted in fear, who are you two?
I can't believe you followed me all the way here.
Then it trembled and huddled in a corner, begging not to be sent back, because it wanted to live out in the world according to its true nature. Sufeng noticed this and grumbled that it was planning to run away again. He calmly explained that they hadn't come to catch it. Furthermore, both of them had been starving for 2 days, and their magic was so depleted that they couldn't even escape this swamp. Big Boss Bear asked in a low voice what he meant. It immediately gloated upon realizing the others couldn't move, thinking to itself that now was the time to turn the tables. Seeing this, Big Boss Bear turned and walked away, casually saying goodbye. Li Qiang struggled and called out, asking it to come back, while Sufeng beside him reminded him to stay calm because doing so was just a waste of effort. As he was about to sink, the kid stubbornly screamed to go back. He sighed in frustration and told him that doing so would only make him sink faster. Suddenly, it stopped and turned around. Sufeng watched in astonishment, wondering if its conscience had just been awakened. Big Boss Bear nonchalantly said that wasn't the case. The only reason was that returning to save the 3 of them would significantly increase the viewership. It set a condition that it would save them if they agreed to cooperate with the livestream. He couldn't help but exclaim how overly pragmatic this bear was. A moment later on the shore, it checked on the unconscious Gong Yan and reassured them that she was fine and would be okay after some rest. Sufeng breathed a sigh of relief while Lu Qiang beside him was still bent over, vomiting uncontrollably from fear. Big Boss Bear looked at the phone screen again to ask the audience's opinion on the recent action, then complained about having to prepare 4 portions. Seeing the viewers' praise, its eyes lit up as it asked about the food. It turned to look at the 2 of them and confirmed that there certainly was, because its goal was to produce a culinary show. He looked at Big Boss Bear in confusion and asked whether they were on a picnic or filming a cooking show. Big Boss Bear smiled suggestively and revealed that they were indeed searching for outdoor ingredients under the name Wilderness Kitchen. It turned around and shouted, let's go. While Sufeng was skeptical about their destination, Li Qiang eagerly said they should eat their fill first and worry later, and it praised him for being quite funny. After walking for a while, Big Boss Bear stopped, pointed at a colorful tree, and announced they would be eating this today. The audience began to buzz with talk. They said the tree looked poisonous and terrifying, wondering if it was a magic beast and if it was even edible. Standing nearby, he asked worriedly if that beautiful thing was poisonous. It smiled confidently and said that as long as you knew how, everything was edible. Without waiting for it to finish, Li Qiang rushed forward drooling, intending to devour it immediately, forcing it to shout out and stop him. It warned him not to startle the target, but the kid had already quickly kicked the tree's vines. Suddenly, the tree opened its mouth wide, intending to swallow Li Qiang whole. The kid was tightly wrapped in vines, his face filled with sheer terror. The vines pulled Li Qiang forcefully toward the tree's mouth. He glared at it with pure rage. Li Qiang screamed aggressively that it was nothing but food. With those words, the kid began to frantically and violently tear into the vines with his teeth. Li Qiang escaped the restraint and angrily cursed, saying that this thing tasted terrible. The tree, breaking out in a cold sweat of fear, stared blankly at the kid. Refusing to back down, Li Qiang roared with overwhelming momentum, determined to eat it no matter what. Witnessing this, Big Boss Bear's eyes widened, and it remarked that eating that poisonous thing raw was foolish, while Su Feng stood there with his mouth agape in shock. Kung Yen slowly regained consciousness, realizing he was lying on a thick pile of hair. The pungent, foul stench made him dizzy, and the surrounding grease was suffocating. He wanted to call for help, but his throat was choked with bitterness, unable to utter a word. Boss Bear was carrying Kung Yen on his back with great exhaustion. Although the situation was quite messy, everything turned out fine in the end. It chose to rest temporarily on the giant carnivorous flower, and the result seemed acceptable enough. Su Feng frantically called for help, as the fat man seemed to be poisoned, but Boss Bear remained very calm. Isn't an antidote usually found within 10 steps of a poisonous creature? With that, it immediately reached out and plucked a blade of grass nearby. This was indeed the antidote made from spiral grass. He hurriedly urged, "Quick, give it to me so I can feed it to the boy right away." Seeing Boss Bear hesitating, Su Feng snapped, "Why do you look like someone stole your prized possession?" With a gloomy face, it said, "This is a premium ingredient. It would be a waste to boil it into medicine." He lost his temper. "The person is about to die, and you're still thinking about food." Boss Bear suddenly remembered something important. So that's how it is. An idea popped up. "Just cook it first and then feed it to him, right?" Su Feng, standing beside him, urged. "By the time you finish cooking, he'll probably be dead." Ignoring the complaints, Boss Bear remained full of determination. "Don't worry, I'll do it very quickly." It used its claws to make a long slash on the body of the flower, peeling off the outer bark to extract the oozing sap. This was indeed a premium vegetable oil. The viewers in the livestream chatted excitedly. "This dish is so bizarre." Boss Bear began to show off its culinary skills, slicing the flour into cute round shapes and dropping them into the oil pan while the viewers teased, "Where is the round shape? That's clearly a messy chop." It skillfully minced the newly picked spiral grass. This life-saving herb left everyone in awe. The preparation method is so unusual, but its hands look so dirty. Boss Bear used the flame on top of its head to cook the food, sprinkling spiral grass onto the petals and cooking them with the vegetable oil, leaving the audience astonished. "Are you really cooking food on your head?" Like filming a documentary. It brought the camera close to the cooking pan. The spiral grass began to melt, forming a thick paste. As the dish neared completion, it made everyone's mouth water. It looked so appetizing. Watching this at this hour is absolute torture for the stomach. Boss Bear wrapped the pastry in a leaf to finish it. The starving fans asked, "What is this dish called?" It replied, "This is the baked spiral grass and man-eating flour pastry." Boss Bear proudly showed off the dish to the camera. "Does anyone want a taste?" He cried out in panic. "Stop filming. That guy's already turning cold." Su Feng urged while stuffing a piece of the pastry into the boy's mouth. Li Qiang, who had been lying motionless, suddenly sat up. "What is this? It's so delicious." He was amazed by the lightning-fast effect. The greedy kid demanded another portion, munching on the pastry with great delight. Su Feng said hurriedly, "Only one for each person. Don't look at me." It stared blankly at the lively scene before its eyes, feeling a very strange sensation. Watching Li Qiang and him squabble over the pastry, a warm sense of joy suddenly welled up in Boss Bear's heart. It looked over at Kung Yen, who was wearing a radiant smile. These moments were truly precious. Boss Bear was momentarily moved. "So that's it. The purpose of cooking is to bring joy to others." With tears welling up in its eyes, it blamed itself. "I am so foolish. Why did I run away from home?" Seeing Boss Bear suddenly fall silent, Su Feng asked, "What's wrong?" Not saying anything, it shyly wiped its eyes. "No, it's nothing." Big Boss Bear cheerfully waved goodbye to the audience, saying the broadcast would end there, hoping everyone had a relaxing time, adding that he was off to get some food. Viewers took turns sending well wishes, telling him to get some rest, wishing everyone good night, and saying goodbye. He let out a long sigh as he put his phone down, thinking that as soon as this trip was over, he would have to go back and apologize to his wife immediately, or else he might get a sound beating. As soon as he thought of that, Big Boss Bear brushed the thought aside, deciding not to worry about it anymore and to focus on filling his stomach first. His face suddenly turned bright red when he saw the empty snack bag lying helplessly on the ground. Big Boss Bear flew into a rage, glared at the three of them, and shouted, "You bunch, which one of you ate all my food?" The people around him looked at him with fearful eyes, their faces pale and drained of all color. Finding it strange, Big Boss Bear felt confused and wondered, am I really that scary? Actually, I'm not even that angry. This situation could definitely be handled differently. Just as he let his guard down, a cold gaze and a set of sharp teeth slowly appeared right behind his back. Thiensa felt his mind drifting as if submerged underwater. His limbs were numb and immobile, and his body was in excruciating pain. It seemed he had been stung by a scorpion's tail and was truly poisoned. A hand gently brought a cup of water to his lips. Half conscious, he whispered, let me have a drink. Seeing Van Tin standing in front of him, her lips moving, but hearing nothing, Thienta was shocked, wondering why he could no longer hear any sound. With no one answering, she silently took a towel to wipe his face. He felt a surge of emotion, wondering if she was tenderly taking care of him. Before long, Van Tin was welling up with tears. Thienka was startled, wondering why she had suddenly started crying. Getting no response as she sobbed further, he helplessly thought, hey, why are you crying so miserably? Is my illness really incurable? Seeing Van Tin crying until tears rolled down her cheeks, Thienka was suddenly startled and panicked. Surely it wasn't the case that he couldn't be saved anymore. He tried to open his eyes weakly and said, don't cry anymore. She quickly rushed over, hugged Thiensa tightly and cried, don't leave me. Van Tin braced herself and carried him on her back across the desolate desert, where there was not a soul in sight. She struggled as she thought to herself, this is going to be a disaster if it continues like this. I must find someone to treat him quickly. How can I let him die? He still owes me a whole month's worth of food money. Suddenly, Van Tin stood frozen in terror. Right before her eyes was a terrifying giant scorpion. Van Tin glanced cautiously at the stone pillar beside her. It turned out to be one of the monster's claws that had broken off. She breathed a sigh of relief, realizing it had been dead for a long time. Van Tin stared at the stone pillar, thinking it looked very strange. No sooner had she finished speaking than the pillar suddenly shifted, causing the entire surrounding ground to shake violently. Van Tin frowned suspiciously, wondering if this too was some kind of magical beast. The black tortoise Xuan Wood is actually a giant turtle, carrying a heavy small mountain on its back. As night fell, the hot spring hotel No. 2 lit up brilliantly. Thamsun was sitting there watching TV, laughing hysterically, remarking that the show was really interesting. Tala, still burying his head in a book, suddenly spoke up and asked, forget about the comedy for a moment, another day has passed. I wonder where those two teams have reached. Without taking her eyes off the screen, she calmly replied, Team 2 has reached Hot Spring Hotel No. 1, and Team 3 has just left the swamp and is camping in the rainforest. He wondered, doesn't that mean they are completely standing still? When will they ever arrive? Thamsun replied, not at all surprised, you guys have also been through stretches like that, haven't you? The point isn't the result but the journey. Nature is always the greatest teacher, bringing us so many unexpected lessons. As soon as those words were spoken, the TV screen suddenly broadcast an emergency news bulletin. Our station has just received important information. The old lady just calmly replied. Boss Bear hid under a tree, trembling with fear, while the other three hurriedly looked back and signaled for him to be quiet. He secretly watched the cat beast rummaging in the bushes. The creature had not left yet, he thought. Don't make a move or you'll get caught. That thing chews up everything it finds. Staring at the flower lying alone on the ground, Boss Bear whispered. The carnivorous flower just now had a piece bitten off by it too. The cat beast shoved everything into its mouth. He wondered, strangely, this thing doesn't get poisoned at all, it even swallows stones and tree branches. Recalling the scene just moments ago made Boss Bear shiver. He thought, if I hadn't slipped away in time, I would be tucked away in its stomach by now. He hurriedly took out his phone to look up what kind of monster that was. Shi Feng, standing nearby, urged him, that's right, check it out. A series of breaking news headlines appeared on the screen, and Boss Bear curiously clicked on one, wondering, what is this? He glued his eyes to the screen, his face showing such anxiety that sweat poured down like rain. The news anchor urgently announced, our station has just received an update. Cities all over the world are being suddenly attacked by strange creatures. The TV at the Deep Mountain House also broadcast similar news, requesting that citizens upon seeing this notice immediately move to the nearest shelter. The old lady spoke up indifferently, just as predicted, the disaster has arrived. The news anchor solemnly warned, please take note, these magical beasts are classified as a disaster-level threat. If you find yourself in danger, prioritize saving your own life first. Boss Bear trembled as he held his phone, realizing they were appearing everywhere and had the power to flatten cities. He panicked and wondered, could the one we just met be among them? The television station continued to report that a large number of rare disaster-level magical beasts were appearing globally, and the cause of this event was still under investigation. A reporter risking his life to broadcast from behind a ruined building stated that disaster-level magical beasts could not be destroyed, they simply appeared and disappeared like a type of unpredictable natural disaster. The voice from the TV sounded again. Before such disasters, we can do nothing but wait for them to retreat on their own. Keep your distance and find a safe shelter if you encounter one. Tin Ungait sat behind the bars and curiously asked what was being broadcast outside. Tuat Y also wondered, I can't hear it very clearly, has something major happened? She sat dejectedly and lamented, when will someone come to pick us up? Waiting is so nerve-wracking. The little girl added anxiously, being out this long, the teachers must be furious. Tin Ungayat looked at Toyet Y and giggled, are you that scared of being scolded? You won't lose a piece of flesh from a scolding, and the teachers won't hit you either. Besides, Ningfan certainly wouldn't take action. The girl thought to herself, what a shameless person. A police officer suddenly pushed the door open and announced, your bail bondsman has arrived.
Tinungyat cheered, oh, we're finally free.
As soon as they stepped out of the holding area, they were overwhelmed by the chaotic atmosphere at the police station. Tiatwai exclaimed, why is the station so crowded today? She calmly replied, I don't know, this is my first time here. Tinungyat looked toward the service desk and saw a police officer guiding a man to complete the paperwork. Finally, you just need to sign here and you're done. The man replied briefly, okay. She suddenly cried out in alarm, huh. Tiatwai standing next to her was also extremely confused. Could it be that something really happened? It turned out to be Kwang Vian who had come to bail the three of them out, but Tinungyat didn't know him and wondered, who is this uncle? She leaned in and whispered to Tiatwai, it's not Ningfan and it's not Teacher Diu, who is this person? The little girl quickly explained, the combat arts teacher, that's Teacher Lu. She suddenly recalled the horrific memory from years ago, then gritted her teeth and trembled, thinking, wait a minute, isn't this the one who once punched Trong Thien Trong into the hospital? I hope I won't actually get hit. A police officer spoke up, cutting off her train of thought. The paperwork is all settled, you may go. Tinungyat panicked, thinking to herself, I haven't even mentally prepared myself to face him yet. At this moment, she closed her eyes and took a step forward, thinking, whatever, instead of waiting for him to strike, I'd better strike first. Tinungyat lowered her head, softly admitting her mistake. I know I was wrong, please forgive me. However, Tiatwai still called out to Tinungyat. The girl's eyes narrowed and she continued, so, they've already left. Tinungyat breathed a sigh of relief thinking the matter was over, but unexpectedly the policeman's shout from earlier echoed again. Hey! He shouted loudly in warning, what are you doing? Outside is full of fierce monsters. It's best to stay put here for safety. She didn't bother with the advice and stuck out her tongue teasingly, just a few measly monsters. Our teacher is much more terrifying. After saying that, Tinungyat strode to the door and waved goodbye. See ya! However, the moment she stepped out of the police station, she was frozen stiff with fear. The entire police area seemed to be enveloped by a radiant golden barrier. Around it, only devastated ruins remained after the monster's onslaught. Towering right next to the police station was a colossal monster, its head touching the clouds, creating a sense of boundless despair. Tears of regret welled up in Tinungyat's eyes as she spoke. If I want to turn back now, I wonder if it's still not too late. At another location in the desolate ruined area, someone was searching everywhere, not here and not there either. That person hurriedly changed direction, still nowhere to be found. Where did Ninfiapim go after all? Anian exclaimed in surprise, I can't get in. Looking around the surrounding space, she said to herself, I'm on the 4th basement level, so why is this here? Behind her, a golden glowing door was revealed, surely sealed by powerful magic.
Could it be?
Inside that room, Nenfuchpim was leisurely enjoying tea and then spoke. So you went to all that trouble to find me at the police station to meet me. He sipped his tea and asked the person opposite him. Surely it's not just for the purpose of inviting me for tea, is it? The mysterious person, still wearing the hood, replied, my purpose in finding you is to. Ningfukim, losing patience, immediately interrupted, if you want to talk, take off your hood first. He slowly took off his hood and explained, all right, my apologies, that was rude of me. Actually, I invited you here for this reason. Hanach Min revealed himself and made a proposal. I want to join you in a game. Upon hearing that, Ningfim became wary. What kind of game? He raised an eyebrow in confusion. Why is there a horse head under the hood? Could it be that he doesn't want me to see his face? Suddenly Ninfukim seemed to realize something and cold sweat ran down his back. Or perhaps, a scene appeared in his mind of Hanan Min naively talking about playing a game. Ninfukim thought to himself, this guy really is a fool. Despite that, he couldn't be complacent and activated his skill. In any case, let's just try it. The sound from the system echoed, activating Master's eyes. Suddenly, the system alerted warning firewall obstruction detected. Cannot continue with the scan command? Ninplim exclaimed in surprise, this guy has something very similar to Hoduang Thai Sich. Hai Nad Min caught onto the trick, and he spoke up frankly, are you secretly observing me? Ningpim immediately lunged forward. He suddenly rushed behind him, striking first to gain an advantage. Ninfut Kem had already prepared his spell and without hesitation launched it directly at Nalar Min. He was completely unable to react, only able to stare with no way to avoid it. He grabbed the horse's head tightly and yanked it violently off Nanarj Min's body. Ninfiaspim successfully pulled down the horse's head and smugly said, the game is too simple. He was about to ramble on and on to see who he really was. But Ninfikem realized with shock, my goodness, there's still another layer inside. He chuckled, so you don't want me to see your face. You're probably not an acquaintance, right? Sad Min maintained his mysterious tone. Who I am isn't important. Ningquikim didn't hold back and launched another attack. Let it all burn away. Suddenly, a surprised look appeared in his eyes when he saw him calmly reply. I advise you not to be foolish and attack me again. Ninfkim began to wonder anxiously. The spell was completely swallowed. How can such an absurd ability exist? He couldn't hide his question. Indeed, you also possess a system. At this moment, Dun Min calmly explained, exactly. You've been part of my system for a long time. It's called the game system. Obediently follow the rules of this place. He added, obviously, the rules of the game are set by me. For example, if you use a spell to attack me, you will receive that exact same damage. Hearing that, Ninfem froze and asked, what? You mean damage reflection? At that very moment, his spell rebounded back at him. Amen remained calm, exactly. Struck by his own attack, Ninfem's face contorted in pain, and he screamed, what kind of monstrous ability is this? It makes no sense at all. Nanmin gently helped him sit on the chair, maintaining a pleasant demeanor. Isn't your system similar? It's just a pity your level is too low, so it's useless against me. Ninperkim slumped down, showing resignation. All right, I won't touch your hood anymore. Continue telling me about your game. Seeing his lack of interest, Nanmin added, it seems there's nothing interesting, is there? Fi Najmin turned on the TV screen in front of Ninperkim. Before we get started, let me show you this. On the screen was a news report about calamity beasts. Their destruction was becoming increasingly terrifying. These beasts used to appear only once every 100 years. The camera zoomed in on the scene of the monsters destroying the city. This time, it had been only 10 years since the last time. Could the end of the world be near? Seeing that, Kanamin asked, well impressed. Ninfpim shivered after watching. The calamity beast suddenly rose up. He seemed to suddenly remember something. 10 years ago was... The scene flashed back to 10 years ago, to a night at a luxurious villa. A voice echoed from inside, young Master Neen is nowhere to be found. The servants frantically searched. Today is the Neen family reunion. How can young Master be absent? A servant spotted Neensh walking past and immediately asked, sir, have you seen young Master anywhere? He slowly replied, no. The size of the household staff echoed everywhere. Where in the world has young Master gone? Neensh's gaunt face clearly showed fatigue and worry for his son. As if he already knew his son's hiding place, he pushed the window open and scolded, he never listens normally, and now he skipped the family reunion too. This kid is truly disobedient. When Ninfem was little, he would often hide under the window. Seeing this, his father could only sigh in frustration, wondering who he took after. Seeing his father's disappointed expression, he would reply that he took after him. After all, wasn't his father currently running over there too? Ningfem was annoyed by the cumbersome and pointless formalities. When his father came to fetch him, Ning still calmly replied that his father had only come to warn him that his mother was furious and searching everywhere for him. Hearing this, he was startled and jumped up, knowing he was done for. Without a moment's hesitation, Ninfem vaulted over the high wall and said he would hide for now and return once his mother had calmed down. His father watched him with concern, asking if his mother wouldn't be even more enraged if he didn't come back. Watching his agile figure disappear, his father could only grumble to himself, scolding the insolent brat. Even so, he did not forget to remind him to be back before the curfew. As Ninfem jumped off the wall to make his escape, he raised his hand to signal his success. As he cleared the fence, he joyfully exclaimed that the escape mission had been a success. Just as Ninfem was plotting his next move, the villa behind him suddenly exploded violently and was engulfed in a sea of flames. Seeing such a horrific scene, Ansang was stunned and could only let out a gasp of astonishment. From the scattered ruins, vicious monsters began to emerge. This was the first appearance of the calamitous demonic beasts. At that moment, Ningfem was completely motionless, left only to watch helplessly as the flames devoured his entire family, a fire that burned forever and could not be extinguished. Tears rolled down his cheeks, and it wasn't until he managed to regain his senses that the house that had once been cozy and filled with light had turned into desolate ashes in the blink of an eye. Amidst the ruins, a piece of a necklace lay intact and solitary on the ground. Returning to the present, Ningfem picked up the necklace and wondered to himself how it had survived when it should have vanished along with the ruins. He fingered the necklace and thought of Dun Min, the alliance leader who had sent the letter. Could he know the source of the demonic beast's appearance? Ninfem pressed him, asking him to tell him everything he knew. Dean Min replied enigmatically, asking if he truly thought there was some underlying secret to all this. Dean Min's attitude made him frown in annoyance, and he told him to stop playing games. Ninfem recalled the past when 3 calamitous demonic beasts had appeared simultaneously at the Ning family gathering. Memories of the destruction flooded back after the Ning family estate was razed. Those monsters had disappeared just as mysteriously. Everyone's comforting words kept echoing, that this was a regrettable incident and that Ninfem should forget the past and look to the future. But that only made him more resentful, and he firmly asserted that it could not have been a mere accident. He sternly insisted that it was the same this time. Someone must be pulling the strings behind these demonic beasts. Plemnet Dao said he wanted him to help with something, and that he would agree if he revealed what he knew. Dean Min replied that it wasn't a difficult request. He simply wanted to invite him to play a small game. He set the condition that they play 3 rounds, and if Ningfem won all 3, he would tell him the whole truth. He smirked with interest and said that it hadn't even been 3 sentences before he brought up a game again, but fine, he would humor him. The system began to activate, and Din Min asked if he was ready. When their system started up, Ninfem skeptically wondered if it required consent from both sides, but without giving him time to think, Din Min immediately announced that the first round had begun. The system displayed a scene of Ninfem's students in a dire situation. The game had officially begun. Seeing his students, he was shocked and blurted out that these were his students and asked what was happening. Dean Min calmly observed and clicked his tongue, saying it seemed that this third team was not very lucky to have encountered a calamitous demonic beast. He looked directly at Ningfem and explained the simple rules of the game. You just need to lead a group of students to control the natural disaster beast. If you succeed, you win. If the beast injures others, you lose. The screen showed a scene of people in a panic. Ningfem was stunned to see them confronting the beast, so Din Min urged him to quickly make a decision before things got worse. After hearing this, he couldn't help but hesitate, various conflicting thoughts arising in his mind. He wondered what benefit there was in leading these students, but the old man didn't look like a swindler, so he decided to just pick a random team. Ninfem carefully considered the pros and cons of each group. Although the Ice Crystal Moon team had very strong combat power, their magic was primarily offensive, making it difficult to ensure the safety of others. He compared them to other teams. The Fat and Skinny group, in particular, had to be eliminated immediately. If they couldn't even worry about escaping from a beast, how could they protect anyone? After much deliberation, only one promising option remained. Van Tin possessed a mental control barrier while Tathianta had robust defensive magic. They could handle both protection and beast control, so Ninfem decided to choose Van Tin and Tathianka's team. Hearing this, Dean Min raised his finger to guide him through the next step. After confirming everything, both of them set off to observe the real situation. In a flash, the surrounding space changed. Ninfem was surprised by the desert landscape. The old man explained that he had transmitted all the data here, and the other two must be wandering nearby. Not long after, he spotted two figures not far away, one struggling to drag the other. Ningfem realized it was Van Tin grimacing from exertion, but Din Min reminded him that this was just a projection, and they couldn't see them. Suddenly, fierce waves of sand rose as if to swallow the fallen victim, and he cried out in alarm, demanding they stop. Ninfem realized it was Tathianka. He wondered if they had been poisoned. The old man assessed the situation and sighed, saying that the defensive magic seemed to have been completely neutralized. Since this was just a projection, he couldn't intervene and had to push his worries aside. Din Min then pointed upwards, saying that the beast was still there. Giant footsteps pounded the hard sand, stirring up swirls of dust that scattered in all directions. A massive Xuanwu suddenly appeared, its shell and head covered in vibrant green moss. The two observed for a moment. Din Min casually remarked that just one step created such a sandstorm. Luckily, there are no people in the desert. If this were a town, you would have already lost. Ninfem glared back, retorting, "What's lucky about that?" Ninfem was still seriously calculating how to deal with the beast. He knew that Van Tin's barrier was only effective when directly affecting the target's brain. He scrambled to find a weakness, but with such colossal height, the barrier would be hard to reach. Even climbing high to approach it didn't seem realistic at all. Thinking of this, he turned to ask the old man an important question: should they treat Tathianka first? He wondered how he could give instructions if they couldn't see him. The old man calmly replied, "Of course, there's a way." Dean Min raised 3 fingers, explaining how to transmit information. He had 3 opportunities through the old man's system, and the content sent could be a sentence or an illustrative image. Ninfem began to pay attention and asked if anything could be transmitted. The old man stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Theoretically, yes. Are you planning to send healing magic to her right now?" He immediately denied it. "What I want to transmit is something else." The scene gradually shifted to another dark and hazy space, where strange sniffing sounds echoed from somewhere. Tathianka looked around blankly, wondering where he was. At that very moment, Dean Min unexpectedly appeared behind him, calling Tathianka's name directly, which startled him. To Tathianka's surprise, the old man held out his hand and announced that he had come to relay a message to him. Returning to reality, right before his eyes was Van Tin. Suddenly, Thienka's eyes snapped open as if he had just escaped a terrifying nightmare. Then he coughed violently and vomited a stream of fresh blood that splattered all over the space. Drops of blood even splattered onto Van Tin's glasses, causing her to panic and cry out in confusion. Seeing his body collapse again and continue to vomit blood, she frantically asked if he was really okay. Van Tin suddenly realized a gigantic shadow was looming over both of them. Holding her breath and filled with fear, she hurriedly turned her head to look behind. As soon as she looked back, Van Tin immediately saw a massive foot preparing to crush them both. It was all over. She could only let out a weak cry, unable to stop that terrifying step. After a moment, feeling none of the expected pain, Van Tin slowly opened her eyes to look. She was startled to realize that her arms were not holding anyone. The person who had been coughing up blood and lying unconscious earlier was now standing firmly, supporting the space above them. Thiensei turned to look at Van Tin, his face still stained with blood, and boasted, "As expected of me, my timing for reviving was truly perfect." That foolish, massive giant tortoise had a head that reached all the way to the clouds. On its massive tortoise shell it carried an incredibly high mountain. Watching the demon beast move further away, Thienka muttered, "It's already out of sight." He put on a smug look with his blood-stained face. It must have been afraid of this young master, which is why it scurried away so quickly. "You little tortoise." Seeing her staring at him intently, Thienka laughed loudly. You must be wondering why I'm still perfectly fine despite being poisoned by the scorpion, right? It's because my defensive artifact just finished upgrading. He bragged about his miraculous recovery, claiming he dreamed of being guided by a master who told him to use a micro-shield to infiltrate his veins and force out all the toxins. Thienka's attitude at that moment was truly annoying, acting as if nothing in this world could ever trouble him. As a result, he immediately received a powerful punch from Van Tin. Feeling wronged, Thienka held his swollen, red cheek and shouted, "What are you doing? What if you ruined this handsome face?" After punching him, she returned to an indifferent expression. "Didn't you say nothing could penetrate your defense?" "I just wanted to test it," she said with a cold huff. With a weak and wounded heart, Thienka turned away, his eyes tearing up. "I just wanted to look cool for a moment. Am I really not handsome enough?" Seeing him like this, Van Ting hurriedly reached out to tug at the hem of Thienka's clothes and whispered softly. The girl looked away, blushing as she sincerely praised him. "Actually, when you saved me just now, you looked amazing." Hearing such a compliment for the first time, Thienka blushed from embarrassment. Witnessing the scene, Dinmin slapped his thigh and laughed. "Excellent. Using defensive magic to purge toxins. How did you know it could sense the poison? It couldn't have been a gamble, could it?" The teachings from the past suddenly came rushing back. "Feel the poison and purge it from your body." Ninfim turned to him and said, "Of course it wasn't a gamble. Scorpion poison numbs all senses, which means the remaining senses become extremely acute." Dean Min then focused on an equally difficult problem. "So, how do you plan to handle the next move?" "In general, this demon beast is too massive. It hasn't even bothered to pay attention to the small things under its feet so far, even if it is just a tortoise. The urgent matter now is that, at this speed, it will soon leave the desert and crash into the city." He pointed at the two of them and teased, "It seems your students have no intention of stopping it." Over there, Thienka stood beside Van Tien, scratching his head while warning her to stay away from the tortoise, and she nodded in agreement. He pulled a small piece of paper from between his fingers and said, "It's just to provoke it a little bit. What could be difficult about that?" The scene shifted as the iron door of the cell slowly opened. Nyan was astonished when she was suddenly set free. "Why was I released without bail?" she wondered. Ven Vin ignored the question, simply asking if she was a senior teacher, as she urgently needed her help with something. She looked up at the other person. "Yes, I am." "What is it? Is it related to the calamitous beasts? My arm is so numb." She admitted immediately without any hesitation. "Precisely, the current situation is extremely dire." As Ven Vin led the way, she explained, "Our unit was already severely short-staffed due to the monster incident, and now that this is happening all over the world, how can we expect aid from other cities?" Nurin replied, "So you're counting on our help, aren't you?" She reached out and grabbed the doorknob. "Absolutely correct." Ven Vin pushed the door open and entered the hall. Before them was a chaotic crowd loudly demanding, "When will the monsters disappear? How much longer do we have to wait? Oh my god, is this the apocalypse?
Someone save us.
The chaotic scene made her a little stunned. "Oh my, why is it so crowded?" She squeezed through the crowd, explaining that many people hadn't managed to evacuate to police stations or shelters, having lost their families and friends. Little Onnen had to try to raise her hands above her head to squeeze through. "Let's keep going," Ven Vin said. "The security forces are already stretched to their absolute limit." Finally, she revealed her true purpose. "We need personnel to go out and search for victims who haven't managed to escape. You can refuse." Before she finished speaking, Nine immediately agreed. "I'll participate. Coincidentally, I also have something to confirm outside, so I'll help you all rescue people." Although she didn't know what Thien Traming's intentions were, he interrupted, "I'll also participate. I can't just stand by and watch others in danger." Thien Trot Inji expressed sincere concern. "I can't just sit idly by and watch things get worse." Ven Vin smiled approvingly.
"Then let's set off."
"You rarely receive praise, but you really know how to win people over when you speak. Trotting gig then trotting knee." "Don't be so formal," he replied simply.
"All right."
A dark shadow was silently approaching the wardrobe in the bedroom. Inside the wardrobe, the mother and child trembled, clinging to each other. The little girl whispered, "Mom, when will we get out?" Despite her fear, the mother reassured her, "Don't be afraid, someone will surely come to rescue us." A ray of light from outside suddenly squeezed through the crack in the door, shining on the mother's pale face. A mummy covered in twisted bandages burst open the wardrobe door and crawled in. A grotesque smile appeared on its face, and one bulging, bloodshot eye was incredibly terrifying. It was poised to lunge and harm the weak mother and child, and terrifying screams echoed throughout the room. Just at that critical moment, a hand punched straight through the back of the wardrobe and into its face. Thien Trang delivered a powerful punch, leaving the mummy no time to dodge. Its body was immediately thrown far away, then violently crashed into the opposite wall. After dealing with the monster, he turned and kindly asked, "Are you all right?" The mother, still in shock, replied, "No, I'm fine." Thien Trotten pulled a yellow object from his pocket, introducing himself. "I was sent by the police to rescue you." Then he spread a yellow cloth on the ground with a red circle drawn on it. "Please stand inside it," he said. The little girl peeked out curiously. "What is it?" Although confused, she carefully stepped inside.
"Stand on this?" she asked.
And Dragon nodded, "That's right."
She continued to ask, "So what now?" He put his ear to the communication device and said, "It's done." The other end quickly confirmed, "Understood." At another location, Feng Qin joined his hands to form a seal, then softly muttered, "Teleportation formation activate." As soon as he finished speaking, the yellow cloth immediately brought the mother and child to appear before them. He reported, "Everything is done." Feng Qin said over the walkie-talkie, "Well done, Ning. How's the situation over there?" He hid in a dark corner observing, "It's strange, there are only normal monsters on the road. We need to speed things up." Feng Qin is concerned about the absence of the disaster-level magical beast, and Tian Chuang responds helplessly that there is no sign of it at all. This makes him feel truly puzzled and strange, thinking it must still be hiding somewhere. Feng Qin stands on the porch with the mother and child, the sunset casting shadows, thinking over and over that if it stays hidden forever, that might be for the best. In another direction, Tian Chuang is moving swiftly through the alleys. It seems he has found a way. Reaching a suitable spot, he focuses his strength and kicks the concrete surface, causing it to crack to gain momentum for a leap upward. Tian Chuang skillfully uses two opposite walls to propel himself soaring upward. Once high up and scanning the horizon, his expression suddenly fills with astonishment. "That's it?" Feng Qin asks hurriedly over the radio, "Hey, what did you see?" Tian Chuang stands still, staring at the giant figure in the distance. Feng Qin impatiently urges, "Is it the magical beast?" The two front legs of the Xuan Wu are buried deep in the sand, standing tall like village communal hall pillars. Tiansa pouts and waves his hand in provocation, shouting, "Come over here, you little turtle, we will stop you." Van Tin looks worried, asking, "Can I retreat?" He holds out the agreement, asking if this isn't what she wanted. The document clearly states that if they manage to stop the giant turtle from entering the city, each person will receive one wish. After reading it, Ningfem is somewhat swayed, as she wants that too. Dean Min stands by watching and remarks, "You're really playing a high-stakes game, but doing this means you only have one final instruction opportunity left." Ningfem says with a pout and a smile, "What if we can't use it the last time?" Tian Chai erects a defensive barrier, his expression confident and arrogant, shouting, "Come over here now." Who would have thought that after looking cool for only a few seconds, he would be sent flying, his upper body buried straight into the pile of sand. Witnessing this scene, Dean Min turns to remind Ningfem, "I wonder how you intend to use your final turn." Nigia hands a yellow cloth to Haklian and instructs, "Take this and continue searching for survivors." He does not hesitate and obeys the order immediately, understood. Afterward, Haklian leaves her alone to set off on his mission. Nigia stares blankly down at the steps leading to the basement. The sign hanging nearby is about to fall, clearly listing underground pedestrian mall, B1 fashion, B2 groceries, B3 dining, B4 parking lot. Behind the iron door sealed by frost, a beam of light is seeping out from the cracks. Meanwhile, in the desert, Dean Min asks Ningfem again, "How do you plan to use your final instruction?" He replies with a cunning look, "Don't worry." Seeing Ningfem just standing there staring at Tian Ka with his head buried in the sand, he does not intervene yet, deciding to keep observing. That's a decent choice. Afterward, he struggles and wiggles to free himself from the sand pit. Facing the massive figure of the Xuan Wu, he stands frozen for a moment. Unable to swallow the humiliation, Tianka decides to keep going. "Damn turtle, come here." Van Tin asks anxiously, "Do you still want to fight?" Less than a minute later, he is sent flying again. Looking toward Tiansa, she reminds him, "Back at the hotel, we only recovered a little bit of our strength." Watching him bury his head in the sand again, Van Tin tries to persuade him, "So how can we win if we risk our lives in a direct confrontation now?" Tianka asks helplessly, "Then what should we do?" Coming over, she comes up with an idea. "Direct confrontation won't work, so let's use a strategy." He holds his face, pondering about the Xuan Wu. Use a strategy. What kind of plan can deal with that turtle? Suddenly, Tianka remembers the characteristics of a turtle, right? Just flipping it over should work. But Van Tin dismisses it as unfeasible. Human strength is limited, how could you possibly flip it over? Ninfikem used his suggestive abilities to guide him in applying the principle of leverage. Tiante exclaimed joyfully, "That's right! Why didn't I think of using leverage from the start?" Dean Min stroked his chin curiously. He's finished his explanation. The final move is the principle of leverage. Will it work? He seems so calm, let's just wait and see the results. A moment later, looking at the giant long pole that had just been prepared, Van Tin was still skeptical. "Can it really work?" he confirmed.
Of course it can.
"As long as there is a solid fulcrum, we can lift the entire earth." Tianka accurately positioned the pole under Haiyan Vu's foot. He waited for it to lift its leg to use the pole to unbalance it. Just then it began to lift its leg, about to step on the pole. He pulled a heavy cylindrical object from above and jumped down. The time had come. Tianka channeled his inner energy, tensing himself to deliver the decisive blow. He poured all his strength into striking the other end of the lever, and the cylinder also slammed down, reversing the situation. Unexpectedly, Huayan Vu's speed was too slow. By the time Tianka brought the cylinder down, it hadn't yet stepped on the end of the pole. It exhaled a long, tired breath. Then, its large foot slowly and heavily pressed down on the other end of the pole. Because the nature of the leverage had changed from what was expected, Tianka's whole body suddenly vibrated violently. He was affected by the lever he had created himself, and his body was flung and spun through the air. Van Tin below, who was connecting the rope with the opponent, was also startled. Watching both of them being tossed high into the air like that, Dean Min clicked his tongue, It seems that using leverage cannot compensate for the difference in strength. However, Ninfem remained calm. Whether the strength is comparable or not, it's all within my calculations. Thienka's hand was now gripping the handle of a glider that had appeared from who knows where. He hugged Van Tin next to him. Can we still not win? She asked in confusion, not yet having regained her senses.
Wait a moment.
Upon closer inspection, Van Tin was astonished to realize they had landed on Hien Vu's neck. We've made it. The scene shifts. Tin Ungayat muttered as she walked. I wonder how far those two, the fat one and the skinny one, have gotten with their studying. I should go check on them. She pushed the door open and called out, Fatty, Skinny, are you guys there? Her eyes swept across the room, only seeing Su Fong and Laquang doing something. Tin Ungayat frowned in bewilderment. What on earth are they doing? She wondered. I told you guys to study. Are you playing a game of flipping books? Su Fong replied, Boss! He explained seriously, this is a trending method of reading online called quantum reading technique. Tin Ungayat asked doubtfully, He patiently elaborated, be flipping pages rapidly. Quantum entanglement is generated between the pages. The book emits wave-particle duality that affects the brain, allowing you to read the entire book. Tin Ungayat let go. You believe that? Su Fong manipulated Laquang to flip the book rapidly. In theory, as long as you flip fast enough, you can do it. The pages blurred past rapidly, enveloped in a mystical purple energy. Suddenly, the book lit up brilliantly, emitting a dazzling aura. Has the quantum entanglement formed? Tin Ungayat exclaimed in shock, wondering if this could really happen. Suddenly, the book burst into flames. Please absolutely do not imitate this dangerous act. Despite many difficulties, they did not give up, continuing to study hard and neglecting food and sleep. Working hard day and night, the mid-term exam finally arrived. Tin Ungayat cheered with joy for finishing her exam, only waiting to fully relax when spring arrives tomorrow. Just then, Ninfem slowly approached. Hearing a noise, Tin Ungayat instinctively looked back and saw it was her teacher. Ningfem wondered why she was there. She looked up and replied that since the exam was over, she had come out for some fresh air, which reminded her. Before she could even finish her sentence, Tin Ungayat excitedly asked if he had anything special prepared for the coming Tet. He took out a red envelope and asked if that was what she was referring to. Tin Ungayat nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling. She immediately lunged to grab it, but he quickly pulled it back and teasingly told her to keep dreaming. Ninfem grumbled about her thinking of Tet so soon after the exam, telling her to worry about the upcoming magic test instead. Tin Ungayat scratched her head and thought that's true. She didn't know why she was so restless for Tet right after finishing an exam. Ninfem grabbed her hair to pull her along and urged her to go review. Tin Ungayat squealed for him to let go, still wondering why she wanted Tet so much. She lightly punched Ninfem's back, saying he was the same, holding a red envelope even before Tet. He awkwardly said he didn't know why either. Tin Ungayat asked suspiciously if he was also looking forward to Tet. He could only mutter that maybe another world was celebrating the new year. The red envelope drifted in the wind as if sending the best wishes to everyone. Back on the battlefield, Hun Vu lay sprawling. Van Tin said the barrier could no longer hold him, and Thien Ka asked if they had to just stand there waiting. She stated firmly that if she stepped out, the barrier would disappear. Thien Sa sighed in wariness and asked to close his eyes for a moment. On the other side, Ninfem shouted joyfully that he had gained control. Denmin nodded in approval, noting that though weaker, there were still ways to cope. He confidently declared victory in the first battle and was eager to see what tricks he had next. Denmin smiled in agreement, saying it was time to move on to the second act of the play. He paused and frowned, a flash of suspicion passing through his eyes. Ninfem held his hand with resignation. Surely they wouldn't have to resort to physical force in the end, would they? Denmin said nothing. Coldly piercing through his chest, the system began to emit warning signals. He gave a smug smile, saying it was no big deal, just a preparation step for the next performance. Ninfem stared in amazement at the penetrating wound. What on earth was happening to the system? At the most critical moment, the distant wall suddenly cracked into pieces. As the debris fell noisily, Denmin exclaimed in surprise that someone had come to interfere. All they saw was the silhouette of Onningayan rushing over and calling Ninfem's name. Gao's threads were immediately launched in a barrage of attacks. Denmin growled that he wasn't finished but had to retreat for now. Before leaving, he instructed Ninfem that he would have to fight alone in the second act, saying that protecting the city from the demon realm was the prerequisite for his victory. The game began and Onningayan was bewildered and terrified because everything had vanished without a trace. Her mind was in turmoil, and she glanced at Ninfem in confusion. Onningayan breathed a sigh of relief when she saw her chest was intact, and suddenly the system announced that her awakening level was recovering at 15.8%. Ninfem was surprised to see his awakening index soar from 36.2% to 58.2%, and a surge of magic power began to flow strongly. His entire body felt as if it were on fire, and the system rang continuously to signal that the 79.7% recovery level had been completed. The energy within Ninfem's body was about to reach the 96.8% limit. Onningayan reflexively stepped back, exclaiming in horror as she saw the magic power erupt violently. Outside, a massive pillar of energy shot straight up into the pitch black sky. The entire city began to shake violently and fierce flames spread to every corner. Energy erupted intensely from Ningfem, creating waves of air that swept across the surroundings. Xuanvu remained still in the same spot, showing absolutely no reaction. Deep in the dense forest, a series of blood-red eyes suddenly appeared. The pack of demon beasts was strongly agitated, roaring in unison as they rushed out of the bushes. Chaos reigned, and the whole forest was engulfed in roars and screams. The red-eyed demon beasts howled, frantically using their strength to snap the branches of ancient trees. They could not resist the attraction of that powerful energy source either. Lai Kuang hid behind a tree trunk and said fearfully that it seemed like something was attracting them, and Boss Bear also asked in confusion what it was. He raised his head and explained slowly that demon beasts were extremely sensitive to magic power, which was their source of life, and that an enormous amount of magic power was surging from that direction. Boss Bear looked into the distance, speculating that the demon beasts were definitely gathering there to absorb that source of magic power. From afar, two small figures agilely jumped back and forth between high-rise buildings. The street scene was desolate and deserted, with not a soul passing by. Van Van held her gun tightly in her hand and landed lightly on the roof of a building. Immediately after, Hiu Lak arrived just in time, and both of them looked toward the pillar of magic power in the distance. She seriously remarked that the demon beasts were gathering there, while Van Van, standing beside her, wondered what on earth had happened to cause such strong magic power. The ruined city became dilapidated with street signs lying scattered everywhere. Nenfem sat silently at this moment, a burning stream of magic power surrounding his body. The energy emitted caused the surrounding rocks and earth to crack, simultaneously attracting the crowd of blood-red-eyed demon beasts. Suddenly, one opened its wide mouth and lunged straight at Nenfem. However, before it could strike, it was tightly bound by ribbons. Onagayan waved her hand, giving a command, and the pitch-black ribbons immediately shot towards the target. She delivered a decisive blow, causing the demon beast to collapse onto the ground and lie motionless. Onagayan observed the pack of demon beasts, thinking to herself, there are still too many of them, all drawn by Ninefem's demonic power. She felt a flash of annoyance, frowning and cursing under her breath. This scoundrel passed out unconscious because his demonic power flared up. The entire pack of demon beasts rushed forward simultaneously, interrupting Onagayan's scattered thoughts. She reluctantly resigned herself to destroying the beasts. After all, she had to keep him safe. A few demon beasts shot past. Their entire bodies were torn into shreds by the ribbons. Blood splattered everywhere, and Onagayan walked on coldly, not even bothering to look back. Suddenly, the ground beneath her feet cracked, and she wondered, what is this strange sound? A brilliant green light shone down, causing the ground to shake violently. Onagayan immediately realized this was a genius-level demon beast. She swore in despair, the very thing I least wanted to encounter has appeared.
That scoundrel Ningfam! Look at the mess you've caused!
Hang Lian did not hesitate in the slightest, turning to lock onto the target he needed to eliminate. He leaped, moving at such horrifying speed that the naked eye couldn't possibly keep up. Hang Lian charged directly towards where Ninefem lay unconscious. Onagayan quickly pointed forward to block his path, hindering his steps. Ribbons flew like arrows towards Hang Lian. His energy radiated extremely powerfully, forming a thorny wall that blocked her line of sight. Hang Lian stood stunned as the ribbons gradually dissipated with the wind. Onagayan looked at the fragments in her hand with horror, truly deserving the title of a genius-level demon beast. She gritted her teeth, her eyes bloodshot, with a surging killing aura emanating around her. Gripping her weapon tightly, Onagayan was determined. Even if I have to risk my life in a do or die struggle, I absolutely won't let him touch Ninefem. She stood blocking the way, using her body to protect Ningfem behind her. Onagayan decisively swung her arm, and a thorny orb flew out accordingly. She launched a direct attack towards Hang Lian, who was turning his back, but his gaze was fiercely aggressive. The thorny orb shot forward, striking the target directly and sending him flying backward. However, at that very moment, Onagayan was also thrown backward by the recoil. Her body collided violently. She immediately slammed straight into the cliff face behind her. Onagayan reached out to touch her mask, vaguely realizing, so that's it, every attack is countered in the blink of an eye. Only then did she discover the spinning circle above Hang Lian's head. He immediately reversed time, leaving Onurian astonished as the wounds on his body quickly healed completely. She muttered to herself and released bands stained with purple energy. The reinforcements tied Hang Lian up tightly, determined not to let him budge even an inch. Hang Lian was hunching his back and straining, frantically trying to find a way to escape. Although filled with fear, Onurian snapped, "Stay right there, don't even think about running away." No sooner had she finished speaking than Hang Lian grabbed the band and yanked it hard toward him. Onurian's expression changed as an ominous feeling flashed through her mind. Using the very same band, Hang Lian ruthlessly tossed her around without mercy. Onurian repeatedly slammed hard into the brick wall, feeling intense pain all over. She thought helplessly, "Don't you dare even think about getting close to Ninefem." Hang Lian did not care at all. He decisively pulled the band taut. Onurian was pulled away by the strong force, completely falling into a passive position. Hang Lian kicked her in the stomach, and at the same time, the band tore into pieces. Like a kite with a broken string, Onurian flew straight into the wall, creating a shocking noise. She collapsed to the ground, trying to push herself up with her hands, muttering angrily. Hang Lian coldly stepped forward, intending to deliver a finishing blow. Fortunately, Van Van had managed to fire a shot in time to distract him. In the blink of an eye, Hang Lian was locked inside a magical cage. Hyulak took the opportunity to rush over, hurriedly supporting Onuyen to escape. She asked anxiously if she was okay, and Onuyen weakly replied that she could still hold on. She said that she needed to find an opening to intervene, to which Onuyen softly replied, "It's okay, you two arrived just in time." Hyulak stared at Ninfem and couldn't help but exclaim, "With magic power erupting this strongly, no wonder the beasts are flocking here like a festival." She looked serious. "Let the police handle the rest, we will stop this demon. Take the opportunity to recover, then take him away immediately." Hearing this, Onuyen's mind calmed down as she regulated the flow of magic power in her body. Ancient memories from her school days suddenly flooded back into her mind. A familiar voice echoed, "Magic power runaway is a state where an esper loses control, causing energy to pour out incessantly, causing serious damage to people and the surrounding landscape." The teacher back then was passionately explaining, "Someone suffering from a runaway will fall into a deep coma and cannot defend themselves. If not awakened in time, they will exhaust themselves to death. Furthermore, the leaking magic power has extremely strong corrosive properties, so one must absolutely not approach it." The students whispered, "Teacher, that sounds a lot like a certain shorty in our class. Both a newbie and unlucky, just thinking about them having a runaway makes me shudder." Onuyen felt hurt and lowered her head, her eyes beginning to redden as tears welled up. Seeing this, the students became even more emboldened to gleefully mock the teacher. Ninfem gently chimed in, "Who knows who the magic eruption will target? That is still unclear." He put his arm around a male student's shoulder, frowning. "Compared to classmate Onuyen, I think the chances of you guys erupting are even higher than hers." Hearing Ninfem say that, Onuyen was a bit thoughtful. Her cheek suddenly flushed red. A magic eruption is not impossible to resolve, but it requires close contact with the affected person. An extremely dangerous act that should only be done as a last resort. At this moment, she was still intently watching the direction where Ninfem was standing. Returning to reality, Onuyen approached with boiling blood. "You bastard Ninfem, what kind of trouble have you caused now?" She spoke in a reproachful tone. "Every single time you act on your own, volunteering to solve everything for others, only to end up in this state." Onuyen slowly approached. "Now that you've fallen from your status as an S-class teacher, will anyone still remember the good deeds you've done?" She reached out to touch the source of the magical power, its concentration becoming even denser. In pain, Onuyen gritted her teeth to endure the injuries on her body combined with the erosion of the magical power. She tried to push forward. She couldn't just ignore this. Thinking to herself, if they didn't save Ninfem quickly, he would die of magical depletion. As soon as she stepped inside, Onuyen suddenly coughed up blood. She encouraged herself, "This isn't the first time experiencing a magic eruption. I must stay strong and get through this." The innocent and carefree image of Ninfem as a child suddenly flashed through Onuyen's mind. He always liked to nose into other people's business, even though clearly no one had asked him to. She had been watching Ninfem for a very long time, and now she was even teaching students about to enter S-class, when she had originally only hoped to be an ordinary teacher in a low-performing class, living a stable life and being content with that. Onuyen was trying to go deeper inside, which was causing quite a bit of trouble. Finally, she managed to reach where Ninfem was, seriously though. Despite her complaints, Onuyen still gently reached her hand out toward Ninfem. When she touched that face, she felt a slight flutter, but Onuyen's gaze softened significantly, her cheeks flushing red, "And yet I actually like this side of you." Suddenly changing her attitude, "Now it's my turn to nose into other people's business." The atmosphere suddenly grew quiet, and an awkward silence filled the air. Suddenly, Onuyen decisively threw a punch straight at Ninfem's face. "Wake up already." On the other side, Hang Lian was dashing forward at a speed like an arrow leaving the bow. He struck very quickly, his frontal attack aiming at Hyulak and Van Van. With a swing of Hang Lian's hand, a burst of blue energy was fired. That wave of power spread across the room, destroying everything in its path. Van Van gasped, exclaiming that this disaster was completely different from the monsters they had previously faced, while Hyulak added that it could even counterattack with reflected damage, making it impossible to attack haphazardly. From behind the ruined walls, a few residents emerged and screamed in utter terror. Both immediately turned back with shocked looks, wondering why civilians had not yet been evacuated from this dangerous place. Van Van had no other choice. She raised her gun high, preparing to fire. She pulled the trigger, and a barrage of ice bullets carrying a biting cold tore through the air. One bullet hit Hang Lian's shoulder, causing a layer of blue frost to spread rapidly. Immediately after, his body was pinned to the large tree behind him by countless ice bullets. Suddenly Van Van collapsed, causing Hyulak to look over in horror. She screamed, while Van Van only saw her lying on the floor, writhing from frostbite. Hyulak panicked due to the severe wound. She snapped that Van Van was crazy for intentionally attacking something capable of reflecting damage like that. Van Van coldly replied that, at most, the two of them would just have to accept the injuries and be done with it. Hyulak remained full of anxiety. She retorted, asking how on earth they were supposed to deal with that bizarre counter mechanism. Van Van struggled to stand up and proposed a plan to destroy it before it could strike back. Hyulak looked over skeptically and asked if she intended to use that technique. If they happened to fail, the recoil would immediately claim both their lives, Yet Van Van calmly reminded her of the oath they took on the day they first put on their police uniforms. She sternly repeated the motto of sacrificing oneself for the country and serving the people that they had sworn to uphold. Van Van reached out to grab the gun, believing that backing down now would only make the situation worse. Before she could grab it, Hiulak added that she, of course, always kept it etched in her heart. She hoisted the cannon onto her shoulder and confidently asserted that the second rule was to never abandon a teammate. Hiulak frowned, noting that her hands were now shaking so much she couldn't even hold the weapon anymore. With a determined look, she shouted that, in that case, let her act as the support for the gun. Leave the firing to her. Van Van was now standing steadily in the center of the magic circle. As the cannon barrel rose, it struck the ceiling forcefully, causing bright sparks to scatter everywhere. She removed her blindfold and said it was an honor to fight alongside her until the very last moment. Hiulak looked over, unable to hide a sympathetic smile in response to her teammate's words. Van Van coldly threw the blindfold to the ground, revealing her icy turquoise pupils. The heavy cannon was aimed directly at Hang Lian, who was pinned firmly against the pillar. At the very moment Van Van's blindfold touched the cold ground, the cannon immediately fired, unleashing a beam of bright blue energy that illuminated the entire area. He took a direct hit and couldn't avoid it. A blow that carried the entire lives of both women. The cannon concentrated all its ultimate power, aiming precisely at the spot where Hang Lian was pinned on the wall. A terrifying current of power leveling everything was surging directly towards him. Suddenly, a finger snap echoed, accompanied by a reclusive whisper. Immediately, a sphere glowing with golden light enveloped Hang Lian. The fierce destructive power from the cannon's muzzle hurled him, causing him to pierce through numerous skyscrapers. Van Van stared fixedly at the shattered wall and then remarked, "There's no longer any trace of it." Hiulak joyfully hugged her. "We did it, Van. We eliminated it before it could counterattack." Van Van clearly showed signs of unease. Was it overkill, seeing as not even a single piece of its remains is left? She, however, didn't seem to care much and waved it off. "Forget about it. We've defeated a disaster-level monster, and we're alive, so that's good." From behind the wall, Ninefem silently watched the two of them, then let out a sigh of relief. He carried on Nyan on his shoulder. "When you awaken and recover, your old powers will also come back." Ningfem's face was covered in scratches. It was truly exhausting to push his magic power to the limit for long-distance teleportation. Outside in space, Hang Lian hovered, casting a reclusive skill, powerful enough to bring the target to any place he had ever known. He looked up at the sky and mumbled, "It seems I should also thank that horse-faced guy." Facing the dense horde of monsters, Ninefem sighed, "There are still so many of them, aren't there?" He tiredly snapped his fingers to activate the reclusive teleportation spell. A sudden glow appeared, attracting the attention of the monsters deep in the forest. The monster stared wide-eyed, mouth agape, at that strange point of light. Behind them, Bear Boss stealthily signaled, "Go very quietly, don't make a sound." Lequang and Sufang quietly replied, "Understood." The previously silent space suddenly vibrated with Kung Yen's footsteps. Startled, it whipped its head around to look at the boy, full of fear. Kung Yen clenched his fist with determination. This is the perfect opportunity to defeat it. Upon hearing that, the two people and the bear cried out in alarm. "What the hell are you doing?" The boy paid no mind and shouted loudly, "Charge and kill them all." Kung Yen summoned Pike. "I definitely need to give it a chance to regain confidence in its abilities." Ahead, the monster remained so engrossed by the light that its gaze was fixed. As soon as the boy gave the order to kill it, Han immediately obeyed and charged straight towards the monster. The loud commotion made the monster suddenly turn its head back to look. At the same time, Bear Boss screamed in terror,
"It's over! It's discovered us!"
At that very moment, the monster opened its mouth wide, intending to swallow Pike. Seeing that, Han froze, shaking uncontrollably.
"Wait, just give me a second!"
Sa Mang was devoured by the demonic beast, while Kong Yen lay sprawled beside the shrine, covered in blood. The forest shook violently, and a blazing fire rose from the distance. Kong Yen's group fled in a panic as Lai Kuang roared in anger.
"It's right on our heels!"
That idiot startled it. "We're dead for sure this time." Su Fong glanced back at the monster behind them and said, "Now is not the time to blame each other. Let's find a way to survive first." It suddenly accelerated, gaining momentum to leap over Big Boss Bear's head. Big Boss Bear looked up in horror at the demonic beast looming before him. The beast leaped up, blocking the escape route for Kong Yen's group. The kid clung to Su Fong and screamed, "We're doomed! Aren't you a master of mind control? Hurry up and control it!" He explained that his ability only worked on humans and he wasn't sure if it would be effective against monsters, but Li Kuang urged, "Just try your luck." Su Fong turned pale with fright and let out a panic-stricken scream. The demonic beast slowly closed in, its wide mouth gaping toward him. Su Fong decided to take a gamble, ignoring everything and going all out. He watched it come to a halt and cheered excitedly. It worked. As the silhouettes of the two appeared in its eyes, someone yelled, "What are you doing? Hurry up and create an illusion to scare it away." The monster's drool dripped down as it stared at the two like a delicious meal. Lai Kuang lunged at Su Fong and shouted, "I told you to scare it off. But it doesn't look frightened at all." He explained awkwardly, "I told you this ability is useless against demonic beasts." Big Boss Bear pushed the two back and reassured them, stay calm, don't let yourselves panic. Both looked at him, and Big Boss Bear smiled haughtily, we're of the same kind, I understand its thoughts. Let me handle this, you guys step back. Looking at the trembling demonic beast, he thought to himself, this old guy can't wait any longer and wants to take action. Big Boss Bear reached behind his back, fumbling around, and said, then let me grant your wish. In an instant, he knelt down and offered Kong Yen to the beast, saying, eat slowly, okay? Furious, Lei Kuang kicked Big Boss Bear and snarled, tell me what you want to eat, and I'll satisfy you. He cried out, what was I supposed to do?
If you're so tough, go face it yourself.
The kid lifted his chin boldly and said, if I have to face it, then I will. Why should I be afraid to fight? Facing the monstrous beast, cold sweat began to pour down Lei Kuang's forehead. His face was drenched in sweat as his trembling hands reached behind his neck. Lei Kuang sprinkled seasoning on the boy, muttering, I'll add a little seasoning to make it more flavorful. Seeing that, Big Boss Bear pounced on the kid, while Lei Kuang mumbled under his breath, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I admit that I'm a coward. Right next to him, Kung Yen, his face covered in drool, slowly woke up. The boy looked around dazed, wondering where he was and what had happened. Big Boss Bear narrowed his sharp eyes, intently observing the situation ahead. That terrifying magical beast had swallowed the boy whole and was chewing him slowly. A moment later, it stopped chewing entirely, its whole body freezing like a stone statue. Immediately after, the magical beast spat Kung Yen out of its mouth. Lei Kuang stepped forward to investigate, Su Fong stood by in shock, and Big Boss Bear was full of doubt, wondering if it could be. He smiled deviously and whispered to the two beside him that he had a great plan. Kung Yen lay motionless, his dazed face trying to peek through half-closed eyes. The boy pushed himself up with his arms, wondering where he was and what on earth had just happened. Oh, what is this? The stench is horrible. Right behind Kung Yen at that moment was the magical beast with its mouth dripping with drool. Seeing this, Kung Yen panicked and tumbled over, closing his eyes tightly to play dead. Lei Kuang approached and called out loudly, hey! The kid, who looked like a toasted bun, laughed and said, your fat grandpa is here looking for you. Hiding behind a tree, Su Fong thought to himself that the magical beast had already started to notice him. An hour earlier, after Big Boss Bear finished speaking, Su Fong asked blankly, what do you mean? He pondered and shared his theory, let it eat that guy. Big Boss Bear added with a serious face, my toasted bun was probably swallowed by it, furthermore it spat that little brat out after eating. He concluded, it's certain that this monster doesn't just eat to get full, it's also picky about flavors. Then Big Boss Bear mapped out a plan. We can take advantage of this, lace some food with laxatives for it to eat, and the moment it spits it out will be our chance to destroy it. Before Su Fong could understand, he asked where they would get food, noting that the beast wouldn't just let them do as they pleased. With a gloomy face, he asked, how can we cook without ingredients? Immediately, Big Boss Bear reached behind him. Food isn't exactly hard to find. He laid out various kitchen utensils at his feet. Just use the baking oil from earlier and some spices to smear on someone's body, and we can create a delicacy identical to the original toasted bun. Big Boss Bear smirked sinisterly, add a bit of my family's heirloom laxatives, and I guarantee it'll have diarrhea immediately. Satisfaction guaranteed. There's just one problem. He turned to look at the other two. Which of you two will take on the role of bait for the monster to eat? Both of their expressions changed as they thought to themselves one of them definitely had to be the food. Being bait didn't necessarily mean death, but refusing certainly wouldn't end well. Lei Kuang broke into a cold sweat and stammered, we should still plan this carefully. Su Fong put a hand on the boy's shoulder and called out, fatty? He stared intently at him and began to flatter. During our time together, I've come to realize that ordinary people have limits, and a mediocre person like me is destined to live quietly. But you are different, you are the genius of the Star-Slaying Academy, a star shining in broad daylight that everyone envies, making Li Kung blush with embarrassment upon hearing it. Su Fong coaxed him, go on, only you are capable of completing this mission. Show it your true strength and go illuminate the great path of the Star-Slaying Academy. After hearing this, the kid shouted, just leave it to me, I'll definitely kill it. Seeing the plan succeed, Su Fong grinned widely, he really was easy to fool. Turning around, Old Bear looked at Lec Inji admiringly, this fat guy actually knows how to transform, his skill is really not bad. As Su Fong whispered, asking, is this plan okay? What if it fails? Old Bear immediately guaranteed that the laxative had been entirely applied to that fat guy, and the beasts would surely chase until they were exhausted. He looked at the bottle and said thoughtfully, I'm a little worried. If the laxative is expired, will it still be effective? Hearing that, Old Bear grinned, my family is extremely meticulous whether making dishes or preparing medicine. If it's expired, how could it still be effective? After hearing that, Su Fong pointed directly at the medicine bottle. That's your medicine, isn't it? He cried out in alarm.
It turns out it's expired.
The two looked at the beast devouring Lec and cried out,
oh fatty, oh fatty.
In another place, the sound from the television incessantly echoed about the scene of the city being flattened. La sat reading a book nearby full of worry, the situation has become too terrible. Thum Sen heard this but did not respond. She sighed and said with a smile, I thought coming here to live in seclusion meant escaping all earthly matters. It seems I was mistaken. The Messin whispered, calling her old friend. Her call echoed, "Do you hear me, old friend?" Following the call, the aged silhouette of an ancient spirit appeared. "Go help the young ones, old friend." As soon as Thamessin finished speaking, the ancient spirit immediately shot up into the sky and vanished. The beast collapsed to the ground unconscious. Smaller monsters trampled over it, scrambling to escape. On the opposite side, Thinkai and Vidanti Munch were still hiding inside the barrier to avoid the beasts. She looked towards the city with worry as hordes of beasts were arriving in droves. Vidanti Knight was drenched in sweat, feeling helpless. "But I can't leave. Otherwise the barrier will break immediately." "Damn it!" She glanced at him, then called out, "Titu Thinka!" Thinka raised an eyebrow and said, "With so many beasts pouring in like this, countless people in the city must have died. I don't want to just stand by and watch anymore. I want to use magic to do something." VNT1 asked, stunned, "Do what?" He replied confidently with a smile, "Now I can control my guardian spirit at will. I can make it as big or as small as I want." After hearing that, she thought to herself, could he be planning to use his guardian spirit to stop that entire horde of beasts? Suddenly, a beast slammed into the barrier, almost throwing VNT not out. She cried out in panic,
"No, you can't.
"There are too many monsters. You'll exhaust your magic and die before you can stop them." VNT's face was stunned as she watched the scene before her, not knowing what to do. She couldn't wait any longer. Impatiently, she rushed out of the barrier, then called out loudly, "Stop." VNT1 burst into tears, remembering past events. "The kindness of you saving my life, I haven't even had a chance to repay." She reached out towards Thinka, wanting to pull him back. Not even a word of thanks has been uttered yet. Thinka had already raised his hand high at this moment to begin unleashing his power. VNT Nush screamed in despair.
You can't die too, Thinka. Run quick.
He created giant words directed towards the city.
The beasts are here. Everyone run quickly. Thinka shouted solemnly. The beasts are attacking the city. Run now.
She was stunned, her eyes wide as she looked at him, unable to utter a word. Without a moment's delay, Van Tin strode quickly toward Thean K. Before she could get close, she tripped over a stone and fell flat on the ground. With her face pressed against the dirt in embarrassment, Van Tin said, "I thought you were dying." Stunned, he asked, "What are you worried about?" She replied curtly, "I didn't say anything." Right behind Thianka at that moment, a sandstorm swept in. As the dust settled, the Xuanwu appeared, standing tall and massive. Scrambling in the sand, Van Tin shouted, "This is all your fault. The barrier is broken, now what are we going to do?" And Yen replied irritably, "Why are you blaming me?" She stared at the opposite side and cried out, "What is that?" From behind the Xuanwu, a streak of blue light suddenly shot forward. Tranlong looked at it and opened his mouth to let out a powerful roar. Immediately, Tranlong lunged forward, pinning the Xuanwu into the thick layer of sand. Thiensa stood nearby watching, full of skepticism. What is he up to now? Amidst the swirling dust, the Xuanwu stood firmly, completely unharmed. A split second later, Tranlong soared into the air, opened his mouth, and breathed fire at it. The Xuanwu took the critical hit and collapsed onto the ground, lying motionless. Standing to the side witnessing the scene, Thian K and Van Tin gaped in amazement. The true dragon exuded a murderous aura, staring intensely at the two of them. She turned to him and suggested, "Let's play rock, paper, scissors. To be fair, whoever loses has to go out there and deal with it." Thian Ka was bewildered. "Ha!" Indifferent to the situation, Van Tin raised her hand and shouted, "Scissors." He was confused. "Ha!" She shouted rock. Thiensha, though not understanding, followed suit him. As soon as she finished, she threw paper, and Van Tin slapped his face. Thiensa stumbled, not understanding what happened. Hiding behind him, Van Tin tried to deflect.
"He did it all. If you want to settle a debt, go find him."
Thien Ka rolled his eyes.
"Ha!"
Looking at the true dragon, he complained, "I've saved you so many times. If you won't repay me, how could you treat me like this?" She stammered in reply, "I want to repay you. I have been thinking about it." Van Tin pulled out a painting of Thiensai and said shyly, "Here, this." He looked at the painting and asked, "Is that me?" She replied, "I took the opportunity to draw it while you were unconscious." Thiensa praised, "The drawing is actually quite good." Looking embarrassed, Van Tin said, "How about we use it for your memorial portrait?" Hearing this, he angrily tore the painting to shreds. She watched it go in disappointment. "Tisk, I didn't expect you to avoid the trap." A voice rang out. Old Madam acted at just the right time. It turned out to be Tala. He laughed, holding his book. Well, this training session has turned into a total mess." Both said in unison, "Thank you, Master Lai." Tala replied gently, "If Master Tam's son hadn't intervened, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Thien Ka was bewildered. Master Tam's son? Van Tin, right beside him, was also curious. Did he intervene? The old man listened and explained, "Didn't the two of you recognize the summon of the Deep Mountain Master just now?" Van Tin searched her memory and nodded. "It seems that was it. Honestly, my mind was absent at the time, scared out of my wits." Thiensa glanced into the distance, saying, "No wonder it looked so familiar." He turned to Tala and asked, "That's right, sir. What about Lai Kuang, Su Fong, and Nam Kung Yen?" He just smiled and replied, "The three of them are doing fine." At this moment, Su Fong's group was struggling to face the aggressive magical beast. all of them crying out, "I can't hold on much longer." He heard it and panicked. Why was it suddenly so voracious? Lai Kuang angrily scolded, "This is all your fault." Big Brother Bear trembled and argued. Who would have thought that expired laxatives would turn into an appetite stimulant? Luckily, they were rescued afterward. Inside the building, Nenfem stood guard, coldly facing the magical beasts that were surrounding the hermit. He walked inside. Compared to the first attack, these beasts seemed to have fully recovered and were ready to pounce at any moment. Ninfem stood motionless to assess the situation. Protecting the whole city from monsters sounds impressive, but how many more are hidden here while his magical power is nearly exhausted? Someone standing nearby spoke up. "Thank you for stepping in to save us." He smiled and replied, "It's nothing, quickly find a place to take shelter." The system rang with a notification of 960 merit points gained. Ninfem told himself the harvest this time is quite good. He paused, remembering the past. If it weren't for his help back then, they wouldn't have survived. It's true, saving people in dire straits really causes merit points to skyrocket. On the roof of the building, a silhouette stood silently watching him. "Ningfem, surely you have already vaguely realized it." The person muttered, "This is the fastest way to accumulate merit points." That character up high was Dean Min. "Next, I wonder which path you will choose." Ninfem stood proudly in front of everyone, his sharp eyes observing the magical beasts surrounding them. He gave a cocky smile, flicked his finger lightly, and said, "Hermit." Being rescued, the crowd around them hurriedly offered their thanks. "We are truly grateful to you for saving our lives." The system sound rang again, reporting an addition of 2157 merit points. Ninfem raised an eyebrow. "No mistake, saving people in life or death situations really yields much more generous points." Dean Min stepped out from the shadows. "The harvest this time isn't bad, is it, Ningfem?" He turned his head and smiled. "It's more than just not bad. It should be called a bumper crop. You really do cause a lot of trouble." Ningfem wanted to continue. "Surely you didn't just want to show me a shortcut to earn merit points, right?" He heard this and laughed, praising him as expected, intelligent, truly the favorite student of Master Ning. He replied calmly, "You taught me how to increase points quickly and helped me recover my awakened state." Afterward, Ninfem's expression showed a hint of disdain. "I suppose you aren't doing these pointless things out of the kindness of your heart, are you?" Dean Min shouted from behind, startling him, "I am not that free!" "You need this power to pass the third round. Once you do, I will explain everything myself." Ningfem pondered, "Still can't say it?" As expected, everything revolves around this damn system. He opened the system to check and thought to himself, "I've accumulated a large amount of points. Perhaps that's why he helped me restore my inherent magic." Without further hesitation, Ningfem turned and waved goodbye. "Fine then, let's finish the game and talk later. Now I must finish the second round." The man standing nearby spoke up, "No need to wait any longer. Ningfem, the second round has ended and you have passed." He turned back, surprised. "What? But there are still many civilians and magical beasts there." Dean Min calmly replied, "You don't need to worry about that. I have already made arrangements." Suddenly, a brilliant aura radiated from right behind him. Both looked up at the gigantic ring of light hovering in the sky. That dazzling circle split into countless rays of light that shone down upon the ground. The roaring demon beast suddenly froze, standing still and motionless. The rays of light touching the demon beasts' bodies made them vanish instantly. The powerful light spread throughout every corner of the city. Daikuk stood atop the ring of light, leaning on his staff and looking down upon the mortal world. The people simultaneously looked up and cheered. "The Emperor has come to save us." Dean Min spoke up, "Just in time." Ninfem looked bewildered. "Emperor," he whispered, "it's time for the harvest." As if sensing something, both simultaneously turned their heads backward. People everywhere prostrated themselves reverently, thanking heaven for not abandoning them. "The Emperor has come to save us." Before their eyes was Daikuk, smiling gently and benevolently. He turned to explain the rules. "The third round is very simple. You just need to claim the reward from the Emperor for Lac An Academy to win. Additionally, I will reveal much information about the system and—" Dean Min paused for a beat, then continued. "The secret of the Nine Family Massacre 10 years ago is known to no one. The news reported that under the Emperor's command, the city's reconstruction after the disaster was proceeding steadily and all structures were gradually being restored. The people were working together to rebuild the fallen walls. The television station announced that the infrastructure had largely recovered. However, authorities still warned that the danger was not over, and citizens needed to be extremely vigilant until the demon beasts were completely eradicated. To ensure safety, the government advised citizens not to travel alone late at night. If demon beasts were spotted, they must be reported immediately." The screen suddenly changed scenes and the announcer's voice grew somber. "In other news, tonight the city will hold the national memorial ceremony for 539-134. On the hospital bed, her thoroughly bandaged legs were visible. The TV continued to broadcast. "The Emperor will personally go to the suburban memory park to preside over the ceremony, praying for the deceased victims to rest in peace." Onagayan was severely injured and lay in a coma. Her entire body was tightly bandaged. She frowned slightly with discomfort, and her eyes behind the bandages began to stir. Onagayan opened her eyes slightly. A blurry figure called out, "Classmate Onagayan, classmate Onagayan." Lamdat stood before her urgently. "Classmate Onagayan, you must stay alert." "Calm down!" Onagayan, still not understanding, asked. "What's wrong with me?" A male student rushed over in a panic. "Teacher?" The demon beast used for the test suddenly went wild. "It can't be held back much longer." He angrily cursed. "Damn it." Lamdat only had time to warn, Classmate on Nguyen, you must try your best. Keep your mind clear to control your magic power. Falling into a coma means it's over. The male student next to him worried. It seems her magic power is going berserk. She in a daze murmured, control magic power, ha berserk. Suddenly, Nguyen found herself small again like in her childhood, surrounded by thousands of blazing flames. In an instant, she panicked intensely. Her own hands were ablaze. Nguyen's entire body was engulfed in red fire, and a faint blue light swallowed everything around her. He was caught off guard and thrown backward by the surge of fire. That male student rushed over in fear to support Lam.
Dat, teacher!
What happened? He stumbled away, his chaotic emotions causing his magic to completely spiral out of control. Everyone, quickly evacuate the training area. Hurry, she exclaimed, watching his figure gradually fade. Teacher, I'm in so much pain. In despair, Nguyen clung tightly. Why is everyone running away? Why does everyone want to abandon me like this? Surprisingly, a gentle hand was placed on her, stroking her comfortingly. Not everyone has left you. The younger Ninfam appeared before her eyes, gently comforting her. I've always been here by your side. She was stunned and skeptical, one eye still burning brightly. Ninfam. He embraced Nguyen. My love, don't be afraid. This burning pain is just an illusion. I will always protect you until you no longer feel any pain. She buried her face in Ninfam's chest and burst into sobs. Lying in the hospital bed, Nguyen, who was in a coma, suddenly had tears streaming down her face. She slowly opened her eyes and woke up, her bewildered gaze searching Ninfam. He was still slumped beside the bed, his hand still tightly holding hers, not letting go. She tried to sit up, looking at Ninfam with an affectionate gaze. The bandages wrapped around her body also slipped down. He had just woken up, and this scene completely stunned him. Ah! Nguyen immediately panicked, nervously using her hands to cover her body. In her confusion, she impulsively slapped Ninfam hard across the face. A loud explosion echoed and the entire hospital room shattered into pieces. He lay flattened under the pile of rubble, unable to get up. Van stood beside Hulak, coordinating via walkie-talkie, requesting more reinforcements to the east. While the two were busy commanding, someone slowly approached. Thien Trong stood a short distance away, waved, and called out,
Officer Hugh!
She turned around in surprise. Is that you? What's going on? He offered to ask if there was anything else he could help with. Hulak politely replied, everyone has already helped enough, just let us handle the rest ourselves. Thien Trong scratched his head awkwardly. Oh, no, it was nothing. I just happened to be there. What I did isn't worth mentioning compared to what you two did. He excitedly continued, moreover, your defeat of the disaster-level beast fills me with immense admiration. I eagerly look forward to a proper exchange with you two at the competition organized by Lac Ed Academy. Hearing the praise, she blushed and said, your words make me so embarrassed. The person next to her also agreed, don't be modest. We all know your true strength and eagerly look forward to competing against you in the arena soon. The three of them exchanged awkward smiles. The city was bathed in the colors of sunset. Thien Trong promised, then it's a deal, we'll have a proper showdown then. The electric train sped swiftly through the night. Sitting close beside Ninfam, who was looking down on Nguyen, felt extremely embarrassed. Even after getting on the train, the two hadn't said a word to each other. Remembering what had happened that afternoon, she shyly spoke up, Ninklim. Nguyen turned her head, saw his innocent face, and was stunned. It turned out he was asleep. She sat deep in thought, pondering that he must have been utterly exhausted last night, still taking care of her all night long. Ninfam next to her kept swaying as if about to fall. Nguyen suddenly flinched and widened her eyes, never expecting Ninfam to lean his head on her shoulder and sleep soundly. In that moment, Nguyen felt extremely startled. This distance was too close. Looking at his steady breathing on his lips, she felt confused, not knowing what to do. Nguyen decided to bravely inch closer to Ninfam, ignoring everything else. Having finished her thoughts, she nervously and slowly leaned in, bringing her lips very close to him. Suddenly, the phone in his jacket pocket rang loudly and shrilly, making both of them jump in surprise. Ninfam was still not fully awake, groggily asking whose phone it was. As soon as he picked up, the other end of the line urgently asked, Ninfam, are you guys okay? He uncomfortably replied, yes, I'm here. The person on the other end, Nengok Tayat, continued to urge, the conference is about to begin, where are you guys now? Ninfam cheerfully replied, Ni and I are in the car, almost there. The other side then hummed in agreement, alright, drive safely? Ninfam pressed the hang up icon on the screen. As soon as he hung up, he immediately urged, the conference is about to start, let's go quickly. She shyly turned her face away. Nguyen couldn't contain her curiosity, so she secretly glanced towards Ninfam. The moment their eyes accidentally met, both froze for a few seconds. Suddenly, she was drawn to the scene outside the window. It's so beautiful, what is that? She wondered. He observed attentively, then said, it's a memorial ritual. Looking at the sparkling pillar of light shooting straight up into the sky, Nengfem explained, those rays of light flying into the night sky are the souls of those who perished in this disaster. In the conference room, a tense meeting was about to take place. Thamsun stepped out, observed everyone around, and then said, everyone is here. She smiled and announced, let's begin the conference. Although some unexpected situations arose during the training process, all of your performances were excellent. So Fong suddenly spoke up, teacher, Nam Kung Yen hasn't appeared yet. Tala explained while reading a book. The recent training trip dealt a considerable blow to Nam Kung Yen. Wang Tutan continued, the girl has chosen to drop out of school. Although it's very regrettable, I still respect her decision. He heard that and scoffed. Dropped out? That's really sudden. Li Kuang next to him confidently said, after all, only strong people like us can endure that assessment. For a child, it's still too early. Them Sun lowered her face and spoke, back to the main topic. First, the group of Van Tin into Thien Ke. She commented with a smile, after facing the Xuan Thien poisonous scorpion and falling into danger, you still relied on your will to survive to guide each other to the end. Even when encountering the disaster-level demon beast, you still fought tenaciously, especially to Thien Ke, from expelling the toxins from his body to using the principle of leverage to defeat the disaster-level demon beast. Then Tam Sun praised your breakthrough in using common defensive magic deeply impressed me. Thien Ke, facing the praise, immediately acted cool, saying, it's nothing much. In another scene, Ning Fem asked with a concerned tone, Teacher Lu, I heard you also encountered an attack by a disaster-level demon beast in the city. You must have had a very tough time, right? Kuang Vian heard that and humbly replied, not at all. Compared to those police comrades, I only contributed a small effort. Toyette Y's eyes sparkled with admiration. Teacher Neen has no idea, Teacher Lu's actions are what you'd call peak level. The girl recalled the situation and said that coming face to face with a disaster-level magic beast felt like her life was coming to an end. No one expected Teacher Lu to suddenly charge forward. The image of him unleashing a technique to stand before the monster is deeply etched in her mind. He flew straight towards the enemy, relentlessly launching a barrage of attacks at the fierce magic beast. Immediately after, he used his legs to deliver a thunderous kick to its body. Toyette Y smiled shyly and innocently, then said a really cool line, stay away from my student. The girl's eyes lit up. He was truly so powerful that it made all of us students burn with fighting spirit. He called out to Toyette Y in embarrassment. Hey classmate, don't exaggerate so much. Looking at Toyette Y pursing her lips in agreement, Teacher Lu is indeed wonderful. The little girl turned and asked, Tenungayat thinks so too, right? Tenungayat, her face dappled with sweat, replied, yes, that's exactly how it is. He is extremely powerful. She kept a cold face and spoke, how boring. As Toyette Y stood behind her, timidly whispering, she turned to ask Diep Lam, have you seen Tenungayat? I've looked everywhere but can't find her. Toyette Y broke into a nervous sweat. At this time, magic beasts were everywhere in the city. If something happened to Tenungayat, Diep Lam suddenly imagined Tenungayat huddling in a corner. Surrounding Tenungayat were countless magic beast corpses with shattered bodies scattered all over. She looked ahead with obvious fear and exclaimed, this guy? Tenungayat observed the magic beast in front of her. It seemed ordinary but unexpectedly had formidable power. She approached and said, it's just an ordinary move, little kid, please keep quiet for me. Dudu, next to her, charged toward the magic beast in a fit of rage. The monster was unharmed, it simply raised its hand. It delivered a powerful punch toward Dudu, sending the little one flying away. He continued to be knocked a long distance back. Finally, Dudu slammed hard into Tenungayat, making her cry out in pain. Tenungayat smirked, alright kid, step back, let me handle the rest. A brilliant light shone beneath her feet as Tenungayat raised her hand to summon, appear, ancient god soldier. A massive ancient god soldier rose from the radiant beam of light beneath her feet. Tenungayat stood atop its head and commanded, use my strongest move now. She shouted, to finish you off, understood master. The ancient god soldier swung its arm toward the magic beast. It punched straight at the target, sending dust and debris flying everywhere in the area. Witnessing the sight before her, Tenungayat was triumphant at her success. That's it then. But immediately she gasped, her face revealing a look of pure disbelief. The phantom beast was completely unharmed, still calmly receiving the blows. It made Tenungayat blurt out, how can this be? Suddenly, the body of the former divine soldier swayed and lost its balance, causing Tenungayat to be violently shaken as well. Below, the phantom beast had tightly grabbed the divine soldier's arm, lifted him high into the air, and spun him around. This caused him to crash into the adjacent building, setting it ablaze and sending sparks flying. Amidst the scattered debris, both she and Dao Dao lay motionless, their bodies covered in injuries. Tenungayat slowly regained consciousness. She whispered regretfully, I gave it my all, so why am I still this weak? She looked with a heavy heart at the phantom beast standing tall in front of her. It was unscathed, without a single wound. It suddenly moved, accelerating like a bolt of lightning toward Tenungayat. Behind her, Dongtiu clasped her hands together and held them high, preparing to unleash her ultimate move. Tenungayat turned to look and thought to herself, this must be a finishing move. Nam Yen turned her head, looked at her with a concerned expression, and asked, are you still okay? Teacher La tapped his hand on the table to grab everyone's attention and declared, next, we will begin the conference regarding the competition, but before we get to the main agenda, there is one thing I must clarify. He explicitly named the serious offenses of Thien Truong, Tuyat Y Tenungayat and one other person, 4 individuals in total, for skipping class and even daring to cause trouble at another school. He warned that any recurrence would lead to immediate disqualification from the competition. Seeing that Nin Fem was still smiling, Teacher La pointed directly at him and reprimanded, Duong Thien Truong, what are you laughing at? Half of the responsibility for this incident lies with you. Although he was purple with rage, he decided to be lenient. This time, following Madame Thamsun's suggestion, he would not pursue their responsibility further, but through this incident, they must have clearly realized Dong Tiu's formidable strength. Teacher La sternly reiterated so they would remember she is powerful enough to hypnotize all the teachers and students of an entire school in the blink of an eye, and her spell casting speed is so fast that it is nearly impossible to track. With just one hand movement, her magic is already complete. Finally, he asserted firmly, there is no doubt about it, she is our most formidable opponent in the upcoming competition. After clearly establishing the opponent's strength, Teacher La moved on to discuss counter strategies. He decided to open a tactical conference to discuss how to defeat her. Upon hearing this, Onim couldn't help but hold her aching head, thinking, how can she even be defeated? While everyone was enthusiastically discussing, Tin Ungayat's expression darkened and she thought to herself, actually there's no need to discuss this anymore. She recalled that earlier, Dong Tiu had waved goodbye to her, saying, my friend, I'm off, you should go find shelter yourself. At that moment, Tin Ungayat had hurriedly called out after her, saying, wait, I'm not your classmate. In her heart, she felt grateful, thinking she would never have the chance to meet her again. Tin Ungayat told herself that she must seize this opportunity, at least to test her strength, so she painfully opened her mouth and said, thank you for leading me to your school. Dong Tiu stood silently, listening to Tin Ungayat speaking from behind her. She said, thanks to you, I was able to easily take care of Lam Lam. Her mind was in turmoil with impatience. She wanted to use words to provoke the other party into revealing a weakness, but why? She was clearly turning her back to her. Looking at the silhouette right in front of her, Tin Ungayat blamed herself. Why couldn't she find any flaws at all, nor any opportunity to strike? Suddenly, Dong Tiu spoke up. If you are worried about this competition, don't bother. I don't intend to participate. Hearing this, she curled her lip into a faint, mocking smile and said, ha, you're scared before the battle has even begun. Dong Tiu's tone was devoid of emotion as she replied, no, I am not interested in the competition. Immediately after, Dong Tiu suddenly turned around, a single tear quietly rolling down her cheek, her face revealing a clear look of boredom, a desperation-filled wariness. At that exact moment, having finished speaking to her, Dong Tiu did not hesitate to jump straight off the building and vanish. Returning to reality, Tin Ungayat encouraged herself upon seeing Dyla still struggling to gather opinions. She knew she had to find a solution. With Dong Tiu not competing and Lam Lam entangled with the police, her only chance was to present her plan to the teacher. That image flickered in Tin Ungayat's mind, leaving her speechless. Why did she care about that pitying expression? It felt like he was looking down on her, treating her participation in the competition as a trivial pastime. She decided to turn and call out to him. Ninfem, she said, forget personal feelings. Winning is all that matters. Tin Ungayat summoned all her courage and spoke loudly. Please tell me how to defeat Dong Tiu. She was determined to defeat her rival herself. Ninfem smirked at her assertiveness. Was this the attitude of someone begging for help? He smiled meaningfully and nodded in agreement. Fine, but if you want to win, you'll have to follow my instructions from now on. The scene shifts to a skyscraper where a figure stands majestically on its peak. Tai Cc squinted and smiled with triumph. Isn't the unification of the world a natural course of events, wouldn't you agree? His gaze turned towards the figure behind him. That person is my old friend. Deanman observed the arrogant attitude, as if enjoying someone else's success. You truly are excessively narcissistic. Tai Cc looked at his own face, broadcast on screens across the city. Isn't a world like this wonderful? He nodded in approval. Indeed, not bad. It's just a shame there are still a few minor flaws. Hearing this, he appeared curious to know what they were. Denmin replied bluntly, the pity is that you are in control. Cc extended his hand and exerted his power. Indeed, one cannot discuss eternal snow with insects that only live for summer. Facing his arrogance, he mocked, anyone who disobeys you will end up as disastrously as Mr. Nine. Right, they are just clowns dancing for amusement. Before leaving, Dinmin coldly warned, Wang Lao Gai, as long as I breathe, you will never see your triumph. Tai Cc maintained his arrogant demeanor, explaining his theory. My unified world is a place where everyone is me and I am everyone. The world will be at peace. Looking at the calendar with the date circled, Su Fong announced that only 1 week remained until the inter-school championship. He reminded the entire team to use this time effectively for thorough practice. At the same time, right in the activity office, Lai Kuang strained himself, launching an attack, his eyes burning with anger. Take this! Thien Ka raised an eyebrow defiantly. Go ahead and rush me, see what happens. Lai Kuang eagerly drew a card from the deck. He didn't expect to draw the Joker. Looking at the card in his hand, the boy's overconfidence vanished instantly.
No way.
Van Tien, sitting in the corner of the room, was annoyed by the disturbance. It's too noisy. Can you two be quiet for a moment? She held a brush, her expression gloomy, looking at what was in front of her. This is hateful. My flowing thoughts have been interrupted. This is going to ruin everything. Just as she was trying to regain her focus, the arguments erupted again. Lai Kuang turned and complained. It seems this training is really tough. Thien Sa remained calm. If you choose Dong Tiu as your opponent, how can you not put in the effort? Suddenly, Su Fong became serious and raised a question. I'm wondering if it's okay for us to continue like this. In contrast, the other boy seemed much more relaxed. We've all faced calamity-level beasts and survived. It's just a competition. Just relax and fight. Just as they were chatting, the door to the room suddenly opened slightly. Toyet Y guides the people from the outside. They are definitely here. Seeing the young girl, he was momentarily startled. Toyet Y, aren't you busy dealing with Truong and Truong? That's already finished. Actually, I didn't want to come here, but the teacher instructed me to bring him to train with you all. Let's go. The moment the words left her mouth, all three were stunned. Sufong, training together. This time, Sufong appeared with a more mature, masculine look, dressed entirely in mysterious black from head to toe. The young girl explained the whole story. The teacher said that, because Sufong was training on his own at such a rapid speed, he was afraid he might drift off to another place. The flowers in his hand fell and scattered. Brother Y is truly a walking department store. The change in demeanor made Sufong marvel. It wasn't just a simple brightening up, it was clearly a spectacular transformation from the inside out. Before anyone could recover, Sufong suddenly pulled out a handgun, his face filled with astonishment. The scene quickly descended into chaos, with shouting echoing everywhere.
Stop right now!
What is the point of this kind of training? We don't need it! In the blink of an eye, in front of Toyet Y, was a mess where no one could tell who was who. Only then did the young girl notice Tin and Gaiet's presence in the room. Toyet Y cheered them on enthusiastically so they wouldn't fall behind. Keep it up. Seeing the girl about to leave, Sufong hurriedly held her back. Wet, don't leave us behind. A few more red marks were added to the calendar, he said with a choked voice. So, everyone began competing in their own way. As each day passed, the day of the official tournament drew very close. Elsewhere, a group of people were meeting. Is this information accurate? Dean Min returned to his human form and affirmed, rest assured, I have verified it carefully. He is on our side. A figure in a black cloak spoke up. I have found the person. Once we get the reward, I will immediately help him increase his awakening level. Immediately, someone on the brown cloak side objected vehemently. What kind of joke is that? That reward should be used by our people. Thus, the two sides began to argue fiercely. Our side has already prepared everything. By what right should we yield it to you? Finally, the old man had to step in to mediate and conclude the issue. All right, let's discuss how to use the reward after we have obtained it. As for this plan, does anyone have any objections? Everyone answered in unison. Agreed? Not long after, the day of the competition arrived, and two beautiful MCs stepped out to stir up the atmosphere. Hello everyone, I am commentator John Zama and I am Quan Lak. We will be hosting and providing live coverage of today's competition. John Zama gestured to the side to introduce. Before the match begins, I would like to introduce a special guest who is also a member of the organizing committee. Tai Kuk appeared with a friendly look. She shouted, welcome Elder Hong. The cheers of the MC and the audience blended to create a heated atmosphere. It is a great honor to watch the competition with the savior hero.
Go Lak An, Tin Sat is the champion, and Nguyen An is the strongest.
Everyone, please give a warm welcome to Elder Hong. Before getting into the main content, she also took the opportunity to ask a few questions. I thought the competition would be cancelled after the magical beast incident. Being able to hold it today is truly a miracle, all thanks to Elder Hong. Do you have any expectations for any of the contestants? The old man smiled kindly. I don't favor anyone in particular, because every child has tried their best. No matter the result, they are all wonderful. Do you have any words you would like to send them? Mentioning this, Tai Kuk paused slightly, her smile still present on her face. The large screen was live streaming his reply. I am not any kind of savior hero. Being here today is thanks to the unsung heroes who bravely sacrificed themselves during the incident. I hope everyone remembers those who have passed and enjoys this competition. The words, carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds, caused the stands to explode. You are also a hero, Elder Hong. We will support you forever. Guan Luo wiped her eyes emotionally, concluding the quick interview. Alright, it's time for the contestants to enter the field. Let's switch the camera to the scene. The Moonshadow Academy lineup is entering the competition area. Leading the way is Leng Bing. This is her third appearance at the high school championship. In the last 2 seasons, she sadly finished second behind Falling Eagle Academy. It remains to be seen if she can break the runner-up curse this time. Next is the collective from Mo Yin Police Academy. The steps of Cheng Qi and his teammates are perfectly synchronized. Their demeanor is truly majestic and imposing, represented by Xiao Xiaolu and Xiao Yunyan. Furthermore, their feat of defeating a disaster-level magic beast has people curious about how they will perform today. Hearing the list of achievements just announced, Taiji was a bit stunned. Defeated even a disaster-level magic beast. Guan Luo excitedly added more information. Word has it that the two of them had a fight to the death with a disaster-level magic beast to rescue civilians. Thanks to that illustrious achievement, they have become heavy candidates for the championship title. She regained her professionalism and spoke into the microphone. Next is the team from Star Slayer Academy. However, in the next second, the expression on Guan Luo's face suddenly froze. At the entrance area, a group of people quietly appeared. Every member of the team wore sunglasses coolly, leaving the surrounding crowd in a state of bewilderment. Both hosts were also stunned for a moment, as if they had mistakenly walked onto a movie set. Guan Luo quickly restored her professional manner and introduced them. The Star Slayer Academy contestants are all rookies. Although they lack experience, their momentum is very strong, and it seems they are determined to take the gold cup. John Jama quickly followed up. That's right. However, due to some special reasons, their lineup is short one person compared to other teams. I wonder how they will manage with such a disadvantage from the start. Finally, there is the host unit and the most promising candidate for the championship, the lineup from Falling Eagle Academy. Observing the number of people entering, she looked surprised to see only 8, even fewer than Star Slayer Academy. The most anticipated name, Dong Xiao, was nowhere to be seen. Immediately from the stands, the audience reacted, "What on earth is this? If Dong Xiao isn't here, what else is there to watch?" Hong Yan silently felt disdain in her heart. A bunch of idiots. The number of people has never been the deciding factor in winning or losing. As long as your strength is sufficient, even if the opponent has tens of thousands, you only need a few moves to sweep them away. Despite some awkwardness, Guan Luo continued her work. In addition, there is Lan Lan, a contestant with expectations as high as Dong Xiao from Falling Eagle Academy. The large screen displayed images of Lan Lan along with the female MC's explanation that because she caused public property damage previously and is currently in custody, she cannot participate in the tournament. Upon hearing the news, Ye Lin, inside the shark bear suit, looked indifferent. "If she's not participating, then I'm quitting too." She decided to give up. "I'm not competing anymore." Her teammates hurried to dissuade her. "Don't do that, Ye Lin. We are already short on people. We can't afford to lose anyone else." "That's right, classmate Ye Lin."
Please don't give up.
Only Xing Yu had a different expression. Her face momentarily stiffened as she murmured, "Dong Xiao, haven't you arrived yet?" Dong Xiao was striding through the crowded mass of people in a school uniform. Suddenly, she stopped dead, filled with surprise upon seeing the person standing in front of her. Xing Yu, with her hood pulled tightly over her head, appeared right in front of the school gate. Seeing that, Dong Xiao approached and teased her. "Forgot your student ID and uniform again. Classmate, do you need me to lend you some?" Unexpectedly, she snapped back irritably, "Who is your friend?" Xing Yu pointed her finger directly at the other's face and stated her purpose today point blank, "Dong Xiao, you must participate in this tournament." Dong Xiao smiled as usual and prepared to refuse. "Haven't I said so from the beginning? I have no intention of participating because it is far too." Surprisingly, she spoke up and cut her off. "Pointless, right?" Xing Yu made a serious commitment to her. "I don't know how the previous matches were, but this time, I guarantee it won't be pointless at all." However, Dong Tiu just yawned repeatedly until her eyes watered, covering her mouth while persistently asking why they said that. She confidently pointed at herself and loudly declared that the heavy-weight opponent this time was her. That conceited gesture made her pause for a moment to think a little. Surprisingly, Dong Tiu's entire body began to tremble violently in bouts. The intensity of the shaking grew much stronger as she tried her best to hold back her laughter. Witnessing that scene, Tin Engayan couldn't help but wonder what was so funny. She laughed so hard she cried, then looked at her with contempt, saying that someone who couldn't even defeat a low-level magical beast like her dared to claim to be a formidable enemy. Hid in her secret sore spot, she immediately turned red in the face and shouted that it was just a temporary oversight, and she hadn't yet revealed all her cards. Seeing she couldn't sway Dong Tiu, Tin Engayan ignored it and concluded that she must attend the competition no matter what. She pointed her finger straight at her face and firmly asserted that she would wait for the day she defeated her in the arena to seize the title of the strongest awakened person. Withered yellow maple leaves fluttered away with each gust of wind passing by. Dong Tiu wavered slightly at the opponent's determination and wondered if she truly desired the position of the strongest that much. Tin Engayan only gave a slight grunt with a serious face, saying that only by becoming the leader would she have enough power to protect her loved ones. Unexpectedly, as soon as she finished speaking, she brushed past her and waved goodbye as if wishing her good luck. Returning to the present moment, the stands were in an uproar because without Dong Tiu, Lan Bang was certain to win the championship, so they demanded to disperse. Quan Lak was frantically dealing with the current situation while John Zama urgently pushed the support team to quickly confirm what on earth was happening when the brightest candidate was absent. The smiles on the people's faces gradually faded, but deep down they were still hoping for a miraculous appearance from Dong Tiu. Suddenly, a spectator screamed upon discovering a figure slowly emerging from the backstage area. John Zama was equally astonished, hurriedly coordinating the cameras to immediately switch to that direction. After so many minutes of anxious waiting, she finally stepped out calmly. It was indeed Dong Tiu. Dong Tiu casually waved at everyone and mumbled an apology for being late. The entire auditorium seemed to explode upon seeing Dong Tiu's silhouette appear. The surrounding contestants couldn't hide their surprise when they saw such a formidable opponent show up. Despite the wild cheers of encouragement, Dong Tiu just quietly stood in place due to her lateness. Hiu Lak took the initiative to approach, get acquainted, and express their anticipation for a match with her. It was unclear whose strength would be superior when compared to a disaster-level magical beast, yet Dong Tiu didn't bother to care and coldly walked past. The swift movement speed left the opponent stunned in amazement. Lan Bang's side remained silent, only Vuong Diem spoke up with resentment, as he had thought she wouldn't come here. Watching Dong Tiu walk forward proudly, Vuong Diem grumpily wondered why when the magical beasts attacked the city, this woman hadn't been swallowed whole by them. Suddenly, someone acted up and intentionally stuck their leg out to block her path. Hong Lian stood in front of Dong Xiao with a haughty look, saying, "Dong Xiao, you showed up at the last minute. Are you trying to pull some protagonist move by making an entrance at the very end? No matter how arrogant you act, it won't do you any good. The championship of this competition is already in my hands. You should enjoy laughing while you can, because I'm afraid you won't have another chance later. Turning back and forth, she found no sign of her opponent, ignored completely. Hong Lian gritted her teeth and called out Dong Xiao's name. Dong Xiao walked quietly toward her opponent. Dong Xiao calmly and composedly approached Xing Yu. Dong Xiao gave a meaningful smile and greeted her classmate. She suddenly turned pale, breaking out in a cold sweat from fear. The presenter immediately reported the incident, wondering why contestant Dong Xiao would take the initiative to approach Xing Yu. The audience whispered among themselves, wondering if such a nobody could actually be some hidden expert. Hong Lian's face darkened with suspicion. Dong Xiao never had the habit of talking to others, so she ordered the girl beside her to go and investigate who this Xing Yu was. Dong Lai suddenly felt flustered. He asked if his brother hadn't infiltrated the Star Observatory Academy before, and who she was that Dong Xiao would personally seek her out. Dong Yan was stunned and replied that he was completely in the dark, knowing only that the Star Observatory Academy was not to be trifled with, as his brother had just been pranked by them. Xing Yu felt uneasy under the many eyes focused on her, and timidly asked what the other girl intended to do. Dong Xiao smirked, revealing a clear murderous aura, and told her opponent to advance deep into the tournament without disappointing her, as she was looking forward to seeing who could become the strongest. Having said that, Dong Xiao coldly turned and strode away. John Zama was visibly curious, wondering what contestant Dong Xiao had whispered to Xing Yu, as they were so close that no one could hear anything. The moderator hinted that such things could be dealt with later and that it was time to prepare for the race. He explained the tournament format, which consisted of 3 stages. The first 2 were qualifying rounds, and the final was the championship. The first round would eliminate 20 people, the second round would eliminate another 12, and the remaining 6 best competitors would vie for victory in the final round. The overall winner would receive a commemorative trophy along with a special prize presented personally by Elder Shi Huang. John Zama signaled the start of the 3rd middle school tournament, which was immediately followed by the first round of competition. A sudden earth-shaking sound echoed, throwing the entire arena into chaos. The entire spectator stand shook violently and split in 2, revealing a mysterious path beneath. The contestants standing on the arena floor looked on, bewildered and confused. A strange racetrack slowly emerged, accompanied by an announcement regarding an obstacle course challenge. The area around the competition floor was completely enclosed by large glass panels. A screen lit up, displaying a map of the entire city. The coordinator began explaining the rules. This round consisted of 3 connected zones: the Scrap City, the Underwater Maze, and the Sky-High Cliff. Competitors had to cross the Scrap City to find the entrance to the Underwater Maze, overcome the challenges there, and then ascend to the cliff. Finally, they had to complete the cliff climb to reach the finish line. The 18 fastest would advance. John Zama shouted excitedly that the contestants were in position, and the race officially began. The referee took a ready stance with a pistol in hand. Looking at the contestants standing at the starting line, she reminded everyone to settle into their positions. The atmosphere became extremely tense as John Zama nervously called out the "Get Ready" command. The sound of a gunshot rang out, officially marking the start of the competition. However, when no one was paying attention, Lan Bang suddenly swung her arm and threw a time bomb. An earth-shattering explosion rang out, and the entire arena was swallowed by a thick, purple cloud of smoke. She stood in the stands, unable to hide her panic. What on earth had just happened? Quan Lak was flustered by the incident. As the explosion subsided, all the contestants were obscured by the dense smoke. Dark silhouettes suddenly leaped into the air, and she hurriedly commented, "Look, someone has just dashed out." Quan Lak excitedly announced that all the members of the Nangyadan Academy had put on gas masks and were running ahead. John Zama, surprised, repeated, "Gas masks." As the contestants were engulfed in the toxic smoke, the host excitedly said, "It seems this is the first surprise attack that Lan Bang has prepared for everyone." A large, fat hand reached out and grabbed the head of the male student next to him. Hong Lian had a leaf in her mouth, her face was pale, and her hands were covered in blood. The female student next to her cheered, as expected of big sister Hong, so brilliant and calculating. She guessed correctly that Lan Bang would play dirty. It's a good thing we were prepared and took advantage of the moment to hold back the guys from Mac Van. Glancing around, she smirked. There are some smart people over there who aren't easily falling for the trap either. Without a moment's hesitation, Hong Lian hurried to lead her juniors away, saying, "Let's go, let's get moving." So Fong and Li Kuang hugged Thian Sa tightly in joy, saying, "Well done, brother Thian. Thanks to your protective barrier opening just in time, we almost got caught by Lan Bang's dirty trick." Toyet Y exclaimed, "It's lucky you activated the protective barrier in the blink of an eye, otherwise we would have been in trouble." As Van Tien looked on with admiration. Feeling embarrassed yet secure, he blushed and said, "Keep praising me a little more." Thian Ka recalled the instructions Nine Fem gave him before the match. "As soon as you hear the sound of the gun, you must activate your shield." He had wondered why, but only received the reply, "Just do as I say." Thian Ka was secretly pleased, thinking he would keep the fact that teacher Neen had given him special instructions before the match a secret. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Teen Ungayat stood motionless, thinking, "This is just the beginning. If it were me, I might have fallen for it." Suddenly, Dong Tiu appeared from nowhere, passing through the defensive layer, which startled her. She gasped, "How did you?" The mysterious girl winked and whispered, "Be careful, hurry up and give chase. If you're too slow, you'll be disqualified." John Zama watched as the match reached a critical point. The toxic smoke had thinned, and many contestants began to move. But Ngayat An Academy was still far ahead. It was unclear if other schools could turn the situation around. From within the hazy smoke, two silhouettes dashed forward at high speed. Hiu Lak held her nose in annoyance, muttering, "Those bastards from Ngayat An and Lak An, I will definitely make you regret this." Seeing the two dash out from the smoke, John Zama was full of excitement. Tiu Hiu Lak and Tiu Van Van from the Mac Van Police Academy have launched their attack! Quan Lak also praised them. Not for nothing are they the group that took down a disaster-level magical beast. The toxic smoke couldn't stop them. Another person stepped out from the smoke screen, making her exclaim in surprise, "Who is that coming out next?" Dong Tiu stepped out looking cool, raising her hand to cover a yawn in an incredibly casual manner. Seeing the person appear, John Zama shouted, "It's contestant Dong Tiu. She wasn't affected by the toxic smoke at all," Quan Lak said with concern, as contestant Dong Tiu just taking a stroll. "Is it really okay to be this leisurely?" After sitting down, John Zama turned to her and said, "Speaking of Dong Tiu, Ngayat An, Lak An, and Mac Van have all set off, but there is still no sign of the Tin Sat Academy." Quan Lak added, "Contestant Bang Thean Ngayat is favored by the Invincible Queen, and everyone is eagerly looking forward to her performance." At that very moment, a figure soared into the air, escaping the thick smoke. The audience below erupted into a frenzy of discussion, wondering what on earth it was. A bird or a plane? The camera caught Chu Feng's face, prompting John Zama to excitedly introduce him as the ace of the Star Slayers, rushing forward after overcoming the toxic smoke. He suddenly accelerated and sped away under the admiring gazes of the crowd, while she hastily added a few more words. Based on the stats, Chu Feng relies on speed as his main strength. It is hard for any of the other contestants to match him in this aspect. As the smoke cleared, it revealed Tianji's group being protected by him, along with other members of the Star Slayers who had also escaped. It seemed they used protective shields to deal with the smoke. Next, the familiar figure of Leng Xingyu appeared. Indeed, as someone who caught the eye of the undefeated queen, the toxic smoke posed no challenge to her. She frowned, staring in the direction where Tong Xiao was fading from view. Suddenly, she turned her head back to look at her with a highly provocative gaze. John Zama calculated and muttered, "Wait a minute, it seems the Star Slayers team is missing one person." Guan Luo also noticed the abnormality. Yes, Moyun Academy is also missing quite a few people. Could they be trapped in the toxic smoke? The mist gradually cleared, revealing the dazed and semi-conscious contestants at the starting point. The crowd, with their eyes glued to the screen, suddenly fell silent at the sight before them. The two female commentators were also stunned, and John Zama froze, wondering, what is going on? Laid bare before their eyes was a tragic scene of contestants lying all over the place. The Moyun team had completely collapsed. And Ye Lin was also lying there. What on earth did the toxic smoke do? Just then, a group of people in fully sealed protective suits entered. The rescue team had arrived, and it seemed these contestants had lost their chance to advance to the next round. One of them approached Ye Lin and asked, "Hey, are you still conscious? Is anything wrong?" As soon as his hand touched her, she immediately brushed it off. Ye Lin turned around to his utter astonishment. It turned out she was just sleeping. The camera angle shifted to Scrap City, where the contestants were dashing like arrows to finish the race. Mian Nan gloated, "We've entered Scrap City at this rate, victory is definitely ours." Beside him, Wang Ye cautioned him not to celebrate too early. "Don't worry, Chu Feng of the Star Slayers is about to catch up." Hearing this, he gasped in shock. How is he so fast? The leader of the group suddenly froze and raised his hand to signal everyone to stop. Lang Bing coldly swept his thumb across his neck, making a decisive gesture. His lackeys understood immediately, shouting in unison, "Understood, Brother Bing!" At this very moment, Scrap City loomed in the distance under the pale blue sky. The camera panned to the group from earlier. Yu Ying Academy had split their formation to take action, but it seemed one person was left behind. What were they plotting? In the middle of the road, a figure wrapped tightly in a black cloak appeared, seemingly waiting for something. A streak of red light shot down from above, exciting the commentators. Chu Feng of the Star Slayers had surged ahead of the other competitors, heading straight for Scrap City. Chu Feng's eyes behind his visor remained glowing red, and he continued to charge forward without the slightest hesitation. Chu Feng swept right past that mysterious figure without even bothering to look back. Suddenly he spoke up, demanding to surpass us. A sudden attack struck down, leaving Chu Feng unable to avoid it in time. With just one move, Thiendong hurled him hard against the rigid wall. Chu Feng took the full brunt of the painful blow and lay on the ground for a long while before gradually regaining consciousness. Witnessing the horrific collision, John Zama could not hide his amazement. Chu Feng being knocked out by Thiendong left Quan Lak equally stunned, as Thiendong had clearly displayed S-class power from the testing round. Thiendong slowly approached him while smirking mockingly. "Is that all the skill Tin Sat has?" His gaze became fierce and full of contempt. He had thought he was formidable, but it turned out he was just mediocre. Chu Feng didn't seem to care, his face maintaining its inherent sternness. He did not want to engage in combat, but was determined to use his speed to dash toward the destination. Thiendong quickly unleashed magic ropes from his hands to block his path. A dense net suddenly appeared right before his eyes, leaving Chu Feng with no escape. Unable to react in time, he crashed into the white net, and his body was immediately covered in scratches. He smirked triumphantly. Running too fast isn't always good. If it weren't for the rule against killing opponents, you would have lost your life long ago. Chufeng began to feel frustrated, his eyes looking at Tiandong with calculation. Without a word, Chufeng suddenly lunged back toward his opponent. In the blink of an eye, he closed in right before him, preparing to deliver a decisive blow. Not letting Chufeng achieve his goal, Tiandong continued to chant spells to launch a counterattack. A magic rope from his side suddenly tightened around his ankle. Tiandong gripped the end of the rope tightly and slammed Chufeng into the adjacent building without mercy. Witnessing such brutality, the audience in the stands was so stunned that they were left speechless. The clouds of smoke and dust from Chufeng's impact were gradually dissipating. In the blink of an eye, he stood up and moved away without anyone noticing. When the dust cleared completely, Chufeng had seemingly evaporated, leaving Tiandong in shock. While he was still dazed, Chufeng appeared from behind, swinging his leg to stomp straight down onto his opponent's head. Lost track of him. Chufeng suddenly lunged from behind Tiandong's back, sensing the immediate danger. He hurriedly raised his hand to block the strike. What tricks are you trying to play lurking behind me like that? Chufeng was unfortunately jerked back by a powerful pull from Tiandong. Without any hesitation, he turned and slammed him violently onto the ground. Duong Hoa sat in front of the screen watching the scene and broke into a sweat. The referee shouted about a spectacular counterattack by Tiandong after Chufeng's sneak attack failed completely. He glanced at Ningfan and Vin Ku with a worried look, while Ningfan remained calm. Feng's situation seemed grim. Was this a trick in the qualifying round? What was Ningite H planning? Kwang Vian watched the arena intently and explained without a hint of surprise. Even though it's a qualifying round, the rules prohibit eliminating an opponent by any means. Feng's speed in the first round was astonishing, so Ngai Na wants to eliminate him immediately to prevent him from continuing to compete. Thine Dagin lifted his leg, his eyes blazing with killing intent, as if to send Feng out of the game. He lay motionless on the ground, showing no sign of resistance. He nonchalantly used his face as a foothold, then darted past the buildings without the slightest pity. Feng simply let Thin Daji torment his body without any intention of resisting. He calmly analyzed, but also began to feel something strange. Thin Dao's strength and reflexes were superior to his, and furthermore, I feel like he completely understands all of Feng's moves. Kwang Vian had almost given up. Whether Feng dodged or attacked his opponent easily countered it. Hearing this, Ditanji Ho speculated he must possess precognitive abilities. Hearing this, T-Killa waved his hand in denial, still holding the book. That's utterly illogical, because precognition is something powerful enough to shock the entire world. In a competition with such clear contestant data, that ability cannot possibly exist. Even the undefeated Queen Gu2 doesn't possess such a capability. Thin Danji smirked dangerously, then began to reveal his power. He must have another trick up his sleeve. Feng lay there covered in injuries, tightly bound by his power. Thinadali looked down at him and sneered loudly, "How weak! I recall this competition is only for S-class ability users." His eyes darkened, and his mouth curved into a sneer. Do you really deserve S-class, or are you just a mere cannon fodder picked at random to fill the numbers? He looked straight up at Thinadawagi and questioned, "Why are you doing this?" His smile grew more sinister as he raised his hand, preparing to strike. "Why? You mean how do I read your actions? Fine, you're about to be eliminated anyway. I'll take pity and answer you," he said. A stream of purple light emanated from Thinadawang, revealing a colossal eye directly on his chest. This is the demonic eye, an ability that allows me to see through an enemy's movements, or simply put, enhanced kinetic vision. His demonic eye immediately scanned behind Feng. While others might see your speed as swift as the wind, from my perspective, you're no different from a slow-moving old woman. All it takes is a bit of reflexes and strength to easily defeat you. A sound came from behind Thin's Naudonage as he saw a group of people running past. His teammates had caught up. Not wanting to be discovered, he turned and left as his mission was complete. Farewell, your teammates would probably be extremely disappointed and ashamed to see you in such a pathetic state. Thizendadonji turned his head to look at Feng with a contemptuous expression. But this is your true form, a worthless individual. He was enraged at being belittled, to the point his veins bulged. The audience watching the match couldn't help but be stunned. It seemed that contestant Thing A.Oneng and Feng had already determined the outcome. Would Feng really be eliminated so swiftly? Ningfan smirked, knowing the battle was not yet over. The victor hasn't been decided yet. Concluding now would be a bit premature. Feng mustered his strength to break free from the pincer grasp. He darted like lightning straight towards Thikyan Daba and landed a punch to his stomach. Caught completely off guard, Thindalarj was knocked back a distance. Everyone was dumbfounded as the match suddenly reversed. Contestant Feng just struck Thindaong. What's happening? Why couldn't Thinjadar block a single move? Was it due to carelessness? Teacher CC spoke up, explaining that he might have used spatial shift, which made John Jamma turn around in surprise. Spatial shift? I heard that's the ability to burst with extreme speed for a very brief moment to traverse space. He angrily counterattacked. Feng just now utilized a short burst of speed to close in. Before he could retaliate, Feng used his ability to appear behind him by traversing space. Even if Thindradog's demonic eye could see an enemy's movements, how could it see them if the opponent had disappeared into another space the moment they attacked? He swung his fist directly into Dong's face. From now on, the demon eye would have no chance to be effective. His eyes, bloodshot with fury, stared at Fong, though he could see absolutely nothing clearly. He focused his demon eye on him, attempting to observe every movement in the most detailed way possible. Dong furiously tightened the rope of power, always waiting for an opening to deliver a lethal blow. He launched the rope toward him, but Fong's figure suddenly vanished, disappearing without a trace. While his face was still filled with murderous intent, he appeared behind him. Could this be spatial teleportation? How annoying, he claimed. The demon eye slows down the movement of everything. Fong's eyes flashed, causing Dong to panic until he was deathly pale. So, let's just go blind together. An astonishing source of energy enveloped both opponents. He gripped him tightly, then somersaulted and soared high into the air. Terrified and drenched in sweat, Dong looked at Fong. What kind of crazy thing are you planning to do? He plummeted at high speed from above, diving headfirst toward the hard ground. He screamed in panic, but Fong ignored him and gave a devilish smile. Stop. We're gonna die?
Doing this violates the rules.
Tai Kuk sat in the stands, leisurely opening one eye, falling at such a terrifying speed. The demon eye would clearly see impending death. It's unlikely that either his body or mind will hold up. John Jama suddenly stood up, while Quan Lak sitting next to him looked troubled. The rules only allow competition without endangering lives. The referees and rescue team need to intervene immediately. Dong was still screaming in despair as his head was about to crash hard onto the arena floor. The intense destructive force caused thick dust to billow up and cover the entire space. His face was now deathly pale, devoid of any strength, and he was completely unconscious. He still held Dong's leg tightly, smiling mockingly. Well, that was a safe landing. Quan Lak and she stood looking at the scene, speechless and unable to utter a word. He lay there foaming at the mouth, motionless. The referee declared that Fong had convincingly defeated Dong. The crowd was bewildered, not understanding what had happened. Dong was supposed to hold his opponent back to buy time for the group. A mysterious source of power that had been hidden now revealed itself. An unlucky person had unfortunately been struck by a high-voltage electric current. The person's skeleton was clearly visible before everyone's eyes. Witnessing this scene, everyone was shocked and stunned, unable to believe their own eyes. A strange energy was spreading thickly, surrounding everything. What on earth is this? Dong lay motionless as the medical team quickly lifted him onto a stretcher to be taken for treatment. Quan Lak pointed at him while John Jama watched sternly. It seems Dong has no chance of returning to this match. Fong's power surged forward rapidly like the wind in another direction. Van Quan and Duong Ho watched the screen intently. Fong and the Shadow Vow squad were speeding toward their target. He and the other person cheered excitedly for Fong, while the latter dashed like lightning and then teleported straight to the finish line. Tigila covered her mouth and chuckled, saying, "How can he teleport to the finish line? Not to mention that ability consumes an immense amount of magic power." Moreover, the competition area was already covered by an anti-teleportation barrier. Kwang Vin watched intently and then began discussing this obstruction. Intertwining green light trails appeared. He looked at the screen and realized Nagai Nank was being stopped by an electric trap. This was an opportunity to counterattack. The electric shock trap seemed ready to devour the contestants. They froze before the electric current, knowing that approaching it would trigger an immediate attack. On the ground, a contestant lay motionless with smoke rising from them. Everyone else, please be extra careful. Right behind the group of players, pulsating red lights appeared, rushing towards them. It was Fong, his face stern, swiftly gliding forward. His entire body was covered in tangled lightning bolts. Contestant Fong was accelerating like a whirlwind, catching up to everyone. Feeling the pressure from Fong, they turned and launched attacks at him.
How is he so fast? We have to stop him!
Fong deftly dodged every attack. His speed was truly terrifying. He landed cleanly behind his opponents. Contestant Fong continuously used spatial teleportation to evade attacks from Ngadin's techniques. Fong perfectly dodged all the attacks. Everyone frantically searched for him. How is that move even possible? Is he cheating? He looked up at the intertwining electric currents in the air. Contestant Fong was heading straight for the electric trap. If he succeeded, the top spot would certainly be his. Vin Quan and Ditanj Hoa raised their hands, cheering enthusiastically, while Nimplem sat behind them with no expression, simply saying, "Well done. Fong, when they attack you, use spatial teleportation immediately." "Yes, I understand." "You did very well, Fong. Truly an impressive performance." Ningpudian bit his fingernails, looking ahead with confidence. As long as he uses spatial teleportation to precisely dodge obstacles, he will easily advance. Without the slightest fear, he charged straight towards the electric trap area. Unexpectedly, Fong was struck directly by a counter-attacking electric current. Viningquan, Difi and Jiho and Ninpuim stared dumbfounded at the screen as they watched Fong collapse. He lay sprawled on the ground like a charred lump of coal, completely without strength to resist. John Jama and she simultaneously stood up, looking in surprise towards Fong. Contestant Fong unluckily stumbled into the electric trap. His injury looks quite severe. But it's strange, why didn't he teleport to dodge it?
The trap was so obvious.
He lay stretched out on the ground, smoke rising from him, mumbling to himself that teacher Nin had only said he could use spatial teleportation when a gate made a move. With no strength left, Fong lay face down on the ground. This contestant has fainted. The rescue team is on its way. He definitely cannot continue competing. Nin Piachim also froze in shock.
What a pity.
The chance to take the lead vanished in an instant. On the screen, Lun Abeden's figure suddenly appeared, creating an ice tunnel to advance. She utilized her freezing ability to build a safe path, thereby blocking the lightning and helping Gaidi maintain the leading position. Haibu Lan and her teammates continued to easily overcome the challenges. At the same time, others had also successfully advanced into the Scrap Iron City. Everyone was still diligently running forward. How would they deal with the electric traps and who would be eliminated next? Let's closely follow the competition. The audience in the stands cheered enthusiastically. Quan Lapis covered her mouth with her hand and continued to host the program. In the first obstacle course round, all contestants have landed in the Scrap City. Alan HB and V Diem appeared calmly on the projection screen. After causing chaos at the start and deliberately obstructing Sfong in Scrap City, this duo was steadily holding the top spot for Nengate Nech. The barrier surrounds the arena, but other opponents are still following closely. Maintaining the lead is indeed a difficult puzzle. A scene of desolation and ruin appears after the fierce electrical discharges. Tuyet Y concentrated all her internal power, causing her body to emit a deep blue aura. Tuyet Y launched a direct strike from her hands with a determined gaze without any hesitation. A surge of power rushed forward, leveling the electric shock traps blocking the way. Dense plumes of smoke rose from the sphere where a few bolts of lightning still remained. Tai Kuk and she were astounded by Tuyet Y's actions. Contestant Tuyet Y used lightning-type energy to break the trap system. Using electricity to neutralize electricity is truly a breakthrough way of thinking. He stepped closer to observe the girl's face displayed on the screen, especially this specific appearance. Tai Kuk narrowed his eyes in thought and suddenly associated her with Denmin's appearance. There are indeed some similarities. Tuyet Y turned back to urge everyone with an urgent look, saying this attack only temporarily scrambled the system, so they should take advantage of the time before the traps recover to run quickly. The crowd ran while offering constant praise. The girl is truly excellent. If only I had lightning abilities too. Stop daydreaming and focus on running. Dust and smoke obscured the vision while balls of electricity fell continuously onto the ground. Tuyet Y was truly too formidable. Tin and Gayet secretly felt envious and told herself she could not give up so easily. In a moment of distraction, she accidentally stepped on a hidden bomb. The bomb exploded violently like a whirlwind, blowing her far away. Tin and Gayet was flung away and then plummeted straight onto the hard ground. Tuyet Y stopped in alarm and shouted out in worry,
Tin and Gayet.
From a dark corner, 3 figures in black had been silently watching. The plan was a success. Luckily, the explosive hit the right target, because if it had been the wrong person, it would have been a disaster. Tubin emerged from the darkness, holding a bomb high and sneering, "Don't joke, my lightning silk ability only affects pre-marked targets. There's no way it would explode on the wrong one." Surrounded by thick smoke and dust, he smugly declared, "Once the prey is targeted, they must be eliminated as soon as possible. We cannot let her interfere with the master's great cause." Tubin placed his hand on the wall to reassure his accomplices, "None of you need to worry." His palm glowed with purple light as he channeled his internal energy. "I've used my own powers to fine-tune the frequency of these traps." Tin Ungayat struggled to stand up with a face full of painful scratches. Although she hadn't lost her life, the situation was very critical. An electric trap appeared right behind her. Tin Ungayat sensed the imminent danger, but she still had enough composure to manage. A bolt of lightning tore through the space, surging straight toward Tin Ungayat as she knelt on the ground. Her eyes showed clear horror as she saw the fierce electrical current descending upon her. A small figure ran hurriedly up the stairs. "Things are not going well." Onagain exclaimed with concern, "I'm late." She grimaced in irritation and regret, simply because she spent too much time choosing her outfit. She ended up being late for the match. Onagain suddenly became excited when thinking of him, but thinking about being able to sit next to Nungain Pam, and moreover, Diu Ngok isn't there. Maybe this is the perfect chance for me to win his affection. Someone's voice suddenly interrupted the fun, making Onagain turn her head to look. It was unbelievable, truly bad luck beyond words. She looked over at Tin Dong standing there. This girl had just finished lying. How could her words be trusted? "Go away quickly, I'm telling the truth, I'm not deceiving you." She hurried over to look at the name tag the other person was wearing. It turned out to be a teacher from the Star Killing Academy. How rude of her. Tin Dong heard the name mentioned and suddenly remembered something: the Star Killing Academy. She suddenly called out loudly, making Onagayan turn back in surprise. "Sister, are you a teacher at Star Killing Academy? Do you know Sister Tin Ngayat?" Onagayan's face showed confusion as she looked toward Tin Dong. "Are you Lan Tin Ngayat's classmate?" At the command of the group in black, the aggressive electric shock trap lunged straight at her. A thick layer of smoke and dust obscured the view, causing Toyet Y to call out her friend's name in panic.
Tin Ngayat.
3 individuals dressed in black hiding behind their accomplices broke into a devious smile. Tin Ngayat's eyes were full of fear as she watched the electric current surging towards her. A loud explosion shook the area, fog covered everywhere, accompanied by discharging lightning bolts. The spectators in the stands were all stunned, speechless at the scene that had just unfolded. Tin Ngayat collapsed on the ground. Thanks to the protective layer, she remained safe. Quan Lak, dripping with sweat, suddenly stood up and shouted, "Contestant Lan Tin Ngayat has blocked the attack, truly the undefeated queen. A mere tiny trap couldn't hurt her." Her body was completely paralyzed, lying motionless on the ground. Although she had managed to block the strike, the strong electric current left her unable to move. The 3 men in black lurking inside spoke regretfully. "It was blocked. What a waste. Even if she blocked it the first time, she'll surely be done for next time. Suddenly, a powerful spinning kick flew straight toward them. What was going on? Thien Truong smashed through the door and charged in, concentrating his power into a painful kick straight to Nai Luck's face. Ni Luck stared in bewilderment and astonishment. Could they have already been exposed? Lai Kuang looked toward him as Su Fong took off his glasses with a look of surprise. Luckily, he had sensed a weak mental fluctuation nearby just in time. He stood upright and stuck out his tongue at him threateningly. Our target is only Lan Tin Ungayat. Don't dream of interfering or we'll change our minds. He glared and growled. What did you say? Nai Luck glanced at the electric trap and sneered. The trap you just smashed is about to restore itself to its original state. With electric spheres floating in the air, he said. We're unharmed. My ability is more than enough to block and control the intensity of this trap. If you want to fight, just come at me. Thien Truong looked at them with furious, fiery eyes. Trading your entire lineup for the honor of Star Killing Academy. You should carefully consider the consequences. Lan Bang and Vuong Dian successfully passed through the ice tunnel by avoiding the electric traps. Those are the two contestants, Lan Tinungayat and Vuong Dian. Along with Hiu Lak and their teammates, students from other schools were also hot on their heels. Hong Lian and her group of friends stood on a giant flower, using vines to pull up those who had been taken down. Although Ungayat An Academy was in the lead, other competitors were also speeding up to catch up. Dong Tiu lay there yawning repeatedly as sleepiness overcame him. She glanced around as the electric spheres were defeated and fell to the ground. Toyat Y and everyone else quickly continued racing towards the finish line. The image of the young girl appeared on the big screen. The situation at the Star Scout Academy did not look very promising. The three of them sat watching with anxious expressions. They had been left behind by the other teams, and the situation was truly critical. He leaned back in his chair, his gaze fixed on the screen in analysis. At this rate, the whole team would be eliminated soon, and it seemed their combat experience was still too immature. In complete contrast to Kwang Vian's calm attitude, Hong was panicked, thinking that catching up to the leading teams was an impossible task. He suddenly burst into laughter, causing everyone to jump. Nen Fem glanced at Duong Ho, saying that it was too early to surrender now. He smirked with a determined look in his eyes. He didn't know about that Lan Ngayat guy, but Shi Feng was his prized pupil, and he was definitely not a mediocre person. Duong Ho frowned and looked toward Kwang Vian. As long as they dealt with the Ngayat An group, relying on Shi Feng's abilities, they could certainly turn the tide. He replied to him indifferently, as if he had foreseen the situation, saying that he really wanted to believe him. But there was a catch. Suddenly, the screen showed a scene of Shi Feng along with Thien Ke's panicked face, shouting that they couldn't fight them. Hearing that, Duong Ho froze, his mouth agape in such shock that he was stunned in place. Tu Bian laughed while using his hand to channel internal energy into several cables. An electric trap surged down from above toward Thien Ke's group, but fortunately it was stopped in time. Shi Feng pressed his face close to him and shouted in despair, asking if he didn't know how to control spirits, urging him to act. Thien Sa, face full of bruises, retorted that he couldn't do it. He looked at the restrained Lan Ngayat and felt powerless. Holding on to that woman was already his limit, so how could he control anyone else? Thien Ke looked at him triumphantly, while Thien Truong's face revealed clear malice. He said he was right. There was no need for the whole group to die because of Lan Tin Ngayat. As if they had telepathy, he and Shi Feng said in unison. Then you guys go ahead, I will stay and deal with them. Thien Sa became irritated, turning his angry gaze to scold Shi Feng, asking why he was staying and how they were supposed to fight now. He covered his mouth and whispered into Thien Ke's ear. I thought everyone was staying, so I just wanted to show off a little. Thien Se, furious, shouted directly into Shi Feng's face. You jerk! A mysterious surge of power suddenly descended from above onto the heads of Thien Sai and him. Ni Luck rushed forward excitedly, his fist glowing with surrounding lightning bolts. He slammed his hand onto the ground, causing everything around them to shake violently. The tremors sent everyone flying in all directions. Shi Feng asked him what he was doing, and if he had a plan, and when told there wasn't one, he asked why he stayed. Did he want to commit suicide? Thien Ke was thrown forward looking panicked, and said, I also thought everyone was staying, so I just wanted to look cool. Shi Feng, dripping with sweat, cursed. You maniac! Thien Ke's hand accidentally slammed into the bomb's activation button. He and Shi Feng stared in horror at Thien Ke's hand resting on the explosive device. The bomb was activated, creating a massive explosion with smoke filling the air and lightning bolts scattering everywhere. The thick layers of smoke and dust slowly dissipated after the terrifying shockwave. Tam Hiu smiled triumphantly, saying, This is my confidence, this explosion is many times more powerful than before. Ni Luck stood observing and then praised him, saying, Well done. He stood looking at the ruins, telling himself that this time, no threat would be able to trouble them again. John Jama looked at the screen with a pensive and anxious expression, as 3 students from the Tin Sat Academy were buried under the rubble. Quan Lak remarked that their journey might end here, but reassured everyone that a rescue team was about to arrive. If they could not continue the competition, the Tin Sat Academy would lose 3 key members. Witnessing the tragic scene, Van Quan grabbed his head and screamed, feeling that the repeated eliminations had left the match with no hope. Kwang Vian furrowed his brow tightly, suspecting that Nguyen had secretly made careful preparations to avenge past grudges. Hearing this, Ningfem could not help but wonder, the humiliation of the past. He looked up at the screen and softly explained that Lan Bang from Ngayat An was known as the strongest ability user there. Kwang Vian continued, saying it was rumored that as a child, he had single-handedly wiped out an entire pack of demonic beasts, which was why Ngayat An had made an exception to admit him to the school. He went on to say that thanks to his overwhelming performance against other masters in the arena, he soon became famous, making Ngayat An a name everyone aspired to be associated with. A voice suddenly interjected. It wasn't just about direction. Back then, Ngayat An was hailed as nothing short of paradise. Ta La, engrossed in his book, added that the principal of Nungiat An at the time was so arrogant that he swore if anyone could defeat Lan Bang, he would stick his head in a toilet, and thus the championship competition was born. He lowered his book and stated sternly that the competition was actually just a stage for the Nungayat An principal to show off his glory and trample other opponents. Ta La smirked, adding that unfortunately, the first season did not go as he had wished. He watched the screen, his voice dropping, saying everything was wiped out by the monster from Lak An in just one blow. Tala recalled that match, noting that Lan Bang had been an undefeated legend but was quickly taken down by Dong Tiu in less than 3 rounds. He laughed hysterically as he continued, saying that in the second season, he only lasted 2 rounds before falling to Dong Tiu again, causing Ngayat An's reputation to plummet and Lan Bang to lose all his pride. Tala covered his face with his book and sighed heavily, saying they used all kinds of dirty tricks to get revenge. And it was easy to see why Lan Bang was targeted, since he was the person Dong Tiu paid special attention to. Ninfem curiously asked more about that principal, and Tala paused for a moment upon hearing this, saying, "That guy, huh?" Tala looked disgusted as he recalled that the man had actually fulfilled his promise to stick his head in a toilet in front of everyone, and rumor had it he even installed air conditioning in that toilet recently. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to such a bizarre lifestyle. A figure hurried over, apologizing profusely for keeping everyone waiting. As soon as Ninfem turned around, he recognized Oh Niem. She stammered that she was delayed because she had some urgent business. Ningfem approached and complimented her outfit, and she shyly replied that it was only natural since she had put a lot of effort into preparing it. Duong Ha loudly mocked her, suggesting she was likely wearing that outfit just to show off to Ningfem. Upon hearing this, Oh Niem immediately landed a heavy blow on him. She glanced at him with annoyance, saying there was a huge mosquito, so she just took the opportunity to swat it. Suddenly Tin Dong interrupted and asked if he was teacher Ninfem, and he was confusedly confirmed that he was. Tin Dong quickly introduced herself. "I am Lan Tin Dong, sister of Lan Tin Ungye." The little girl said in a serious tone, "Teacher Nin, could you please break up with my sister?" Hearing the strange request, Ningfem froze for a few seconds, his face blank with confusion. "Excuse me." He shyly defended himself. "I think you've mistaken something, little sister Tin Dong." Tin Dong flared up. "There is no mistake at all here." Suddenly she welled up with tears. "You must have given my sister some kind of love potion. During every special training session, she praised you, saying you were very talented, and treated her well." Tin Dong sat flat on the ground and threw a tantrum. "What on earth did you do to my sister?" Ninfem stood rooted to the spot, thinking to himself that he never expected Lan Tin and Gayat to have such a younger sister. The surrounding crowd began to whisper, "This man is truly a good for nothing. He even had the heart to harm such a small child. He'll surely spend a long time in prison for this." He placed his hand on Tin Dong's shoulder, gently reassuring the little girl. Nunfem pointed toward the large screen. "You should worry about your sister first." When the little girl looked up, the images on the screen were showing a scene of desolation and ruins. Ninfem folded his arms across his chest, silently praying that Tathianka could react in time. In another corner, Toyat Y anxiously watched the smoke. She nervously exclaimed, "I wonder if anything happened to Tin and Gayat and the others." Thian Truong quietly encouraged her that they would likely be fine, while Li Kuang decisively suggested that the group head back to check on the situation. From the rooftop, Tam Hu, Iluk, and Tu Bin burst into smug laughter because the mission had been successfully completed. Without any hesitation, all 3 jumped down simultaneously to continue their competition journey. Just then, Toyat Y's group arrived at the scene of the explosion. Lai Kuang, breathless with worry, asked loudly where Tin Ung Gayat's group was and how they were doing. Van Tin carefully observed the surroundings. Suddenly she froze near the ruins. She said sadly, "There is no longer any sign of life here." Du Jiama remarked that the strength of Ngayat An Academy was truly not to be underestimated, as they had quickly defeated Tinsat Academy, while Guan Luo nearby couldn't hide her surprise that the first student had arrived at the undersea maze. She excitedly commented that it was Lan Bang of Ngayat An Academy. It seemed he had prepared very thoroughly this year, determined to claim the championship. Lan Bang disdainfully let out a sarcastic comment that he hadn't expected this year's opponents to be so weak, while Vuong Diem cautiously reminded him not to underestimate Dong Tiu because she would surely catch up soon. He felt it was ridiculous because their own speed was already so high that no one would be capable of catching up. "I'll shove my own head into a toilet like the principal?" Lan Bang hadn't even finished his sentence when a beam of light brushed past him. The incident happened so suddenly that both Lan Bang and Vuong Diem stared in wide-eyed astonishment. Within the speeding golden aura, a voice called out, "Hey, could you possibly?" Su Fong vomited violently from extreme dizziness, and Thien bluntly replied that he should smile because they were currently in the lead. At that moment, the truth came to light before the explosion occurred. He had timely activated the protective shield. Immediately after, the whole group zoomed away, escaping the explosion in the nick of time. Thiensa held his head high with pride, thinking that having come up with such an escape method, he truly was a genius. Beside him, Su Fong worriedly asked, "But then again, will Li Ku's group think we're actually dead?" Hearing this, he frowned and admitted that the possibility was entirely likely. Xiao Feng grinned broadly, confidently asserting that their opponents would be weeping bitterly once they saw what they had in store for them. Under the deep blue water, schools of fish swam playfully, and the glowing, bright red jellyfish looked absolutely magical. The sight at the bottom of the ocean was truly overwhelming. The entire space was immersed in a serene, poetic beauty. Lan Bing and Wang Yan swam along, seething with anger. Who dared to get ahead of them? They were determined to hunt the person down and catch them. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks at the call, and a bewildered Lan Bing asked what was going on. Wang Yan turned his eyes toward the giant coral reefs ahead, whispering that they had reached the maze. Suddenly, a small fish darted out from a rock crevice like a flash of lightning. Seeing this, Lan Bing narrowed his eyes in scrutiny. It seemed this place was more than just a typical maze. No sooner had he finished speaking than two ferocious magical beasts suddenly leaped out to block their path. Guanla commented excitedly, "Things are getting dramatic! Contestants Lan Bing and Wang Yan have fallen into a dangerous situation." And John Zama added, "Let me explain the traps in this maze thoroughly for the audience to understand." She explained that in this underwater maze, the contestants would face 3 challenges. First, the dense coral reefs and crags that created countless paths, of which only 4 were clear. John Zama continued his analysis. The second difficulty is the presence of countless hidden magical beasts, each with its own formidable level of power, of course. She smiled cryptically and revealed, "Don't forget the disaster-level magical beast lurking in one of the 4 routes. Who knows which unlucky contestant will run into it?" However, the danger didn't stop there. The third challenge was the swift currents and violent whirlpools. The surface of the maze looked calm, but underneath it was full of undercurrents. Anyone wanting to take a shortcut was welcome to try the thrill. A group of people huddled in a corner, whispering to each other. Tin and Gayet, "How do you see the situation?" She replied calmly, "No problem. Have Li Chong and his group already gone ahead?" Xu Feng answered, "I don't think they've arrived yet. We utilized the shockwave from the explosion, so we're in the lead now." Hearing this, she closed her eyes slightly and nodded, reluctantly accepting the plan. Tianji approached from behind and spoke up, "I just thought of a great way to take a shortcut." Saying this, he spread his arms and channeled his internal energy to create a protective shield, saying, "Everyone, hold on tight." As soon as he finished, Tianji gathered his strength and shot upward. The journey was about to begin. At the same time, Dong Xiao had just set foot at the entrance of the underwater maze. Standing before the massive coral reef, she grumbled irritably, "Why is the road so incredibly long?" After complaining, Dong Xiao gathered force in her legs and launched herself forward like a shot arrow. The commentator's voice rang out excitedly, "Contestant Dong Xiao has decided to venture into the swift currents." Yet she remained completely unfazed. The swift currents could not hinder her. Had her power really reached such an astonishing level? But when observing more closely, they were surprised to see a group of students from Tin sat also in the swift current. It seemed this batch of contestants was truly no small fry.
Xiu Feng sat inside crying out, "It's too fast! Thank you so much, boss!"
Tianji suddenly felt that something was wrong. What on earth was happening with this current? Right at that moment, the protective shield surrounding him began to crack. The commentator shouted in shock, "Wait, there's still someone in the swift current?" A voice spoke up, "I have a fairy wand that can change size." As their vision narrowed, they were shocked to realize the familiar face in front of them was her. The scene changed. Li Chung rushed over with ragged breath, finally arriving at his destination. The listless young man sighed, complaining that this journey was truly exhausting. Looking at the sign ahead, they understood that the entrance to the undersea labyrinth was right there. Li Qiang looked around in a daze. Was this thing real or fake? Could there be a simpler design than this? Following the sign's directions, the group suddenly encountered 2 figures standing nearby. Toyet Wai took the initiative to step forward and strike up a conversation, offering a shy greeting. Hearing a stranger's voice, both immediately whirled around with defensive expressions, wondering who it was. Toyet Wai smiled politely and asked if this place was truly the entrance to the undersea labyrinth. Kuang Hao was instantly captivated by her appearance, thinking how adorable she looked. Li Tian poked him in the head, telling him to wake up. How could she compare to our goddess Lecoq? Kuang Hao came to his senses, agreeing that she truly couldn't. At the same time, Van Tin asked coquettishly, "Lecoq, who is this great goddess?" He enthusiastically replied at once, "Of course, she is the most radiant flower at our police station." Kuang Hao added that the great goddess, braving danger to save him, was determined to help them leave the starting line. Refusing to yield, both argued fiercely, "She clearly saved me."
"You were just on the way!" "No, she clearly saved me!"
Toyet Wai tried to stop them helplessly, saying they should go down first. Van Tin looked back, thinking these two were truly bizarre. It wasn't until the whole group rushed into the labyrinth entrance that the two finally stopped their bickering. Kwang Hao quickly built up momentum, saying he had to use a shortcut to find his goddess right away. He gathered all his strength and charged forward at full speed without stopping. Reaching the edge of the cliff, Kwang Hao braced himself to leap, causing the road surface beneath his feet to sink. He leaped high into the air, shouting loudly, "The moonwalk technique is ready." While Kwang Hao was still immersed in excitement, he called out, "Goddess, here I come!" A powerful bolt of lightning struck down, its blinding light quickly enveloping his body. His whole body stiffened, and he fell freely into the deep ocean. Li Tian sighed, remarking what an incredibly pitiful child he was. At the same time, Thienke's shield cracked. Su Feng worriedly asked what was wrong, begging not to be scared. He gritted his teeth, saying the current was too strong and he couldn't hold on. And then, the inevitable happened. The energy shield shattered into pieces under the horrific pressure. Su Feng's blood-curdling scream echoed as he called Lan Tin Ungayet's name with a look of extreme panic. She was swept away by the current, reaching out into the void and crying out, "Su Feng!" Then, Tin Ungayet was submerged by a whirlpool and swept down into the abyss below. She sank deeper, no longer in control of herself, plunging down toward the bottom of the deep sea. The sea monsters below rejoiced, saying, "Brothers, we have a feast." Interrupting her, John Jama raised his hand to signal, "Welcome to the commentary, everyone." Quan Lak excitedly announced, "Let me update the current positions of the contestants for you all." Pointing to the map, she continued, "The contestants have all entered the second gate of the obstacle course." John Jama then spoke about the underwater labyrinth, adding, "Many people have already begun to explore this maze." The two took turns narrating. Dong Tiu of Lak An has managed to dodge Mac Van's attacks in the swift current. Will they encounter each other? The camera switched to the other contestants. The remaining members of Lak An had just arrived at the labyrinth gate and also encountered the merfolk. Quan Lak shouted with excitement, "Lan Bang and Vuong Diem of the Nguyen An team have bypassed the merfolk and are pursuing the Tin Sat team." She was headed in the right direction, but the two of them seemed to have reached a dead end. Lan Bang drew the dagger hidden at her waist, preparing to do something. His eyes turned fiery red, and he decisively thrust forward. John Jama exclaimed in surprise, "My goodness, Lan Bang has hacked through a giant coral block. That is truly extraordinary strength." She covered her mouth with her hand and smiled to herself, thinking, "Is this the fury of someone who has lost their way?" The camera angle shifted again. Let's follow the Tin Sat team. Even though they were swept to the seafloor by the current, they are still in the lead. Wait, where is contestant Lan Tin Ungayet? Quan Lak frantically searched.
Here she is.
Lan Tin Ungayet has been swept by the current to another area of the labyrinth. She is separated from her team. How miserable. That is the entrance to the Sea Serpent Sanctuary. Tin Dong grabbed Ninfem's arm and sobbed,
"Sister, please go and save her."
He frowned and explained, "My dear, your sister is in a competition, but don't worry, there is a rescue team in the competition. You have to believe in your sister." Ninfem rested his chin on his hand in deep thought. Rather than her danger, I am more worried about her confidence. Before the match, she confidently told Dong Tiu that she would defeat her. Hearing this, the girl cried even louder. "What should we do then? You must take responsibility for my sister." Ninfem sighed, "I am not your sister's boyfriend." Having said that, he changed his tone and gently reassured her, "Join me in trusting your sister." Beneath the deep, dark water, air bubbles rose around the purple coral reefs. A hand suddenly swung down, slamming directly into the serpent. Tin Ungayet gritted her teeth and steeled her will. She must not fall here. The sea serpents were too numerous, swarming out from behind the coral reefs. They accelerated in unison and charged forward aggressively. "Let's go, brothers." Tin Ungayet loudly warned, "If you want to defeat me with speed, I advise you to give up." With that, she pulled out 3 vials containing hair, saying, "I don't have time to play with you." The lead sea serpent's eyes widened, and it stopped in its tracks, startled. From the capsules, blocks of stone emerged, smashing into the sea serpents. The leader realized the problem. She could control these large stones. It understood now. Immediately, it turned around and fled at top speed. Tin Ungayet quickly realized one was missing and wondered to herself, where did that one go? Behind Tin Hayet's back, it silently emerged without making a single sound. The sea serpent bared its razor-sharp fangs triumphantly, and Tin Hayet turned around in shock, wondering what was happening. However, before those teeth could touch her, a flash of light streaked by as fast as lightning. Struck with a critical blow directly to the skull, the sea serpent's body stiffened like a log. Fresh blood gushed out, leaving Tin Hayet stunned for several seconds. She hurriedly scanned her surroundings, wondering who exactly had saved her. Dong Tiu smirked faintly, thinking that the girl was truly strong and much faster than herself. Tin Hayet skeptically asked why she saved her, and Dong Tiu nonchalantly replied that she was just swept here by the current, so she shouldn't misunderstand it as a deliberate rescue. Dong Tiu added that she was afraid of snakes and would feel uncomfortable if she didn't take it down, telling her to stay and play with the carcass while she left. Tin Hayet pointed her finger and shouted not to expect her gratitude, vowing that she would grow stronger and defeat her sooner or later, to which Dong Tiu calmly replied that she would be waiting. Zama excitedly shouted that contestant Dong Tiu had taken the initiative to enter the maze to save Lan Tin Hayet, and Quan Lak also smiled in appreciation, remarking what a beautiful friendship it was. Tin Dong irritably said her sister didn't need the girl's help and could easily handle it herself. while Ninfam frowned, wondering why Dong Tiu cared so much about Lan Tin Huayat. Could she have seen the hidden potential in her opponent? Oi Nguyen turned to Ninfam anxiously and asked what he thought of Dong Tiu. Hearing that question, he remarked that she was a talented student, but the most valuable thing about her lay elsewhere. Ninfam nodded slightly, confirming that she possessed a demeanor rarely found in geniuses. At this moment, John Jama turned to another screen and said, "Right, the remaining student from the Tin Sat Academy seems unlucky," as they ran into a mermaid immediately upon entering the maze. Thien Truong firmly ordered everyone else to go ahead while he held them off, but Tuyet Wai immediately protested, saying she wasn't going anywhere and would stand by his side. Without another second of hesitation, the merfolk brandished their claws and lunged forward, and he shouted for his companions to charge. As one lunged toward him, he unleashed a powerful punch that made it cough up blood. Tuyet Wai looked back and urged Van Tin and Lequang to retreat quickly, reminding them that fighting underwater was her specialty. The youngster received the order and replied that they would withdraw safely, while Van Tin did not forget to tell them both to be extremely careful. No sooner had he finished speaking than the two of them bolted for their lives. A mermaid suddenly attempted a sneak attack from behind, and she thought, "Let's see how you like the taste of my power." Thien Truong glanced over, saw it, and shouted in alarm, "Tuyet Wai, watch out behind you!" The girl calmly raised her glowing hand toward the enemy. Tuyet Wai's pupils flashed with a mystical blue light as she shouted firmly, "Freeze!" The merfolk were stunned in absolute amazement, and even Thien Truong gasped, "What on earth is this?" The mermaid from before had turned into a frozen ice statue, lying there completely helpless. A layer of ice spread for dozens of feet, and a bone-chilling cold engulfed the ocean floor. They were left speechless, unable to believe the scene before their eyes. And all of this was happening under the sea. Tuyet Wai ignored the rumors and gossip, strutting forward with a cold demeanor. The merfolk shoved each other in a panic. "Hey, you go first." "No, it is you who should go first." The girl raised her hand high, with a challenging smirk on her face. "Do you still want to compete now?" They knelt down trembling and begged. "We don't dare fight anymore. We surrender. Big brother, big sister, please spare our lives." Thien Truong urged her. "Let it go, Tuyet Wai. Let's catch up with Lequang quickly." And the girl nodded gently and said, "Okay." Not far away, two figures lurked and observed. "Luckily we haven't acted yet. That Tuyet Wai has some skill, though it is a pity she is only strong underwater." Kwang Hao smirked disdainfully. "These magic beasts are truly second-rate." They were scared out of their wits by just a few words. Suddenly, two massive shadows loomed up, making him scream out in pain. The merfolk were furious, their muscles bulging as they stepped forward and growled. "What did you just say? Say it again." Kwang Hao and Li Thien were shaking like leaves, quickly stammering out apologies. In another corner, a poor little shrimp was being dragged away by its neck. "Help me, help me." Tin Ungite looked around boredly. Is this challenge just too easy? The monsters broke into a cold sweat, exclaiming in fear, "Aren't these people here for an exam? It looks more like they're here to torment us. It's too terrifying. I wouldn't dare join again in the next life, even if I were beaten to death." She glanced in a certain direction, and the queen recognized the signal. It was right over there. The brothers over there had just charged in when they were cleanly wiped out by her. On the stone platform, Dong Tiu sat in complete silence without a word. He spoke up in praise. "Not bad. You dealt with 8 magic beasts so quickly." Looking at the corpses of the magic beasts scattered on the ground, Tin Ungite was stunned. It turned out she was no pushover either. He looked at the remaining magic beasts. "Hey, your friends over there have all gone to sleep. Perhaps you all should leave soon as well." They immediately fled. "No need. I just remembered I have work to do." "That's right, my wife is about to give birth. My wife is also about to give birth." Witnessing that scene, Dong Tiu sighed in boredom. "I told you, this competition is truly dull." Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet began to shake violently. Tin Ungite looked down in bewilderment, unable to suppress her curiosity. What is happening to the ground? On Sufong and Thien Ke's side, things were no better. The ground shook continuously. Could there be an underwater earthquake? The same situation occurred where Vuong Diem was. He whispered, "Lan Bang, I'm sure you felt it too, didn't you?" After a few seconds of consideration, he concluded this must be an incredibly powerful magic beast. Dong Tiu spoke nonchalantly. "There is a monster rushing this way. Its strength is nearly disaster level. Aren't you going to run?" Tin Ungite was horrified. Disaster level. Seeing that reaction, he couldn't help but laugh. "What is it? Are you scared now?" Tin Ungite turned and slowly replied, "Don't step in this time." She turned around decisively, her voice firm. "Leave this to me." At that exact moment, the ground shattered, and a giant creature slowly emerged. Tin Ungite, startled, recoiled and stood motionless, watching intently. The giant octopus narrowed its eyes and growled, echoing, "Who are you?" It rolled its eyes, its expression growing more irritable. "You are really disturbing my sleep." Its tentacles writhed and twisted like a school of giant sea snakes slithering along. "Little one." The octopus growled, "Is it really you who dares to disturb my rest?" Tin Ungite stood frozen, sweat beading on her face. This is a magic beast even more terrifying than a natural disaster level. Seeing that she did not respond, it marked her as a target. Then don't even think about escaping death. Dong Tiu sat perched in a corner, quietly cheering, "Come on, leader Tin Ungite." Without another word, the aggressive octopus lashed its tentacles straight at her. At that very moment, Tin Ngiat quickly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the blow. She gritted her teeth thinking, stronger than a disaster level but not yet a disaster level, while pulling out her hair tube. Without a moment's hesitation, Tin Ngiat threw it firmly to the ground and a burst of energy surged forth. From deep within the earth a massive golem slowly rose, its hands tightly gripping a great sword. The octopus muttered in disbelief, "I didn't expect a little kid like you to be a summoner." It then launched a flurry of tentacles toward the golem. "Let's see me tear your little pet to pieces first." Tin Ngiat did not show the slightest worry. Her eyes were cold as ice as she gave the command. Slash! Receiving the order, the golem swung its sword, delivering a powerful strike directly at the octopus. It stared blankly as its tentacles were severed, bright red blood dripping into the depths of the sea. The octopus laughed triumphantly. "You didn't expect this, did you? My tentacles can regenerate infinitely." Tin Ngiat's face remained unchanged, and she calmly replied, "Then let's see if I can slash faster than you can regenerate." The golem raised its sword high and charged forward valiantly. Sharp slashes heavy as a storm rained down upon the octopus. After those fierce attacks, the golem was ready to deliver the finishing blow. This time it completely changed its line of attack, aiming straight for the octopus's 3 eyes. However, the moment it caught sight of the sword's sharp movement, the octopus quickly dodged. It moved with great agility, slithering to hide behind jagged coral reefs. The golem stood motionless in the depths of the ocean. Its hands remained tightly gripping the hilt of the sword, waiting. From beneath the hidden sand and rocks, long winding tentacles began to creep upward. Inch by inch, they silently closed in on the golem from behind. Tin Ngiat was still innocently unaware while the tentacles were already pressing close beside her. Just then, the octopus hastily tightened its grip on her and Kuthach, hoping no one would think it was that weak. Unable to budge, Tin Ngiat strained herself to call out Dong Tiu's name. Hearing the call, Amheem smirked, and his hands immediately emitted a powerful surge of magic. However, Tin Ngiat flatly refused the help, exclaiming,
"Don't come near here!"
She tried to calm down, then confidently declared that she could handle it completely on her own. The octopus tensed and squeezed Tin Ngiat tightly, growling threateningly, "What more do you want to struggle for?" She gritted her teeth, her body trembling violently from the pressure of the inescapable grip. Tin Ngiat slightly tilted her head and bit hard into a lock of her own hair. A fierce shockwave erupted, sweeping away all shackles.
Du had arrived!
The octopus monster stared wide-eyed at the creature with golden, shimmering fur that had just appeared. Dudu launched itself forward with astonishing speed. It glided swiftly past Kuthach, then pounced to bite and mercilessly tear at a tentacle. Before it could revel in its triumph for long, Dudu's eyes suddenly went wide with panic. Due to its excessive momentum, it couldn't react in time and crashed into the coral reef ahead. As a result, Dudu fell freely into a crevice and instantly lost consciousness. The octopus roared again.
"I told you my tentacles regenerate endlessly! What do you gain by doing that?"
Tin Ngiat smirked triumphantly and replied, "Haven't you realized you've reached a dead end?" Right behind the octopus was a towering coral reef blocking all paths. "So what?" it thought. Tin Ngiat signaled with her hand, and Kuthach immediately raised his sword high. "My chance to counterattack has come." As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed sharp sword strikes that tore through the air. The octopus's tentacles were all chopped into small fragments. Dudu also quickly delivered another fatal blow from the left side. The fierce impact hurled the octopus far away, creating a blurred streak of light. It lay flat on the ground, its massive, enormous body now completely motionless. Dudu put on a triumphant expression and appeared extremely arrogant. Still not stopping, it continuously pecked down with its small, sharp beak. In just an instant, the octopus had no strength left to resist further. Dudu waddled back behind Tin Ngiat and stood panting heavily. Observing the situation, she happily exclaimed that everything seemed to be settled. The octopus was trapped by the coral reef, as if squeezed into a sandwich. Dong Tiu calmly approached, smiling approvingly. "Tin Ngiat, you're quite skilled indeed." She blushed, stammering in response, "Of course." But in the very next second, Tin Ngiat's eyes widened in astonishment. The seemingly dead octopus body suddenly convulsed, its flesh covered in goosebumps. From within, a rope-like tentacle suddenly shot out. It aimed directly at Dao Dao, who stood stunned, frozen in place. The monster, still barely alive, glared and roared, "How dare you destroy my body?" It screamed in hatred. "Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me." A bloody scene unfolded, dyeing the surrounding water red. Tin Ngiat rushed forward and hugged Dao Dao tightly, whispering, "Be careful." Tin Ngiat's lips moved, fresh blood gushed out, the pain indescribable. Just as the tentacle retreated, she collapsed. Dao Dao quickly caught Tin Ngiat, tears streaming down her cheeks. The octopus struggled to get up, triumphantly declaring, "It's all over." It swung its tentacle towards Dao Dao, who was ready to defend her master at all costs. Dong Tiu immediately caught it, gritting his teeth in anger. "If you lose, accept it. I hate dirty play the most." His eyes glinted coldly, and he silently unleashed Bao Lam, causing chunks of flesh to float, his face remaining as calm as ever. Witnessing this, Guan Lu cheered excitedly.
"Dong Tiu, you're truly a master!"
This is definitely the finishing move for the strongest magical beast in this maze. The entire stadium erupted in cheers. "Dong Tiu is too strong, he's so cool." Wenya gently comforted, "Stop crying, your sister is fine now." Tin Dong sobbed, "It's not fair at all." The girl complained indignantly, "My sister had to shed blood to defeat that monster. Why is all the credit going to Dong Tiu? Hearing this, Ningfan spoke in defense. Your sister has improved a lot and will be even stronger in the future. Dong Tiu also trusted her, which is why he didn't intervene sooner. He crossed his arms proudly. Tin Ngayat has a goal to strive for, which is a good thing. Wen Ngayan appeared concerned, but Tin Ngayat's injuries are so severe, will it affect the next round? He replied nonchalantly, it's nothing. Ningfan smiled, confidently stating that Dong Tiu would help her heal. Wen Ngayan hurriedly reminded him, but Dong Tiu belongs to Luoyan's faction, they are rivals. He explained, even though they are rivals, they are also friends. The image on the screen right now is the clearest proof of Ningfan's words. He stretched tiredly, sighing, forget it, I should go check on that Sofong guy. Ningfan jumped up from his seat. I wonder what the situation is in the medical room. Wen Ningyan shouted,
Wait for me, I'll go with you.
As soon as she finished speaking, she excitedly jumped up and down, radiant like a sunflower, and followed closely behind. After walking a short distance, Ningfan suddenly stopped, casting a suspicious gaze into the distance. At the solitary row of seats at the back, Andung stood out in a strange wizard's outfit, sitting all by himself. He stood rooted to the spot, observing, with many doubts arising in his mind about that peculiar appearance. Ninfem rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought, silently wondering if that was the mother of the little girl who often sang that strange song. Immediately after leaving the stage, Ningfem rushed to the medical room area. As soon as he stepped through the door, he heard Nat Hugh screaming, demanding to be released to continue competing. Even though his body was covered in bandages, he stubbornly argued back, while the doctor patiently explained that his wound had not yet met the competition standards. Before the doctor could finish speaking, the bandage on Sofong's body spurted fresh blood, splattering directly onto his face. Sofong unexpectedly approached and called out to Teacher Nin. His unusual expression startled Ningfem. He both inquired solicitously about his student and wondered if this condition was stable enough for him to return to the competition. Sofong firmly asserted that he had thoroughly checked his wound and was perfectly capable of participating in the battle. Ninfem nodded in agreement, reminding him of the special considerations in the underwater labyrinth, and then received his assurance. Not forgetting to entrust an important task, he told him to take Hong Diep Lam along, and Sofong quickly responded and left. As soon as she saw his figure appear, the female commentator excitedly exclaimed about the return of the Star Assassin team's contestant. But at this moment, Sofong was intently observing the scene below with a puzzled expression. Afterwards, he unhesitatingly hoisted Diep Lam onto his shoulder and strode forward. This action showed his special concern for his classmate. The three people, including Ninfem, were currently glued to the TV screen, closely following every development of the competition. Nian worriedly spoke up, wondering if Hong Diep Lam would be willing to participate now that his opponent from Lak An had withdrawn. Yet he calmly replied that he would eventually encounter someone who would ignite his burning desire to fight. Meanwhile, Lecoq was controlling a broom, swiftly gliding over the water's surface. The corner of her lips slightly curved into a triumphant smile as she mumbled that she had finally arrived at the destined place. Before Lecoq, a towering mysterious gate appeared, emanating ethereal and enchanting streams of light. Seeing her target, she excitedly exclaimed that this sight was truly magnificent. Lan Bang stealthily launched a sneak attack, but Lecoq reacted in time with a wall spell. She frowned sarcastically, wondering if the people of Ngayanan always had a habit of playing dirty behind others' backs. He coldly retorted that for an assassin, sneak attacks were already an ingrained instinct. Lecoq irritably questioned their astonishing speed of movement compared to her route through the rapid current zone. Wang Dian smugly replied that one should not underestimate the movement speed of assassins like them. Lan Bang added, instead of struggling to choose a route through the rapid current zone, why not utilize land-based movement skills to save energy? Before he could even finish speaking, Lecoq stuck out her tongue in mockery and said, This young lady is heading off first. Seeing her about to slip away, he sneered mockingly. Is the Mac Van Academy crowd too afraid to join the battle? Lecoq was rendered speechless by their persistence. Hey, I'm a girl. Don't you two men think you're being a bit too thick-skinned? Without hesitation, Lan Bang coldly replied, Before me, there's no distinction between male and female enemies. After his lightning-fast strike, blood began to pour from her wound. Lan Bang retracted his weapon and resumed his stance, ready to unleash the next blow. Clutching her bleeding wrist, Lecoq shouted angrily, If you're so eager to fight, I'll give you what you want. As soon as she finished speaking, she exerted her energy to cast a spell, Ice Whisper. The water around Lecoq began to crystallize into solid chunks of ice. She let out a furious roar, Frigid Sky Curtain. With those words, the magic circle behind Lecoq's back fired a barrage of sharp ice blades straight at the two men. Massive blades of ice crashed down upon the two of them in a relentless wave. He dodged the attack effortlessly, but Vuong Dian, standing behind him, was struggling to ward it off. Suddenly, Lan Bang's eyes flared deep red as he confidently declared, I am an assassin, you know? Having said that, he dodged all of Lecoq's moves with lightning speed and closed into attack. In an instant, Lan Bang swung his dagger, aiming straight for his opponent's throat. Frowning in frustration, she swung her broom to prepare a counterstrike. 2 against 1. What kind of men are you two? Lecoq created a long path of ice to put distance between them. Ice thorns! Lan Bang, unfazed, said with contempt, It's just a simple trick. Vuong Dian hasn't even made his move yet. She tightened her grip on her weapon and warned coldly, Lan Bang, is it? Let me teach you a lesson on behalf of Dong Tiu. From a distance, Vuong Dian shouted out a warning,
Lan Bang, watch your feet!
but he couldn't react in time, only letting out a startled gasp. Huh. Looking down at his feet, Lan Bang was shocked to realize he was standing within a glowing red circle. At that exact moment, Lecoq's voice rang out as she summoned a massive column of fire, blazing flame pillar. He was blasted away by the surprise attack, slamming hard onto the stone floor. Lan Bang looked at his hand, which was smoking from the burn, and thought, so fast. I underestimated her. Before he could recover his senses, Lecoq followed up with an ice spear aimed directly at his eyes. Lan Bang tilted his head just in time. The spear point slammed into the rock behind him and shattered. Seeing his expression, Lecoq smugly taunted, I guess the star player of Ningayat is only good for this much. She raised her bow and continued to fire volleys of ice arrows at Lan Bang. V. Heemdim hid from afar watching in a daze. The ability to transform weapons was truly fascinating. The image of Elkak appeared in her eyes, full of authority. This was definitely the strongest in MCVN, worthy of being called a legendary demon master. VFNGDM left her hiding place and transformed. Since that's the case, I don't need to be hesitant, experience the power of darkness. She unleashed a series of clones aimed at Elfkut, simultaneously shouting, Dark Shadow Clone! 4 shadows of Dim immediately rushed to attack her. Elfcast calmly gave a slight smile, dark magic, huh. As soon as she finished speaking, the bodies of those illusions seemed to be twisted and deformed by an invisible force. Her eyes flashed purple as she looked straight at her and replied, Let me teach you about this. Elkak summoned a black hole that swallowed everything around it, Dark Void Realm. At this moment, Lun Biengi and V-Dim both exclaimed in shock, Void Realm. Immediately the shadow clone simultaneously vanished without a trace. Elkax opened a black hole, sweeping all the clones inside. Lum NHBNG saw that scene, gritting his teeth in annoyance. Why is it like this? He erupted in rage, shouting loudly, What exactly is the reason? Elfkashi on the opposite side looked bewildered, not understanding, What on earth are you talking about? He mumbled with tears streaming down his face, Could this be a natural talent? Recalling the past, Lun Ishbidengi stood before a tall tower calling out loudly, Master. He ran, cloned himself, and called out, Master. From afar, Chu MC heard the call and turned his head to look back. Lunch Beating excitedly showed off his achievement, Master, I've learned it. In front of him, he cloned himself into 2 people and assumed a ready stance. Laman H. Beating called out swap, and as soon as he finished speaking, the shadow clone and he had switched places. Chu MC smiled in approval, not bad at all. You learned faster than I thought. Laman Beating joyfully rushed to embrace him, Master. He was patted on the head and then shyly asked, Master, can you teach me the shadow technique you used last time? He looked kindly at Lun H. Beateng, You mean the Void Realm? Alright, I'll teach you, but you must promise me not to get distracted while learning. Chu MC explained that magic was different from martial arts, the core lay in sincerity. Immediately after, he began his training. Under the shade of the ancient tree, Lemon H. Beeg meditated peacefully in the golden sunlight. When autumn arrived, covering the ground with yellow leaves, he still patiently sat there. Lemon Abilan diligently trained from autumn through winter without any rest. After many persistent attempts, a small dark shadow finally began to appear in his hand. Standing behind him, he subtly reminded, Relax your mind, put all your focus into the realm of nothingness, and consider it a part of your own flesh and blood. As soon as the words were spoken, the small dark shadow vanished into thin air. Han glumly said, Master, I am truly sorry. Chumo placed a hand on Han's shoulder and whispered, For this kind of dark magic, your mind is not calm enough yet. He calmly walked into the snow curtain and said, It's best if you focus your efforts on training your physical techniques. Behind him, Lanbang cried profusely, helplessly clenching his teeth in pain. Han said bitterly, Why do those with magical talent learn so effortlessly? Lanbang looked at Lecoq and mumbled, The realm of nothingness slows down the opponent's speed and even drains special magical effects. It really is the signature skill of an assassin, but the problem is, finally Han shouted, How can someone lacking talent like me ever comprehend this? Han wistfully recalled the epic battle from years ago when Lanbang collapsed in the first schoolyard championship final. The referee was astonished. In less than 5 seconds, how did Dong Tu manage that? Meanwhile, Dong Tu yawned repeatedly, thinking, How boring. Finally, the referee solemnly declared Dong Tu the champion for the 2nd time. Lan Bang summoned his weapon and indignantly exclaimed, I hate everything. I despise all of you. As soon as he finished speaking, strange patterns began to appear all over his body. Vuong Diem, observing something ominous, cried out in alarm, Lan Bang. Lecoq gaped in astonishment, staring wide-eyed at Lan Bang. Han gripped his weapon tightly, erupting with surging dark magic as he charged forward. Lan Bang growled resentfully, What exactly are you relying on? As soon as he finished speaking, he sprang high into the air, causing the ground to crack, then shot forward like a ghost towards Lecoq. He swung his weapon up, and Vuong Diem rushed forward to stop him. Lan Bang calmed down. Her face filled with terror, she said, If you use that move, it'll be hard to save a life. Lan Bang paid no heed, swinging his weapon to attack Vuong Diem directly. She took a painful blow, was sent flying far away, and slammed into a stone pillar. At this moment, Vuong Diem lay motionless amidst the rubble of broken stone fragments. He didn't care in the slightest, snapping his head back to look at Lee Kuk with eyes full of murderous intent. The girl, her face pale, thought to herself, why did I foolishly offend this madman? Suddenly, Lan Bang swung his hand to unleash a move, and seeing this, Lee Kuk quickly raised a defensive shield. Looking at the cracked stone wall, she exclaimed in terror, "What is this?" He pierced through from behind the wall and roared, "No one can stop my advance!" A blow with terrifying power struck directly towards Lee Kuk. Vuong Diem stood stunned outside, chilled to the bone. Did he really have a hand in the murder? Dust swirled violently, suddenly obscuring the view of the battlefield. Amidst the thick smoke, Lan Bang stood still, his teeth tightly clenched. His hand gripping the weapon suddenly trembled, as if someone were squeezing it tightly. Beside him, Lee Kuk grimaced, softly gritting his teeth in endurance. It turned out to be Dong Tiu. She looked at Lan Bang with an icy gaze, asking if he had caused enough trouble. Seeing this, she called his name, but he didn't care and continued his interrogation. "I ask you again." Dong Tiu sternly repeated the question, "Have you caused enough trouble yet?" Just as she finished speaking, a flash of light flared right before Lan Bang's eyes. He was knocked far away by her, his body slamming hard into a stone pillar before stopping. Dong Tiu stood still, looking straight at Lan Bang, who was wedged into the stone block. Witnessing that scene, Lee Kuk's eyes widened in amazement, so strong, so cool. She stepped closer and spoke, "This is a competition, not killing like a magic beast without concern for the consequences." Dong Tiu continued her analysis. "If your own talent is insufficient, do not blame others for being gifted." Then she turned away. "If your talent is poor, you should practice harder, but you want to kill someone just because they are more talented. How shameful." Leaving Lan Bang lying there, Dong Tiu turned to walk away. "I overestimated you." At this moment, beneath the surface of the water, Lan Bang lay motionless. A moment later, his voice rang out decisively. "Wait." Lan Bang called out, "Dong Tiu, you won't win the championship this time." He gritted his teeth and looked at her with determination. "This time, I will certainly win." Dong Tiu stood still up ahead, without answering at all. A few minutes passed, then she replied nonchalantly, "What does that have to do with me?" Dong Tiu turned to call Tin Ngayat, "Let's go." Hearing this, the other person remained dazed, not yet keeping up with the situation. Lan Bang approached and spoke, "Who taught you the Gai Wu Zhaijing technique?" Lee Kuk's face was full of annoyance. "Why is this guy so rude?" Seeing she didn't answer, he grew impatient. "How annoying, tell me quickly." Lee Kuk hesitated. "My mother taught me. Is this very important? I haven't made any progress with this skill at all." Hearing this, Lan Bang smiled slightly. "All right." He walked away while calling back behind him, "Wang Diem, let's go." Lan Bang reflected in silence. "Gui Wu Zhijing is my master's technique. She is not the teacher, so where on earth is master hiding?" Behind them, Lee Kuk sighed wearily, tired of suddenly getting dragged into a meaningless fight. Suddenly, she froze. Wait a minute, it seemed she herself was the first to arrive. Lee Kuk shouted in frustration, "Now I'm in 5th place."
Just you wait!
The massive grandstand packed with people had all eyes focused on the arena. Nin Pham and On Nian were standing near the entrance observing. A moment later, he suddenly glanced toward the side of the entrance. Behind Nin Pham, the faint figure of a long-haired woman appeared. Sensing something unusual, he kept his eyes glued to her, not looking away for a single second. Nin Pham turned and told On Noyan to go back first, saying he had some matters to handle, and she immediately agreed. The heavily cloaked woman was leisurely walking down the hallway. He stealthily followed her closely, certain that she was plotting something. Suddenly, she stopped walking and headed straight into a room. The lights in the office shone brightly, and the woman's figure suddenly vanished. Seeing her appear, Lam Tu spoke up, "So, you've arrived?" That woman was An Dung. She took off her hood and said, "Let's begin." He nodded and said, "I have my eyes on Lan Bang of Nagayan An and Tathin Ka of Tin Sat. If we can recruit them, it would be excellent for the alliance." With that, he winked. "I also think Lan Tin Ngayat is a highly promising candidate." Sitting opposite him, An Dung replied quietly, "All right, I'll tell Kuk Nai to take the opportunity to make contact with them during the competition." Outside, Ning Pham eavesdropped and thought to himself, "How interesting. The Esper Alliance not only wants to recruit me but is also targeting my student." Quan Lak smiled broadly.
Here we are!
"We've reached the final stage of the speed trial." The announcement echoed everywhere. The heavenly cliff is a grueling challenge with heights reaching up to 15,000 meters. The image of a colossal stone pillar towering in the middle of the ocean gradually came into view. The announcer's voice continued. "Anyone who passes the depth of 3,000 meters will qualify to advance to the next round." Upon hearing that, the crowd underwater snapped to attention and got their spirits up. Tin Ngayat looked at Dong Tiu in disbelief. "Aren't you planning to go?" She turned and leaned lazily against the stone pillar. "I'm in no rush." With that, Dong Tiu closed her eyes and sat down. "I'm so sleepy." "You go ahead, Tin Ngayat." Witnessing this, she stared at her blankly, completely speechless. Standing nearby, Lee Kuk wondered if Lan Tin Ngayat was going, and upon hearing this, she replied, "I'm off right now." Down below, Tin Ngayat is clutching the purple flame stone. "Quickly show yourself." She summoned a flying boulder, then stepped onto it and glided in that direction. Tin Ngayat and Miss Taemin ascended along the stone pillar. Lee Kuk was secretly happy the mission given by his mother now had a chance. Conquering Tin Ngayat was his first destination. In front of the massive gate, The loudspeakers echoed Tu Hiu Lak and Tu Van Van have arrived at the end of the undersea maze. As the two promising candidates for the top position, Hiu Lak and Van Van focused their eyes on the door. The commentator continued in another direction, and Guyot An Academy and Lak An Academy are in a fierce stalemate. This is a race against time, whoever is faster wins. In a hidden corner, two figures quietly moved deeper into the coral reefs. Those were Thian Tai and Sufong. He frowned and exclaimed, "We went the wrong way again," and Sufong replied tiredly, "I am exhausted and cannot crawl anymore." Up there, Quan Lak spoke into the microphone. Finally, the bottom-ranked team, consisting of Tin Sap's classmate and two members from Can Sap Mak Van School. John Jama added, "Everyone do your best." Under the stands, the crowd cheered excitedly, looking at the observation screen. Nen Fem looked at An Nguyen and asked, "What is the current situation?" She glanced over and replied, "Not very promising." An Nguyen appeared anxious. Apart from Tin Ung Guyot, all the rest of their students were falling behind. She continued, especially Sufong and Hong Diep Lam, who just joined. They are still lingering at the undersea entrance. So Cam pondered. The Alliance of Ability Users devised this scheme to show off their power. An Nguyen stood nearby and called out, "Ning Fem." He didn't respond, only thinking, if Lecoq wants to invite Tin Ung Guyot or Thian K, he will definitely be flatly rejected. However, she spoke louder. "What are you so deep in thought about?" Nin Fem snapped back to reality. "It's nothing." He remained silent with a brooding expression. If the worst situation is that the actions of the Alliance of Ability Users are exposed, then all students will be interrogated. After that, Ning Fem looked at the screen. At that time, perhaps An Nguyen should step in to withdraw. If Kok Toyat Y is fully investigated, it will be very troublesome. He frowned in annoyance and thought about that old man. At the same time, at the top of the stands, Tai Ku was holding a staff and looking down. He smiled smugly, while Nin Fem below was flustered. "I absolutely cannot let him have the chance to investigate the students." He gritted his teeth in irritation. If it gets exposed, everything will turn to dust. A voice suddenly interrupted. "As that teacher Nin Fem, it is a great honor to meet you." An Dung suddenly appeared with a mysterious smile. "Do you have time to step outside and chat with me for a bit?" At the deserted football field, the afternoon breeze blew gently. A man and a woman were standing opposite each other. The girl turned her back to the sunset and spoke. It was An Dung. She asked, "What do you think, teacher?" Ning Fem's expression turned dark. His hand clenched as he gathered energy. A vibrant golden aura covered his hands. An Dung smirked. "No need to be so tense. I mean no harm. I just want to ask teacher Nin Fem once more if you will join our group." Nin Fem frowned as he looked up and politely refused. "I have no interest in participating. Are you trying to force my hand?" From the palm of her hand, a stream of purple light slowly condensed. "What if I said yes?" Without a moment's hesitation, he retorted firmly, "Then feel free to try." Instantly, countless purple arrows shot forward, whistling through the air like a raging storm of energy. He lightly leaped into the air, easily dodging the attack. Nin Fem began to chant, "You fool." Immediately, all that energy was reflected back. "Is that all the Supernatural Alliance's officer Lan Dung can do? My ability is the fool, allowing me to copy and counter the opponent's moves." She did not seem the least bit angry at Nin Fem's taunt, and quietly created a new orb. An Dung calmly raised her hand. This energy orb was far more massive than the last. With increased power, it swirled like a black hole, pulling everything in. It was called the Realm of Nothingness. The surrounding space was sucked into the center of the orb, creating a terrifying gravitational pull. She spoke in a deep, calm voice. "Master Nin Fem's reputation is truly well deserved." Nin Fem gently touched his feet to the ground. "Have you probed enough?" An Dung shrugged and smiled. "Not at all. I just wanted to be taught a few moves by you." She looked him straight in the eye. "Why won't you join our side? We share a common enemy, and besides, Tuyat Y is your student. Is your opposition to the Alliance really that strong?" He just smiled and turned away. "Having a common enemy does not mean we are friends." Then he waved his hand in refusal. "Therefore, not opposing you does not mean I want to join." An Dung smiled faintly, a smile tinged with helplessness. "Wet, if we extend an invitation to your students, would you object?" Nin Fem replied, "That is their choice, but I believe you will not achieve your goal." He turned to warn her. "Oh, and let me remind you, poaching people right under Huang Taiji's nose will bring trouble for both sides if it's discovered." He added, "Especially regarding Toyat Y, if old Huang finds out her true identity, you must know how disastrous the outcome would be." Upon hearing this, An Dung lowered her head. "Thank you for the reminder. The doors of the Alliance are always open to you, Master Nin Fem." Nin Fem turned his back and walked away, not forgetting to wave goodbye. Scene shift. Huang Taiji's face was full of contemplation mixed with amusement. He sat on his throne, deep in thought, when a maid entered carrying tea. She respectfully presented the teacup with both hands. "Sir, please enjoy your tea." Her voice was gentle as she asked, "Are you tired? Would you like to go to your private quarters to rest for a while?" Taiji took the teacup. "No need, I am not tired at all." He opened his eyes, his blood-red pupils brimming with excitement. "It's just..." Taiji winked mischievously. "I just stumbled upon something interesting." At the base of a giant pillar, a group of people was gathered in a dense crowd. Everyone simultaneously looked up at the towering pillar high above. Van Tin exclaimed in surprise, noting that the height was truly formidable. Toyette Y scanned her surroundings before calling out to Thien Truong. The little girl pointed toward where Dong Tiu was huddled in a corner, saying, "She is over there. I don't know why she appeared here." Lai Kuang sneered, saying, "I find her reputation to be mere vanity. There is no way she could have climbed up here on her own." Toyette Y frowned and replied, "Her abilities are quite formidable." Tin and Gayet witnessed them with her own eyes. Thien Truong turned to the kid and asked, "Hey, fatty, why are you here? You managed to swim under the sea, but what do you plan to do now that you're on land?" Lai Kuang clutched his head, sat down, and sighed, "I have no idea myself." Suddenly, the screaming stopped, the kid's face became vacant, and he was drenched in sweat. Lai Kuang clutched his backside, jumped up, and shrieked, "Good heavens, that hurts like hell. I'm finished." He thought helplessly as his head began to spin. Could I have been poisoned? Lai Kuang's face was visibly gaunt, and he thought, if only the skinny guy were here, I would be able to keep going. Suddenly, a figure trembling and leaning on a cane slowly approached. It was the fat guy. It turned out to be Su Fong, who wheezed with a pale face, "Long time no see?" Thien Truong and Toyette Y stared in astonishment at Su Fong's haggard appearance. "You haven't been eliminated yet? Why are you in such a state? Where are Tin Gayet and Thien Kai?" A weak groan sounded, making him look down. "I'm right here." Thien Kai was lying flat on the ground, reaching out to grab the hem of Thien Truong's pants to beg for help. An Hong hurriedly asked who had done this, and Thien Sa sat up with difficulty and said, "It was him." His trembling finger pointed straight at Su Fong. "It was him." Thien Sa shouted angrily, "That guy with no sense of direction. We had to run for our lives all over that labyrinth." Su Fong didn't hold back, shouting back in retaliation, "It was clearly your fault. We had the advantage, but you insisted on leading the way." Immediately after, both of them collapsed from exhaustion. The three people standing nearby were frozen in shock. The scene shifted to Ngok Toyette, who was excitedly entering the classroom. "Finally, the trouble at school is resolved. I wonder where Ninfem is sitting." She was full of anticipation, thinking, he must be stuck sitting among a bunch of dull, boring boys. Ngok Toyette scanned the lecture hall toward Ninfem and thought, there he is. He was handing water to An Ngayan, having bought it for her on the way. She smiled, took it, and teased, "Ningfem, you have no idea, your two students are so funny." Tin Dong held up the water bottle as a signal, "Open this for me." Ninfem cursed under his breath, thinking, what a spoiled brat. She witnessed the whole thing and trembled, unable to believe her eyes. In Ngok Toyette's mind, a scene appeared of them being intimate. "Hair, I bought this for you. You're so naughty, but I like it." Then came Tin Dong's tear-streaked face asking for help. "Brother, please help me open this." "Of course, my lovely little sister." Her expression suddenly turned dark, the surrounding space seemed to warp, and a thick crimson killing intent billowed out. Ngok Toyette's eyes flared with a fierce red, as if wanting to burn down everything in sight. In the quiet depths of the ocean, a few beams of light flickered through the water, gently shining down on the fine sand and purple coral reefs. Thien Truong's voice dropped, filled with anxiety. "Is everyone all right?" Su Fong gave a thumbs up and replied, "I'm fine." Beside him, Lai Kuang also mumbled, "It just hurts a little bit." Thien Sa suddenly chimed in, "How could anything happen to this young master?" Thien Truong scratched his head in frustration. "The toughest part of this trial is still ahead." He added, "We can move under this seabed, so everyone needs to think carefully about what to do." Lai Kuang flashed a sly smile, "Hey kid, don't push me." Su Fong paused for a moment but still nodded in agreement.
All right.
Toyette Y turned and asked, "Thien Truong, aren't you tired of walking like this? Why don't I use ice magic to help you?" He replied, "No need, a teacher once trained me in a course similar to this." In another direction, Van Tien's gaze was vacant and unfocused, staring into the far distance. She let out a long sigh and wondered, what on earth should I do now? While Van Tien was still struggling in a deadlock, a figure suddenly approached. Thien Sa glanced over. "Hey Fujoshi girl, do you want to ride the ocean shadow with me?" Just as he finished speaking, surrounding the swirling pillar of light in the deep blue ocean were billowing, rising whirlpools. Thien Truong, standing nearby, also began to clearly feel the pressure of the surrounding water. The lightning-fast vortex was reaching higher and higher. Everything in the deep depths of the ocean suddenly became more chaotic than ever. Tin Ungayat gritted her teeth upon hearing John Zama say, "It seems classmate Lan Tin Ungayat is also in a tight spot upon entering the vortex zone." Quan Lak spoke up, "You should know that even Hachma, the leader of Le Kuk, is struggling in this place." Without any hesitation, she immediately began to release her power. Not long after, Tin Ungayat shouted loudly, "This time, I'm determined to get through it in one go." She continued to shout in excitement,
Just like that. Go, sister.
But Pam was completely helpless at this moment. "I don't know what kind of bad karma I've brought upon myself." Ngok Toyette lowered her voice. "Somas, Nayan is also here." The other replied, "You're late, what a pity." Right at that moment, he suddenly woke up with a start from his trance. On this side, An Dung slightly opened her eyes and said, "What's wrong that makes you look so panicked?" Dong Kwok took off his glasses and smiled in greeting. "You are Lai An Dung from Mac Van Police Academy, right? I am Man Dong Kwok. Please come over there and have some tea." At the same time, An Dung suddenly sensed a familiar aura lingering around. Annoyed, she asked, "Is this rude attitude how you invite guests?" He replied immediately without hesitation, "Exactly. Don't make a fuss. Whether you want to walk over yourself or be dragged over is up to you." Having no better option, Andung had to reluctantly follow Dong Kwok's directions. Ninfem quietly observed everything. Hong Tai-kuk's people had already shown themselves. It seemed the secrets of the Esper Alliance had been completely exposed. Before he could even collect his thoughts, he suddenly heard a voice calling out clearly, "Teacher Ninfem." In the blink of an eye, Dong Kwok loomed right in front of him. "The master invites you over to drink tea and have a chat." His voice seemed to pierce through the noisy chatter surrounding the crowded stands. Ninfem slowly stood up. "Since it is an invitation from Elder Master Hong, how could I possibly refuse?" Hearing this, the corners of Dong Kwok's lips curled up slightly into a fake smile. A wise man indeed. With that, he turned around toward the passageway and gestured, "After you." At that exact moment, Engok Toyet suddenly held his hand tightly and wouldn't let go. Her face was filled with anxiety and panic. "Teacher Ninfem, please don't go." Meanwhile, he was discreetly receiving a small stone from On Nguyen's hand. She whispered softly to Ninfem, "If anything goes wrong, just crush it." He reassured the two girls. "Don't worry, that old man just wants to find someone to drink tea and chat with. There's nothing to worry about." Having said that, Ninfem turned and asked directly, "Am I right?" Dong Kwok only nodded in confirmation. "Exactly." He thought to himself, "That old man Hong Tai-kuk has probably captured the Alliance executives. As for me, it will probably just be some polite small talk." Ninfem cast his gaze into the distance. The pressing issue now was how the old man would deal with Le Coq, and how the Alliance would react once they got wind of this news. A few minutes later, he entered the room to report, "Sir, Hua Chu, Thatch Sun, and Lian Dung have been brought in. As for Ko Tich, we are still having men search the school for him." Tai-kuk calmly said, "No matter, a few people are enough. Just take them down there." He observed and silently assessed that perhaps Chu was a psychic-type teacher, which was why he had suffered such severe injuries. It must have been a terrible backlash from clashing directly with a master of the same type. Dong Kwok stepped closer and urged, "Teacher Ninfem, please follow me." He thought to himself, could this guy actually be the true psychic master? Just as Ninfem stepped inside, Tai-kuk spoke first, "Please sit down, Teacher Ning." Without beating around the bush, he got straight to the point. "I wonder what instructions Elder Master Hong has for calling me here." The old man did not reply in a hurry, but only gently pushed the teacup toward Ninfem. Tai-kuk narrowed his eyes meaningfully, "Have some tea." He flatly refused, "No need. Elder Master Hong, if there is nothing important, I shall take my leave, as I am busy watching my student's exam." As soon as Ninfem finished speaking, the old man suddenly turned his head to stare at the TV screen hanging nearby. He calmly replied, "In that case, sit right there and watch closely." "Dear Ninfem, I, Tai-kuk, have something I want to ask you." Tai-kuk looked at Ninfem searchingly. "What do you think of the Esper Alliance?" Hearing Tai-kuk say that, Ninfem seemed slightly surprised. Ninfem quickly regained his composure, replying that it was a strange, aimless association full of people who thought they were the best. Tai-kuk said in a low voice, "Aimless, you say? Actually, their target is me." Tai-kuk added, "Then allow me to change to another question, Ninfem." At this moment, Ninfem clearly felt the pressure that Tai-kuk was creating. Tai-kuk bluntly asked Ninfem, "You are a member of the Esper Alliance, aren't you?" Tai-kuk solemnly warned, "If that is the case, I hope you leave immediately. As for me, I will wipe out those Espers. Their target is me, and I—" Tai-kuk suddenly threw the teapot, growling his declaration, "The entire Esper Alliance must be destroyed." Facing Tai-kuk's harsh attitude, Ninfem remained calm. "I don't care what you do to the Esper Alliance, but let me answer your question first." Ninfem looked directly at Tai-kuk, firmly stating, "I do not belong to that organization at all." Hearing that, Tai-kuk's mind began to reel. Ninfem stood up, adding one more thing. "Your tea isn't that good either." Ninfem paid no attention to Tai-kuk, turned to leave, and said, "I'll take my leave now." Only then did Tai-kuk speak up, "Ninfem, before you do anything." Tai-kuk warned Ninfem, "Remember your father's fate." Stepping out of the room, Ninfem thought to himself, that old man captured several Alliance officials, meaning he holds the trump card. How will the Alliance react? Will there be a direct confrontation? Ninfem said coldly, "You are using my father to threaten me. Sooner or later you will regret it." Ninfem took a few more steps and then suddenly stopped. Right before his eyes, an owl was hovering over a lamppost. Startled, Ninfem wondered, what's going on? Just 3 days ago they were negotiating, why is an owl appearing now? Ninfem suddenly realized, this owl seems to be a summoned beast. Just then, a team of Antiqua guards suddenly appeared. "Have you found it yet?" They reported in unison, "Not yet. We haven't found it on our side either." Ninfem wondered, Hong Tai-kuk's people, who are they looking for? With that thought in mind, Ninfem continued walking. Suddenly a hand reached out from somewhere and grabbed Ninfem, startling him. "Who is it?" A soft voice rang out, "It's me, Ko Tich. You are teacher Ninfem, right? Previously, Sister Lee asked me to hint for you to eavesdrop on our meeting, remember?" Ninfem suddenly remembered, "Oh, it's you, the one from the cat summoning system." Ninfem asked in surprise, "You are supposed to be a cat-type summoner, So why did you pull out such a bizarre creature? Kotich replied with a grimace, "As an owl, not a cat." Ningfem laughed helplessly and said, "You have a point, an owl is still a cat, after all." He said, "Thanks to the cats, I discovered you were captured by Hong Tai Kuk, so I quickly slipped away to report to the Alliance leader, believing that they will soon have specific instructions." He frowned uncomfortably, "So why on earth did you drag me into this?" Kotik answered enthusiastically, "I want to ask you for a favor, help me rescue the Le family." Ningfem shrugged indifferently, "On what basis do you believe I am capable of saving them?" Kotich sincerely expressed, "You have the ability to enter and leave Hoang Tai Kuk's lair like you own the place, so saving a few lives should be more than enough for you." He sighed and lamented, "People's hearts are truly easy to predict, the most complicated thing is this society." Kotik hurriedly added, "If you agree to help, I will offer you a lucrative deal." Ningfem asked out of curiosity, "Let's hear it." He smiled meaningfully, "After completing the mission, not only will you be admitted to the Alliance, but you will also get a seat as an official, with status equal to mine." Upon hearing this, he did not show any interest at all. He turned his back bluntly, "Goodbye, farewell, hope we never meet again." Only then did Kotich start to panic. "Tell me quickly, what conditions do you want after all?" Ningfem replied calmly, "I want help from the strongest person in your alliance to rescue my students." Elsewhere, John Zama was excitedly hosting the program. "The match has truly reached its most dramatic climax." She continued, "The two names in the lead are still Lan Bang and Wang Diem. It seems the championship title for this round is hard to slip out of their hands." John Zama added, "And as for the contestant Dong Tiu, after such a long break?" Seeing the opponent start to act, she immediately announced,
Finally, she is climbing!
"You should know that leading this round will give a huge advantage in the qualifiers." Ningfem maintained a calm expression as he strode forward. His entire body suddenly froze for a moment. Immediately after, Ningfem quietly moved into the bushes. It didn't take long for him to take down everyone who was lying in ambush inside, and he left that group of people with wordless, painful groans. Just then, two bodyguards passed by.
Hey, let's go chase after that guy!
Seeing the space empty, they were bewildered. Where did he disappear to? At that very moment, the bushes right next to them suddenly shook violently. A fierce white tiger immediately lunged out, accompanied by a roar that shook the entire ground. That scene caused the two bodyguards to panic and flee in terror.
Save us! Don't chase us anymore!
Bach Lam heard the loud screaming and kicked the door open. "What the hell is all the noise about?" The two guys, running and panting, exclaimed, "There's a tiger, a tiger!" Seeing the urgent situation, he immediately unleashed a skill to freeze the silver ferocious tiger. Bach Lam smiled triumphantly, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, their big brother was as domineering as ever. Before long, the layer of ice on its body began to crack.
Look, it's escaping!
Sensing something was wrong, he shouted loudly, "The tiger has smashed through the ice and is out!" They hurriedly called out to everyone, "Come here and help quickly, we can't control it anymore." However, while the crowd was distracted by the chaos, Ningfem had already quietly sneaked inside. Recognizing the person standing in front of her, Andung was stunned. "Teacher Nin?" He gave a reassuring smile and lowered his voice, "Keep it down." Ningfem muttered, "Thanks to Teacher Kotich's life-swapping skill, did the rescue manage to go this smoothly and successfully." At that moment, Dong Kwok unexpectedly appeared from someone spoke up. "Smoothly, you say?" He added, "It really is smooth, but Teacher Ning, don't assume the loose security is because we're waiting for reinforcements." He turned his head. "Of course, I've calculated it all. Besides, that old man Hong Tai Kuk wants to keep his savior image, so he surely wouldn't dare strike in public. Therefore, the one stopping me could only be a lackey like you." As soon as he finished speaking, Ningfem immediately called out loudly, "Kotik." He appeared right there carrying an owl. "Come here quickly." He urged, "Kutich, take everyone away quickly. I'll take care of this guy, this time I'm on the 5th floor." Dong Kwok immediately launched an attack, truly an arrogant fool. Ningfem skillfully utilized all his power, activating the hidden skill. As soon as he touched him, he involuntarily stiffened. "What is this?" Ningfem stared in amazement. The hidden skill had actually become ineffective. Dong Kwok did not miss the golden moment, quickly seizing the opportunity to counterattack. He swung a sharp blade aimed straight at him. Seeing that critical situation, Andung was extremely worried. "Teacher Ning?" He hurriedly stood in front and said, "You ladies follow Kotik and leave here quickly, leave this place to me." As soon as Ningfem finished his sentence, Dong Kwok appeared right before his eyes. "It's all yours." He withdrew his power while uttering disdainful words, truly a conceited person. Bright red lightning bolts shot from Dong Kwok, surrounding them in an instant. Andung could not dodge this move, her face showing clear bewilderment. Dangerous dark energy began to spread from there throughout the entire region. Ningfem was still in shock at this time, standing rooted to the spot. He immediately activated the system to use the Master Teacher's Eye feature. It seemed the hidden skill had not affected him in the slightest. The system rapidly listed a series of data regarding the name, power of Dong Kwok, lightning attribute skills, and physical techniques, while simultaneously warning that the target was completely devoid of life. Hearing the last few words conveyed by the system, Ningfem was slightly startled because this target had already lost all signs of life. He observed his expression and smirked. "Have you realized that, kid?" Ningfem was in no hurry to reply to his opponent, silently calculating his next move instead. Without any hesitation, he unleashed the skill from earlier Hermit to find an opportunity to escape. Seeing that scene, Dongquok asked in surprise, is this brat escaping using teleportation magic? He narrowed his eyes with amusement and praised, quick-witted reaction, Ninfem. He calmly smiled back and replied, how could that compare to your level of cunning, old fox? Ninfem did not beat around the bush but directly named him Hong Tai Kuk. Seeing his identity exposed, the old man still maintained a calm demeanor, observing the surrounding developments. Tai Kuk spoke up, I once advised you not to try and blend in like that. Ninfem furrowed his brows in contempt. You even used necromancy, killing people and then controlling their bodies. You truly are despicable and stop at nothing. He growled. If the world knew that a great monarch was using such filthy dark magic, who would ever believe in your principles again? As soon as he finished speaking, Ninfem immediately activated the skill the Fool to suppress his opponent. He laughed arrogantly. There is no such thing as evil magic in this world, only human hearts filled with malice. As he launched a counterattack, he replied to Tai Kuk, your logic actually makes some sense. The lightning currents accumulated by Ninfem instantly surged straight toward him. Unable to react in time, Tai Kuk took the full force of the strike without a single miss. Still wearing an enigmatic and teasing smile, he mocked, I just praised you for being smart, and now you are already using lightning to attack me. Ninfem's gaze turned deep and solemn. That blow was nothing. Try tasting 100,000 volts and see how it feels. The system signaled the activation of the skill, the Pope, allowing him to possess all elemental magic for a duration of 3 minutes. He narrowed his eyes with fierce determination. It is all just lightning, but whether it is strong or weak depends on the user, Hong Tai Kuk. Ninfem solemnly declared, at this very moment, I officially challenge you to a fight. Immediately after, he controlled tens of thousands of lightning bolts at maximum power, surging to attack Tai Kuk. Ninfem steadily gathered his internal energy and roared violent lightning. The surging electrical currents he created shot forward at wind-splitting speed toward his opponent. Tai Kuk offered absolutely no resistance, causing his body to instantly freeze up from the electric shock. Hundreds of thousands of fierce lightning bolts penetrated every cell inside his body. His voice dropped with a chilling coldness. You thought you were immune, but that is merely your own delusion. As soon as Ninfem finished speaking, his enemy's body immediately collapsed to the floor. He didn't even bother to reply with another word, but turned his back and walked straight away. At that very moment, the fingers that had been motionless twitched slightly. Ninfem keenly detected the abnormality and immediately looked over. With just a single glance, he saw Tai Kuk controlling the anomaly to attack. He spoke in a voice that echoed everywhere. Ninfem, do you think you can defeat me? In reality, what you have subdued is merely a corpse? Tai Kuk's face hardened. Ninfem, I repeat once more, I hope you are wise enough to understand the situation. Ninfem interrupted before he could finish his sentence. I know well enough what I need to do. Tai Kuk reached out his hand, then prepare to regret your arrogant actions. The scepter in his hand suddenly burst with a brilliant light. Ninfem not only didn't avoid it but also directly confronted that blinding light. Small specks of light began to appear more densely than before. They tore through the air and materialized strangely in mid-air. Even after a long time, the beams of light created by Tai Kuk showed no signs of stopping. At this moment, he was leisurely sitting in his chair, observing the situation. Then he picked up a teacup and took an appreciative sip. However, less than half a second later, Tai Kuk could no longer maintain his composure and crushed the teacup in his hand. The crowd below heard the loud noise and gathered, whispering, what on earth happened? They jostled and gossiped. This commotion is truly huge, everyone. Move out of the way a bit. The space inside was now enveloped in complete silence. Ninfem hurriedly got up. This time, he had officially challenged the man, and using his strength to block that recent move was still a bit overwhelming. He wondered hesitantly, with all this noise outside, someone will surely break in. What reason should I use to explain? While Ninfem was busy thinking, he suddenly heard a shrill scream. He glanced over and saw a familiar figure staggering forward. That person landed right behind Ninfem's position. She gave a forced smile and called his name, Ningfem. Just half a second later, her face brightened. It really is true that you are here? Ningok spoke urgently. Quickly take Ninfem away from this place. The school personnel have arrived outside, and it will be difficult to explain if we linger here. Seeing both of them, he was stunned and slow to react. You girls? The sound of high heels clicked hurriedly on the floor along the corridor. Kuk Sao Sao ran over frantically as if something urgent had just happened. Hong, the alliance leader, and Ningfem successfully rescued everyone in time, and the officials are also on their way. Dean Min looked out the window. He not only refused to join us but also wanted us to be indebted to him. Ningfem. Himph. He felt puzzled. What exactly is that boy trying to do? Xiao Xiao asked Din Min, alliance leader, why did Hong the Kuk suddenly attack the alliance? He turned around and replied, I had foreseen this long ago. Din Min believed that his ambition to rule the world was only growing stronger regardless. Xiao Xiao was still perplexed. Then why does the alliance leader value Ningfem so much? You have invited him to join several times and even let Tayat Wai become his student. The more she thought about it, the redder her face became. Furthermore, he is such a lecher. Hearing this, Din Min laughed. He won't give you any trouble? Suddenly his brow furrowed. As for why I value Ningfem, Perhaps it is because I feel he is the one who can save this world. Dean Min picked up the mask in his hand. He toyed with it for a moment, and then made up his mind. It is time to strike back. Quan Lak said excitedly, the champion of the speed competition has been revealed. It is Lan Bang from Ningguyan An Academy, and second place goes to Vuong Diem. According to the host, the cameras are panning toward the two of them. Under the sunlight, both of them looked very calm. There are still 18 more people on the list. Quan Lak and John Zama were excited, adding that some severely injured contestants have returned to compete, so they must be careful as the competitive pressure remains very high. She announced, I invite contestants Lan Bang and Vuong Diem to take a break and prepare for tomorrow's qualifying round. Quan Lak did not forget to encourage the other members. Remaining contestants, keep it up. The higher your ranking in the speed competition, the more advantageous it will be in the qualifying round. Ngok Toyet leaned against the window. The results of the final promotion round are out. Ning Pham thought that as long as the children didn't face any mishaps during the competition, it would be fine. He suddenly remembered something. There is one more important matter at hand. Before he could finish his sentence, On Nagayan spoke up, we understand. Both girls now shared the same thought. We will stand by your side. I knew that old man wasn't a good person a long time ago. Ngok Toyet asked, what should we do next? Ning Pham pondered, before the match ends, Hoang likely won't do anything, but during this time, I must go see your father. Hearing this, her ears suddenly turned red. Why do you want to see my father? Is it that urgent? Ning Pham said bluntly, I want to find your father to get things cleared up. On Nagayan and Ngok Toyet could not believe their ears. What did you say? Ning Pham stammered under their intimidation. I was just joking. I need to find your father to ask for a favor. Although their purposes differed, they shared the same goal. I will go with you. He looked at her. Ngok Toyet, come with me. It is mainly to meet her father, after all. After speaking, Ning Pham turned to request a favor. As for you, On Nengyan, could you help me look after these students? The Awakened Alliance has given the nod, and once the tournament concludes, they will dispatch the top experts of each discipline to provide special training for the children. His eyes clearly showed restlessness and anxiety. As for me, I am afraid I no longer have enough strength to continue teaching them. The towering pillar rose majestically into the sky amidst the scorching heat of the sun. Both feet hopped slightly and then lunged forward with force. Far from slowing down, this person's pace actually quickened. After a period of intense activity, he finally decided to stop and rest. Thien Trong gasped for breath. Ever since he emerged from the water, he had been unable to stop, and his stamina had hit rock bottom. Noticing something sparkling above, he raised his eyes to see what it was. Unexpectedly, countless bombs had been planted there. They were indeed landmines. He furrowed his brows tightly with an expression full of worry. The images of three scoundrels suddenly flashed through Thien Trong's mind. It was them. He was extremely angry but had to back down. How annoying, I was just about to catch up. Thien Trong's mind whirled like a pinwheel. At this moment, he absolutely could not stop. The knowledge he had been taught suddenly came flooding back. It was Teacher Lu. Thien Trong asked curiously, Teacher, can one fly by learning physical arts? Quang Vian turned around and asked gently, then tell me, how do you understand physical arts yourself? Thien Trong thought for a moment and replied, I think physical arts are mainly about close combat. Compared to other systems, they are more flexible and agile, and their explosive power is stronger. That's physical arts. Quang Vian shook his head slightly and said, what you said is not wrong, but it isn't what I wanted to hear. He pleaded, Teacher, please explain it to me. Quang Vian began to explain physical arts are also divided into Ki Path and Power Path. These two branches actually share many similarities. He demonstrated as he spoke, the Ki Path mainly involves the use of your own weapon. With just a gentle slash, a large tree was felled. A weapon is the life of a Ki Path practitioner. Only when you protect it well can it protect you. His hands moved with extreme skill. As for the Power Path I follow, it is about flexibly using body parts like keys on a piano. Different combinations produce different results, Quang Vian explained wholeheartedly. Yet Thien Trong still asked blankly, but what does this have to do with flying? Quang Vian sighed and tapped his young student's head. You silly boy, the single core point of physical arts is purity. He instructed further, use the purest mindset to control every fiber of your muscles, and there will be nothing you cannot do. Returning to the present moment, Thien Trong pushed off and sprang outward with force. His feet glided gracefully through the void. Thoroughly applying the valuable lessons he had been taught, Thien Trong achieved success. He was overjoyed. He had finally done it. In an instant, those obstacles no longer meant anything to Thien Trong. Duong Ho was so shocked that his jaw almost hit the ground, not expecting this kid to have already learned the Lingyan steps. He turned and asked, Hey, old Lu, who else in this martial arts world knows the Lingyan steps? Surely you didn't teach him. Quang Vian shook his head and said no, he had figured it out on his own. However, deep down he was quite excited. This boy had infinite potential, and Nin Fem had truly trained some extraordinary students. From afar, there were whispers, wow, I just caught a glimpse, that senior old man from the Tin Sat Academy, I see now. After hearing this, Quang Vian speculated that it seemed Nin Fem had intervened and those kids were indeed formidable. He couldn't hide his anxiety, wondering where he should go now. A beautiful figure briefly appeared right outside the lounge door. The door slowly creaked open. Lecoq tiptoed inside only to find that two people were already sitting there. Vuong Diem turned to look at her, but didn't show any surprise at all. He spoke in praise. Finally, someone has passed this trial. Lecoq recalled Andung's advice. Lanbang was a precious talent, and if there was an opportunity, she had to recruit him into the alliance. Lanbang sat silently without moving an inch. She looked him up and down. His personality was just like his name, and her mother had truly given her a difficult task. Lanbang and Lecoq spoke simultaneously. I have something to discuss. I also have something to say to you. Seeing the awkward situation, Vuong Diem found an excuse to leave. You two take your time. I'll excuse myself now. She quickly left the room, thinking it would be better to find something to eat. Lecoq said, with your cold attitude, it's probably better if I speak first. Have you ever heard of the Ability User Alliance? Lanbang looked pensive for a moment and asked her back if she knew Chu Mak. Hearing that name, she was stunned. Chu Mak. He expressed his wish. I hope you can lead me to see Chu Mak. Lecoq was alarmed. How could I know Chu Mak? What is your relationship with him? Lanbang calmly replied, he is my master. He stood up proudly, though he only taught me for less than 2 years before suddenly disappearing. Lanbang explained to Lecoq, I haven't seen him since then, but those days were very meaningful to my life. The day someone came to see my master was also the last time I saw him. Unexpectedly, Dun Bin appeared in this story. Previously, he had never revealed his real name to me. Even though time has faded the memory, he still remembers it well. At that time, from the words of that guest, he learned his master's name and the existence of the Ability User Alliance. Lecoq giggled. So that's how it is. I will take you to see him on the condition that you agree to join the Ability User Alliance. Lanbang nodded immediately. I agree to join the alliance, but... He looked at Lecoq inquiringly. What exactly is your connection to him? Her eyes, filled with sadness, looked toward him, who was my father. Hearing the news that the person was unlikely to wake up, Lanbang showed clear signs of anxiety despite wearing a mask. Not knowing where they were, they could only see dark and gloomy corridors all around. A rusty door marked by time was nonetheless very carefully bolted shut. A familiar voice suddenly rang out, hello there, my fake friend. That person was none other than Dine Bin. The alliance's moment of life or death was drawing very near. Looking at the person lying motionless on the bed, he hoped he would wake up soon to witness Hong Tai Kuf's demise. Cao Zhao hurriedly entered and said, Lord Leader, everyone is gathered, only Lu Guangzhou is missing. Dine Bin understood the problem immediately. He refuses to come. Then I will go and invite him myself. Cao Zhao spoke up anxiously, Sir, with so many formidable masters involved, is it worth the risk just to teach those students a lesson? You must understand that Hong Tai Kuk's faction has cast nets everywhere. Before she could finish, he hurried off saying, I will take responsibility for their safety. Before leaving, Din Min said, Nin Pham did his best to help me, Kok Din Min must naturally keep my promise. John Jama was full of excitement. The number of people passing the stage was increasing, contestants were sprinting, and the final tickets were running out. At that moment, a familiar figure walked straight toward the lounge of the Tin Sat Academy. Tin Ngayat walked in with a dejected expression, pushing the door open. She was stunned to see the person in front of her. Sister, On Nguyen, why are you here? On Nguyen replied worriedly, Ning Pham had some urgent business, so I came to look after everyone in his place. Are you all feeling okay? Tin Ngayat sprawled out on the chair. Don't even mention it. Controlling the aircraft with stones was so exhausting, I only ended up in 6th place. Half an hour passed and Li Kuang also collapsed, being helped back by his teammates. It was unclear what he had endured for his body to become so emaciated. Van Tin couldn't help herself and hurriedly asked, what on earth happened to Bio? Su Fong answered hesitantly, well, it's a long story. He recounted the whole story. After surfacing, I used my mental power to control a seagull to lead the way. Li Kuang was down below, crying out pitifully, hey Skinny, save me! Su Fong glanced around. I could do it, but I'm afraid I'll get distracted. So he controlled Bio. It went smoothly at first, but his mental power ran dry, making the control unstable, and despite his efforts, Su Fong couldn't hold on. Li Kuang went wild, biting and tearing frantically. You dare steal my food. See if I don't bite you to death. He smashed things and laughed like a madman. Now you've learned to be obedient, haven't you? Li Kuang attacked with increasing frenzy, still being stubborn and refusing to listen.
I'll bite you to death.
The aftermath of the recent chaos was now unfolding right before their eyes. Thien Truong's mind went completely blank after hearing this, and he could only hurry to get him back as quickly as possible. It took them a long while to drag themselves back to the team's shared break room. Li Kuang sprawled out on the chair with a huge bump swelling on his forehead. The other members were completely exhausted after finally managing to bring this kid back. Su Fong was so worried that he didn't notice what was looming right behind him. It seems his chance for a promotion is gone. Oh well. Su Fong carried a dead, drunk shark straight into the room. He pointed at it and told me that Deep Lam and I are ranked 18th and 19th, so we have been promoted. Su Fong looked in surprise at the girl still fast asleep, then glanced at her and guessed for sure that she wouldn't be able to wake up. Suddenly, Deep Lam sat up and muttered, is everything over already? Both of them stood frozen like statues, unable to utter a word. An Nguyen then spoke up, because Namefem is absent, I will be in charge, the exams are over, and the qualifiers begin tomorrow. She advised the students to take advantage of the time to rest and regain their strength. The whole group cheered with joy because they finally got a break. They all bolted for the door as if trying to fly out of the room due to sheer exhaustion. In the blink of an eye, only An Nguyen and Diep Lam were left in the large room. She looked bewildered, not understanding anything, and muttered that if it was all over, who was she and who had brought her here? The next morning, the sky was clear with white clouds drifting lazily over the high-rise buildings. A thin hand was leisurely enjoying a cup of fragrant tea. That person was none other than Kwok and Gu. Suddenly, he spoke up, telling the other person to come out and stop hiding in the bushes. The person behind didn't bother hiding anymore and replied that the principal's hearing was indeed very sharp. Ninfem was sitting comfortably on a nearby tree branch. He spoke up to confirm that he indeed had something to discuss. Without letting him open his mouth, Kwok asked straight away, "Where is my daughter?" Ninfem replied that she had gone home to rest and planned to meet him tomorrow. "But I have an important matter I want to discuss with you privately." The old man set his teacup on the table and told him to go ahead and speak. Ningfem's face hardened. "I have officially declared war on Hong Tai Kuk." He expressed his wish that his uncle could reveal everything to him. Upon hearing this, Kwok and Gu remained calm without any expression or any comment. Seeing the old man's attitude, Ninfem remained resolute and requested to resign from the academy, as he did not want his personal affairs to involve the school and the children. Hearing that, Kwok and Gu spoke up to stop him, declaring that he would absolutely not accept Ningfem's departure from the academy. Ninfem asked in bewilderment why that was the case, for as long as he remained there, the entire academy would be a thorn in Hong's side. The old man roared in anger, asking if Ninfem wanted his daughter to follow him and hide everywhere like a sewer rat. Hearing those sharp words, Ningfem was stunned and speechless. Kwok and Gu let out a troubled sigh, noting that he understood his daughter's personality better than anyone. With a pensive gaze, the old man said that if Ninfem left, she would surely follow him without regard for anything else. Ninfem quickly stood up and told his uncle not to worry, for he would leave quietly tonight, ensuring no trouble for the school or Ngok Toyet. Kwok and Gu took a deep breath and told him to say no more and just stay out of sight, as he would personally remove his name from the faculty list and announce his resignation. The old man placed a hand on Ningfem's shoulder, advising him to wait until Hong Tai Kuk's people finished their inspection before reappearing. Kwok and Gu leaned in and whispered for him to carefully plan his revenge during this time, promising to secretly provide all the necessary resources. Ninfem's face suddenly darkened after hearing those words. Kwok and Gu calmly continued, adding that there was also the matter of Ninfem's father. His voice grew weary as he said, he once wanted him to forget his hatred, but if he couldn't, then so be it, for he wouldn't dare entrust his daughter to someone who could truly forget such a thing. Kwok and Gu's eyes filled with anxiety as he explained that Ninfem's father was once a partner of Hong Tai Kuk with a total of 3 capable assistants. He recalled that among them, Kok Dun Min was now the leader of the Ability User Alliance, while Vuong Du and Ha Kan Ha had been missing without a trace since then. He said they were the ones who knew all the secrets and finding them was the only way to understand the truth, while Ningfem listened silently to every word. Kwok and Gu turned to walk away, saying that whether Ninfem chose to find the Ability User Alliance or plan his revenge first was entirely up to him. Ninfem bowed in gratitude and kept the advice in his heart, thanking his uncle for the guidance. The image of Nin Chi suddenly appeared in Kwok and Gu's mind, as he thought that old Nin's son was looking more and more like him. A new day has begun, and we welcome the audience back as the long-awaited qualifying round officially commences. Zama opened the event by announcing they were taking the contestants to Mount Manhwa, where the battle to select 6 winners from the 20 competitors would take place. With countless viewers watching through their screens, he promised to broadcast the entire event before inviting Quan Lak to announce the competition rules. Quan Lak explained the scoring format, noting that Mount Manhwa had green, blue, and purple crystals worth 10, 20, and 30 points respectively. She held a bunch of crystals and said that to score points, they must be put into the scoring machine, as holding them in one's hands meant nothing. Quan Lak held up a watch and introduced it as the point-tracking device provided for each participant. She explained in detail that the watch could scan for crystals within 300 meters and also allowed contestants to track the rankings. According to the rules, halfway through the course, the watch would display the positions of 3 gold crystals worth up to 200 points. John Zama added that the rules were clear and they had already arrived at the competition site. He declared the qualifying round officially open, and the camera feed immediately shifted to a barren mountain. The cabin door of the giant spaceship slowly lowered. All contestants were now fully prepared with their gear to land. Upon reaching the appropriate altitude, fancy parachutes were immediately deployed. Contrary to an excited Li Kuang, Su Fong trembled as he soared upwards. "Hey fatty, how exactly are we supposed to play this game?" On the other side, Thien Trong and Tiat Y had landed smoothly. He looked around in every direction. This mountain was truly massive, far beyond what he had imagined. Toyet Y expressed concern about the two splitting up, but Thien Truong argued that going together would make collection very slow, making it difficult for the team to level up, so splitting up was the optimal choice. Glancing quickly at her wristwatch, she breathed a sigh of relief because she saw no crystal signal nearby. Thien Truong immediately took Toyet Y by the hand and led her away, advising her to follow him to search for the first scoring device. Hidden within that dense forest were numerous incredibly adorable creatures. Due to failing to choose an ideal landing spot, Li Kuang was left dangling from a treetop, repeatedly shouting for help. Despite trembling with fear, Su Feng still tried to save his friend, not forgetting to mock him as a genius for hitting a treetop every time he jumped. However, trouble struck when a familiar crisp cracking sound suddenly echoed. As a result, both young men fell freely and landed flat on their faces. Wiping away the trail of blood from his nose, Li Kuang complained bitterly about his terrible luck in the exam, while Su Feng irritably shouted that it was the result of showing off skydiving skills, seemingly having not learned his lesson yet. Before he could even regain his composure, a crystal fragment flew out of nowhere and struck him painfully right in the middle of his forehead. Li Kuang angrily asked who dared to attack him, but Su Feng, with a bewildered face, flatly denied it and scolded him in return for wasting time searching for treasures. Neither side would back down, so they began bickering and fighting, with one blaming and the other denying until one of them suddenly stopped. The battle only ended when they discovered a sparkling crystal right at their feet. Both cried out in surprise at such quick good luck. Just as Li Kuang was happily about to pick it up, Su Feng stopped him, signaling for silence because he sensed another one was extremely close by. Right behind them, a cute little squirrel was tightly holding the remaining crystal. Without a word, the duo immediately crept closer to that poor little target. A threatening shout to stop rang out, terrifying the squirrel and causing it to run for its life. Their screams as they chased echoed everywhere, but it seemed someone faster had already snatched it away. It was none other than Vuong Diem and Lan Bang, who declared that whatever is seen first belongs to them by default and immediately glided away. Deep within the dense forest was a magnificent cascading waterfall. The little squirrel from earlier was now lying flat on the ground, with a giant lump on its head. It turned out Li Kuang and Su Feng had caught up, boasting they were surely the fastest, and that walking several kilometers was not a waste of time. He was so caught up in his joy that he ignored the squirrel, cheering that they definitely had 30 points in the bag. Li Kuang held out a pine cone and said, "Hey kid, how about we trade for this?" Having obtained what it wanted, the little squirrel excitedly took it and scurried away. Both of them watched the little squirrel, unaware that they themselves were being targeted. Shi Feng was so caught off guard that he couldn't react in time, and the bag on his shoulder was snatched. An arrow struck the ground right in front of the little squirrel, scaring it out of its wits. Wang Yan glanced inside the bag and sighed, "Only two. Well, even small mosquitoes are still meat, so I guess this will have to do." Li Kuang flew into a rage. "Hey, that's our loot, give it back." Shi Feng quickly intervened. "Fatty, don't be reckless, that's Lang Bing and Wang Yan, just leave them alone." She walked over leisurely and said, "So, are you planning to come find me to get it back?" He hurriedly suppressed Li Kuang's anger. "Fatty, come here, they are the champions of the promotion round, have you forgotten? We don't stand a chance in a 2-on-2 fight, just be patient." The kid struggled, making Shi Feng exhausted. "Let's wait until we meet up with everyone else to plan. Who knows, we might have a chance to turn the tables then. You two take your time chatting, we'll be leaving now." Wang Yan and Lang Bing looked at her forehead and departed nonchalantly. She giggled, "Perfect, didn't even have to break a sweat." Lang Bing pouted with disdain, "The Jingsha students are truly a bunch of cowards." Jing Yu turned to him and asked, "Shi Feng, how many have you collected?" He looked back at her, 3 in total, 2 red and 1 green. Hearing this, Jing Yu could only sigh. "I've only found 1 blue one so far. How about we try to find a few more and then go deposit them?" He pondered. "We could split up to search a bit longer, but I suggest we head to a deposit station if we see one along the way to be safe." Shi Feng insisted on returning to Ye Lin's location and Jing Yu asked, confused, why. He recounted everything that had just happened. "I saw a deposit station just a moment ago." Shi Feng had already sensed something unusual. The ambushers were hiding there, surely waiting for a chance to launch a surprise attack and steal the spirit stones. Jing Yu nodded in agreement with the plan to split up. "Understood, so we'll search for another half hour and then regroup. Is that okay?" After saying that, the two separated and went their own ways according to the plan. Ye Lin was lounging about at the moment. "Oh my, I'm so sleepy." Although she looked sluggish and tired, she had not lowered her guard at all. Her intuition was telling her something strange. Ye Lin flashed her weapon out.
"Show yourself right now!"
A single, light swing of her sword was enough to send dozens of nearby trees crashing down in disarray. A dark figure moved swiftly to the back. "So that's where you are." Ye Lin swung her sword down firmly without a moment's hesitation. The trees on this side also could not escape the fate of being sliced through. She gritted her teeth in confusion. "Still not going to show yourself? Get out of here because this area belongs to me." Yet that shadow still did not reveal itself even though Diep Lam had tried every possible way. Diep Lam did not let her guard down for a single second. She was startled when she suddenly realized something massive had appeared behind her. No one expected the opponent to play a dirty game of throwing a stone and hiding their hand, even if that stone was a bit oversized. Diep Lam immediately leaped toward the rock. She swung her weapon, slashing repeatedly at the target. No matter how sturdy the rock was, it became useless against the sharp slashes from Diep Lam. She landed lightly on the ground, but the situation remained dead silent. It turned out the person hiding in the shadows was none other than Hong Lian. She launched a treacherous strike aimed straight at Diep Lam's face. However, what Hong Lian just touched was merely an afterimage. She could not believe that what she was witnessing was real. Diep Lam had moved directly behind her at some point. Her eyes glinted with cold murderous intent before she drew her weapon. Diep Lam did not hold back, delivering a powerful strike directly to the back of Hong Lian's neck. Her body was sent flying, crashing into and breaking numerous surrounding trees. Hong Lian went flying straight, knocking down countless tree trunks in the forest. Diep Lam brushed off her hands and looked at the result, thinking that in this life, what she hated most were petty people who specialized in lurking and sneak attacks. Despite suffering a painful blow, Hong Lian still struggled to get up, laughing faintly that if little sister Lam Lam were too weak, there would be nothing left to watch. Hearing those words, Diep Lam frowned slightly. At the same moment, a haughty laugh rang out from another location deep in the forest. Thiensei excitedly held the crystal, surprised that he had already collected 70 points less than an hour after participating. He turned to ask Van Tin how the leaderboard was looking and whether their side was already in the lead. She checked her watch and reported that the current leaderboard only had 3 people: Tiu Hu Lak with 60 points, Lan Bang with 50 points, Lekuk with 30 points, and Lan Tinan Gayat with 0 points, so Tiu Hu Lak was currently in first place. Upon hearing this, Thiensei became even more arrogant, claiming that he was about to take the top spot, and then put on an act of yielding that position to her. Just as he finished praising himself for being a gentleman, a strange white object slammed straight into his face. It turned out that a nearby bird found him too arrogant and had gifted him a warm present. Thiensei frantically ran as fast as he could toward the nearby stream to wash off. Lithian, hiding behind a bush, could only sigh, wondering why these two fools still hadn't left even though he had already handed over all the crystals to them. He frowned, thinking to himself about making it to the final round. Okuda had been eliminated, and he had to make the most of this opportunity. Litian suddenly remembered, it was like this. I had a jade block and was looking for a point exchange machine when a duck suddenly spread its wings and flew over. When roasted, it smelled incredibly fragrant. Suddenly, the watch on my wrist gave an alert, and then I saw someone approaching with 3 jade blocks. Seeing this, Litian panicked, fearing he would be robbed, so he quickly ran away, but unfortunately, he stepped on a snake. Litian sighed in relief as he watched the 2 figures disappear into the distance. They were gone, but my jade block was gone. Oh dear! I turned back to look at the snake I had just stepped on and discovered something truly horrifying. Litian happily picked it up. This jade block hadn't been officially revealed yet, but its value had already reached 200 points. Rapid footsteps echoed across the lush green grass. For some reason, Yelan was running for her life. Close behind her were vibrant green tentacles. They lunged as if to devour Yelan. Hong Lian looked at this scene and said calmly, "Keep running. I want to see how far you can go." The vines quickly stretched out, nearly wrapping tightly around her ankles. Yelan reacted extremely quickly, drew her sword and slashed them apart. Although it was an illusion, their growth rate was still astonishing. Yelan didn't stop, she continuously chopped the vines into pieces. Hong Lian watched her struggling prey with amusement. Humans will eventually exhaust themselves, but my plants do not. A giant man-eating flower quickly appeared right behind Yelan. Facing that monster, she showed no fear, drawing her white sword. Feng Hao. Her attack speed was so fast it was impossible to see clearly. Hong Lian's face darkened upon seeing this.
Truly formidable.
She's much stronger than Lan Lan, who only knew how to charge in and attack. What a pity this is a vast forest, where all energy is abundant, and it is my territory. Hong Lian commanded her surrounding minions.
All plants be my eyes.
After dealing with the man-eating flower, Yelan continued to flee headlong. She realized something unusual: these vines seemed to regenerate infinitely. She couldn't get entangled for too long, she had to take advantage of her close combat superiority. Yelan told herself, I must find an opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. After hearing Hong Lian's command, the trees seemed to have developed their own consciousness. Hong Lian smirked, under my surveillance, no matter where you run or from what direction you attack, I can see everything. But at that exact moment, Yelan unexpectedly appeared directly above her. Hong Lian was so astonished she broke out in a sweat. How can this be? Wasn't she charging forward? Why is she suddenly above me? Hong Lian quickly regained her composure and unleashed thorny vines. But when they touched her opponent, her entire body suddenly transformed into brilliant flower petals. Hong Lian suddenly realized she had been tricked. It was all an illusion. She suddenly noticed something unusual: the enemy was right behind her. Hong Lian immediately threw a punch in that direction. However, the result left her utterly astonished. Everything was still just a void. It turned out that Diep Lam had devised a trick, using clones to deceive Hong Lian and drive her to despair. It was all a ruse. Realizing it was fake, she began to go hysterical. The vines quickly rose up upon command, Please don't attack us, Hong Lian. Thinking everything was finally settled, Hong Lian finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. But as soon as she opened her eyes, Diep Lam was standing tall right in front of her. She pressed the tip of her sword against Hong Lian's neck. Diep Lam smirked and asked, "So what now?" Hong Lian was so terrified that her whole body froze, not daring to move. "Please don't do this." Nevertheless, she still tried to act tough. "It was just a joke, don't take it seriously." Only then did Diep Lam speak. "I've considered this a joke from the start, yet you haven't even noticed your wound." She looked at her with eyes full of contempt. "But your behavior just now didn't look like you were joking at all." Hong Lian's body trembled with fear. I was just a little distracted." She collapsed to her knees at Diep Lam's feet. "I was wrong, please spare my life. I will never dare to appear before you again." Seeing her opponent's attitude, Diep Lam withdrew her sword. She sighed and walked away. Diep Lam turned to leave. "Take care of yourself." She wanted to end this, but her opponent was unwilling to let it go. Hong Lian scrambled back to her feet. She was as gleeful as if she had achieved her goal. Diep Lam looked down at something on her shoulder. "What is this?" Hong Lian pointed at it with delight. "Now it's your turn to beg me." The tiny sprout grew vigorously in the blink of an eye.
What is this?
It quickly bound Diep Lam's hands tightly, suspending her whole body so she couldn't resist. Standing on a floating leaf, Hong Lian approached. "This is my gift to you." She lifted Diep Lam's chin, thinking of running away. Hong Lian pulled out a thorn-covered dagger. "Did I give you permission to leave?" She laughed loudly and swung the weapon toward Diep Lam. Diep Lam was in so much pain that her teeth were clenched tightly against her lips. Hong Lian, seeing this, became even more excited, asking if she was afraid. Diep Lam asked about Lam, noting that she had encountered her and wondering who had won. Hearing this, Hong Lian became frustrated, retorting that she was in this state, and yet he still asked, questioning if Senza hadn't been beaten to a pulp. Diep Lam immediately understood that Senza had lost, remarking that he had assumed she won, and it seemed Senza wasn't skilled enough to take her down. Hitting a sore spot made Hong Lian furious, asking if she thought she could do it when she herself couldn't even win. However, the expression on her face changed instantly the very next second. Flowers began to cover her body, and a shadow shield combined with a shadow clone appeared. Hong Lian spotted a figure below, questioning if she really thought she would let her shadow clone save her life again. Diep Lam's voice was low as he said he had spared her once before, and this was the path she had chosen. What was that? Before Hong Lian could regain her composure, she had to brace herself. Frightened, she controlled the leaf to flee, wondering why she felt such heavy pressure and thinking she had to run away. Having broken free from the bindings, Diep Lam gave chase, saying she shouldn't be embarrassed as he had more than just the shadow clone technique. She launched a strike that sent her opponent to their death in the blink of an eye. Diep Lam looked at the corpse without emotion, noting that she could also swap positions with her shadow clone. By this time, the match had been going on for 3 hours. The commentators began to stir up the atmosphere, noting that the first eliminated contestant had appeared and that Pu Deng had brought defeat upon herself. Quan Lak smiled coldly, remarking that it was a pity, but one had to accept it when their skills were inferior to others. She looked at the display screen, seeing that the two contestants, Lan Bang and Vong Diem, were not even paying attention to their own teammates. Tam Hiu panicked, asking Lan why he was attacking them when they were on the same side. He did not care in the slightest, stating that if they expected to reach the finals with such little skill, they would be better off packing up and heading back to school early. Vong Diem believed that Lan Bang not attacking and seriously injuring them was a mercy in itself. Tu Bin begged, asking him to let them go and promising they would help the two of them collect crystals. Hearing this, Lan Bang was quite satisfied, saying it was a good deal and that they finally knew their place, telling them to let them go. All three bowed their heads simultaneously, thanking Lan and asking for permission to leave first. When their figures faded into the distance, Vong Diem asked why he hadn't spared his own fellow students, and he nonchalantly replied that it was because they had to secure their spot in the finals. Lan Bang turned his back and walked away, telling him to go, as his own score was already high enough to lead, and he would leave the rest to him. The school side was still anxiously waiting for news from the arena. Kwakung put on a polite smile, asking Hoang why he had come here in person. He had not expected the other party to be Tai Kuk, apologizing for the rudeness and for not having time to prepare a proper reception. He turned his head to signal to Ngok Toyet, quickly brew some tea to invite Mr. Hong. "Yes, sir." Tai Kuk smiled and explained, "I made a special effort to visit you. It's been a long time since we caught up." Kwakung gave a forced smile. "Not at all. I well understand that you are busy with 100 things. I wonder for what reason you have come this time." His eyes showed a clear sign of humor. "The Tinsat Academy has had many talents lately, so I dropped by to visit you for a bit and take the opportunity to exchange some training experiences. After all, I care very much about these young sprouts." However, Tai Kuk suddenly changed his expression, his gaze hardening. "The leader of Nin Fem's team has suddenly vanished. I wonder if he has returned to the school." Hearing that, Kwakungu stammered. Mr. Ninfem submitted his resignation 3 months ago. The team leader this time is Ms. Onnoyan. How could those clumsy lies deceive Taikuk? Mr. Dio, didn't Ninfem just appear at that arena? Kwak Nengu scratched his head and chuckled. Ninfem was originally the kid's teacher. It is not strange for him to come and cheer for his students. Taikuk took a sip of tea. Principal Dio, the ability to judge people is very important. You shouldn't stand in the wrong ranks. Kwakungu, flustered, could only submissively pour more tea. You are quite right. Mr. Hong is indeed someone who always cares for the people. He also replied, if any support is needed, I will do my best to help. Taikuk leaned close to Kwakungu's ear. Do you really not know Ninfem's whereabouts? He had to pretend to cooperate. Please rest assured, I will send people to search immediately. Any news will be reported back to you at once. Knowing he could not extract anything more, Taikuk stood up. I hope everything is exactly as you said. He spoke in an ambiguous tone. A reactionary alliance has recently emerged. I wonder if Principal Dio has heard any news yet. Kwakungu acted shocked. I was completely unaware of such a serious matter. Before leaving, Taikuk issued a warning. Very well. I hope Principal Dio takes to heart what has been said today. He turned back with a threatening look. I will also strive to investigate everything. I hope that none of it is related to you. Kwakungu forced a smile. Please rest assured, I will definitely use all my ability to search for Ninfem for you. He ordered Ngok Toyet standing nearby to Toyet see Mr. Hong out.
Yes, sir.
But deep down, Kwakungu was trembling. What was bound to come had finally arrived. The waterfall cascaded down more and more violently. Thien Truong stood there and began to start the device for the competition. His expression was full of unease, as if he sensed that something bad was about to happen. Thien Truong cautiously and gently placed the crystal into the machine. He held his breath as he watched the screen. Truong Thien Truong. Toyet Y glanced at the watch. Information loaded. We are currently ranked in 5th and 6th place. His device also displayed a notification. I see it. Lanbang 140 points, Lekuk 70 points, Van Tien 70 points, Tiu Hulak 60 points, Trong Thien Truong 30 points, Kot Tuet Y 30 points. Thien Truong looked at the results in confusion. I see something unusual. Why is the gap so large? Lanbang has more than double the score of 2nd place. Toyet Y wondered, did they collect too fast or was it just luck? He replied, I don't know. Thien Truong's eyebrows furrowed slightly. I hope it isn't what I fear, otherwise, the recent proposal to split the teams has harmed the whole group. Se Fong and Tin Engyud are gliding through the air. Ahead is the score entry device, and Hong Diep Lam must be eagerly waiting for us. While engrossed in discussing whether to divide the pile of spirit stones equally or have one person keep them, Tin Engayet was unaware of the hidden weapons flying toward her. Se Fong was quick to pull her away in time to dodge. Be careful. Unexpectedly, another bomb came hurtling down immediately afterward. It exploded right at the spot where the two of them had just been standing. Both were knocked to the ground. This time we've truly caught a big fish. Wang Diem and Lanbang divided their targets. I'll handle this guy. Fine, handle him quickly. She chuckled triumphantly. It's just a small matter. Esifong proactively shielded Tin Engayet. He hadn't expected someone to target those spirit stones. She dared not lower her guard because these were formidable opponents leading the promotion round. Tin Engayet whispered into Esifong's ear, go find Hong Dep Lam quickly. We can't let them be stolen. What about you? Don't worry, go now. Esifong immediately followed Tin Engayet's suggestion. Just as he was about to leave, Wang Diem spotted him. She lunged forward like an arrow toward Esifong, trying to escape. Who knows what Wang Diem saw that made her look so terrified? What the hell is this? Natku quickly grabbed her immediately. It turned out Tin Engayet had intervened in time, one to chase after him. In your dreams, honey. It tossed Wang Diem aside like a toy. She slammed straight into the large boulder in front of her. But who would have thought it was only a clone? Fortunately, she had swapped places with that marked stone long ago. Lanbang stood high above observing everything. This Wang Dim's skill is truly perverse, but if you want to sneak past me, forget it. Before he could celebrate for long, something suddenly appeared. What's that? Why is it so fast? Diep Lam gave Lanbang a direct knee strike to the face. She coldly watched him collapse to the ground. She started to grow bored and began to leave. I'll give you one more chance. Hand over the spirit stones and I'll spare your life. Tin Engayet struggled to stand up. Speak only after you have defeated me. She ordered Natku to summon the ancient divine soldier for reinforcements. It swung the sword in its hand straight at Wang Diem, performing the decimating slash. Seeing this, she burst into laughter. Little girl, you're so naive. The Wang Diem in front suddenly turned into stones. It truly was the substitution technique. Tin Engayet looked around in bewilderment, wondering what on earth was going on and why there was no one in sight. She appeared suddenly from behind and landed a kick, asking if she was just standing there to look pretty. Tin Engayet lost her balance and was sent flying straight toward where Natku was standing. He immediately reached out to catch her and pulled her into his embrace. Tin Engayet wiped the blood from her cheek, wondering if it was teleportation, as she had blinked and ended up behind her. Wang Diem stepped forward leisurely, remarking that it seemed she had finally grasped his technique. She curled her lip in a faint smirk, telling her to watch closely one more time to clear her eyes. From out of nowhere, a white bird suddenly circled near them. Tin and Gait keenly sensed that something in the atmosphere was not right. It was hard to believe that Vong Diem possessed such extraordinary shapeshifting abilities. Tin and Gait was caught off guard and only had time to raise her arms to shield herself, wondering if he could even transform living creatures. Nat Qiu sensed her master was in danger and quickly threw a punch in retaliation. This time Vong Diem transformed into a tree trunk. His shapeshifting tricks were truly unpredictable. She appeared and disappeared like a phantom, making it impossible for anyone to anticipate her moves. Tin and Gait looked at the cut on her hand, relieved it was only a scratch. Close quarters combat was her weakness, and usually, her spirit beasts took the hits for her. Tin and Gait felt anxious, but she couldn't give up against this opponent. She racked her brain, certain that he must have a weakness, surely. Tin and Gait cleverly realized that he had just teleported twice in a blink, meaning this skill could be used consecutively. She observed her surroundings without a moment's distraction, needing to test his teleportation range and identify one more key detail. Tin and Gait drew her weapon, determined to put her theory to the test. She threw all her items into the air, calling out for her Stone Soldier Legion to manifest. When the vial shattered, the liquid inside began to spill out. The army of stone soldiers obeyed the order and immediately rose from beneath the ground. This bizarre phenomenon caused the birds to panic and fly away in all directions. Diep Lam witnessed the scene and realized that it seemed Tin and Gait was also in big trouble. Lan Bang rushed forward relentlessly, shouting at her not to lose focus. He stomped hard, causing the ground to shake violently. Diep Lam had already moved away from her original position in a flash. Lan Bang drew his weapon just in time to parry the attack. He leaned in close to her face, asking if this was the superior strategy of the Star Assassins. Lan Bang continued to press in, launching one finishing blow after another against his opponent. Although Diep Lam blocked every attack, her expression clearly showed signs of exhaustion. He unleashed a barrage of blows, determined not to give his opponent even a moment to catch her breath. Diep Lam stepped back right after finishing the battle with that female Lakan student. Her face has been dripping with sweat ever since she encountered this man. Lan Bang lost patience and wanted to try ending the match quickly with this move. Diep Lam raised her arms to block the hit and protect herself. Countless sharp hidden weapons caused several scratches to appear on her face. Lan Bang covered one eye and then unleashed the 100 Ghosts technique. As soon as Quang Lam finished speaking, a bizarre and bloody scene suddenly appeared behind him. At the same time, Tin and Gait's situation was not much better. Vong Diem delivered a powerful elbow strike directly into her abdomen. This was followed by continuous, relentless slashes without any pause. Tin and Gait held her wound and muttered, "I have calculated everything carefully." She quickly realized he could swap positions with any object he had touched within a 300 range with only a 2-second cooldown, but he could not teleport with the entity she summoned. Vong Diem faltered for a moment upon seeing her abandon her defense to probe his abilities. Giant stone statues had completely surrounded him from all directions. Vong Diem was unwilling to give up and continued to fire hidden weapons relentlessly at Tin and Gait. Nat Q raised his hand and stopped all the hidden weapons in an instant. Holding her wound, Tin and Gait gave a knowing smile, indicating that it was now her turn to counterattack. Vong Diem had now fallen into a trap with no way out. He looked around, intending to swap places with a stone slab to ensure his own safety. However, the stone army proceeded to destroy the surrounding trees instead of directly attacking Vong Diem. This strange move caused him to exclaim in surprise, "What on earth are you doing?" Tin and Gait frowned slightly and explained that while he was busy attacking, she had silently controlled the stone men. "I destroyed or moved all the objects you had previously marked, clearing everything nearby in an instant." Vong Diem was now in an utter panic because all his marking points had vanished from the combat range. Tin and Gait looked down from above and said, "You have nowhere left to run, and that is your own mistake." A massive jet black shadow completely engulfed Vong Diem's body. Tin and Gait ordered Netku to eliminate the opponent immediately. It unleashed a full-powered punch directly down at her location. However, unexpectedly, a hand quickly gripped it tightly. It turned out that at the critical moment, Lan Bang had appeared in time. "Vong Diem, you have utterly disappointed me," he stammered to explain. "Brother Bang, that woman is far too cunning." Tin and Gait looked at the newcomer in shock, not expecting it to be Lan Bang. At this moment, both of them were surrounded on all sides. Lan Bang proactively lunged forward. "Leave this to me." He unleashed a highly decisive move, determined to clean up this trash. Nat Q rushed forward, intending to capture Lan Bang at all costs. His eyes gleamed with murderous intent. "Do you still want to resist?" Nat Q's hand was instantly snapped in two by Lan Bang. He swung his weapon, aiming directly at Tin and Gait standing nearby. Lan Bang threatened coldly, "Are you ready to hand over the crystal now?" Before anyone could do anything else, a brilliant yellow light flashed. "Have you asked for our opinion yet?" He was instantly blown away.
What is this?
The group arrived in time to rescue Tin and Gait. "Want to defeat us? Dreaming of getting the crystal? Dream on." So Fong quickly gathered everyone. "Don't forget we are still here too." Vong Diem hid fearfully behind his back. "Brother Bang, what should we do now?" Knowing he couldn't face the crowd alone, Lan Bang decided to retreat. "Let's go." The two of them frantically ran for their lives deep into the forest. Tuak Wai rushed over to support her. "Tin and Gait, are you okay?" "I'm fine, but where is Deep Hong Lam?" Thien Trong pointed into the distance. "In that direction." A rescue helicopter was urgently carrying out its mission. Deep Lam has been taken away by the medical team. He is considered eliminated from the game. Deep Lam was still unconscious. We have lost a teammate. Thien roared in frustration. Damn it. Why didn't we chase them? Thien Trong replied awkwardly. Lan Bang holds the highest score. Fighting now will only make us drop in rank. He believed that it would be better to change strategy and save the confrontation for the finals. Meanwhile, Nen Fem was in another place. So when will Mr. Cock return? At the Esper Alliance headquarters, Cao Cao replied hesitantly, I'm sorry, the Alliance leader has gone to handle urgent business at the branch office. She estimated. Perhaps it will take a few more days for him to return. Nin Fem stared at the teacup in his hand, lost in thought. It's fine, I will wait patiently. This matter is extremely important. I am also waiting for you. The sudden silhouette of a person appearing outside startled Cao Cao. It's Commander Lu. Kwang Jiao leaned against the wall. Teacher Nin, do you understand the pointless trouble your words have caused others? Xiao Xiao whispered into Nin Fem's ear. She is the leader of our alliance branch, Lu Kwang Jiao, and also the older sister of Lu Kwang Bian. He proactively approached her. Greetings, Commander Lu. I'm not sure what I've done, but I never expected Lu Kwang Bian to have such a beautiful sister. She ignored him and walked past. Only because Kok Dun Min agreed to your request was I forced to teach your students. Kwang Jiao looked back. Do you feel like you aren't worthy? Nin Fem calmly replied. That was Mr. Kok's decision. Who does the teaching is not within my authority. She leaned in close to his face. Do you dare to make a bet with me? Speak up. Kwang Jiao raised her weapon. If you can defeat me, I will willingly teach your students. Both quickly moved to the training grounds at the headquarters of the Superhuman Alliance. Nin Fem glanced around. He hadn't expected the space here to be so vast. Kwang Jiao's gaze was sharp. I hope Teacher Nin puts in his full effort, otherwise losing miserably will look very bad. He looked straight at her without hesitation. Then please, Commander, go easy on me and teach me well. Kwang Jiao seized the opportunity to attack first. Take this. She unleashed her signature technique sword-breaking stance heart-piercer. Kwang Jiao's eyes were fixed on Nin Fem, not giving him a single chance to escape. He was incredibly surprised by the opponent's dizzyingly fast attack speed. Kwang Jiao's sword movements were as graceful as a dance under the moonlight sword-breaking stance Moon Annihilation. Ning Fem's expression changed noticeably. It seemed this commander was truly being serious. He gripped his weapon tightly and moved toward Kwang Jiao. Nin Fem could hesitate no longer. Then I must also respond seriously, activating skill Grim Reaper Possession. Kwang Jiao expressed disdain. Your skill looks so crude. Subtlety and brilliance are the core of a move. Nin Fem was embarrassed. Is that so? I think it looks quite cool. Besides, isn't the main goal to defeat the opponent? She quickly displayed her ability. I will use the most visually stunning move to subdue you, activating skill sword breaking stance Triple Moon Annihilation. Nin Fem swung his scythe to block her strike. Kwang Jiao's attack speed was so great that viewers could not keep up with her movements. In the blink of an eye, she lunged right in front of him, drawing her sword and slashing down. The sharp tip of the blade seemed about to touch Nin Fem's pupil. Suddenly, the surrounding space was plunged into thick darkness and his figure vanished without a trace. Kwang Jiao looked around in shock. Is this an illusion? This left her stunned in disbelief. Nin Fem was even proficient in mental magic. He appeared behind Kwang Jiao without anyone noticing. As expected, the Pope's skill allows the user to employ all magic for 3 minutes. Nin Fem placed his hand on Kwang Jiao's shoulder. That haughty appearance was merely a facade masking a deeply wounded soul. Fragments of old memories rushed back to consume her mind. What is the point of a girl learning techniques? She will only be weak throughout her whole life. In complete contrast to her, the younger brother was always the pride of the family, progressing rapidly. What reward do you want, my child? Although she had grown up, those psychological scars remained painful and had not faded at all. The Kwang Jiao of the past, because of a lack of family love, had firmly resolved to give up everything. Even now, her heart tightened. Being a woman, being an inferior person, your brother's future is more important than yours. Just let go. Kwang Jiao's spirit was completely shattered. Nin Fem gently stroked her head. The lover skill was activated, helping her mind regain composure quickly. He stood there watching with heart-touch, hoping she could learn how to forgive herself. Dean Min pushed the door open and entered, having heard rumors that Nin Fem and Tiu Lu were in a tense confrontation. Witnessing the sight before him, he could not believe his own eyes. Ning Fem stammered, unsure of how to explain. If I say I won, would you believe me? He carefully supported Kwang Jiao into the room so she could have space to recover. Both quietly stood and observed her for a while. Neither uttered a word. Dean Min spoke up softly. Let her rest. Let's go outside to talk more. He got straight to the point. You looked for me surely not just to talk about joining the alliance, right? Nin Fem wondered. In short, what exactly is the prize of this competition? Dean Min seemed to understand completely. I knew you would have your eye on it. After all, I do highly value you. While walking, he explained, it is a complete system set. Nin Fem asked in bewilderment, a system? That's right. He opened the room door. In reality, the systems built by your father at that time only had 3 units. They should have been lost long ago. Nin Fem speculated, is it possible that Hong created one himself? However, Din Min only shook his head. I am not sure either. He frowned thoughtfully. If that is indeed the case, then it truly is not a good sign at all. Ninfem pondered, if that person truly has the ability to design and then mass produce this kind. Hearing that, Dinmin could not hide his distress. The consequences would be truly unimaginable. He vaguely envisioned the scenario where many people would flock to his side once the door to turning ordinary people into ability users is opened. At this thought, the fury inside Dinmin flared up again. He will build a formidable army of ability users. Ninfem proactively suggested, let me clarify this, Valley Master. I want to find the whereabouts of my father's former assistants. He had no reason left to hide. One of them is me. As for the other two, one is still missing. I have searched for years but to no avail. Dinmin looked down, but as for where the opponent was, I had no idea. However, there was still one person who knew exactly, as the scene shifted to the forest where the competition was taking place. It was her daughter, a small figure lying perched on a tree branch. Dongtiu suddenly jolted awake, her eyes fluttering open. The host announced that more than half of the time had passed, and the gold crystal stone had appeared. Tam Hiu was anxious and worried. This was definitely the right area, yet they couldn't find it anywhere. The group approached the spot where Dongtiu was fast asleep. That was the gold crystal stone, which countless people were waiting to snatch. Where on earth was it? At this moment, she was still fast asleep due to exhaustion. However, right above the bird's nest, a sparkling crystal stone appeared. Dongtiu opened her eyes wide, staring at it in bewilderment. Looking down from above, she called out, "Hey!" Dongtiu was holding tightly in her hand the very treasure that those people were searching for. She waved it back and forth and smiled. "You guys are hunting for this, aren't you?" Tam Hiu panicked upon seeing her.
It's Dongtiu.
The three of them hugged each other, trembling. "No, we don't. We're just passing by for a walk." In the blink of an eye, they took to their heels and fled.
See you later.
Dongtiu looked at her watch. "It looks like I've slept a bit too long. Geez, it's so exhausting to keep moving like this. I need to quickly catch up on the score." All of Ninfem's students had gathered into a group. Thien Trong began coordinating tasks for each individual. "If we keep splitting up, we are bound to fail," he proposed. "If everyone votes for Tin Ungayat and me to go to the final round, I promise to give it my absolute all." Su Fong immediately agreed and handed over all his stones to him. "Then we're relying entirely on the two of you." Just like that, the storage bag gradually filled up with shiny crystal stones. Thien Ka couldn't help but speak up. "Hey, is no one going to vote for me? I want to compete too." Like Huang immediately fired back, "Forget it, a useless guy like you has absolutely no combat ability." Thien Trong turned to ask the rest, "Does anyone else have a differing opinion?" Tin and Gayat had already quickly noticed something unusual about Toyat Y. The little girl's face was currently filled with deep sadness. Toyat Y recalled what Ningfem had told her. "Your father is extremely desperate to win the championship this time." He turned his back and walked away. "If you want to prove your ability to him, then bring back the trophy. I will definitely do everything I can to support you." The girl felt her heart heavy with regret. "I'm sorry, Dad, for not being able to prove my ability to you. I really want to participate, but I can't bring myself to disregard everyone's voting results." "Just go ahead then." Tinangayat hastily stopped Thien Truong.
Wait a minute!
She voluntarily offered to withdraw her name. "This time I'm quite seriously injured, so let Toyat Y go instead. I put all my trust in her." Toyat Y frantically spoke up. "Tinangayat,
No, you can't.
you're much more capable than I am. The one who deserves to go should be you." Tinangayat gently patted her aching back. "With me injured like this, how could you bear to watch me suffer? It's best if you just go. I'm going to find a place to recover from my injuries. I'm withdrawing from the Star Crystal Collection task." The girl didn't wait for the other person to react before quickly leaving. Toyat Y was emotionally choked up when she saw Tinangayat readily give up the opportunity to her. She softly called out, "Tinangayat." After walking a distance, she quietly found a nearby tree and sat down. Tinangayat herself had to try her best to suppress her emotions to keep from bursting into tears. But in the end, tears still welled up on her face. Tinangayat gritted her teeth, trying to endure. "I also long to go. I also want to show everyone my abilities." Suddenly, a figure appeared before her eyes. Without even looking up, Tinangayat recognized that it was Dongtiu. Why did he come here? He sat down next to her. "May I sit here?" Tinangayat didn't bother to chase him away, so she just ignored him. Dongtiu quietly took out a small earphone. Ignoring Tinangayat, who was on the verge of tears, he immediately put it straight into her ear. This was Dongtiu's chosen way to comfort Tinangayat. He told her, "Get some rest." The three of them stepped inside together to observe the surrounding situation. So Fong, finding it confusing, immediately asked Thien Truong, "If you give all the star crystals to Toyat Y, what about your own score?" He was worried that their accumulated points wouldn't be enough, so he wanted to prioritize Toyat Y first. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed very close by, making the whole group jump. White smoke billowed upwards, obscuring the entire sky. Lythean, despite being severely beaten all over his body, still stubbornly clung to the star crystal in his hand. Nahiluk leisurely took off his cloak. "Still trying to escape, are you?" They acted so brutally that Li Thian had to be stretchered to the hospital. All three stood watching as their opponents casually left the scene. Tu Bin wondered, Boss, should we offer this item to Lanbang or keep it for ourselves? Tamhu replied, of course, we have to present it to Lanthan. Do you want to get beaten up? However, due to their overconfidence and lack of vigilance, they had no idea they were being watched by others. Van Tin turned to ask his teammates for their opinion. So what should we do next now? Thien Truong observed and then analyzed. If they are Lanbang's subordinates and they managed to steal it, why can't we steal it back from them? Tamhu suddenly realized the situation was not good and exclaimed, Boss. Thien Trotty lunged forward with a clenched fist at breakneck speed. Hand over the goods, you son of a bitch, quickly. Fortunately, Mai reacted in time, otherwise the girl's body would have been smashed to pieces like plowed land. Han immediately drew the weapon he had hidden. Are you trying to steal my spirit stone? The smoke cleared, revealing Thin Tragonji's figure. Exactly, if we were competing I'd have the right to take your stuff too. Tamhu threw the bomb directly at him, smiling faintly. Fine, let's see about that then. As soon as the object flew close, he quickly activated the detonator. However, Thien Tropping was not so easily defeated at this moment. Taste this punch unleashed the whirlwind kick. He gathered his strength and delivered a devastating punch aimed directly at Tam Hayu's position. Thing Trudung suddenly realized something was wrong. Strange, why has my body become so sluggish? It turned out Jia TB Anan had been up to no good from afar, using a control skill to weaken the target's abilities. Suddenly, a strange arm appeared and forcefully stuck a charm onto his head. Viden T Med calmly assessed the situation. Brother Thing Trudung, you worry about the spatial user, I'll handle this one.
Grand Slam.
He quickly realized the energy in his body had completely recovered. NLT seized the opportunity when the opponent was caught off guard and lunged forward.
Don't forget about me.
The fist swung up with immense power, flying directly towards Thien Trident's face. But before it could even touch a single hair on his head, something flew over to block it. S.E. Fong had arrived at the scene just in time to stop Mensch Fiel de Si. He screamed in agony. It's broken! My arm is really broken! What's so glorious about that? Thien trod and wouldn't let his teammates' efforts be in vain. This time, I'm going all out. He slammed a heavenly blow into Tam Hayu's jaw. My turn to return the favor. On the other side, Kai Daoin Chigu was leisurely enjoying the music with Tin Engi. She took off her headphones and Tin Engi asked, Daoengi too, how can I become as strong as you? I truly long for it. However, Tin Engi waited anxiously, but Edung Tu remained silent, not saying a word. She looked up at the clear blue sky and sighed. If you had experienced what I have, you would never want to be like me. Hearing those words, Tin Ungite felt remorseful. I'm sorry, perhaps I spoke out of turn. She patted her. You've tried so hard. If you want to become strong, try challenging someone stronger. Tin Engi lowered her head. I understand that logic too well. But Daughter Tidu patted her head reassuringly. Nothing is impossible. As long as you want it, I have the means to get you into the finals. Hearing this, Tin Engi looked up, her eyes wide with confusion, and asked, What do you mean? She replied gently, I know you want to reach the finals for your own reasons, so I won't pry. If you truly need it, I'm willing to lend a hand. Tin Engi leaned forward, asking suspiciously how she intended to help, wondering if she really possessed so many spirit stones. Engativu didn't understand the meaning and simply pointed her index finger into the distance. She indifferently uttered the word, gather, and instantly the entire space seemed to come to a complete standstill. Tin Engite frowned with a look of total confusion, unsure of what trick the other person was about to pull. Immediately after, streaks of brilliant golden light tore through the air and soared upward. Beneath the deep water, a blue spirit stone was emitting a mysterious glow. Instantly, those streams of light rushed in, hovering continuously around it. In the blink of an eye, the spirit stone shot out from the water as fast as lightning. In many other areas, similar scenes occurred as numerous spirit stones flew in one direction. Elif Seed Inju looked up at the sky and cried out in panic, telling everyone to look at what that thing was. Tai Wai also appeared skeptical when she saw the spirit stones fly off, exclaiming that those were indeed spirit stones. On the other side, Vidnidun looked up in surprise, while Lelan Abid remained indifferent and silent. The spirit stones zoomed over Hibu Ladosi and Vin Vin's heads, causing Elf Kessi to follow them curiously. Finally, the spirit stones converged at their destination. Hartu leisurely wore a triumphant smile. They began to line up, swirling in vortices around her. Tinangite was startled and could not help but exclaim that there were spirit stones everywhere. Holding one in her hand, she asked in bewilderment how there could possibly be so many. The hot air balloon announced through the loudspeaker that since enough spirit stones had been collected, the match would end in 3 minutes, requiring contestants to quickly submit their results. Aradadite Ungshtiu held her hand and urged her to turn in the stones before it was too late, but she stopped her and told her to wait. A voice echoed from behind the door. Thien Tropeng scored 390 points, ranking 6th. Tait Y scored 460 points, ranking 5th. Andengayan smiled and announced that Lun Tin Engai was in the lead with 760 points, congratulating everyone on securing half a ticket to the next round. Tait Y happily ran towards Andengayan, exclaiming that everything was absolutely wonderful. Tin Engai. She wondered to herself why Dongyi was helping her so enthusiastically, given that as rivals, her failure should have been something to rejoice in. Thien Tranj calmly asked Andengayan about the remaining contestants' identities and the upcoming competition rules. She casually explained that the leaders included Adunantivu in second, Lanabidingi in third, and Elkaki in fourth, and the rule was randomized pairings where students from the same academy would not face each other. Enengayan added that after the knockout round, the 3 defeated players would fight in a battle royale to choose a single person to enter the final 4. She gently reminded them that the 3 upcoming opponents were all formidable characters with great strength, hoping everyone would not be careless. Enengayan said sternly that she was certain the 3 opponents in the final match had not yet revealed even half of their hidden potential. She anxiously noted that even Dalutivu from Lepesian Academy had displayed less than 1/10 of her power. Enengayan clearly affirmed that the unique nature of her abilities was something everyone had witnessed with their own eyes. Finally, the most important thing is that the final match will be broadcast live for all viewers to watch. Ms. Nagayan gently reminded them, believing that their teacher Nin was also watching this competition. On the second day at the arena, John Zama, Zur Tai, and Kao excitedly announced, "Hello to all viewers, we are officially starting the drawing portion." She enthusiastically explained that due to the rule of not facing teammates in the first round, the 3 representatives from the assassins would draw lots. In front of everyone were 2 boxes for selecting the order and a list of the competing players. Guanlu interrupted, "I will now explain the detailed rules for entering the arena." She announced, every time a match begins, the terrain will automatically and randomly change to a deep forest, a plain, or a water area. Guan Luo explained clearly, the combatants will have 30 seconds to adapt to the terrain. The opponent is not allowed to attack. If a player flees or loses the ability to fight, they will be disqualified. It was the assassin's turn to draw. Tian Chao said, "I'll fight in the 3rd round against Leng Bing." Xu Yi quietly replied, "I'll fight in the first match against Li Ku." Meanwhile, Xing Yu stared blankly at the slip of paper with an ominous premonition. On the drawn slip of paper, only the words, Tong Xiao, appeared. After a period of waiting, John Zama and Guan Luo exclaimed with excitement, "Excellent, the terrain for the first match has been set." The large screen above began to display the arena's setting, named Ice Lake Domain. All eyes turned to Shi Yi, the representative of the Assassin Academy in the opening match. Her opponent was the formidable player Hakma Li Ku, who was looking straight ahead with an overwhelming sense of confidence. John Zama shouted, "The contestants are in position, the match begins, and please note that stepping outside the competition area will be considered a loss." Li Ku smirked triumphantly, "I've been waiting for this moment for a long time, Xu Li." The young girl replied resolutely, "So have I. I hope you'll give it your all." Shi Feng anxiously said, "Ms. Nguyen, what are Xu Li's chances of winning?" Li Qiang, standing next to him, added, "This opponent looks quite formidable." She replied coldly, "No one can predict what will happen, but facing such an opponent is indeed a good opportunity." On the other side, Guan Luo shouted excitedly,
30 seconds starting now. The match officially begins.
The numbers on the countdown clock were ticking rapidly. Time was running out. Xu Yi quickly charged forward amidst the cheers. She chose an offensive approach. Could she be planning a flank attack? Li Ku observed calmly an attack from the outer perimeter. Wait a moment. She stood stunned in disbelief. How can this technique, a physical skill, deal no damage at all? Xu Yi was now focusing all her energy on her hands. She could not afford to be careless. The young girl shouted loudly, unleashing a beam of deep blue light.
Luo Ming Bao Dan.
Li Ku used a dark element void realm to absorb all the attacks. Do you understand the power of multi-elemental magic now? At that very moment, she could only sniff the air and open her mouth in bewildered shock. Looking straight ahead, Li Ku helplessly exclaimed, "Why did you suddenly run away?" Ainengayan saw that scene, smiled and whispered, "So that's how it all happened." She observed the entire arena and then said, "Use your fastest speed to run 1 lap, then use the ice spell to draw a line around the arena as the boundary." Enengayan explained that even the most basic, non-damaging ice spell could save some of one's spiritual energy when casting a skill. Seeing Taiwai submerged in the water, she shouted, "Gather all your spiritual energy to unleash your self-created technique." The young girl unleashed a massive wave of icy power, creating an extreme ice and snow spectacle. Those icy beams spread powerfully, sweeping away everything around them. Quenelek, witnessing it firsthand, exclaimed in astonishment, "What in the world is happening?" She shrieked in shock. Is this the kind of energy a student can unleash? As the dust gradually cleared, the figure of Elvhas and the magic shield became more visible. Quan Elusi was extremely surprised. Is it possible that the contestant Elkas was not thrown off by that immense force? Tight Wai staggered to her feet, still feeling dizzy from the recent impact. The young girl said softly, "Blocking that attack must have cost you a lot of energy, right?" La Kak retorted, "You aren't any better off." She was astonished inwardly. How could she unleash such terrifying energy in the blink of an eye? Even the void realm couldn't absorb it. El Kak was stunned. Even my ultimate defensive technique, the sacred light wings, could only hold on for 10 seconds. The energy consumption is indeed too great. John Jama finally spoke up to explain. Why did Twite Wai think of compressing lightning energy into that ice mountain? I thought she would use it to force her opponent off the stage. Quan Lapi pointed to the screen and explained. The main purpose of the ice mountain was to store lightning energy. When it exploded in an instant, the water vapor would help release several times the power of the lightning. That's why the student could achieve what even teachers find difficult. You, Tite Wai, are truly very intelligent. Elvadek and Tite Wai stood facing each other on opposite sides of the arena. the young girl proactively suggested. If both of our energies are low, let's use one final move to decide the winner. Hearing this, El Kek immediately replied, I can't wait, Fire Phoenix. She unleashed a fire bird that tore through the sky. That was the blazing bird. On this side, Tight Y braced herself, clenched her fists, and channeled all her energy into the thunderous roar bomb technique. The young girl unleashed a lightning bolt with soul-shattering destructive power, the Thunder Tiger technique. Immediately, two phantom beasts charged at each other fiercely. The collision created a massive shockwave and immense power erupted violently. Tight Y lost her balance and was flung backward, falling straight into the water below. El Kek wasn't any better, sinking into that cold water. Quan Lopsy, watching from above, said in confusion, both contestants have disappeared underwater. Is this match going to end in a draw? She exclaimed in surprise. A contestant has surfaced. Who will be the winner? Quethelosi loudly announced.
It's the contestant, Tight Y. She is the winner.
The young girl smiled in relief and was secretly overjoyed.
Dad, I won.
The audience erupted, their enthusiastic cheers echoing loudly. It was truly a feast for the eyes. Tin Ngayat was stunned, her eyes wide, her entire body stiff and frozen as she stared straight ahead. Looking towards the large gate, she whispered that it must be her and Dong Tiu's turn soon. Lanbang unexpectedly offered advice. I'm only here to remind you to learn how to concede gracefully and prepare a plausible excuse. Tin Ngayat looked directly into her opponent's eyes, firmly declaring, I will not give up, I will definitely defeat her. Lanbang burst into a sarcastic laugh. What immature thinking? He turned and walked away. Every time I confront her, I feel I lose all ability to resist. She's like an unshakable, towering mountain. Tin Ngayat replied resolutely, whether it's a high mountain or a vast sea, I'm not afraid. She confidently strode through the large gate. I already have my own plans. Tin Ngayat directed her gaze forward, where a figure was already waiting. She clenched her fist, muttering to Dong Tiu, just you wait and see. Just then, John Jama announced that the arena for this match had completed its preparations. She enthusiastically introduced the battle terrain as the Wind Sand Rock Zone. Quan La continued in an excited voice, the first contestant to enter the arena is... She turned the camera towards Dong Tiu, the contestant from Lac An Academy. The most promising candidate for the championship is none other than Dong Tiu. John Jama quickly interrupted, continuing to lead, and on the other side is... She loudly called out the name, Lan Tin Ngayat from Tinsat Academy, who is considered this year's dark horse. Facing each other, Dong Tiu spoke, I won't go easy on you, so I hope you give it your all. Tin Ngayat coldly replied, that's exactly what I expect. Quan Lac excitedly announced, the battle will officially begin after 30 seconds of preparation. As soon as she heard the announcement, Tin Ngayat immediately turned and ran for dear life. John Jam exclaimed curiously, hey, does Lan Tin Ngayat want to imitate Toyat Y's fighting style? But this is a summoning spell, not offensive magic. Staring at the live broadcast screen, she commented that perhaps that strategy wouldn't work. Dong Tiu calmly spoke, trying to run away, are we? What a foolish girl. Quan Lac added, as long as no actual attacks are made during the waiting period, contestants can do anything from hiding to setting traps. She still stood still as a statue, but the corners of her lips curled into a knowing smile.
Quan Lac excitedly shouted, only 1 second left! It's starting!
Look, Dong Tiu is preparing to unleash a move. At the exact moment the countdown clock reached 0. Dong Tiu immediately manipulated the massive rocks, sending them shooting high into the air. John Jam exclaimed in astonishment. Contestant Dong Tiu lifted all the rocks in the arena into the air. How terrifyingly powerful is this? Immediately after, she clenched her hand tightly, as if wanting to crush something. In the blink of an eye, all the rocks above simultaneously exploded. Fragments from the explosion scattered everywhere, continuously spreading across the ground. As if sensing something, Dong Tiu turned around extremely quickly, directing her gaze towards the shadow behind her. She slowly extended her hand, secretly pleased that she thought she had caught her target. However, in front of Dong Tiu was only a stone statue, and Quan Lac excitedly commented that contestant Dong Tiu had miscalculated, as this was merely Lang Tin Ngayat's illusion spell. She wondered where exactly contestant Lang Tin Ngayat was hiding. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently, and Dong Tiu wondered if the arena had turned into a summoning technique. She speculated that her opponent might be underneath, and at the same time, a giant boulder